elderly woman redirected her anger towards Li Shufan. Listening to the venomous words of her daughter-in-law, who felt more like an enemy, Li Shufan was rendered completely numb. Her heart had turned to ash, void of any affection for her daughter-in-law or even for her two sons, who were so close yet felt distant. Lin Chong, take her over there to sit down. The guests are arriving, and we shouldn't have her here causing a scene. Noticing that Li Shufan, like a puppet, had no reaction to her threats and insults, the elderly woman found it rather pointless and ceased her tirade, then addressed Lin Chong. Upon hearing the elderly woman's command, Lin Chong led Li Shufan to a chair at the far end of the main room and settled her down before stepping out to greet the arriving guests. Dad, Mom, those two brothers, Lin Chong and Lin Yi, are utterly shameless. I've heard that they spent 6,000 yuan on Aunt Shufan's 90th birthday celebration, setting up nearly 30 tables. That is hardly enough to cover the basics. A woman, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, sat in front of her home, observing the steady stream of people and vehicles making their way along the village road towards the rear of the village. As she nibbled on sunflower seeds, she engaged in conversation with an elderly man and woman who were seated beside her. What's so peculiar about this? Those two brothers are organizing Sister Shufan's 90th birthday solely for the sake of collecting monetary gifts. Naturally, they will do whatever they can to save costs. The elderly man remarked disdainfully, listening to the middle-aged woman's words. Those two brothers are truly the worst. Thankfully, we have no obligations to them. Just the thought of it is repulsive, the woman responded, initially cursing under her breath before expressing her relief. I have long seen through those two brothers. Any dealings with them only lead to misfortune. Who can argue otherwise? Anyone who becomes related to their family must endure an eternity of bad luck. If I were a relative of theirs, I would refuse to attend, she declared, spitting out a sunflower seed shell onto the ground. Her expression one of disgust as she gazed towards the village's rear. In the past, when they hosted birthday banquets, there were relatives who failed to attend. Their presence was inconsequential, but the monetary gifts were non-negotiable. If the gifts did not arrive, they would send their sons to demand them from others, and should anyone refuse, they would create a scene. Can you imagine enduring that? It truly validates your statement. Anyone who becomes their relative is doomed to misfortune, the elderly man echoed, sharing a similarly disdainful look towards the direction of the village's rear. If Li Wenlong were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly recognize that the two conversing individuals were none other than the woman and the elderly man who had previously guided him. Chapter 270. I'm afraid of nothing, father. Look over there. At that moment, the woman's gaze inadvertently shifted towards the road leading into the village, where a vehicle came into view. Initially indifferent, she was about to withdraw her attention when she noticed a continuous stream of cars entering her line of sight. Observing a convoy of at least a dozen vehicles, she expressed her astonishment to the elderly man beside her. How could so many cars arrive at once? Could they be here for Sister Shufan's birthday celebration? That seems improbable. Lin Chong and Lin Yi do not possess such influential relatives. Upon hearing his daughter-in-law's observation, the elder instinctively turned his gaze in the direction she was looking. Surprised at the sight of the numerous vehicles, he stood up in astonishment. He speculated that these individuals might be attending Sister Shufan's birthday party, but soon reconsidered, feeling that something was amiss. Lin Chong and Lin Yi do not have such powerful relatives, he murmured to himself, perplexed. Father, this isn't the new year. Aside from Sister Shufan's birthday celebration, no one else in our village is hosting a banquet. These guests must be here for her celebration. Perhaps they are relatives you're unfamiliar with, the elderly woman interjected, unable to contain her thoughts upon seeing her husband frown in confusion. Lin Chong and Lin Yi hold banquets every now and then. How could I not know about their relatives and the vehicles they drive? The elder retorted. Father, look at these cars. They are clearly of considerable value. Could it be? As the convoy drew nearer, the woman observed the luxurious vehicles, which were evidently far more expensive than ordinary private cars, and suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Are you suggesting that the young man who asked us for directions a few days ago is related to Sister Shufan's family? With his daughter-in-law's hint, the elder's eyes brightened as he recalled the young man who had inquired about directions, noting the beauty of his car. It must be. Otherwise, how could Lin Chong and Lin Yi have such affluent relatives? The woman asserted confidently. Indeed, I never anticipated that Sister Shufan's family would possess such wealth. So many vehicles, all of which must be quite expensive. Each likely costs hundreds of thousands. The elder concurred with his daughter-in-law's conjecture, eagerly speculating about the price of the approaching cars, which appeared splendid and luxurious, yet were unfamiliar to him. Surely more than just hundreds of thousands. That first car, what's it called? Ah, Porsche. I have a nephew in my family who made a fortune in business and bought one. I heard it costs over $1 million. The woman chimed in, eagerly joining in on the elder's speculation. Indeed, it is truly wonderful that Sister Shufen's family is so affluent. They will certainly not be intimidated by Lin Chong and Lin Yi. Sister Shufen is saved. Upon hearing his daughter-in-law mention that these cars cost over $1 million each, the elderly man burst into hearty laughter. His disdain for Lin Chong and Lin Yi, two brothers of the same village and surname, was profound. He regarded them as wretched beings unworthy of respect. Yet, he felt a deep sympathy for the diligent and kind-hearted Sister Shufen. However, being merely an ordinary rural elder, he felt powerless in the face of the two men he believed deserved to be cast into the deepest abyss. Now, witnessing that someone might finally confront them filled him with exhilaration. Here they come. These cars are truly magnificent. At that moment, the leading Porsche was merely 20 to 30 meters away from the women. Upon recognizing the full splendor of the Porsche, the woman could not help but express her admiration. Wow, incredible. So many beautiful cars. The elderly man, equally captivated, gazed in awe at the luxurious convoy and exclaimed in admiration. Hello, ma'am. Greetings, Grandpa and Grandma. As the onlookers were engrossed in the parade of luxury vehicles passing by, one car came to a halt on the village road. The window rolled down, and a young man, with a beaming smile, leaned out to greet the three. Hello. You're here to celebrate your great-aunt's birthday, aren't you? The woman immediately recognized the young man as the one who had asked her for directions a few days prior, and promptly responded, Indeed. We are all here to celebrate my great-aunt's grand birthday. Do you smoke, Grandpa? Li Wenlong noticed the two elderly individuals initially appeared bewildered, but after a moment, they seemed to recall who he was, and he greeted them with a smile. As the woman continued to respond to his greeting, Li Wenlong answered her question and retrieved a pack of De Longhua cigarettes from the passenger seat, offering them to the elderly man. You're too kind, young man, the elder said, stepping forward with a smile as he approached Li Wenlong's car. Please take these. I've blocked the cars behind me, so I want to linger. I must be on my way, Li Wenlong insisted, pressing the entire pack of cigarettes into the elder's hands before the elderly man could utter a word of protest. Wait, I can't. The elder started to say, but the polite young man had already driven off, leaving him astonished. What generosity! A pack of cigarettes worth over 100 yuan, just given to me, he murmured to himself while watching the departing vehicle, glancing down at the unopened pack in his hands. No, I must intervene. Sister Shufen has treated me well in the past, and this young man is so courteous. I cannot allow Lin Chong and Lin Yi to deceive them. As the last small truck passed by, the elder tucked the pack of cigarettes into his pocket, clenched his fist as if making a significant decision, and began to speak to himself once more. Old man, surely you're not considering meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Lin Chong and Lin Yi are scoundrels, and none of their sons are worth a dime. Do not bring trouble upon yourself. At that moment, the elderly woman, having approached the old man unbeknownst to herself, listened attentively to his quiet musings. She discerned that he was undoubtedly contemplating sharing with the family of Shufen, the daughter-in-law, the reprehensible actions of the Lin brothers, Lin Chong and Lin Yi. Aware of the formidable nature of these two brothers, she wore an expression of deep concern and cautioned him. What does it mean to meddle in others' affairs? Shufen has been a part of my life since my youth. In those days of shared poverty, when even a meal was a luxury, Shufen would occasionally bring me sweets she had somehow acquired. How could assisting her be deemed meddlesome? Moreover, did you not notice the strength of Shufen's family? How could Lin Chong and Lin Yi ever hope to contend with them? In the past, I felt powerless to intervene, but now, with just a few words, I can support Shufen. This is a task I must undertake. After all, I am 70 years old now, and I fear nothing. Hearing his partner's warning, the old man merely scoffed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he spoke. Chapter 271. Learning by imitation, alas. You are truly a stubborn mule. I believe it would be more prudent to consult the village chief, who might speak on our behalf to Shufen's family. The chief has long been displeased with the Lin brothers, but has found himself powerless against them. If you approach him, I am certain he would be willing to unmask the hypocrisy of Lin Chong and his brother, seeing that her husband was utterly dismissive of her warnings. The elderly woman appeared exasperated. Then, as if a thought struck her, she turned to the old man and suggested, I would rather not go. I shall handle this myself. You all stay here. Why can't you understand? Although the village chief holds no real authority, he is still a government-appointed official. The Lin brothers would not dare to confront him. Why not let him speak on our behalf? The old man swiftly rejected her suggestion without a moment's thought. inciting the elderly woman to stomp her feet in frustration. I care not for that. If the Lin brothers have the ability, let them do their worst to me. If I approach the village chief, would that not be using him as a pawn? I shall not go. You all remain here while I take my leave. With that, the old man turned his back on his wife and strode toward the back of the village. You infuriate me. If you will not call for him, then I shall. The elderly woman shouted after him, watching as he walked away like a resolute mule. How much money have you collected? Lin Yi, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, ambled into the adjacent room next to the main hall and approached Lin Chong, who was seated at a table, engrossed in recording figures in a red ledger. Can't you read it yourself? Lin Chong glanced up at Lin Yi with impatience. Quite impressive. Over 30,000 already. This business is indeed profitable. Once everything is gathered, we should be able to amass around 40,000. Who would have thought our late mother, buried up to her neck in the earth, could still bring us such fortune? Lin Yi chuckled softly after a brief calculation. Could you perhaps restrain yourself? There are so many people in this room. While you lack shame, I still have my dignity. Will you please silence yourself? The thought of sharing the earnings with Lin Yi ignited a wave of fury in Lin Chong, who felt an overwhelming urge to strangle his greedy brother. Unable to tolerate his brother's indiscreet remarks any longer, he scolded him sharply. Hey brother, my apologies. Just make sure to keep the accounts accurately. I cannot abide any discrepancies. If the total is short, I shall hold you accountable. I will hush now. Just as Lin Yi finished his playful banter and prepared to step aside to continue eating his seeds, 3 burly men entered the room, each adorned with thick gold chains and tattoos partially visible on their arms and necks. They called out to Lin Yi and Lin Chong in turn. Oomph. Lin Chong glanced up at his 3 nephews, let out a soft snort, and returned his attention to the red ledger, ignoring the newly arrived trio. You have arrived rather late, haven't you? Observing that his elder brother appeared displeased, Lin Yi, feeling emboldened by the presence of his 3 sons, could not help but smile at Lin Chong. Father, uncle. As soon as Lin Ye's words fell, 3 robust men entered the room. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the previous 3, unmistakably portraying them as idlers, each adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, exuding an air of nonchalance. It truly echoed the adage, like father, like son, for among the 2 brothers and their 8 offspring, there was not a single reputable character to be found. You've returned. Come, take a seat. Dinner will take a while longer, Lin Chong exclaimed with newfound joy upon hearing a familiar voice. Lifting his head sharply to find that his 3 sons had also returned, thinking he now had allies. Father, can we eat that pig feed? I only came back because I heard there was money to be made. Where is it? I'm eager to go play cards, one of the newly arrived men. The eldest among them impatiently addressed Lin Chong. Indeed, father, who wants to eat those vegetables? I'm quite busy. Several friends are waiting for me to join them for drinks. Another burly man chimed in, addressing Lin Chong. I'm just here briefly. I have no time, father. Hurry and bring out the money. You. Staring at his 3 sons, Lin Chong was rendered speechless with anger. He had long grown accustomed to their unruly behavior, yet witnessing such blatant disobedience before Lin Yi, his brother and arch-rival, was infuriating. Brother, your sons are quite busy with their affairs. You ought to be more understanding. No need to be so angry. Seizing the opportunity at the sight of Lin Chong's flustered demeanor, Lin Yi feigned concern, mocking him. Father, likewise, where's the money? Did you not tell me there would be a share today? I have plans with a girl to go to the bar this afternoon. I can't waste time here. Lin Ye's words barely settled when a young man, appearing to be in his 30s, impatiently interrupted him. Hurry up. I'm pressed for time. How much is there? Let us divide it and not waste any more time. You all. Initially, Lin Yi had worn a victorious smile, but upon witnessing that his 3 sons mirrored the same attitude as his brothers, his expression soured, darkening as if drenched in gloom. Brother, your sons too are busy. You should understand their plight. No need for such anger. Having just been infuriated by his sons, Lin Chong found his mood suddenly uplifted upon seeing Lin Yi experience the same treatment, and with a grin, he echoed Lin Yi's earlier mockery. Father, where's the money? Quickly, give it to me. Indeed, the matter of money. A few societal miscreants, either waiting to gamble, drink, or chase after women, displayed no inclination to concern themselves with the petty mockery exchanged between the 2 elderly gentlemen. Instead, they impatiently urged Lin Chong and Lin Yi. Here is 30,000. There are 6 of you, 5,000 each. Now be gone. Recognizing that the incessant bickering would not cease without monetary incentive, Lin Chong reluctantly retrieved the gift money he had just received, tossing 30,000 onto the table with evident exasperation. Thank you, father. Thank you, uncle. Brother, with our current demeanor, will we not inevitably follow in our mother's footsteps? As the six individuals exited the room, elated with their newfound wealth, Lin Ye's previously sullen expression transformed into one of sudden despondence as he turned to Lin Chong with a question. Taken aback by Lin Ye's unexpected inquiry, Lin Chong paused. Indeed, given the current state of affairs among them, how could their fates diverge from that of their mother? Father, uncle, there are dozens of luxury cars outside. Are these relatives of ours? I have never seen such affluent kin. Surely they bring substantial gifts? At that moment, one of the six robust men, brimming with excitement, dashed back into the room to address Lin Chong and Lin Yi. Chapter 272. No man is worthy without his wealth luxury cars? Lin Yi repeated, his expression one of confusion as he glanced at Lin Chong. Casting a casual look at his brother's perplexed demeanor, Lin Chong felt no inclination to respond. He rose from his seat and strode towards the door. Outside, the open space and the roadside were lined with nearly 30 vehicles of varying sizes. Among them, a dozen were ordinary family cars, each priced at around $100,000. In stark contrast, the neatly arranged luxury cars were either stylishly attractive or exuded an imposing presence. Why have so many vehicles arrived all at once? These cars are exquisite. Surely, their prices are quite steep. With the arrival of the convoy, someone entered the living room to announce the presence of numerous luxury vehicles. The guests, who had been seated inside, casually snacking while awaiting the banquet, gradually emerged. A woman, clutching a handful of seeds, turned to a young man beside her, astonished by the sight of the luxury cars. Indeed, these are all luxury vehicles. Look at the one in front, a Porsche. It must be worth over $1 million. Several of the Land Rovers behind it are similarly priced, likely over $1 million as well. I do not recognize the other cars, but they should be in the same range. The young man responded truthfully to the woman's inquiry. Are these individuals here for the birthday banquet? How is that possible? Lin Chong and Lin Yi have such relatives? I have never even heard of them, the woman exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she processed the information about the car's prices. Indeed, I just visited the kitchen and noticed the food. There was hardly any beef or lamb, just a little pork, and the rest was merely radishes and cabbage. With such a modest banquet, how could affluent individuals possibly attend? The young man echoed her confusion. Xiaofeng, enough of this, the woman interrupted, noticing Lin Chong and Lin Yi emerging from the room, her expression shifting instantly. She tugged at the young man's arm, urging him not to speak out of turn. Heeding her warning, the young man turned to see Lin Chong and his 6 sons approaching, each adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers. He involuntarily trembled, instinctively retracting his neck and retreating into the crowd behind him. Brother, what on earth is happening? Are these people truly our relatives? Lin Yi, following Lin Chong out of the room, stood frozen in disbelief at the sight of the luxury cars and urgently questioned Lin Chong, who appeared equally stunned. These must be our mother's relatives. Be cautious with your words, and you all should do the same. Do you understand? Lin Chong, jolted from his thoughts by Lin Ye's inquiry, suddenly paled, as if a realization dawned upon him. His body began to tremble slightly, and, after swallowing hard and taking a deep breath, he admonished Lin Yi and the 3 sons and nephews behind him. Are they really our mother's relatives? How can this be possible? The maternal family of my mother has not been in contact for decades. How could they suddenly appear now? Moreover, aren't they just ordinary farmers? How could they possibly possess such wealth? Despite Lin Chong's warnings, he paid no heed to the concerns regarding the forestry industry. He was simply astonished at the unexpected affluence of his mother's relatives. Indeed, uncle, could you be mistaken? How could my grandmother have such wealthy relatives? The price of those dozen cars must be in the range of 20 to 30 million. 20 to 30 million? Lin Chong's body shuddered once more, his complexion paling even further. Look at that car, it's a round one. 5 million. That one exceeds 200,000, and those few at the back are Land Rovers. About 3 million each. I've dreamed of owning one for years, and now there are several. Are these truly my grandmother's relatives? Damn it, how can you ask me? Who should I inquire? A few days ago, a young man drove over in a luxury car I didn't recognize. He claimed to be looking for Li Shufan, saying she was his great aunt, and he was here to celebrate her 90th birthday. I knew he was wealthy, but I never anticipated he would be this affluent. Listening to his nephew's brief account, Lin Chong's face turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Finally, he erupted in frustration, cursing while explaining to the others. Father, if my grandmother's relatives are this wealthy, does that imply we are also on the verge of prosperity? The cars they purchased must be worth tens of millions. Even a fraction of that would allow us to feast lavishly. At that moment, One of the 6 burly men, with a face full of delight, turned to Lin Chong and asked, "Are you a fool? We haven't been supporting your grandmother all these years. You know what kind of life she has led. If her relatives discover this, they might sever ties with us. What should we do?" Hearing Lin Chong berate himself, the burly man, who was initially furious and ready to retort, swallowed his words after hearing Lin Chong's subsequent remarks, exclaiming in shock, "What now? All 6 of you must speak to our friends and relatives to ensure they refrain from gossiping. Your grandmother's health is frail. Bring her upstairs, do you understand?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Chong raised his head and addressed his 3 sons and 3 nephews. "Understood. We shall do so immediately." The 6 burly men were acutely aware that if the wealthy car owners learned of their grandmother's situation, they would certainly face dire consequences. After Lin Chong finished speaking, they promptly agreed. "Brother, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be joining our mother's birthday celebration. Please take care of everything." As he watched his 3 nephews and 3 sons depart, Lin Yi suddenly had a glint in his eye and smiled at Lin Chong, turning away before Lin Chong could respond. "If they truly find out, do you think you can escape? Our mother only has one 90th birthday. They will only come this once. As long as we cooperate and get through this, perhaps we can turn misfortune into fortune with such wealthy relatives. This is an opportunity." Seeing Lin Yi attempt to leave, Lin Chong grasped his shoulder, leaning in to whisper earnestly, "Brother, one can evade the initial trials, but not the ultimate reckoning. What if they send someone to check on me? When the time comes, and I reveal the truth, we shall meet our doom." Lin Yi turned back, his expression grim as he responded to Lin Chong. "Aren't you usually rather astute? Why this sudden foolishness? I'm 90 years old. Is it not natural to face the inevitabilities of life? Goodness, brother, you." Lin Yi, as though confronted by a specter, pointed at Lin Chong, his face a canvas of disbelief. "A true man bears no poison. I have lived my share. If she could be of assistance, she will surely oblige. They have disembarked. Come, let us greet them." With that, he released his grip on Lin Yi's shoulder and strode toward the luxurious convoy. "Uncle, what is happening? We have been here for several minutes, yet not a single soul has come to receive us," Li Rue inquired, stepping out of a Range Rover and approaching the equally newly arrived Li Yongjin. As for why Li Rue chose not to drive a sports car, it was simply because he had outgrown such superficial displays of grandeur. Having experienced grander spectacles, he had lost all interest in the ostentation of flaunting a sports car. Chapter 273. Unlike a good person, I have no idea. I don't recognize any of these individuals. I don't even know which one is your great-aunt's son. As Li Rue's inquiry resonated, Li Yongjin lifted his gaze and scanned the crowd of onlookers, ultimately shrugging his shoulders in resignation. "Ah, but Wenlong must know. He has met your great-aunt's son." At that moment, a spark of realization lit up Li Yongjin's eyes as he spoke to Li Rue. "Indeed, I shall summon him right away." With that, Li Rue gestured towards Li Wenlong, who had just disembarked from his vehicle a short distance behind. "Brother Rue, is there something you need?" Noticing Li Rue beckoning him, Li Wenlong first pointed to himself in confusion and then, upon receiving a nod from Li Rue, hurried over with a puzzled expression. "Is there anyone among these people who is your great-aunt's son?" Li Rue inquired, gesturing towards the throng of spectators. "No, not that I can see. Shall I go in and ask?" Li Wenlong replied, scanning the crowd and shaking his head. "There's no need. We are here to celebrate a birthday. It's rather impolite to have no one to greet us. With so many of us and our vehicles, he must be aware of our presence. We'll wait here to see when he arrives." At that moment, Li Yongda joined the conversation, expressing his displeasure at Li Wenlong's words. "Indeed, this cousin seems rather inconsiderate to leave us waiting here," Li Yongzheng chimed in, aligning with his brother's sentiments. Look, that person over there is our uncle, your great-aunt's son." Just as the Li family members began to voice their grievances one after another, Li Wenlong suddenly pointed behind Li Yongjin. Hearing Li Wenlong's words, the Li family members followed his gesture and saw 2 elderly gentlemen, appearing to be in their 60s or 70s, jogging towards them. Well, young man, it has been a few days. Do you still recognize me?" Lin Chong approached the group, laughing heartily as he addressed Li Wenlong. "Uncle, of course I remember you." Li Wenlong replied with a bashful smile. "Ah, nephew, would you be so kind as to introduce me to this gentleman?" Lin Chong inquired, gesturing towards Li Yongjin, who appeared to be the eldest among them. "Uncle, this is my elder uncle." "Ah, so you're my younger cousin. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lin Chong, soon to be 70, so I must be a few years your senior. I hope I am addressing you correctly as cousin," Lin Chong said warmly, extending his hand to Li Yongjin. "Hello, cousin. I am Li Yongjin. You hardly seem to be approaching 70. I would have guessed you to be in your 50s. Li Yongjin replied courteously. You certainly know how to flatter. By the way, this is my brother, Lin Yi, who is 65. Lin Chong then pointed to Lin Yi, who had been following closely behind. Hello, cousin. Li Yongjin greeted Lin Yi, who promptly shook his hand in return. This is my second brother, Li. Subsequently, Li Yongjin proceeded to introduce the members of the Li family to the Lin brothers. After an extensive 5 to 6 minutes, Li Yongjin finally concluded the introductions. Cousin, please come in. Have some tea while we wait. Lin Chong warmly invited, gesturing towards the red brick house as Li Yongjin concluded his introductions. All right, cousin, after you. Li Yongjin politely insisted, motioning for Lin Chong to proceed. Hee, let us go together, Lin Chong said, draping his arm over Li Yongjin's shoulder, resembling old friends as they walked towards the red brick house. Xiao Rui, I can't shake the feeling that something is off about those two, Li Yonda confided, leaning closer to Li Rui and observing Lin Chong and Lin Yi's retreating figures with a perplexed expression. What is wrong, fourth uncle? Is there an issue? Li Rui inquired with curiosity. I can't quite articulate it, but they don't seem like good people, Li Yonda replied, shaking his head gently, indicating his inability to explain further. Fourth uncle, you go ahead. I'll have them set off the firecrackers, Li Rui chuckled in resignation, not taking the matter to heart. All right, let us hurry and get those firecrackers going. Who knows when the LL finish with this many, he added, noting that Li Yonda had not pursued the topic of whether the two were trustworthy. Understanding that his words had lacked coherence, Li Yonda decided to let it go, excusing himself to catch up with Li Yongjin. Have them all get out of the car and bring the firecrackers to that empty space over there, Li Rui instructed, pointing to a nearby open area as the Li family followed Li Yongjin into the red brick house. Understood, boss, Li responded, moving towards a group of Range Rovers. A dozen bodyguards emerged from the vehicles, making their way toward the small truck at the end of the convoy. My goodness, dear. I was just amazed at how strong and tall that man was. And now there are over 10 more. How can they all be so tall and robust? A 30-something woman exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she watched the towering bodyguards disembark. With that physique, they must have trained extensively. They are undoubtedly bodyguards. It's impressive to see such fine vehicles and formidable protectors. What do these individuals do? The young man beside her explained, gazing at Li Rui with envy. So they're bodyguards? Lin Chong, Lin Yi, you're in trouble. An elderly man standing behind the young man muttered excitedly to himself upon overhearing their conversation. Shufun, I once lacked the means and courage, and I regret not appreciating your kindness. This time, I will not hold back. I am determined to seek justice for you, the old man declared, lifting his head to gaze at Li Rui's silhouette with resolute eyes before striding purposefully towards him. Young man, is Li Shufun your aunt? As Li Rui had just instructed Li Yi to set off firecrackers and observed Li Yi directing the other bodyguards to open the truck and unload the firecrackers. He was about to turn toward the red brick house when he suddenly heard a frail voice behind him. Excuse me, who are you? Following the sound, he turned to see an elderly stranger, approximately 70 years of age. Initially, Li Rui instinctively responded, only to become perplexed and inquire further. I call your great-aunt Shufun. Oh, greetings, he managed to say, utterly bewildered by the old man's mention of his great-aunt. Young man, do you have any idea how your great-aunt has been living these past years? The old man asked, his face etched with sorrow. What do you mean? Li Rui was momentarily taken aback by the old man's sudden and cryptic expression. Your great-aunt's 2 sons. How could this be? Damn it, how dare they? 5 minutes later, Li Rui's countenance had darkened to a shade of ink, and as the old man ceased his lament, he could no longer contain his fury and bellowed. Lin Chong and Lin Yi are worse than beasts. All these years, we have sent provisions to Shufun, only to be berated by them. Those two are nothing but animals. Li Yi, do not set off the firecrackers just yet. I have a use for them. Chapter 274, A Modest Gift Cousin. The journey has been long and arduous for you. Please, come in and enjoy some tea. Lin Chong, accompanied by the members of the Li family, entered the red brick house's main hall. Once everyone was seated, he promptly grabbed the teapot and retrieved a dozen disposable paper cups to begin pouring the tea. Cousin, you are far too gracious. That is enough, no need to pour any more. These little rascals do not drink tea. It suffices. Observing Lin Chong pouring 5 or 6 cups in an instant, Li Yongjin hurriedly interjected. The younger generation of the Li family does not partake in tea? Very well. Then I shall cease pouring. There are beverages available over there. Everyone may help themselves if they feel thirsty. Noticing that the younger members of the Li family all nodded in agreement, indicating their disinterest in tea. Lin Chong continued in his polite manner. Cousin, today we have come to celebrate Aunt's birthday. We did not bring much, merely a small red envelope to convey our sentiments. I hope you do not mind. At this moment, Li Yongjin took a gentle sip of the tea, set down the cup, and spoke slowly. What is this talk, cousin? The mere fact that you have come to celebrate my mother's birthday is the greatest gift of all. Dismiss such notions of red envelopes as overly formal. Lin Chong's face displayed a hint of displeasure as he spoke. Cousin, this is our way of showing filial piety towards Aunt. You cannot expect us to neglect our duty. Can you? Li Yongjin replied with a similarly discontented expression. This. Lin Chong wore a troubled expression, at a loss for words. Eldest brother, this is a heartfelt gesture from our cousins. We cannot refuse it. Moreover, the red envelope is not for us. It is intended for Mother. At that moment, Lin Yi stepped forward to offer counsel to Lin Chong. Indeed, as second cousin has rightly stated, this red envelope is for Aunt. You must not decline it, cousin. Very well. Let's allow the cousins to indulge. Lin Chong, shaking his head in resignation, feigned reluctance as he acquiesced. Son, please bring forth the red envelope. With Lin Chong's acceptance, Li Yongjin turned with a smile to Li Tsong, who stood behind him holding a large paper bag. Father, here it is. Li Tsong took a few steps forward and presented the large paper bag to Li Yongjin. 500,000 Long Kingdom coins, a modest gift, not a significant token. Li Yongjin received the bag from Li Tsong, reaching in to retrieve a thick stack of red banknotes, partially wrapped in red paper, as he spoke. Wow, such a thick bundle of cash. This stack must be at least 100,000. 500,000 for a birthday banquet. Such generosity is truly remarkable. Many onlookers gathered at the entrance of the hall were astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief as they witnessed Li Yongjin first announce a gift of 500,000, then extract a substantial stack of red banknotes, clearly more than 100,000. In rural areas, a banquet typically costs only a few hundred. 500,000 could build a house. Hence, it is no surprise that the spectators were taken aback. After the initial astonishment, many began to whisper amongst themselves. Just consider, those who arrive in such luxury cars cannot be simple folk, can they? These individuals are indeed quite affluent. 500,000. This stack alone amounts to 100,000, and there should be another 400,000 in that bag. Lin Chong has truly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, destined to reap a considerable windfall. Who exactly are these people related to Lin Chong and his brother? I am utterly perplexed. One of the earlier astonished individuals, addressing those engaged in discussion, inquired, I just heard Lin Chong refer to the leader as his cousin. Cousin? Surely, you must be mistaken. If they are indeed cousins, then these individuals must be from Lin Chong's mother's side of the family, which is inconceivable. I have never heard of any relatives from that side in all these years. That remains uncertain. If they truly are from Lin Chong's maternal family, perhaps today will unveil an intriguing spectacle at this point. The speaker paused, cautiously glancing at Lin Chong and his brother. Noticing they were oblivious to his presence, he bestowed a knowing smile upon the others engaged in the conversation. 500,000. As Li Yongjin began to place several bundles of cash, partially wrapped in red paper, on the table, Lin Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement, rendering him momentarily speechless. 500,000. Brother Lin Yi similarly gazed at the substantial sum on the table, his eyes gleaming, before turning his attention back to Lin Chong. Cousin, this is far too generous. We cannot accept this. Lin Chong replied with a bashful smile, simultaneously sweeping all 5 thick bundles of cash into his embrace. It's not much, merely a small token of goodwill. Observing Lin Chong's contradictory demeanor, Li Yongjin remained unfazed, understanding that it was only natural for a farmer from the countryside to be exhilarated by such a fortune. Brother, you should converse more with your cousin. I will temporarily hold onto this money for you, Lin Yi said, excitement radiating from his gaze as he reached for an empty paper bag while extending his hand toward the 5 bundles on Lin Chong's chest. Given your habit of being forgetful, I cannot trust you to keep it safe. I will handle it myself and personally deliver it to Mother tomorrow, Lin Chong interjected, blocking Lin Yi's outstretched hand with one of his own while clutching the bundles protectively in his arms, a resolute expression on his face. By the way, cousin, where is Aunt? Upon hearing Lin Chong mention his mother, Li Yongjin suddenly remembered that he had yet to see his aunt, prompting him to rise and survey the surroundings. At that moment, the main room was filled with nearly 30 members of the Li family, accompanied by only a handful of others, none of whom appeared to be elderly women. Realizing this, Li Yongjin returned to his seat, puzzled, and inquired of Lin Chong, this my mother has been unwell with a cold for the past few days, and is resting upstairs. Lin Chong, brimming with excitement and clutching the 500,000 in cash, involuntarily trembled upon hearing Li Yongjin's question, causing one bundle to slip from his grasp and fall beneath the table. Without the opportunity to retrieve the fallen cash, he stammered an explanation. Is Aunt's illness still not resolved? Cousin, did you not take her to see a doctor? Li Yongjin abruptly stood up again, his tone laced with urgency as he pressed for answers. Although he had little recollection of this aunt, she was nonetheless his father's sister, and he cherished this solitary, surviving elder deeply, naturally wishing for the well-being of his 90-year-old aunt. Cousin, my mother is also 90, and her health has been deteriorating. She frequently suffers from colds and fevers, and while in the past a few days of rest and some medication sufficed, this time it has persisted for several days. This is my oversight. I shall take her to see a doctor tomorrow, Lin Chong said, his face filled with shame. No need for that. Fortuitously, I have brought a few doctors along, Li Yongjin replied, gesturing towards several individuals seated at the nearby table. You four please attend to my aunt, he instructed as two men and two women in their 30s approached, each carrying a bag. Certainly, please lead the way, the quartet responded in unison to Li Yongjin, before politely addressing Lin Chong. Chapter 275. Do you even deserve to be my relative, Li Rui? Cousin, who are they? Upon witnessing Li Yongjin instruct these individuals to attend to his mother's medical needs, Lin Chong momentarily lost his composure. If these people were to meet his mother, wouldn't that spell disaster for him? They are the doctors from our village. Cousin, let them examine Auntie. Doctors from the village? No, that simply will not do. Cousin, it's not that I lack faith in your village doctors, but my mother is 90 years old and cannot withstand any undue stress. Can you comprehend my concerns? Originally flustered, Lin Chong felt a surge of confidence upon hearing that these individuals were merely village doctors, and he promptly rejected Li Yongjin's request for them to treat his mother. Cousin, do not be misled by their status as village doctors. They are all medical doctors with experience in prestigious hospitals across the globe. There is absolutely no issue with them treating Auntie. Noticing Lin Chong's skepticism regarding the doctor's qualifications, Li Yongjin confidanli a laborata. Medical doctors? Serving in top-tier hospitals? Lin Chong muttered the words to himself, his mouth agape, uncertain how to respond to Li Yongjin. Cousin. Observing Lin Chong's dazed expression, Li Yongjin detected a hint of unease, furrowing his brow and softly expressing his displeasure. Well, perhaps we should postpone the examination of my mother and have a meal first? Realizing he could no longer evade the situation, Lin Chong felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He raised a hand to wipe the perspiration away, stammering his words. Witnessing Lin Chong's distress, the Li brothers, Li Yongjin, Li Yongchun, and Li Yongda, exchanged glances, each harboring a shred of suspicion. Uncle, there's no need to rush the meal. My uncle and Grandaunt haven't seen each other in decades. Shouldn't we allow them a moment to reconnect? At that moment, Li Rui strode in, speaking from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Indeed, why the urgency for a meal? I have forgotten what Annie looks like. Cousin, let us go and see her. As Li Yonda echoed Li Rui's sentiments, Lin Chong, upon hearing them, cast a panicked glance at Li Rui, remaining silent but agreeing with the notion. Uncle, what troubles you? You're sweating profusely. Is it too warm, or do you harbor a guilty conscience? Li Rui approached Lin Chong, his expression dark and his tone frosty. Xiao Rui, why are you? Li Yongjing, taken aback by his son's words directed at Lin Chong, intended to reprimand him, but hesitated upon noticing Li Rui's stern demeanor. He understood his son well. Despite achieving accomplishments far beyond what the entire Li family could ever dream of, he still held deep respect for his elders. Therefore, seeing his son speak to this relative with such gravity and a cold countenance, he recognized that there must be a compelling reason behind it. Malasia de Anipeo, you truly have a knack for humor. I'm simply feeling warm, perhaps wearing too many layers, Lin Chong awkwardly chuckled, while fanning himself with one hand. Elder brother, please take the others upstairs and bring down Auntie, Li Rui instructed, disregarding Lin Chong's clumsy performance as he turned to Li Kong understood. I shall do so at once, Li Tsong replied, having already sensed that something was amiss. With a wave of his hand, he led the younger members of the Li family towards the staircase. Wait, you cannot go up there. You will disturb my mother's rest, Lin Chong exclaimed, hurriedly tossing 4 stacks of cash onto the table. He rushed to the staircase, arms outstretched to block their passage. Get out of the way. Realizing that Lin Chong was not only discarding the money, but also obstructing his elder brother, Li Rui, now convinced of the truth in the old man's words. Lost his patience. He stepped forward, seized Lin Chong by the collar, and with a swift motion, hurled him aside. Bang! Lin Chong, having collided with a set of tables and chairs, clutched his waist and cried out in pain. What are you doing? At that moment, 6 burly men descended from upstairs and, upon witnessing the scene, confronted Li Rue loudly. Elder brother, go up and fetch Annie, Li Rue replied flatly, ignoring their inquiries. How dare you? Who are you to create chaos in my home? The leader of the burly men shouted angrily, brandishing a beer bottle and charging towards Li Rue. Do you dare to lay hands on the boss? You are courting death. Suddenly, a deep, gravelly voice echoed from the direction of the main entrance, followed by the appearance of a towering figure, charging in like a raging bull. The imposing silhouette extended a colossal hand, seizing one of the burly men by the head, lifting 2 of them effortlessly, and then, as if discarding refuse, flung them aside. Bang! Bang! These 2 men, each standing no less than 175 meters tall and weighing over 160 pounds, might be considered robust by ordinary standards. Yet before this muscular giant, they resembled little more than plump chicks. In a mere instant, they were seized and tossed several meters away. Boss, we should take care of all of them. Li glanced at the remaining 4 burly men, who now stood frozen in shock like statues, and said to Li Rue, making a slicing motion across his throat at the end. Anyone who dares to move will have their legs broken, Li Rue, rolling his eyes at Li Yi's murderous expression, commanded. Yes, boss. You all come here and keep an eye on them. If anyone moves, break their legs, Li Yi replied to Li Rue, then gestured to a dozen highly trained bodyguards who had just entered, giving them their orders. As the remaining 4 burly men offered no resistance, they were effortlessly seized by the elite bodyguards and set aside like chickens. It was then that Li Rue called out to Li Kong. Li Tsong instantly grasped Li Rue's intent, nodded, and hurried towards the staircase. Uncle Lin Yi, where are you headed? Just as Li Tsong ascended the stairs, Li Rue caught a glimpse of Lin Yi stealthily retreating, realizing he intended to make a run for it. Without turning around, he inquired, Are you truly attempting to escape? Cousin, we are relatives after all. It shouldn't come to this. Lin Yi sheepishly approached Li Rue, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. With a swift motion, Li Rue delivered a sharp slap across Lin Yi's face. Do you even have the right to call yourself my relative? Chapter 276. I will end you with a piercing scream. Lin Yi found himself forcefully thrown to the ground by Li Rue's slap. The din was overwhelming, prompting Li to swiftly silence him. Yes, boss, Li acknowledged before retrieving a fallen bottle from the ground. He approached Lin Yi, who sat there, hands over his mouth, trembling in fear. With a firm grip on either side of Lin Yi's face, Li unceremoniously shoved the entire beer bottle into his mouth. The scene unfolded in mere moments, from the apparent camaraderie between Li Yongjin and Lin Chong, to Li Rue casting Lin Chong aside, culminating in Lin Yi's slap and the bottle thrust into his mouth. Onlookers gaped in disbelief, their expressions morphing into a mix of astonishment and schadenfreude as the reality of the situation sank in. It became evident that the Lin brothers were far from beloved among their peers. Xiao Rue, my aunt. After a minute had passed, Li Tsong rushed down the stairs, his eyes ablaze with fury as he called out to Li Rue. He then cast a menacing glare at Lin Chong and Lin Yi. What on earth is happening? He inquired, sensing that something dreadful had transpired concerning his aunt. Those bastards have tied her up and sealed her mouth with tape. Damn it, you scoundrels, perish. Li Tsong's outrage escalated as he delivered a forceful kick to Lin Yi's abdomen, who sat bewildered with the bottle still lodged in his mouth. With a muffled cry of pain, Lin Yi expelled the bottle, crashing into the nearby furniture, the collision eliciting a visceral scream of agony. What? Son, what did you say? They bound my aunt. Li Yongjin, who had been observing the chaos without fully grasping the details, erupted with rage upon hearing his son's words, casting a murderous glare at the fallen Lin brothers. Yes, Dad. We just went upstairs and searched each room. In a storage room, we found my aunt tied to a chair, her mouth taped shut. Li Tsong gasped, his voice thick with indignation as he recounted the horrifying discovery. Damn it. I will kill you. Li Yongjin's face flushed crimson, his teeth clenched in fury as he lifted a long bench, charging toward the moaning Lin Chong. Slow down. Be careful not to injure my aunt. Just as Li Yongjin barreled forward, he was halted by a sudden noise from the stairs, the mention of his aunt bringing him to an abrupt stop. Li Yongjin halted his steps and, in an instant, turned around to behold a few young descendants of the Li family, gently supporting a frail, white-haired elderly woman as she cautiously descended the stairs. Although he had little recollection of his aunt, a mere glance at the elderly figure evoked an indescribable sense of warmth within him. Witnessing her frailness brought tears to his eyes. "Aunt, I'm sorry for arriving so late," he lamented as he watched the young ones assist Li Shufan into a chair. Overcome with emotion, he cast aside the long bench he had been holding, his voice trembling with sorrow as he rushed to kneel before her, weeping profusely. Bound and gagged by her own son, Li Yongjin could only imagine the hardships his aunt had endured over the years. Had he known of her suffering, he would have brought her back to Li family village, regardless of his financial situation. As he knelt on the ground, his heart swelled with profound regret. "Are you my brother's son?" Li Shufan stammered, her eyes filled with emotion as she struggled to rise, her back hunched. She extended her gnarled, withered hands, trembling as she gently caressed Li Yongjin's face, her disbelief palpable. "And it's me, Yongjin. You used to buy me candy when I was little and held me in your arms. Do you remember?" Grasping her fragile hand, he pressed it against his tear-streaked face, weeping uncontrollably. "You are Yongjin? You truly resemble my brother. You've grown so much," she replied, her memories flooding back to decades past, recalling the sweet child who had trailed behind her, calling her aunt with innocence. It was astonishing how that once tiny child had now grown old, and the recollection brought tears to her eyes. "Aunt, you can hit me if you want. It's all my fault for not having the means to alleviate your suffering all these years. Please, strike me," he pleaded, grasping her emaciated hand and raising it toward his own face in a self-punishing gesture. "Eldest brother, what are you doing? Be careful not to hurt Aunt." Seeing this, Li Yongchun, who stood nearby with red-rimmed eyes, stepped forward to block Li Yongjin's hand. I. Li Yongjin looked up at Li Yongchun, tears brimming in his eyes, before squatting down and embracing Li Shufan's legs, wailing like a child. As the eldest among the Li brothers, he subconsciously felt an inescapable responsibility for his aunt's tragic circumstances, leading this nearly 60-year-old man to openly weep in front of everyone, engulfed in guilt and shame. Do not cry, do not cry. Enough now, you're grown, yet still weeping?" Li Shufan, as if soothing a child, gently patted Li Yongjin's head with one hand while the other instinctively reached into her pocket. Just as her hand delved into the pocket, she remembered that there were no candies within. The sobbing figure before her was no longer that small child. "Uncle, let them show Annie first," Li Rui said as he approached Li Yongjin, pointing towards the four esteemed doctors standing nearby. Yes, quickly let them examine Annie." Li Yongjin, clutching Li Shufan's thigh in anguish, finally grasped the gravity of his aunt's frail condition. What she required most at this moment was medical attention. With this realization, Li Yongjin hurriedly rose, hastily wiping away his tears with his sleeve, and urgently addressed the four distinguished doctors. "Sir, we need a room." The eldest male among the four esteemed doctors nodded in response to Li Yongjin's anxiety, then turned to Li Rui and instructed, "You may go to the room at the back." Upon receiving Li Rui's indication, the four distinguished bioengineer doctors assisted Li Shufan towards a room located behind the main hall. Chapter 277. The Confrontation. Lin Chong. "Lin Yi, why do you treat Aunt so cruelly?" As the four senior biomedical doctors escorted Li Shufan into the innermost room, Li Yongjin wiped his eyes, now reddened with emotion, and turned to glare fiercely at Lin Chong and Lin Yi, who lay on the floor. "Cousin, this is all a misunderstanding. My mother is elderly, and her mental state is somewhat unstable. I was merely trying to prevent her from wandering off. This is truly a colossal misunderstanding." Finally catching his breath, Lin Chong leaned against the wall and slowly rose to his feet, feigning innocence as he began to explain to Li Yongjin. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. My mother, she Hyacinth T quite well. She suffers from dementia. You understand what that means, right? We have been wronged." At this moment, Lin Yi, clutching his stomach, gradually stood up as well. Noticing Lin Chong's subtle signals, he quickly grasped the situation and chimed in. "Indeed, it's merely a misunderstanding. You scoundrels, even at this juncture, you still attempt to defend yourselves." Li Rui exclaimed in anger. He then turned his head to glance outside the hall, just in time to see the elderly man who had previously divulged the truth to him, peering through the crowd to ascertain the situation. Li Rui gestured for him to come forward and called out loudly, "What is there to fear? These two scoundrels should have faced their reckoning long ago." The onlookers, noticing Li Rui speaking to someone behind them, instinctively turned to see a man of about 70 responding to Li Rui. They parted to create a path for the elder as he entered the hall. "Lin Ziyang, do you dare to speak such nonsense here? Do you know what the consequences will be?" The elder, following the path created by the crowd, stepped into the room, and Lin Chong immediately recognized him as Lin Ziyang, a fellow villager with the same surname. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Chong hurriedly threatened him. Lin Ziyang, are you seeking death? How dare you come here and spout such nonsense? Do you wish for a beating? Seeing that the newcomer was the usually submissive Lin Ziyang, Lin Yi's previously diminished bravado surged back. Lin Chong, Lin Yi, if I were afraid of you, I wouldn't have stood up today. I'm already buried up to my neck in the earth. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Your entire family is beneath contempt. Sister Shufan is such a good person, and yet you treat her this way. I am willing to risk my life today to expose your vile faces. Facing the threats from the two brothers, Lin Ziyang showed no sign of fear. He stood tall and retorted, Lin Chong, Lin Yi, while I may be old and unafraid of death, I still have a son and grandchildren. Do you not fear for their safety? Lin Chong, noticing Lin Ziyang's unyielding demeanor, intensified his threats, using Lin Ziyang's family as leverage. Do you dare? Upon hearing Lin Chong's words, Lin Ziyang, who had initially appeared unfazed, felt his expression change dramatically. In the end, he could only glare at Lin Chong with an expression of sheer fury, wanting to retort to the threat, but realizing that he seemed utterly incapable of retaliating against Lin Chong. All my sons have spent time in prison. What do I have to fear? Lin Chong continued to intimidate Lin Ziyang. Have you been given permission to speak? Li Yi ordered, maintaining his gaze on Lin Chong. The elder, who had been revealing the truth to Lin Ziyang, had remained silent until now, but he felt it was time to intervene. He had permitted Lin Chong and Lin Yi to flaunt their threats in front of him, as he was eager to discern the motivations of the elder who had disclosed the truth to his aunt over the years. This would determine how he would express his gratitude to the elder afterward. From the brief exchange between the elder and the Lin brothers, Li Rui had already grasped that the elder's revelation was devoid of ulterior motives. He simply could not bear to witness the injustice. Understanding this, Li Rui was determined not to allow the Lin brothers to continue their arrogant display. Understood, boss, Li Yi responded, taking several strides toward Lin Chong. Before Lin Chong could react, Li Yi seized him by the throat with one hand, while raising the other high, delivering a resounding slap across Lin Chong's cheek. The loud crack startled the onlookers, each one thinking how a single slap could produce such a tremendous sound. It was truly eye-opening. As Li Yi's slap landed, Lin Chong let out a horrific scream, and a dozen blood-stained teeth shot out of his mouth like bullets. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain radiating from his face and mouth, Lin Chong clutched his mouth, his cries muffled and filled with anguish. Witnessing the blood mixed with saliva oozing through Lin Chong's fingers, Li Yi disdainfully tossed him to the ground and made his way toward Lin Yi. No, I'll handle it myself. I'll handle it myself. Seeing Lin Chong's dire state, the already terrified Lin Yi, sensing that his turn was next as Li Yi approached him, waved his hands in a panic while simultaneously delivering harsh slaps to his own face. Smack! Li Yi paid no mind to whether Lin Yi was punishing himself. He stepped forward and delivered a direct slap to Lin Yi's face. It hurt so much. Much like Lin Chong before him, Lin Yi was equally unfortunate, and as the slap made contact, a similar shower of teeth erupted from his mouth. Elder, please speak. I assure you they will not retaliate against you. I keep my promises. Li Rui finally addressed the elder, now that the two loquacious individuals had received their just desserts. As the elderly man gazed at the young individual before him, assuring him that the Lin brothers would not seek vengeance, he found himself uncertain whether to believe the youthful assurances or to simply abandon his fears, no longer caring for the threats posed by Lin Chong. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his head, gritted his teeth, and began to recount the tale. The Lin brothers, Lin Chong and Lin Yi, were unworthy of the title of sons. At 90 years of age, Sister Shufan had yet to receive even a grain of sustenance from them. Several years ago, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, I brought it to the attention of the village committee, which dispatched individuals to urge the brothers to fulfill their filial duties and provide for Sister Shufan. Initially, the brothers acquiesced and delivered food to her. But once the committee members departed, they surreptitiously reclaimed the provisions under the cover of night. For years, Sister Shufan has managed to survive solely through her cultivation of sweet potatoes and the occasional assistance from villagers. In recent years, their behavior has become increasingly egregious. Even the villagers who attempted to deliver goods to Sister Shufan faced scorn from the brothers and their wives. Gradually, the villagers grew hesitant to support Sister Shufan, as it seemed the brothers intended to starve her. As the elderly man's lament unfolded, The atmosphere thickened with tension. The members of the Li family began to breathe heavily, their elder generation's eyes reddening with indignation. With each revelation, several among them were moved to tears, their fists clenched tightly, nails digging into their palms unconsciously. How can you bear this? Tell me, how can you bear this? She is your mother. Li Yongda, wiping away his uncontrollable tears, strode over to Lin Chong, who was still groaning in agony, and seized him by the collar, demanding fiercely, "You wretched creature, I shall end your life today." As Lin Chong struggled to articulate his words incoherently, Li Yongda, losing all patience, hurled a fist towards Lin Chong's face with ferocious intent. With each punch connecting, Lin Chong writhed on the ground, howling in torment. Chapter 278. Bruises enough, fourth uncle. If you continue, you may just kill him. After Li Yongda had landed a barrage of punches, Li Rui finally approached him, grasping his fist that was still poised to strike Lin Chong. "Xiao Rui, do not concern yourself with me. Today, I am determined to end this scoundrel's life. He is not worthy of being called a person. Fourth uncle, I understand your sentiments, but allow me to handle this matter. If you take his life, you will have to pay the price with your own. It is not worth it. Furthermore, fourth brother has just married. Do you not wish to hold a grandchild? Very well, you rascal, I shall relent." Upon hearing Li Rui's words and recalling his son's recent marriage, Li Yongda recognized that if he were to kill this beast, he would forfeit his own life and miss the chance to meet his future grandchild. It was not worth it for such a wretch. With this thought, he finally nodded in acquiescence to Li Rui, releasing his tightly clenched fist. He directed one last fierce curse at the writhing Lin Chong on the ground and delivered a final kick before stepping aside. "Grandfather, I am immensely grateful for your courage today in exposing their vile deeds. I have a small token of appreciation for you." Seeing that Li Yongda had heeded his advice and ceased his assault on Lin Chong, Li Rui turned to Lin Ziyang with a smile. "Oh, no, there is no need. Sister Shufan has watched me grow up. She treated me kindly in my youth. It is my duty to help. I should have stood up long ago. I owe it to Sister Shufan." Upon hearing Li Rui's intention to present him with a gift, Lin Ziyang repeatedly waved his hands in refusal, his head bowed in shame as he recalled past memories. "Nevertheless, grandfather, your willingness to stand up today earns my family's gratitude. The Li family believes in repaying both enmity and kindness. This truly is just a small gift. I hope you will not refuse it," Li Rui said earnestly. "Well, if that is the case, then I suppose I must accept." Seeing the young man speak with such resolute conviction and refer to it as merely a small gift, Lin Ziyang hesitated briefly before reluctantly nodding in agreement. "That is the spirit." Li Rui's serious expression softened as he turned and walked to the innermost table in the hall. He bent down to pick up a thick stack of red bills from the floor, and then arranged 4 additional stacks from the table, one by one, into his hands. As Li Rui approached him, Lin Ziyang's eyes widened in astonishment, and his breathing quickened, for he beheld the 5 hefty bundles of red currency in Li Rui's grasp. This. Staring at Li Rui standing before him, Lin Ziyang pointed at the bills, rendered speechless. "Grandfather, this is my gift to you, in gratitude for your righteous words today." With that, Li Rui thrust the 500,000 long currency directly into Lin Ziyang's hands. No, I cannot accept this. This is an enormous sum." Staring in disbelief at the sudden influx of 500,000 yuan in his arms, Lin Ziyang found himself utterly stunned. Having spent a lifetime cultivating the land, he had never encountered such a substantial sum of money. Overwhelmed with trepidation, he hastily contemplated returning the fortune to Li Rui. "Old sir, this trifling amount holds no significance for me. Today, you have enlightened me, and that knowledge far outweighs the monetary value," he asserted. "Moreover, it is not in my nature to reclaim what I have given. Should you not wish to accept it, feel free to discard it in the refuse outside." With a stoic expression, Li Rui gestured towards the door. Seeing Li Rui's unwavering determination to bestow this sum upon him, Lin Ziyang stood frozen, at a loss for words. "This is a business card," Li Rui continued. "If any of your descendants require employment, they may call the number on this card. She will provide them with an internship opportunity." As Lin Ziyang remained perplexed, unsure of how to respond, Li Rui produced a business card from his attire and presented it to him. Instinctively, Lin Ziyang accepted the card and glanced down, noting the simple inscription. The first line read CEO Lu Yin of Tongfei Group, while the second line bore a string of digits. For an elderly man who had toiled in agriculture for decades, Tongfei Group had eluded his awareness, despite its recent prominence in Longhua. Yet he was not naive. He He recognized that a person so generous must possess intentions that were not without merit. The internship opportunity implied by this card surely held considerable promise. As he observed the young man who had given him the card turn and depart, Lin Ziyang wished to voice his gratitude, but his lips parted without sound, leaving him unsure where to begin. "My heavens, did that 500,000 just go to Uncle Ziyang?" exclaimed a middle-aged man in his 40s. His eyes fixed enviously on the stack of red bills in Lin Ziyang's grasp, his expression steeped in regret. 50,000. It would take me 20 years of farming to earn that amount. I truly lament my timidity. I am destined to live in poverty. Another man around 50 echoed this sentiment, gazing at Lin Ziyang's fortune with a look of profound remorse, simultaneously slapping his own face in frustration. As the crowd gathered at the door, displayed expressions of envy and regret, whispering amongst themselves. The door to the room, where 4 senior medical doctors had entered, suddenly swung open. 2 female doctors emerged, gently assisting Li Shufan as she stepped out. "How is she? Is there a problem? Aunt, are you all right?" The Li family members, both standing and seated, rushed forward, their anxious voices intertwining in concern. "Everyone, please be quiet and calm." The eldest male doctor raised his hand to silence the cacophony, signaling for tranquility. Ms. Li Shufan is suffering from severe malnutrition, along with common ailments associated with the elderly, and she bears multiple bruises, all of which are new. As the members of the Li family fell into a hushed silence, the eldest male physician approached Li Rue to deliver his report. "What? Another bruise?" Being the youngest of the Li family's younger generation, Li Wenlong's countenance transformed into one of profound anger upon hearing the senior physician's words. During his last visit, he had failed to perceive any abnormalities in that despicable cousin of his, and from the moment he learned of his elderly aunt's tragic plight, a heavy wave of guilt engulfed him. Now, upon hearing the senior physician mention that his 90-year-old aunt bore bruises, his guilt swiftly morphed into fury. They even assaulted his aunt? Li Yongjin listened in disbelief to the senior physician's revelation and, upon receiving a nod from the esteemed medical professional, hurriedly made his way to Li Shufan's side. Gently rolling up the sleeves of her garment, he gazed upon the myriad bruises adorning her arms, and in that moment, he felt as if he had been rendered immobile, as though a pressure point had been struck. Chapter 279. No time to waste. Who did this? I ask you, who is responsible? Speak. Will you say it or not? As Li Yongjin rolled up Li Shufan's sleeves, Li Wenlong also caught sight of the numerous bruises adorning her arms. His eyes, instantly bloodshot with fury, propelled him forward to Lin Yi, where he viciously stomped on Lin Ye's face, roaring like a wild beast. Seeing that Lin Yi remained silent, Li Wenlong's rage intensified, and he leapt up, raining blows upon Lin Ye's face with relentless ferocity. I truly don't know what's going on. My mother has always been by my elder brother's side." Lin Yi stammered, attempting to push Li Wenlong's foot away while his features contorted from the impact. Noticing Lin Yi's attempt to speak, Li Wenlong released some pressure, allowing Lin Yi to complete his sentence. "Tell me, who did this?" Realizing Lin Yi genuinely seemed uninformed, Li Wenlong shot him a fierce glare before turning to Lin Chong, his expression menacing as he inquired, "What about you?" I don't know either." Lin Chong, having endured several brutal beatings, was now exceedingly weak. Faced with the threatening youth, he feigned ignorance, aware of the truth but too terrified to divulge it. "You don't know? I am giving you one last chance. If you remain silent, I will ensure your demise today." With that, Li Wenlong picked up a shattered chair leg, fixing a menacing stare at Lin Chong. You should ask your cousin aunt. She should know." Lin Chong hesitated before reluctantly suggesting, sensing that Li Wenlong's intent was no idle threat. "Cousin aunt? Oomph. How dare she claim that title? Did she inflict those injuries on my aunt? Where is she?" At Lin Chong's words, Li Wenlong recalled the elderly woman he had encountered previously, cursing silently about the deceptive nature of appearances, then coldly snorted, growing ever more furious as he questioned Lin Chong. She is in the kitchen behind the house." Lin Chong finally pointed toward the back of the building after a moment's hesitation. "Bring her out." Li Rue, who had been listening nearby, commanded several senior bodyguards. "Yes, boss," they replied before heading toward the back of the house. Moments later, the bodyguards emerged, dragging a disheveled elderly woman, her attire soiled and unkempt. "Boss, this must be her. We found her hiding among the firewood," one of the bodyguards said, presenting the woman before Li Rue. "Did you inflict the injuries on my aunt?" Li Rue crouched down, his expression devoid of emotion as he questioned the elderly woman. No, I swear I don't know anything," she exclaimed, her face a mask of terror, shaking her head fervently. She had just been hiding behind But upon witnessing the grim fate of the Lin brothers, she concealed herself. Now that she had been dragged out, she realized that if she were to confess that the wounds on that old wretch were self-inflicted, her own fate would undoubtedly be tragically dire. Thus, she resolved to remain silent. If it's not you, then are you accusing me of lying? Li Rui asked, glancing at Lin Chong, who lay on the ground like a dead pig, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he questioned Lin Chong. No, I am not lying. It was indeed her doing. The reason I have not supported my mother all these years is largely because of her. She is the true culprit. As Li Rui looked at him with a smile, Lin Chong felt it was the most terrifying smile in the world. As if he could see the grim reapers beckoning him, clutching his dead friend, directly pointing at his old companion, accusing her of her crimes. Lin Chong, you scoundrel. What are you saying? I did not do it. And furthermore, when have I ever prevented you from supporting your mother? It was your own unwillingness. What does that have to do with me? Hearing Lin Chong's words, the old woman became flustered, vehemently cursing him while rebutting. The injuries on Mother S' body were caused by you when you bathed her with a mop. Mother, tell them, weren't those wounds inflicted by Xiaoying? Lin Chong first retorted angrily at the old woman before turning to Li Shufan, who was seated. Listening to this man, who was nominally her son, yet behaved worse than a beast, call her mother, she felt no stirrings in her heart, even though Lin Chong was in a pitiful state. Regarding these two sons who had never regarded her as a mother, she had long since lost all affection. Seeing Lin Chong turn to his aunt for confirmation, and receiving no reply, Li Rui understood that Lin Chong's words were likely true. Drag all of them out, having bought so many firecrackers. We cannot let them go to waste, Li Rui commanded as he stood up, addressing the bodyguards. Yes, boss, the bodyguards responded, dragging Lin Chong, Lin Yi, their 6 sons, and the old woman towards the door. What are you doing? Whoa, you are committing a crime. I will report you. The youngest of the burly men, being lifted like a chick by the bodyguards, succumbed to despair, crying uncontrollably while threatening to report them. In the face of such threats, Li Rui, having just acquired the system, was not afraid, let alone now. The members of the Li family, who had witnessed the bloody scene that night, felt little concern. They had realized that the Li family was no longer what it once was, and against such petty ruffians, they possessed countless means to deal with them effortlessly. As the bodyguards carried the 9 out, the Li family followed suit, passing through the crowd of onlookers. Just as they exited the red brick house, Li Rui saw the bodyguards leading the 9 to the open space prepared for the fireworks. With each bodyguard placing a foot, the 9 knelt down in unison. Brothers, bring them the scarves, chuckled Li Yi with a mischievous grin as he reached for a large roll of firecrackers nearby. He proceeded to wrap the firecrackers around Lin Chong's neck and body. The other bodyguards, eager to imitate, adorned the kneeling individuals with their own coils of firecrackers, resembling chains. What are you doing? This could be fatal. Please, we understand our mistake. One burly man, who had maintained a semblance of calm, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and realized that these individuals intended to detonate the firecrackers on themselves. Overwhelmed by fear, he began to weep uncontrollably. Is there no law? What you're doing could land you in prison. Please spare me. I will never dare again. Whoa. Help. Someone please. They intend to kill. No, please. Whoa. Ignite the fuse. Ignoring the anguished cries of the 9 individuals, Li Yi produced a lighter and turned to the other bodyguards, instructing them. The other bodyguards nodded in agreement, each retrieving their own lighters, igniting them, and leaning towards the fuses of the firecrackers. Chapter 280, like a dead dog stop. Please, cease at once. Just as the attention of the crowd was wholly captivated by the hands of the 9 elite bodyguards, a sudden, urgent cry pierced the air. Instinctively, everyone turned towards the direction of the voice, and they beheld a man of approximately 60 years. Waving his arms and hastily approaching the group where Li Yi and his companions stood. What are you doing? The elderly man gasped as he reached Li Yi's side, breathless and anxious, directing his question towards the bodyguard holding a lighter. Who are you, old man? Li Yi retorted, glancing at the newcomer who had emerged seemingly from nowhere. Can't you see? We're setting off firecrackers. What is it to you? Want to join in? Perhaps you'd like to spark a few? Upon realizing that this old man was an unwelcome interruption, Li Yi turned to Li Rui for confirmation, only to find him observing the scene with an impassive expression. It became evident that even Li Rui did not recognize this man, prompting Li Yi to pivot back and mockingly address the elder. I am Lin Jia, the village chief. Lighting firecrackers in such a manner could be deadly. Are you not afraid of facing severe consequences? Village chief, I suggest you mind your own business, or I'll have your bones reduced to fragments. Do you believe me? Li Yi remained unfazed by the elder's declaration of authority. Regardless of whether it was a mere village chief or even the President of the United States, without his boss's command, he would show no mercy. Witnessing the towering, muscular man threatening him with a fierce countenance, Lin Yingjie instinctively took several steps back, his heart racing intensely. Light it, Li Yi commanded the other bodyguards, a grin of triumph spreading across his face upon seeing the elder's retreat. Please no, this could kill us. Village chief, save me. The 9 individuals, who had initially thought they were saved by the familiar voice of their village chief, felt their hearts plummet once again as they heard Li Yi's order to ignite the firecrackers. Their momentary relief morphed into sheer panic, erupting into cries of desperation. Village chief, call the authorities. If we perish, your position will be forfeit as well. Help us. Watching the most detestable individuals from his village display such a pitiful demeanor, Lin Yingjie silently cursed their fate. However, as one among them had pointed out, he was indeed the village chief, and it was his duty to intervene when such chaos unfolded within the village. Moreover, he was aware that these individuals were connected to Li Shufen's family, who had enjoyed a commendable reputation in her youth, fostering amiable relations with them. Thus, he harbored no desire for them to come to harm, realizing that such an outcome would lead to undesirable consequences for all involved. With these conflicting sentiments in mind, he hurriedly approached to intervene. Yet, faced with the scene before him, he understood that he alone was insufficient to deter these fierce individuals. Resigned, Lin Yingjie shook his head and retreated to the sidelines. Bang, 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 as the flames from the bodyguard's lighters ignited the firecrackers attached to the 9 individuals. A cacophony of explosions reverberated throughout the village. Crack, crack, The relentless detonations, mingled with anguished cries, persisted for over a minute before finally subsiding. Observing the 9 sprawled on the ground, their bodies covered in smoke and their tattered clothes stained with blood, many women instinctively shielded their children's eyes in terror. Darling, perhaps we should leave. It's not suitable for our child to witness such a scene, a woman in her 30s implored, cradling a 7- or 8-year-old boy with one arm while firmly covering his eyes with the other, ignoring his struggles and speaking fearfully to the man beside her. Take him home. I want to see this through. The Lin family has tormented us countless times. Today is their day of reckoning. I wish to witness their fate, and it would be best if they were all blown to bits. The man replied excitedly without turning his head. What's there to see? Fine. If you want tea return, I shall go back alone, the woman said coldly, realizing her husband was determined to stay, and with a stomp of her foot, she dragged the boy away from the crowd of onlookers. Brothers, let us give them another round, Li chuckled, glancing at the 9 lying on the ground, howling and motionless. Addressing the remaining 8 elite bodyguards, the others nodded in agreement, each taking a roll of firecrackers, tearing them open, and haphazardly tossing them onto the prostrate figures. Crack, crack, crack. Once more, the air filled with a series of explosions, but this time, the high-pitched wails were absent, replaced instead by subdued groans of pain. This cannot continue. Someone will truly die, Lin Yingjie murmured to himself, frowning as he observed the scene. Realizing he could not halt the chaos on his own, he turned his gaze towards the Li family gathered in front of the red brick house, knowing that only by persuading them, the very instigators of this barbarity, could he hope to bring it to a close. With this thought, Lin Yingjie hurriedly approached the Li family. Yingjie, what brings you here? Just a few meters away from the Li family, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Following the sound, he saw Lin Ziliang, a fellow villager, who was the one addressing him. By lineage, he ought to call him brother, so he greeted him warmly. Yingjie, did your sister-in-law send you? Lin Ziliang approached Lin Yingjie and asked in a hushed tone. Yes, she worries you might get hurt, so she asked me to check on you. Huh, your sister-in-law is overly cautious. Lin Chong and Lin Yi are usually so formidable, yet now they lie here like dead dogs. Witnessing their downfall fills me with immense joy. Lin Ziliang replied, a broad smile on his face, though his gaze fell upon the 9 on the ground, enduring their fiery ordeal. Observing Lin Ziliang's cheerful demeanor, Lin Yingjie shook his head and let out a deep sigh. What troubles you? Yingjie, you cannot possibly feel sympathy for Lin Chong and his ilk, can you? Consider how they have treated Sister Shufen, and reflect upon their arrogance and tyranny within the village. Their current misfortune is nothing less than what they deserve. Upon seeing Lin Yingjie shake his head and sigh, Lin Ziliang's previously beaming expression abruptly shifted to one of displeasure as he addressed Lin Yingjie. Ziliang, what are you saying? How could I ever feel sympathy for them? I detest them just as much as you do yet. Just what? Noticing Lin Yingjie trailing off mid-sentence, Lin Ziliang inquired with a puzzled expression. Chapter 281. A donation of 10 million. The family of Sister Shufan arrived in an array of luxurious vehicles, clearly indicating their affluence. Should they merely injure Lin Chong and his companions, it would be a matter easily settled with monetary compensation. However, if their actions resulted in fatalities, the situation would become far more grave, beyond the realm of financial resolution. What would become of us then? In her youth, Sister Shufan treated us kindly. Though her family is now consumed by rage, we must retain our composure and prevent any loss of life. Do you not agree? Indeed, that would complicate matters significantly. Lin Ziliang furrowed his brow in contemplation before nodding in agreement. Having been present for some time, are you aware of who leads Sister Shufan's family? Lin Yingjie, observing Lin Ziliang's acknowledgement, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then glanced at the members of the Li family before turning back to Lin Ziliang to inquire further. It is that young man. Upon hearing Lin Yingjie's question, Lin Ziliang instinctively glanced towards the Li family, while simultaneously gesturing towards Li Rui as he spoke to Lin Yingjie. Is it really him? So young? Following Lin Ziliang's, Lin Yingjie turned to behold a young man in his 20s, a stark contrast to his earlier assumption that the leadership would rest with the older, middle-aged individuals present. Do not underestimate the youth. Today's young people possess remarkable capabilities. Observe this, an astonishing 500,000 Dragon Country currency. He offered it to me without hesitation, even dismissing it as trivial, suggesting that if I refused, he would toss it in the trash. Today's youth are truly formidable. Noticing Lin Yingjie's disbelief, Lin Ziliang waved the red plastic bag in front of him, his expression one of astonishment. What? 500,000 Dragon Country currency? Lin Yingjie's eyes widened in shock as he carefully cradled the red plastic bag, scrutinizing its contents. Indeed, it is real. Upon finally discerning the stack of red banknotes within the bag, Lin Yingjie couldn't help but utter an exclamation of surprise. In rural areas, such a sum could represent a lifetime of savings for many families. We must intervene before it is too late. Lives may truly be at stake. Let us hurry. Seeing Lin Yingjie in a state of astonishment, Lin Ziliang glanced towards the direction where Li Yi was situated, noting that the people were once again igniting firecrackers, and urged Lin Yingjie to move. Yes, yes. Startled back to reality by Lin Ziliang's words, Lin Yingjie nodded vigorously, shaking off his astonishment before striding towards Li Rui. Hello, I am Lin Yingjie, the village chief. Approaching Li Rui, Lin Ziliang extended his hand in introduction. Gritanos, I am Li Rui. Li Rui had already overheard the conversation between the man named Lin Yingjie and the elderly Lin Ziliang, thanks to his keen hearing. Understanding that this elder approached him with good intentions, he smiled and extended his hand in return. Young man, I am several decades your senior. I hope you do not mind my calling you that. Lin Yingjie inquired with a smile as the two released their clasped hands. Feel free, Li Rui replied, equally smiling. If this continues, it may lead to dire consequences, which would be difficult to manage. Perhaps we should let it go. They have already faced their punishment. Faced with someone of apparent high status, he was at a loss for how to address him. Calling him by name felt inappropriate, while referring to him as young man risked offending this young individual. After receiving the latter's consent, Lin Yingjie finally dared to speak. That's insufficient. I have a doctor here who is a specialist, and I know my limits. Li Rui glanced at Lin Yingjie before turning his gaze to the motionless Lin Chong and the others, enveloped in black smoke on the ground, and remarked calmly, A doctor? Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Lin Yingjie was momentarily taken aback. As a true farmer, he could hardly fathom someone bringing a doctor along to celebrate a birthday, hence his skepticism. The power of these firecrackers is limited. They may cause explosive and burn injuries, resulting in severe pain. At this level, as long as they receive timely medical attention, no one will die. At that moment, the eldest senior bioman doctor stepped forward, adjusting his glasses, and began to explain to Lin Yingjie. Listening to the words of this obviously knowledgeable individual, Lin Yingjie wished to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. According to what the earlier young man had said, this person should indeed be a doctor, and his words were undoubtedly authoritative, leaving Lin Yingjie relieved that as long as there were no fatalities, everything could be managed. Clap, 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 clap. Boss, it's nearly time, the senior bioman doctor whispered to Li Rui as the loud explosions of the firecrackers reverberated twice more. Li Yi, that's enough. Li Rui called out to Li Yi, who was not far away, upon receiving the doctor's reminder. Understood, boss. Li Yi instinctively turned at the sound of Li Rui's voice and responded. Brothers, let's clean up. There's nothing left to play with. We didn't even finish one of the firecrackers. What a waste. Turning back, Li Yi expressed disappointment to the other 8 senior bodyguards. Uncle, let's leave it at that for today. We should take Annie back and host a proper birthday banquet for her at home tomorrow. What do you think? After stopping Li Yi, Li Rui turned to Li Yongjin beside him. All right, your aunt has suffered for years. Let us bring her home today. Sons, help your aunt into the car. Although Li Yongjin seethed with anger towards the 9 individuals, he understood the importance of maintaining decorum in public and nodded in agreement with Li Rui's suggestion. Then turned to Li Kong. Very well, father, Li Tsong responded. Then turned to lead several young members of the Li family into the main hall. Boss, everything is tidied up. Li Yi approached shortly after, rubbing his hands together and smiling as he reported to Li Rui. Yes, first call for an ambulance, then contact the authorities. Just inform them that while you were setting off firecrackers, an unfortunate accident occurred that injured some individuals. Do you understand? He understood, boss. We were lighting firecrackers, and those 9 individuals were too close, resulting in an accidental injury. Indeed, inform the officials in Xinjiang town that the Tungfei group acknowledges the bravery of the local officers who have made sacrifices for the public good. We are willing to donate 10 million Longwu coins to support the families of those officers who fell in duty. Understood. Li responded rude. Seeing that Li Rui had no further instructions, he turned aside to make the call. Village chief, I apologize for the disturbance today. To make amends to everyone, I am willing to donate 500,000 Longwu coins to the village so we can widen the village roads and install some streetlights. What do you think? Chapter 282. The Law of Cause and Effect. What? You intend to donate 500,000 to the village for road repairs and streetlights? Young man, are you jesting? Upon hearing Li Rui's sudden announcement of a 500,000 donation to the village, Lin Yingjie was momentarily taken aback, subsequently responding with incredulity. Although he had also heard about the young man's intention to contribute 10 million to certain departments in the town, he was not naive. He understood that this 10 million was not merely a charitable donation. As the saying goes, one is more inclined to be generous when receiving favors. Once the relevant departments in the town accepted this sum, the incident involving the firecracker injuries would likely be downplayed. This 10 million donation certainly had its ulterior motives. Conversely, the 500,000 offered to the village seemed devoid of any meaningful purpose. The young man would gain no advantage from this act. With this in mind, Lin Yingjie could scarcely believe what he was hearing. My great-aunt has received much care from the village over the years, and this 500,000 is my way of expressing gratitude on her behalf. Village chief, please provide me with a bank account number, and I will transfer the funds to you. Do not refuse. You must understand that this amount is inconsequential to me. In response to Lin Yingjie's skepticism, Li Rui offered a brief explanation before directly inquiring about his bank account number. Well, if you insist, then on behalf of all the villagers, I thank you. Here's my bank card. Initially, Lin Yingjie had intended to say more, but upon noticing the eager gaze of the surrounding villagers, he swallowed his words. At that moment, he recalled that this money was intended for the village. If he were to decline, he would surely be reproached by the villagers for a lifetime, an outcome he could not bear. Moreover, the young man's assertion held merit. For him, 500,000 might indeed be a trifling sum. Observing Lin Yingjie somewhat sheepishly hand over his bank card, Li Rui smiled, accepted it, and briefly operated his phone before returning the card to Lin Yingjie. Village chief, the money has been transferred. Once Lin Yingjie received his card back, Li Rui cheerfully announced. Okay, thank you, Lin Yingjie stammered, once again expressing his gratitude to Li Rui, standing there in a daze, unsure what to say next. Seeing this, Li Rui chose not to elaborate further and turned his attention to Lin Ziliang. This is my number. If Lin Chong or anyone else gives you trouble, do not hesitate to call me. As he spoke, Li Rui produced a business card and handed it to Lin Ziliang. Oh, Lin Ziliang responded, taking the card with a dazed expression, nodding repeatedly. Uncle, my great-aunt is getting into the car. We should leave as well. At this moment, Li Rui noticed his elder brother, Li Tsong, assisting their great-aunt into the vehicle, prompting him to speak to Li Yongjin. Yes, Li Yongjin replied with a nod. Glancing at the 9 individuals lying motionless on the ground, their bodies covered in the residue of firecrackers, before making his way toward Portia. Li Yi, once everything is settled, I still require your assistance with a matter. As the members of the Li family approached the convoy, Li Rui signaled for Li Yi, who had just ended a phone call, and instructed him, "Boss, what are your orders? Please do tell." With a narrowed gaze directed at the 9 individuals sprawled on the ground, Li Rui replied nonchalantly, "I wish for them to experience discomfort." "Understood, boss. I will ensure they learn the meaning of being cornered." Li Yi instinctively turned to follow Li Rui's line of sight, and then returned to his previous stance, chuckling. After Li Yi finished speaking, Li Rui nodded and proceeded towards a convoy. "Ziliang, am I dreaming? Are these truly the relatives of Sister Shufan? Look at their demeanor. They must have billions at home." Lin Yingjie exclaimed as he observed the luxurious convoy slowly departing the village, his disbelief prompting him to slap himself lightly. Earlier, in his haste to avoid causing any harm, he had not pondered the wealth of these suddenly appearing relatives of Sister Shufan. Now, witnessing the procession of extravagant vehicles disappearing from view, he felt a sense of surrealism, as such affluent individuals were figures he had only seen on television. "Yingjie, if you wish to confirm whether this is a dream, you ought to hit yourself harder. If it doesn't hurt, then you're definitely dreaming. Go on, give it a try." Lin Ziliang teased with a grin, his spirits elevated by the just retribution faced by Lin Chong and his gang, who had been dealt with like defeated dogs. With Sister Shufan being taken back by her wealthy relatives, her future was assured, and coupled with Lin Ziliang's unexpected fortune, he found himself in a rare mood for jesting. "Perhaps there truly are deities watching over us. This is indeed the law of cause and effect," Lin Yingjie remarked, rolling his eyes at Lin Ziliang's banter. He then watched as the last luxury car vanished from sight and sighed, reflecting on the situation. "Enough with the musings. Your current task is to consider how to wisely utilize that 500,000 to improve the village's infrastructure. I shall take my leave now." "All right, you should head to the town and deposit the money. Keeping such a large sum in the house is unsafe," Lin Yingjie responded, nodding at Lin Ziliang's words as he glanced at the plastic bag in his hand and added a reminder. "Sure, I'll go right away," Lin Ziliang acknowledged, clutching the plastic bag as he turned to depart. "Old man, over here." Just as Lin Ziliang was carefully making his way home with the red plastic bag, a familiar voice called out to him. "Why are you here?" He looked up to see his elderly companion and daughter-in-law ahead on the road. "Why can I not come? At my age, one should not act like a reckless youth, oblivious to the consequences." "Well, I only came because I was confident. Look over there, Lin Chong, Lin Yi, and their sons are all right there." Lin Ziliang, upon noticing his partner rolling her eyes at him, let out a chuckle. He pointed at the 9 individuals still sprawled on the ground, wearing a look of schadenfreude. "We have been here for quite some time now and have witnessed this unfold. I never imagined that Sister Shufan's relatives could be so domineering, handling Lin Chong and the others as if they were mere refuse on the ground. They are indeed worthless, only capable of causing discomfort within a village. But enough of that. Let us return home." Lin Ziliang first cast a disdainful glance at the motionless 9 before turning to his partner. "Father, what do you have in your hand?" Just as Lin Ziliang was escorting his partner towards home, a woman standing nearby suddenly pointed at the plastic bag in Lin Ziliang's other hand. Her curiosity piqued. Chapter 283. Unemployed youth with a grin, Lin Ziliang lifted a plastic bag, responding to his daughter-in-law's inquiry. This is 500,000 Dragon Kingdom coins." "What? 500,000 Dragon Kingdom coins? Old man, have you lost your mind? Hurry back. We need to see a doctor immediately," the woman exclaimed, worry etched on her face. "Father, are you all right?" she pressed, concern evident in her tone. "This is a gift from Shufan's family, in gratitude for my forthrightness. While 500,000 may seem like a fortune to many, for them, it is but a drop in the ocean," Lin Ziliang replied, elevating his chin with pride. "Give it to me. Look at your naive expression." "Wait, don't be too startled," he said, handing her the plastic bag as he maintained an air of someone seasoned by the world. "My goodness, it really is 500,000. The woman leaned closer, and upon opening the bag to confirm its contents, her astonishment was palpable. "Let us go. We must deposit this money in the bank at once." "Slow down. Be careful not to trip," Lin Ziliang called out, shaking his head in exasperation as his partner stood momentarily frozen before she hurriedly moved forward. "Dear, we're almost home. Don't look so glum. The economy is tough, and you're not the only one facing unemployment. Have faith that things will improve," a young woman in her early 20s, carrying a few-month-old infant on her back, reassured a young man in his mid-20s who was also burdened with bags. "Ugh, I've been searching for 3 months now and still haven't found a suitable job. Am I really that incapable? At this rate, I won't even be able to afford baby formula," he lamented, his brow furrowed in distress, guilt evident in his gaze. Darling, you graduated from a prestigious university. This situation is only temporary. Given the current climate, I believe you will find a suitable job soon. Let us persevere together, she encouraged, her smile brightening her demeanor as she raised her tiny fist in support. Thank you, my wife. I feel sorry for having to impose on you at home for a while. Once I secure a job, I will come to fetch you, he replied, momentarily dispelling his gloom as he took in her sweet smile and the sight of their 5-month-old baby. Remember, we are family, and there is no need for formality between us. Now, let us head home, she said cheerfully, leading the way with her bags in hand. I promise to find a job that will provide a better life for you and our child, he vowed. Observing the frail figure with a baby strapped to her back and luggage in hand, the man's eyes brimmed with an intensified sense of guilt. After clenching his fists, he murmured softly to himself. The young woman walking ahead, upon ensuring that her husband could no longer see her face, momentarily concealed her carefree smile, revealing a countenance etched with worry. As the household's caretaker, she was acutely aware of the family's finances, fully cognizant of their monthly expenditures. Whenever her husband inquired about their financial status, she would assure him that they had enough, not wishing to burden him with concern. However, the sufficiency of their funds was a truth known solely to her, and thus her anxiety deepened as the purse grew increasingly light. This mounting unease compelled her to make the difficult decision to return to her hometown with her infant, a choice that meant becoming a left-behind woman, a fate she had previously wished to avoid prior to her husband's unemployment. Yet at this juncture, she found herself with no alternative but to embrace such a path. Mom, Grandpa, Grandma. The young couple walked silently down the village road, side by side. As they neared their familiar home, merely a few dozen meters away, the young man instinctively glanced up towards the house. His gaze fell upon the familiar surroundings, the well-known dwelling, and 3 figures seemingly engaged in unlocking the door. Even from a distance, he recognized the silhouettes of his mother and grandparents, causing him to suppress his troubled expression and exclaim joyfully. Just as he and his wife approached the threshold of their home, preparing to enter, a familiar voice reached their ears. Following the sound, Lin Ziliang's pupils dilated with excitement as a smile broke across his face. My great-grandson, my precious great-grandson has returned. Ignoring the key still lodged in the lock, Lin Ziliang turned and hurriedly made his way toward the young couple. Grandpa, as Lin Ziliang approached, the young man hastily set down his luggage and opened his arms, ready to embrace him as in years past. Xiaoyang, you've worked hard. Is my darling great-grandson asleep? How adorable! Lin Ziliang hurried to the side of the young couple, seemingly oblivious to the young man's outstretched arms. He leaned in closely to the young woman, his eyes brimming with affection as he gazed at the sleeping child on her back, softly inquiring, Is he? Should I wake him? Yes, Grandpa. The baby has been asleep for quite some time. Should I rouse him? The young woman replied with a smile, warmed by Lin Ziliang's tender gaze. No, let me help you with your things, Lin Ziliang interjected, waving his hands dismissively as he reached for the luggage in her hands. Grandpa, you don't love me anymore. The young man pouted, feigning annoyance like a child as he watched Lin Ziliang overlook him. Go find a cooler spot to linger, keep your voice down, and don't wake my precious great-grandson, Lin Ziliang retorted, rolling his eyes as he accepted the luggage from his granddaughter-in-law. Grandma, look at Grandpa. The young man feigned grievance as he approached his grandmother, who was hurrying towards him. How old are you? Still getting jealous of your son? Come, let me fetch you something. Let's hurry back inside and rest a while. The young man, realizing that his childhood tactics were no longer effective even on his own grandmother, could only nod in resignation and handed her the small bag of belongings he was carrying. Son, why have you returned? Why didn't you inform me in advance? At that moment, a woman approached with a beaming smile. As she reached her son, she took the bag from his hands while expressing her curiosity. Chapter 284, A Pie from a Sky Mom. Perhaps we should return home first. I find myself rather hungry. The young man, who had previously worn a smile, felt it fade away upon hearing the woman's inquiry. His expression turned troubled as he hesitated before responding. Indeed, let us discuss matters at home. Xiaoyang is weary from carrying the child. We can converse later. At that moment, Lin Ziliang noticed something amiss with his grandson. Considering it was neither a holiday nor the new year, yet his grandson had returned to their hometown with his wife and child, Lin Ziliang grew concerned. Faced with his daughter-in-law's question, he wore a troubled expression and surmised that his grandson must be in some kind of predicament. Thus, he interjected on behalf of his grandson. Yes, you are right, Dad. Xiaoyang, hasten home and place the child down for a proper rest. The woman, prompted by Lin Ziliang's remark, realized that it was indeed inappropriate for her daughter-in-law to stand there carrying the child while listening to her chatter. She called out to the young couple, "Son, Xiaoyang, please take a moment to drink some water. I will place the baby in the crib." As they all entered the house, laden with bags and luggage, the woman first set down the items in an open space. She then poured a cup of hot water for her son and daughter-in-law before addressing the young couple. "All right, Mom, you take the baby," the young woman said as she stood up, handing the child over to the woman. "Grandpa, Grandma, where did your mom go just now?" The young man inquired curiously, taking a sip of hot water and glancing at his beaming grandparents. Today, Lin Chong hosted a celebration for Grandma Shufin's 90th birthday. "We want to pay a visit," Lin Ziliang replied candidly. "Grandma Shufin's 90th birthday? Grandpa, is Lin Chong truly so benevolent? He would organize such a celebration for Grandma Shufin? Everyone in our village knows what kind of person he is. This is quite surprising." The young man, taken aback by Lin Ziliang's explanation, could scarcely believe it. He scoffed. "Sometimes I think you are quite clever, yet at this moment, you seem rather foolish. Lin Chong is hosting a birthday banquet. He stands to gain a hefty sum in gifts. How could you not see that? Indeed, you are still quite young." "Oh, I see now. But we have no familial ties with Lin Chong. Why did you go?" The young man, realizing the implications of Lin Ziliang's explanation, remained puzzled and inquired further. "Huh. Lin Chong and Lin Yi, these two brothers, are receiving their just deserts today. How could I not go and witness it?" Lin Ziliang chuckled heartily. "Grandpa, what exactly is going on?" The young man, intrigued by Lin Ziliang's demeanor, pressed for more information. "If only you had returned a bit earlier." Lin Ziliang began, recounting the day's events to his grandson in detail. "Oh my goodness, Shufin's grandmother actually has relatives on her side, of whom I was completely unaware, and they are quite affluent as well. Lin Chong and his associates truly deserve this. It is indeed gratifying." After 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Ziliang, still savoring the narrative, finally ceased his recounting, prompting the young man beside him to exclaim in astonishment. This is karmic retribution, given the young man's methods. Even if Lin Chong and his gang are released from the hospital, they will undoubtedly face difficulties ahead. Today is truly a joyous occasion. You must accompany me for a couple of drinks later. With a smile, Lin Ziliang rose and patted the young man's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Old man, today is indeed a splendid day. You may indulge in 2 drinks, but only 2. If you overindulge, I shall dispose of all your liquor. Rest assured, I am aware of my limits," Lin Ziliang replied sheepishly, noting the serious warning from his companion. "Son, you should take a moment to rest. I will go prepare a meal for you." At this moment, the woman, having settled her grandson and listened to Lin Ziliang recount the day's events for several minutes, finally interjected to the young man. "All right, mother. Son, may I ask you something? Are you encountering any troubles?" Over an hour later, as everyone gathered around the dining table and savored a delightful meal, the woman hesitated before finally addressing the young man. Just as he set down his utensils and wiped the grease from his lips, he was caught off guard by his mother's inquiry. Abruptly halting his actions and exchanging a glance with the young woman beside him. "Mother, the cost of living in Xing City is quite high. I was thinking of having Xiao Yang and the baby stay at home for a while. Would that be acceptable? Returning home? Son, be honest with me. What is truly going on?" Upon hearing her son suggest that his wife and child return to their hometown, the woman immediately reaffirmed her earlier suspicions. Previously, her daughter-in-law had been reluctant to live in their hometown, expressing a desire not to be a left-behind woman. Now, with her son bringing his wife and child back with numerous belongings, she felt something was amiss. As she had mulled over this while cooking, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Thus, after dinner, she could no longer restrain herself from questioning her son. Hearing his inexplicable words only intensified her concerns. Clearly, he was facing some kind of trouble. Could it be issues with his wife? Yet, judging by their demeanor, it didn't seem to be the case. "Mother, I'm indeed facing some difficulties. However, sharing it with you would serve no purpose. It would only burden you further. Perhaps it is best left unsaid." Upon hearing his mother's probing questions, the young man hesitated for a moment, then sighed deeply, choosing not to reveal the truth. The issue of unemployment would yield no benefit to disclose to his family. It would only amplify their collective anxiety. Rather than share the burden, he preferred to shoulder it alone. "Trouble? What kind of trouble? If it pertains to finances, perhaps grandfather could assist you." At this moment, Lin Ziliang, who had been listening to the conversation between the two, furrowed his brows and repeated a sentence, before raising his head to inquire of his grandson. "Grandfather, please do not jest with me. My predicament indeed pertains to finances, yet it is not a matter that can be resolved with mere hundreds or thousands. To be candid, I I have been unemployed for 3 months now, and I can no longer afford the monthly rent of 500. Thus upon hearing Lin Ziyang's sudden revelation, the young man's expression grew even more despondent, and, as if resigned to his fate, he poured out the entirety of his troubles. If hundreds or thousands cannot resolve the issue, can 500? At this moment, Lin Ziyang abruptly rose, flashing a mysterious smile at his grandson before replying. What? 500? Grandfather, do not tease me. You have toiled in the fields your entire life, earning scarcely a few hundred years aside from sustenance. How could you possibly have 500? Unless a pie fell from the sky. This is not a pie from the heavens, but it is rather close, Lin Ziyang remarked, turning to approach a wooden cabinet, from which he retrieved a red plastic bag, returning to the side of the young man. Chapter 285. The headquarters of the assassin website here are 500. Dragon Kingdom coins. Will this resolve your troubles? Lin Ziyang inquired with a smile as he tossed a red plastic bag onto the table, addressing his grandson. What? This is 500 Dragon Kingdom coins. The young man stared wide-eyed, pointing at the red plastic bag, as if he had seen a ghost. The young woman beside him wore a similar expression, while only Lin Ziyang's elderly wife remained composed. Is it real? Open it and see for yourself, Lin Ziyang chuckled, gesturing toward the red plastic bag. This is indeed 500. Upon his grandfather's encouragement, the young man hastily opened the bag, his astonishment evident as he stammered while gazing at the 5 thick bundles of crimson banknotes. Grandpa, where did this money come from? You didn't rob a bank, did you? What nonsense! Your grandfather lacks both the will and the means for such things. Who would I rob at my age? Lin Ziyang shot his grandson a disapproving glance before revealing the part of the story he had previously omitted. This money is from your grandmother Shufen's family. I see. So, this 500 is all legitimate? Isn't that obvious? Take this money. After all, Xiaoyang is with you and has even given you a son. You must not treat her poorly. All of it? No, Grandpa, this is your money. I cannot accept it. The young man quickly waved his hands in refusal upon hearing Lin Ziyang's intention to give him all the money. I have only you as my grandson. If you encounter difficulties, should I remain indifferent? As a simple old man from the countryside, I have enough to eat and drink and do not require much. This money can enhance your lives, and that is its best purpose. No refusals. But there are no buts. By the way, didn't you mention you were unemployed? See if this can be of use to you. Before his grandson could finish speaking, Lin Ziyang interrupted and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, handing it to his grandson. This is a business card? The young man instinctively accepted the item as Lin Ziyang extended it toward him, then glanced at the 2 lines of text, murmuring to himself. Yes, this is indeed a business card provided by your grandmother Shufen's family. They said that calling the number on it could grant you an internship opportunity. An internship opportunity? The young man reflexively echoed Lin Ziyang's words. CEO Liu Yin of Tengfei Group? Tengfei Group. Tengfei Group. The young man fixated on the information on the card, reciting it several times as a sudden realization struck him. His pupils widened, and he began to dance with excitement, exclaiming loudly, Son, what's wrong? There's no need to rush in your job search. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The woman, seeing her son's sudden outburst, offered her worried reassurance. Honey, don't scare me. The young man, with a tense expression, called out to the gathered crowd, Mother, wife, grandfather, grandmother. Do you comprehend the significance of the Tengfei Group? After an entire minute of frenzied gestures, he finally ceased his antics, turning to everyone present with a mysterious demeanor. He inquired, what does it signify? A woman, filled with curiosity, responded, what does it signify? It signifies the Tengfei Group, the young man's wife remarked, relieved to see her husband regain his composure, and she playfully teased him. Enough with the rambling. Just get to the point. Lin Ziyang had never heard of this Tengfei Group, but witnessing his grandson's excitement suggested that this organization was indeed formidable. He was eager to uncover the essence of this group, and seeing his grandson's deliberately mysterious demeanor, he impatiently urged him to continue. The Tengfei Group is a colossal powerhouse that has emerged within the last few months, destined to become a multi-trillion-dollar conglomerate with dozens of subsidiaries. They have already applied for hundreds of high-end technology patents and maintain close collaborations with the military of the Dragon Country. In essence, this is an extraordinarily impressive company, ranking among the top 3 in terms of developmental potential in the Dragon Country. Is the Tengfei Group truly that remarkable? Lin Ziyang questioned, his astonishment evident. That young man, named Li Rue, mentioned that by calling the number on the business card, one could secure an internship position. Could that possibly be genuine? After all, how could an ordinary person gain entry into such a prestigious company? Listening to his grandson's description of the Tungfei group, Lin Ziyang initially felt shock, followed by a tinge of concern. Earlier, the village chief had speculated that Shufan's family was exceedingly wealthy, possibly possessing hundreds of millions. However, compared to a multi-trillion-dollar conglomerate, such a sum seemed trivial. Thus, he harbored doubts about Li Rui's claim regarding the internship arrangement. "Grandfather, do you know the name of the chairman of the Tungfei group?" His grandson asked. "His name is Li Rui." "Be careful, aunt. Watch your step," Li Yongjin said cautiously, assisting Li Shufan as they exited the vehicle at the entrance of Li family village. He extended his hand to shield her from the car door frame, addressing her with care. "Yongjin, is this really Li family village? Am I dreaming?" Li Shufan asked in disbelief, gazing at the towering walls and the massive iron gates, along with the luxurious villas that dotted the landscape beyond the wall. This was the place where she had grown up, although she had left decades ago. The indelible memories lingered her mind. Compared to those recollections, the present-day Li family village was 100 times more splendid. "Aunt, you are not dreaming. This is indeed our Li family village. Look at those 8 villas. They belong to us, the 8 brothers." Li Yongjin proudly pointed towards the 8 grand villas within Li family village, explaining to Li Shufan with a sense of pride. "Ah, how splendid. This truly brings honor to our ancestors. If my brother in the underworld were aware, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of pride," Li Shufan said, tears glistening in her eyes. She instructed the bodyguards to drive the car into the villa's courtyard. After stepping out, she approached Li Rui, who stood not far behind Li Yongjin. Having also heard the words from their aunt, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within him. The Li family had transformed from an ordinary farming lineage into a remarkable success, which indeed was a glorious achievement. If the afterlife existed a century later, when he meets his forebears, Li Rui could stand tall and declare that his descendants had not brought shame upon their ancestors. Though all of this was made possible by the system, the reality remained that the Li family had undergone a profound transformation. Just as Li Rui was lost in his reflections of pride, a familiar ringtone emanated from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Zhao Yi. "What is it?" he asked, stepping aside to take the call. "Boss, we have encountered another 10 or so pests these past few days, but they have all been dealt with. Today, I have some good news to report." "What good news?" "We have located the headquarters of the Darknet assassin website." Chapter 286, Intercontinental Missiles Found? Haha, well done, even faster than I anticipated. Where's the lair of these pests? As Li Rui listened to Zhao Yi's report over the phone, he raised an eyebrow. A look of delight spreading across his face before he burst into laughter and inquired through the call. Li Rui had always kept these dark web assassins on his mind. Although he had loyal subordinates handling these pests in the shadows, in the short term, these assassins posed little threat to the Li family. However, in the long run, the situation was uncertain. After all, there's a saying that while one can be a thief for 1,000 days, one cannot guard against theft for 1,000 days. The fear lies in the fact that even the most intricate plans may have their vulnerabilities. Previously, he had consulted with senior hackers like Xiao Tsong, and the response he received was that they could only temporarily take down the assassin website. To completely dismantle it, there was but one solution: physical destruction. Only by annihilating the individuals behind the assassin website could a permanent resolution be achieved. Thus, he had instructed Xiao Tsong to locate the operator of the assassin website in the real world. To his surprise, merely a few days later, he received the results he had longed for, which significantly lifted his spirits. "Boss, according to the investigation led by Xiao Tsong and his team of hackers, the individual controlling the dark web assassin site is an American named Kratos. This site has been under his management for over 30 years. Not only is Kratos the actual mastermind behind the assassin website, but he has also cultivated his own team of assassins, numbering around 100, all of whom are professionals. Furthermore, he maintains a mercenary force of nearly 1,000, located on the outskirts of Shalama City in Ryabi." Upon hearing Li Rui's inquiry, Zhao Yi recounted all he knew about the situation. "Ryabi? What country is that? I've never even heard of it." After listening to Zhao Yi's report, Li Rui instinctively furrowed his brow. What kind of place is Ryabi? He had no recollection of it. "Boss, Ryabi is a small nation in the Black State, covering an area of approximately 150,000 square kilometers, with a population of around 20 million. This country is exceedingly backward and impoverished. Not only is it poor, but is also chaotic. There is no unified government, and there are hundreds of armed groups, some with only dozens of members, while others boast hundreds or even thousands. Ryabi is roughly 12,000 kilometers away from the Dragon Country, quite a distance, so it is normal that you are unaware of it. 12,000 kilometers? Upon Zhao Yi's completion of the report, Li Rui couldn't help but frown again. At such a distance, even if the location of the assassin website was found, it would be a daunting task. After all, they were not dealing with just a few minor players, but rather a formidable organization comprising over 100 professional assassins and 1,000 mercenaries. Even though Li Rui had absolute confidence in his biological subordinates, he did not believe that sending a handful or even dozens of them would suffice to resolve this predicament. To eliminate Kratos and his henchmen, Li Rui surmised that he would need to deploy at least 100 or 200 biological subordinates. If he wished to minimize casualties, the greater the number, the better. However, given the distance of over 10,000 kilometers, while it presented some challenges, it was not insurmountable. But what about the weaponry? It is hardly feasible to rely solely on daggers, is it? Although the elite subordinates of the advanced biological beings are formidable, they're still mere mortals devoid of firearms, rendering casualties unpredictable. While it is true that these chaotic nations can certainly procure weapons with sufficient funds, it remains a rather troublesome affair. Indeed, what do you suggest we do, boss? After replying to Li Rui, Zhao Yi fell silent, patiently awaiting Li Rui's instructions. Allow me to ponder for a moment. Li Rui remarked before ending the call. A distance of 12,000 kilometers, a flight would take merely a few hours, while not excessively long. As Li Rui had earlier contemplated, the challenge lay not in reaching the destination, but in addressing the weaponry. Purchasing arms from local arms dealers raises concerns about quality assurance, and acquiring heavy weaponry proves to be exceedingly difficult. The absence of such armaments could lead to excessive casualties, a scenario Li Rui wishes to avoid. Beyond procuring weapons from local dealers, Li Rui conceived an alternative strategy: to travel there himself. With access to an arms marketplace, he would effectively become a mobile armory, capable of securing any type of weaponry. Yet, considering the tumultuous nature of a country located over 10,000 kilometers away, he was reluctant to venture there personally. I am indeed the proprietor of an arms marketplace. 12,000 kilometers is hardly insurmountable, and weapons can certainly reach the target. Just as Li Rui was racking his brain for a more effective solution, an enlightening thought struck him. He possessed a superlative auxiliary system. With a clap of his hands, he excitedly mused to himself. Subsequently, Li Rui immersed himself in the system, directing his thoughts to access the arms marketplace, where he located the option for intercontinental missiles. After enthusiastically browsing 5 or 6 models with shorter ranges, Li Rui honed in on his desired target. The name, Blue Storm 3 Intercontinental Missile, weighing 56 tons, measuring 13 meters in length and 3 meters in diameter, boasting a range of 15,000 kilometers. It could carry 15 independently targetable warheads, equipped with either conventional or nuclear payloads, capable of being launched from submarines or land-based platforms. When paired with satellite navigation, its accuracy falls within 100 meters, with a price tag of 800 million long kingdom coins. After silently reciting the missile's basic specifications and its cost, Li Rui's excitement grew exponentially. Although the price of 800 million for a single missile may seem exorbitant, one must consider that it is an intercontinental missile capable of annihilating an entire city. Li Rui had perused its data years prior. When equipped with 15 small nuclear warheads, its lethal radius could extend over 300 square kilometers. What does this entail? Star City itself spans a mere 300 square kilometers. This missile possesses the capacity to obliterate an entire city, a metropolis worth far more than a mere 100 billion. Comparatively, the cost of 800 million for such destructive power is laughably inexpensive. To deploy an intercontinental missile against an assassin organization, could this not be deemed somewhat excessive? With his mind made up, Li Rui chuckled to himself, delighting in the incongruity of his thoughts. Amidst his cheerful laughter, Li Rui suddenly recalled that the intercontinental missile necessitated satellite navigation. Otherwise, its precision would be compromised. With this thought in mind, he returned to the arms marketplace to search for satellite navigation systems. The Pathfinder navigation system, boasting an impressive array of 88 satellites, was priced at a staggering 70 billion long kingdom coins. As he clicked into the category of satellite navigation systems, his eyes were immediately drawn to this particular model. The Pathfinder. He began to quietly recite the price. 70 billion? Another 70 billion? Repeating the figure, Li Rue felt his earlier good spirits dissipate in an instant. System. Is it possible to purchase the satellites of this navigation system individually? Can I buy just one? Chapter 287. Strategic Nuclear Submarine, Li Rue. Fully aware of the necessity to procure intercontinental missiles, felt a pang of anguish at the thought of acquiring navigation satellites. A staggering sum of 70 billion Dragon Kingdom coins was required. Without considering the over 200 billion in Li Wu's possession, he found himself with a mere 180 billion. The cost of this satellite system would devour a significant portion of his cash reserves. Host navigation systems are inherently bundled. A single satellite cannot function independently. The long-awaited voice of the system echoed in response to Li Rue's inquiry. Despite his prior mental preparation, the system's affirmative reply left him somewhat disheartened. 70 billion? That amount could procure an aircraft carrier. Is there no possibility for a discount? Previously, when acquiring various bioengineered individuals, the expenditures typically range from several million to a few billion. Now, the sudden requirement of 70 billion for a navigation system was simply overwhelming. While he was aware that an aircraft carrier commanded a similar price, it was a formidable weapon often discussed among the populace, and he had anticipated its expense. Host. In modern warfare, a satellite navigation system serves as the eyes. Without vision, victory is unattainable. 70 billion is not excessive. The system, devoid of any emotional inflection, elucidated the rationale to Li Rue. Caught off guard by the system's explanation, Li Rue found himself at a loss for words. After all, what use were missiles of tremendous power if they could not be accurately directed without satellite guidance? System, upon acquiring the Pathfinder navigation system, wanting to launch it myself? Having grasped the significance of satellite navigation, Li Rue had resolved to purchase the 70 billion Dragon Kingdom coin system. Yet, he harbored reservations. If he were required to conduct the launch himself, managing 88 satellites would be a monumental task, necessitating the acquisition of rockets, which would entail further substantial costs. Thus, he directly inquired of the system. No need. The navigation system purchased by the host will be arranged by the system, requiring no launch on your part. That is reassuring, Li Rue replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face upon hearing that he would not have to launch the satellites himself. Does the host wish to proceed with the purchase of the Pathfinder navigation system? Yes, Li Rue, resolute, clicked to purchase within the arms dealer's marketplace in his consciousness, gritting his teeth in determination. 70 billion Dragon Kingdom coins will be deducted from the host's bank card. 88 navigation satellites will arrive at the designated location within 1 hour. Additionally, 300 relevant bioengineered technical personnel and equipment are prepared. May I inquire if deployment should commence? What? 300 individuals? And equipment? Why was this not mentioned earlier? Upon hearing the system's mention of personnel and equipment, Li Rue nearly spat blood in frustration. The navigation system was of paramount importance to him, and he required absolute security for all associated components. Deploying these individuals and equipment within the Dragon Kingdom posed a significant risk of unforeseen complications, an eventuality he wished to avoid. The relevant details are outlined in the navigation system's introduction. It appears you have not perused it in its entirety. Listening to Li Rue's complaints, the system interjected. Very well, I take the blame. Earlier, Li Rue had merely glanced at the introduction and had subsequently overlooked this crucial information. These individuals must not remain in Longhua. Their optimal destination is undoubtedly Yushur country, to Li Wu, ensuring the security of the satellite navigation system. Host. Whether the personnel and equipment related to satellite navigation will be deployed, if not deployed within 24 hours, the biological entities will be reclaimed. Please take note. The system cautioned again. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Li Rue unhesitatingly declined. It is broad daylight, with both personnel and equipment involved. It is simply impractical to arrange now. We will wait until nightfall, allowing Liu Yan to dispatch several buses for the operation. Cursing under his breath, damn it, Kratos, you scoundrel. What the hell are you doing bothering me and making me spend so much money? Li Rue felt the sting of the recently expended 70 billion. He knew that the expenditure was justified and inevitable, yet he could not help but blame those damned assassins and that Kratos. Indeed, with the satellite navigation in place, there was a need to procure intercontinental missiles. Purchasing intercontinental missiles necessitated either land-based launch silos or submarines. After venting his frustration towards Kratos, Li Rue suddenly remembered that to ensure the successful launch of the Blue Storm 3 intercontinental missile, he needed to buy land-based launch silos or submarines. With this thought, His consciousness transitioned into the arms market within the system, directly navigating to the submarine page. As for land-based launch systems, Li Rue had no intention of considering them. Submarine launch capabilities were universally acknowledged as superior. Imagining a colossal beast silently traversing the vast, boundless ocean, hundreds of meters beneath the waves, he envisioned the command being executed. The beast would surface, and just meters from the ocean's surface, it would open its missile launch silos, allowing a massive missile to ascend into the skies. The mere thought of this imagery sent a thrill coursing through Li Rue. The oceanic black hole strategic nuclear submarine, priced at 10 billion Longwa coins, boasts a full load displacement of 28,000 tons, measures 190 meters in length and 15.5 meters in width, with a maximum underwater speed of 33 knots and a dive depth of up to 650 meters. Its operational noise is as low as 90 decibels, and it can carry 14 intercontinental missiles. After browsing the submarine page, Li Rue selected the strategic nuclear submarine that most captivated him. Reading the details one by one. Impressive, damn, 10 billion is not expensive. I must buy this. At this moment, Li Rue was overwhelmed with excitement. He had not previously contemplated acquiring such a weapon, thus lacked any particular sentiment. However, now that he realized he was on the brink of possessing this devastating instrument capable of obliterating a nation, he felt an uncontrollable surge of exhilaration. System: if I purchase the oceanic black hole strategic nuclear submarine now, how will I deploy it? Having firmly resolved to acquire this superweapon, Li Rue posed this critical question to the system. Previously purchased biological entities and weapons had deployment restrictions based on distance. Li Rue pondered the inherent limitations of the nuclear submarine's deployment range. If the range were merely a few kilometers, it would indeed be absurd. The host, large vessels, and submarines all had a deployment range of 500 kilometers with a time frame of 10 days. It was evident that restrictions existed, and it seemed futile to contemplate a purchase at this moment. He mused to himself, somewhat disheartened, about the necessity of traveling to the Magic City. The distance from his location in Chushin County to the nearest ocean was at least 1,000 kilometers, rendering any acquisition impossible. Li Rue's desire to visit the Magic City stemmed from his knowledge that the open sea lay 400 kilometers beyond it, aligning perfectly with the submarine's 500-kilometer deployment capability. Although deploying it in the near sea might evade detection by Long Country, he resolved, for the sake of thoroughness, to make the journey to the Magic City himself, where he could procure the nuclear submarine and deploy it directly in the open sea. Xiao Rue, I am taking your grandaunt to the ancestral hall for a visit. You should return and discuss with everyone the matter of your grandaunt's belated birthday banquet tomorrow. He suddenly heard the voice of Li Yongjin calling out as he quietly solidified his decision. Chapter 288. A path less traveled as the clock struck midnight. Li Rue quietly rose from his slumber after observing that Yin Lingxian had fallen into a deep sleep. He dressed swiftly and descended the stairs. After making a phone call, he set off in a Land Rover, leaving Li family village behind. A few minutes later, he found himself on a national highway, now 12:30. The homes of several villagers along the roadside were enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. Continuing his drive for several more minutes, Li Rue halted the vehicle beside a stretch of the national road flanked by fields, where no houses were in sight. He switched off the headlights and spoke inwardly to the system. Deploy the 300 personnel and the related equipment now. Understood, host. The 300 individuals and their equipment have been successfully deployed. The system responded moments later. Deployed? Where? Li Rue inquired, recalling that previous deployments of biological entities had occurred randomly within a designated range. The earlier deployments had involved individuals capable of locomotion, who would navigate their way out even from remote locations. Even if they were not human, they included tanks and vehicles, machines capable of movement, even within the realm of Yushur country. However, this time was different. This deployment included both personnel and equipment, the nature and dimensions of which remained unknown to him. If they were placed in a secluded area and were considerably large, relocating them could pose a significant challenge. In front of the host, it is advisable to switch on the headlights, the system suggested. Taking the advice, Li Rue returned to the vehicle and activated the headlights. As the beams illuminated the surroundings, he beheld a neatly arranged assembly of men and women, approximately 100 meters ahead, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. It was evident that this was the group of 300 personnel related to satellite navigation that the system had just deployed. Before these 300 individuals lay a dozen or so instruments, whose names eluded Li Rue. Some were as large as substantial suitcases, while others resembled desktop computer towers in size. Boss, I am Li Hao, the leader of the satellite navigation technology team. A total of 300 personnel are present, comprising 260 males and 40 females, all accounted for. Please give your instructions. A middle-aged man, appearing in his 40s and sporting glasses, jogged forth from the group and saluted Li Rue. Taken aback by the military salute from this seemingly cultured individual, Li Rue paused momentarily. However, he soon understood that despite the man's scholarly appearance, he was fundamentally a soldier, and thus a salute in his direction was not unexpected. Return to formation and await further orders. Boss, Li Hao acknowledged, saluting Li Rue once more before he turned and jogged back to his team. Once Li Hao had rejoined the others, Li Rue returned to his vehicle and switched off the headlights. A few minutes later, the previously tranquil provincial road was abruptly pierced by a blinding light, followed by the unmistakable roar of an approaching vehicle. Realizing it was the bus arranged by Liu Yin, Li Rue felt a surge of urgency. The 300 vital bioengineered individuals needed to be deployed within 24 hours, and he was determined to avoid any unforeseen complications. Thus, he had hastily initiated the deployment shortly after midnight. With a banquet for his great-aunt planned for the following day, he feared that in the ensuing flurry of activity, he might overlook these individuals, leading to their retrieval by the system, a predicament he would have no recourse to lament. Boss, all 6 buses are in position. What are your orders? In a minute, a large bus emblazoned with the name of the Tungfei group came to a halt before Li Rue. A towering, muscular man disembarked and approached him directly. Li Rue nodded in acknowledgement to the imposing bodyguard before turning his gaze toward the neatly arranged group of 300 satellite navigation technicians standing at a distance. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, how to organize these 300 individuals remained a puzzle, though it was certain they would be dispatched to Yusher country. While sending them there was manageable, the logistics of transporting the accompanying equipment out of Long Country posed a significant challenge. Although Li Rue could not grasp the intricacies of the devices, he knew there were those in Long Country who could. Conventional methods would likely prove ineffective for exporting these items. Prior to the deployment, Li Rue had been unaware of the equipment size. Thus, he had merely instructed Liu Yin to arrange buses capable of accommodating 300 people. His immediate priority was to ensure their release and prevent system retrieval, leaving the logistics of transport for later consideration. Now, hearing the inquiry from the senior biosecurity guard, Li Rue began to ponder more earnestly. If conventional routes were impassable, then unconventional ones must be sought. After deliberating for over a minute without arriving at a viable solution, Li Rue clapped his hands together and muttered to himself. The border between Long Country and Yusher Country spanned over 2,000 kilometers, making complete surveillance implausible. He knew that many had successfully traversed to the northern regions of Yusher Country through non-standard channels. If others could navigate these paths, Li Rue was confident his team could as well, given that he had contacts in Yusher Country ready to assist. The crucial unknown remained: the weight of the equipment. This information was essential for determining whether they could transport the devices via unconventional routes into Yusher Country. Though the equipment appeared relatively compact, precision instruments typically bore substantial weight. With this in mind, Li Rue resolved to consult an expert. Li Hao, come here for a moment. Boss, is there something you need? Upon seeing Li Rue beckoning him, Li Hao swiftly jogged over and inquired, how heavy are those devices? As Li Hao approached, Li Rue wasted no time and pointed toward a cluster of over a dozen instruments in the distance, posing his question. Boss, the larger instruments weigh over 400 pounds, while the smaller ones exceed 50 pounds. Over 400 pounds? Hearing Li Hao's response, a frown deepened on Li Rue's brow. The weight of the smaller equipment, exceeding 50 pounds, seemed manageable. It should pose no significant challenge for a physically robust biohuman to carry while traversing rugged terrain. However, the larger equipment, weighing over 400 pounds, would be an insurmountable burden even for elite biohuman bodyguards, who, despite their brawn akin to that of bulls, would struggle to transport such weight across difficult paths leading to Yusher Country, which necessitates navigating mountains and valleys. Is it possible to disassemble these devices? Realizing the impracticality of transporting the entire 400-pound apparatus, Li Rue suddenly conceived an alternative approach and eagerly asked Li Hao. Chapter 289. 2 choices for you, yes, boss. But it will take some time, approximately half a day. Chuckling, Li Rue couldn't contain his laughter upon hearing Li Hao mention that the equipment could be disassembled. However, He quickly remembered that it was the dead of night and that he was engaged in activities best kept hidden from prying eyes, prompting him to cover his mouth hastily. First, let them board the vehicle. You all go and load the equipment onto the truck, Li Rue instructed, his demeanor calming after half a minute. He spoke first to Li Hao and then turned to the group of several senior bodyguards who were disembarking from 6 large buses. Understood, boss. Li Hao replied and promptly turned to usher the others onto the vehicle. The remaining senior bodyguards approached the array of instruments. Each could effortlessly lift a small device with one hand. For the larger equipment, weighing over 400 pounds, it only took 2 of them to lift it with ease. Had it not been for the delicate nature of these instruments, one bodyguard alone could have managed the task with their physical capabilities. Everything is packed, boss. After 5 or 6 minutes, several bodyguards closed the bus doors designated for luggage, and the previously mentioned senior bio bodyguard approached Li Rue to report. All right, you'll head to Cayenne Province first. Someone will contact you there, and you are to follow their instructions. Understood, boss, the bodyguard replied before boarding the vehicle. Next time, I must avoid such foolish actions. It should have been a simple trip to the Yushur Kingdom to purchase the satellite system. Yet here I am, complicating matters unnecessarily. Li Rue muttered to himself as he watched the 6 buses drive away, lightly patting his cheek. Meanwhile, in a luxurious KTV bar over 1,000 kilometers away in Long City, 5 young men, appearing to be in their 20s to 30s, sat in a private room. Each was accompanied by at least 2 stunningly beautiful women. Unlike the other 4, who were engrossed in their flirtations with the ladies, one handsome young man, seemingly in his late 20s, wore a warm smile, yet completely ignored the 2 pure and lovely women beside him. This behavior, so at odds with the others, made him particularly conspicuous among the group. Tao Ge, are you dissatisfied with today's selection? One young man, noticing the handsome youth's lack of engagement with the beautiful women, hesitantly paused his advances and, after swallowing hard, cautiously inquired. The handsome young man did not respond. He simply maintained his charming smile. To those unfamiliar, his smile radiated warmth and comfort. But among those who knew him well, a saying circulated. It's not Tao Zi's anger that one fears, but rather his smile. For when he smiles, one cannot predict whether life or death awaits. Brother Tao, both of these young ladies were personally selected by me. They are indeed current university students, and I have inquired about their status, to which they have confirmed their innocence. At that moment, another young man, sensing something amiss with the handsome youth, ceased his advances on the beautiful women, his face reflecting deep concern. It is worth noting that this gathering was orchestrated by him, and the individual before him was also an invitee. The 2 charming ladies beside him were sourced by himself as well. Should he fail to satisfy the handsome youth, he would undoubtedly find himself in considerable trouble. Observing the situation, the other 2 young men instinctively halted their actions as well, though in contrast to the earlier duo's anxiety, they appeared considerably more composed. Brother Z, what is the matter? Inquired the younger of the 2, his brow furrowed in confusion. Brother Z, could it be that there's an issue with these 2? The eldest among them asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he noticed the handsome youth's continued silence. A foul odor assailed his senses, prompting the handsome youth to finally speak, his voice rich with magnetism. What? The other 4 young men exchanged bewildered glances. After all, this was one of the most upscale KTV establishments in Long City, and it seemed impossible for any unpleasant smell to permeate the air. Moreover, they had detected no such odor, leading to the only conclusion that the handsome youth was implying something else entirely. Mao Wenjing, do you dare to deceive me with such trash? You possess quite the audacity, the handsome youth remarked, finally shedding his smile as he rose, striding over to the quaking young man before him, towering with an air of superiority. Brother Tao, I am wronged. How could I possibly deceive you? These 2 truly cost me 200,000 at university. The terrified young man stammered, collapsing to his knees as he trembled while explaining. The innocents I have encountered number no fewer than 800, if not 1,000. Do you truly believe these 2 pathetic specimens could fool me? If you intend to deceive me, you ought to seek out professionals. The handsome youth's tone grew increasingly frigid towards the end. Brother Tao, I am genuinely wronged. It must be these 2 wretches who have deceived me. I would never dare to mislead you. The young man, still kneeling, spoke with a quavering voice, subsequently pointing an accusatory finger at the 2 bewildered maidens seated on the sofa, unleashing a barrage of invectives. Faced with the insults from Mao Wenjing and the inexplicable remarks of the handsome youth, the 2 youthful beauties wore expressions of utter confusion. I offer you 2 choices. First, I demand 20 of the Mao Group's shares, and rest assured, I will not take them without recompense. I will pay 200,000. Second, you should comprehend the implications of my words. Choose wisely, Tao Zi declared with a disdainful snort before returning to his seat on the sofa. Brother Tao, this is 20 too much. I cannot make such decisions. Mao Wenjing responded, his face clouded with distress as he spoke with a trembling voice. You lack the authority to decide, so call upon someone who does. Must I instruct you on this? Tao Zi remarked, resting his hands upon the shoulders of two innocent-looking young women beside him, and then crossing his legs with a sense of nonchalance. This. As Tao Zi's words resonated, the astute Mao Wenjing comprehended that he was being urged to contact his father, leaving him in a state of hesitation. Damn it, Mao Wenjing. Brother Zi graced you with his presence today, yet you have the audacity to introduce him to two worthless individuals. Do you hold the Tao family in contempt? Now, you refuse to make a simple phone call? Does the Mao family no longer wish to thrive? Do you not believe that with just one call, Brother Zi could bring the Mao group to its knees? The youngest of the group suddenly rose, pointing an accusing finger at Mao Wenjing, furiously berating him. Chapter 290, Coercive Acquisition. I will call. As he gazed into the increasingly frigid eyes of Tao Zi, Mao Wenjing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that he could no longer avoid making this call. With a resigned tone, he remarked, that's the spirit. Once I obtain 20 of the Mao Group's shares, we shall be good brothers. Furthermore, I am not acquiring these shares without merit. In Long City, and indeed throughout the entire Long Nation, who would dare to disregard the Tao family? He continued, this will undoubtedly facilitate your future business endeavors with the Mao Group. A win-win situation. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Mao? Upon Mao Wenjing's reluctant agreement to contact his father, Tao Zi's icy demeanor melted away, replaced by a broad smile. Though Mao Wenjing silently cursed this privileged scion, who relied on familial power for coercive demands, he was compelled to maintain a facade of cordiality due to the Tao family's influence. Indeed, Brother Tao is correct. I shall call my father now, Mao Wenjing said with a forced smile, retrieving his mobile phone with one hand while gesturing toward it with the other in Tao Zi's direction. Go ahead, Tao Zi replied, withdrawing his hands from the shoulders of two innocent young women, picking up a box of cigarettes from the table, taking one out, and lighting it with a lighter. After savoring a puff and exhaling a cloud of smoke, he leisurely added, now make the call. Hearing Tao Zi's words, Mao Wenjing reluctantly began dialing. He activated the speakerphone, and as the call connected, Tao Zi adopted a commanding tone, instructing Mao Wenjing. Despite his deep reluctance, Mao Wenjing could only nod in compliance. Dad, Mao Wenjing hesitated for a moment before whispering into the phone. How is everything proceeding? A steady male voice responded from the other end. Dad, Tao Ge wants 20 of the Mao Group shares. Mao Wenjing cautiously glanced at the smoke-enshrouded Tao Zi before speaking hesitantly into the phone. What? 20 of the shares? That's impossible. While the Mao Group may not be a giant, our market value exceeds 70 billion. 20% equates to over 14 billion. He Tao Zi. Just then, the voice on the other end abruptly fell silent. Are you in a position to talk? After a brief pause, the voice resumed. Dad, Mao Bushing. You wish to express that Tao Zi has no right to make such demands, correct? Before Mao Wenjing could respond, Tao Zi uncrossed his legs, leaned toward Mao Wenjing, and inquired cheerfully, dare you say that? Not all. How could I possibly speak so to young Master Tao? This is an absolute misunderstanding. Came the reply from the other end, after a tense silence of several seconds. Mao blushing. Perhaps I lack the standing to request 20 of the Mao Group. But let me remind you of my uncle Tao Qianfeng. After a cold snort from Tao Zi, he halted mid-sentence. What? Is this the intention of Elder Tao? A voice on the other end of the phone was filled with shock. Mao blushing. Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? I never said such things. Although my uncle has retired, he's not someone who could be slandered by anyone. Do you realize the consequences of your words if they were to leak out? Yes, I must be confused. I deserve a slap for that, came the voice from the other end, accompanied by the distinct sound of a crisp slap. Enough of wasting my time. It's a simple matter. You have 1 minute to decide. As several loud slaps echoed from the phone, Tao Zi nodded with a satisfied smile. And after a brief moment of delight, he urged impatiently, all right, young Master Tao, just 20. I hope the Tao family will look after the Mao Group in the future. After a silence of several seconds, the voice on the other end finally returned, tinged with reluctance. All right, Uncle Bushing, truly worthy of being the person who built the Mao Group from nothing. You are indeed straightforward. Rest assured, with the Tao family backing us, the Mao group will surely ascend to greater heights. Haha. Tao Z extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette in the ashtray on the table, then stood up with a beaming smile, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. Then I am grateful for your support, young Master Tao. Haha. From today onward, the Mao group is also part of my family. There's no need for formality. Thank you, young Master Tao. Is there anything else you wish to command? If not, I shall take my leave to rest, as I am not as spry as you youngsters. Haha. Uncle Bushing, feel free. Wenjing, make sure to keep young Master Tao entertained. If he is not happy, you'll face the consequences when you return. Understood? Dad, before Mao Wenjing could finish, the call was abruptly cut off. Oh, why is brother Mao kneeling on the ground? It's cold down there. Quickly get up. Tao Z feigned surprise, looking at the still kneeling Mao Wenjing. I might have had a bit to drink earlier and am feeling a tad tipsy, Mao Wenjing said with an awkward smile, using the glass coffee table for support as he slowly rose. Yes, I too feel a bit inebriated. Why don't you all continue enjoying yourselves while I head upstairs for some rest? Casting a glance around at the four young men present before they could respond, Tao Z revealed a lewd grin, wrapping his arms around two innocent beauties and turning to head toward the private room's entrance. Z, aren't you one to avoid undesirable company? What is this? The eldest youth in the group, recalling Tao Z's earlier remarks, looked puzzled as he saw him with the two pure maidens. Ha! I was merely joking with Brother Mao earlier. What foulness. Only sweetness here, and it smells delightful. I can hardly wait to indulge. In a playful manner, nestled his head between the bosoms of two innocent beauties, wearing an expression of sheer delight. The two young ladies, however, appeared quite flustered. It was merely a jest with his friend Mao. He chuckled, indicating that he would not interrupt his brother Z's romantic escapade, and urged him to proceed swiftly. The eldest of the youths, upon hearing Tao Z's words, concealed his initial confusion, glanced at Mao Wenjing, and then returned his gaze to Tao Z, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he mischievously remarked, Chief, what hour is it? At this late hour, aren't you supposed to be resting? Li Rue dialed Li Wu's number, and within moments, the call was answered, revealing Li Wu's somewhat languid voice. I don't have school, nor do I have work. Who says one must sleep at such an hour? Li Rue gestured to Li Wu on the other end of the line. Chapter 291. Borrowing a path. Chief, you appear to be in quite a good mood. Is there some delightful news you wish to share with me? Delightful news? Indeed, there is something worthy of your attention. What news? Upon hearing Li Rue's assurance of good tidings, Li Wu's spirits were instantly lifted, shaking off his previous lethargy, and he inquired with palpable excitement. Li Wu, as a special forces soldier, what do you believe is the most crucial element in modern warfare? The most crucial element in modern warfare? Li Wu momentarily struggled to grasp the question, instinctively echoing it back. Certainly, it is weaponry. Advanced weaponry can enable the few to triumph over the many, and can even annihilate foes from thousands of miles away. Having regained his composure, Li Wu answered without a hint of hesitation. Correct, weaponry is paramount. But within that realm, is there anything particularly significant? Li Rue continued with a smile. Chief, the airport and military dock are still under construction. It will take several months at least. As Li Wu recalled Li Rue's prior discussions about aircraft and warships, he responded with a hint of resignation. It is satellite positioning. I have procured a satellite positioning system for you. Would you not consider this good news? Upon hearing Li Rue's mention of the airport and military dock, he decided to forego the riddles and spoke plainly. What? A satellite positioning system? Chief, you cannot be jesting. Who is jesting? The guiding navigator system, comprising 88 satellites, with positioning accuracy within 10 centimeters. How impressive is that? Li Rue's voice brimmed with mirth. Wow, that is indeed remarkable. Such satellite positioning is possessed by only 3 major nations on Blue Star, and even the Bear Nations version is a downgraded model. I never anticipated that our Li family army could acquire such an extraordinary satellite positioning system. Once Li Rue concluded, Li Wu confirmed that the chief was indeed serious, and he erupted in joyous laughter. Do not celebrate too soon. I have a task for you. Just as Li Wu was reveling in his excitement, Li Rue doused him with a splash of cold water. What task? At Li Rue's words, Li Wu's laughter abruptly ceased, and he cautiously inquired. Tomorrow, 300 individuals along with some equipment will arrive in Cayenne province. I need you to devise a way to bring them to your location. Bringing people? Chief, our territory does not share a border with the Dragon Nation. To meet them at the border, we must traverse Wu Mingrue's domain. Wu Mingrui is one of the three major warlords of Yushur Nation, commanding nearly 50,000 soldiers. His territory consists of rugged mountains and ravines, even with tanks. It would be challenging to maneuver, and he is unlikely to cooperate easily. After Li Rui finished speaking, Li Wu pondered for a moment before explaining to Li Rui. First, contact Wu Mingrui to see if he agrees. If he refuses, we shall find another solution. If he does not acquiesce this time, once the airport is completed, I shall ensure he regrets it. Li Wu. Very well, Chief. I will reach out to him tomorrow and inform you of any updates. After concluding his conversation with Li Wu, Li Rui hung up the phone and drove his Land Rover back to Li family village. The following day, early in the morning, the square in front of the Li family villa was bustling with activity as a group of individuals was busy setting up a stage. Nearby, several men and women donned in theatrical costumes and adorned with various makeup styles were animatedly rehearsing. Uncle, all these individuals were brought here overnight from Star City. Surely Annie will appreciate this? Li Rui, who had risen early, arrived at the villa square and spotted his uncle, Li Yongjin, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the stage being constructed. Recognizing his uncle's familiar silhouette, Li Rui swiftly approached and greeted him. Xiao Rui, why are you up so early today? It's barely past 8, Li Yongjin said with a broad smile upon turning to see Li Rui. Well, there's an important occasion today, so I thought I would rise early to see if there was anything I could assist with, Li Rui replied, feeling somewhat sheepish as he scratched his head, recalling that he typically awoke around 10 or 11. What's there to worry about? We're not planning anything extravagant. With your brothers here, there's really nothing for you to do. These performers seem quite professional, far superior to those we've seen before. Auntie will surely enjoy this, Li Yongjin remarked, noticing Li Rui's bashful demeanor. After a moment of reflection, he glanced at the actors and added, as long as Auntie is pleased. Yesterday, after discussing with everyone, Li Rui had ultimately decided that Auntie's 90th birthday celebration would not be a grand affair, but rather a gathering of the younger generations of the Li family, along with hiring a troupe of performers to celebrate with her. After all, at 90 years of age, a lavish celebration held little significance for her. Li Rui believed it more meaningful for the younger family members to return and honor her. Uncle, you stay here for now. I'll sit over there for a bit, Li Rui suggested, pointing to a chaise lounge in front of the villa, as it seemed there was little more to discuss. All right, go ahead, Li Yongjin replied, turning his attention back to the rapidly constructed stage. Xiaorei, you're up quite early today, came a familiar voice as Li Rui relaxed on the lounge, swaying comfortably. He opened his eyes to find Li Tsong approaching with a cheerful smile. Brother, I'm just here to see Annie celebrate her birthday. Hoping to see if there's anything I can do to help. Li Rui greeted Li Tsong warmly as he sat up. Nothing much to do. Everything is already arranged. If you're tired, you can go back to sleep, Li Tsong suggested. I'm not tired. I'm quite content here. Li Rui declined his brother's offer. Very well. You may rest here while I go to fetch the clan elders. They insist on attending the celebration for Annie's 90th birthday, and no amount of persuasion seems to dissuade them. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Tsong departed after uttering these words. Shall I lend a hand? No need. Just ensure you rest well, he replied before turning to leave. A few minutes later, Li Wenlong emerged from his home, greeting Li Rui with a smile. Little Rui. Uncle 7. Over the course of the next half hour, a steady stream of 30 or so members of the Li family, both young and old, emerged from their villas or arrived from the village to greet Li Rui, further enlivening the already bustling atmosphere of the Li family estate. Observing the gathering of relatives, Li Rui suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Perhaps this was the very essence of his quest to rejuvenate the Li clan. Just as he pondered this revelation, his phone, nestled in his pocket, began to ring. Rising to his feet, he retrieved the device and stepped into the villa, entering a small room where he answered the call. Clan leader, Wu Mingrui has agreed to the arrangement. Chapter 292. A united assault, did he truly acquiesce so readily? Did you not assert that he would not capitulate so easily? This exceeds my expectations in the kingdom of Jadeite. Permitting soldiers from rival warlords onto one's territory is indeed a profoundly humiliating affair. I never anticipated he would consent so effortlessly. However, he does have stipulations. We are permitted to bring no more than 100 individuals, and he demands a toll of 1 billion Dragon Kingdom coins, with the route dictated by them, restricting our men from wandering freely. Very well, accept his terms. Your mission is to ensure the safe return of those 300 individuals. The audacity to extort 1 billion Dragon Kingdom coins will not go unpunished. I shall see to it that he regrets his actions. Listening to the demands articulated by Li Rui did not hesitate to agree, though he could not suppress his frustration and cursed vehemently. Tribe leader, if you find this arrangement unsatisfactory, perhaps we should strike at him directly once we secure the return of those 300. Although our tanks may struggle due to the terrain, our artillery can certainly inflict considerable losses upon him. No need for that. Let him revel in his arrogance for a few days. If we strike, it must be decisive. He should be vanquished utterly. Accelerate the construction of the airport. Once it is completed, I intend to make him experience the taste of bombardment. Understood, tribe leader. I shall relay your message and ensure he is dealt with once the airport is operational. With that, Li Wu ended the call with Li Rui. In the northern reaches of the kingdom of Jadeite, within a lavishly appointed estate, a middle-aged man in military attire, slightly overweight with a darker complexion and a cigar perpetually clenched between his fingers, sat at a table. He wore an expression that danced between amusement and contemplation as he silently listened to another middle-aged man, also clad in military garb, who was animatedly recounting events. General Wu, have you absorbed none of what I have shared? Noticing that Wu Mingrui remained unresponsive despite his lengthy discourse, the military figure grew increasingly anxious. General Tong, there's no need for haste. Here, have a cigar as well. Wu Mingrui reached for an exquisite box on the table, opened it, and offered a cigar to the man in uniform. Sighing, the latter resignedly accepted the cigar from Wu Mingrui and lit it, inhaling deeply before exhaling a thick plume of smoke. So, how does it taste, General Tong? This is a premium Balala cigar. I seldom indulge in such luxury. It is not something one can simply purchase with wealth. Only high-ranking officials from major nations can savor such delights. I happened upon a rare supply of about 100. Before the middle-aged man could respond, Wu Mingrui took another deep drag, displaying an expression of sheer enjoyment. It is acceptable, General Wu. That Li Wu has emerged seemingly out of nowhere, and in such a brief span, he has swallowed the territories of Huangchao, Onkai, and Min Kai Lai. Are you not the slightest bit concerned? We should consider uniting for a preemptive strike. The middle-aged man, with a perfunctory response, uttered the name Wu Mingrui, only to don a mask of deep contemplation as he broached the subject of the insomniac-inducing Li Wu. Is it merely acceptable? To my eyes, this cigar is the pinnacle of excellence, a paragon among its peers. Yet in your view, it is simply adequate? Truly, you have the backing of the Eagle Sauce Nation. One must assume you have grown weary of such cigars by now, Wu Mingrui remarked with a peculiar smile, addressing Tong Mingmi in a manner that strayed from the point. General Wu, what are you implying? What Eagle Sauce Nation? I fail to comprehend your words, Tong Mingmi stammered, his hand trembling involuntarily as he held the cigar, ash cascading onto his thigh. In a flurry, he brushed away the ash, his tone betraying a hint of unease. Tong Mingmi, let us speak plainly. The Eagle Sauce Nation has pledged 20 billion Eagle Sauce coins to your cause. I require 10 billion of that sum, Wu Mingrui declared. How? How did you come to know this? Tong Mingmi gazed at Wu Mingrui in silence for over a minute, realizing he could not deceive the cunning old fox before him. His piercing stare demanded an answer. Rest assured, I have not placed any spies among you. Given your recent acquisition of a full array of Eagle Sauce equipment, is it truly so difficult to deduce who stands behind your support? Wu Mingrui replied, a disdainful smirk upon his face. Even so, how could you possibly be aware of the 20 billion Eagle Sauce coins? Tong Mingmi was momentarily taken aback, stunned by Wu Mingrui's astute observation that he had not anticipated. Now, confronted with Wu Mingrui's insinuation, he felt like a fool, but a moment later, he pondered how Wu Mingrui could know about the 20 billion Eagle Sauce coins if he had only speculated about the support behind his equipment. That is of no concern to you. I require 10 billion Eagle Sauce coins. If you transfer the funds to me, I shall ally with you to eliminate Li Wu. Consider it carefully. Tong Mingmi opened his mouth, then fell silent, lost in thought. Wu Mingrui remained composed, exhibiting no signs of urgency as he leisurely puffed on his cigar. General Wu, allow me to return and contemplate this. After a minute of silence, Tong Mingmi clenched his teeth, rose, and after a moment's reflection, he addressed Wu Mingrui. Very well, but once you step out that door today, the terms shall not be the same in our next discussion, Wu Mingrui warned, flicking the ash from his cigar with nonchalance as he spoke. General Wu, 10 billion Eagle Sauce coins equate to over 70 billion in Longo currency. My resources do not compare to your grand enterprise. I still need this money to sustain my 20,000 soldiers, Tong Mingmi retorted, feeling a surge of anger, yet understanding the necessity of maintaining cordial relations with Wu Mingrui. He managed to suppress his ire and responded to him. Humph, my 50,000 soldiers do not thrive solely on the winds of the northwest. According to the information I have received, Li Wu commands an army of 20,000 soldiers, and with Min Kai Lai's contingent of over 10,000. He wields a formidable force exceeding 30,000. Do you truly believe you can contend with him? Wu Mingrui scoffed, then gazed at Tong Mingmi with an expression of derision. Moreover, Li Wu possesses hundreds of tanks, over 300 armored vehicles, and an indeterminate number of heavy artillery. I can hardly fathom what you might employ to thwart him. Do not forget that the 6 counties under your control are largely defenseless. When Li Wu's armored division arrives, what will you have to intercept him? Observing Tong Mingmi's gloomy demeanor and his reluctance to respond, Wu Mingrui continued, If I fall to Li Wu, you shall be next. Even if you have natural fortifications to protect you, rest assured, your situation will not be any better. After Wu Mingrui finished speaking, Tong Mingmi lifted his gaze, locking his eyes onto Wu Mingrui, and after a moment, he finally spoke. Chapter 293. The person behind, I fully comprehend this. Yet it is sufficient for me that you shall perish before my eyes. What say you? Very well, I shall grant you 1 billion eagle dollars. But you must swiftly join forces with me to eliminate Li Wu. Tong Mingmi gritted his teeth, gazing intently at Wu Mingrui's insufferable smirk, and finally, through clenched jaws, he spoke. That is only natural. I, Wu Mingrui, am renowned throughout the Jadestone Nation for my integrity. Once I receive the funds, I shall fulfill my obligations as promised. Upon witnessing Tong Mingmi relent, Wu Mingrui burst into laughter. It would be ideal if that is the case. For even though I may be accommodating, my allies are not so easily appeased. You are well aware of the consequences of inciting their wrath. I, Wu Mingrui, am not easily intimidated. Transfer the funds to this card, and I shall honor my word. As Tong Mingmi listened to the veiled threat, Wu Mingrui's previously jovial demeanor abruptly shifted to one of cold seriousness. He then retrieved a bank card and extended it towards Tong Mingmi, speaking in a frigid tone. Struggling to suppress his anger, Tong Mingmi accepted the card, casting a fierce glare at Wu Mingrui before pulling out his phone to proceed with the transaction. The money has been transferred. When shall we deal with Li Wu? A minute later, Tong Mingmi returned the card to Wu Mingrui, his impatience palpable. Patience. Let us wait a moment longer, Wu Mingrui replied, a smile returning to his face as he examined the card in his hand. Upon hearing Tong Mingmi's inquiry, he lifted his gaze and spoke. Wu Mingrui, what do you mean? I have already sent you the money. Do you intend to take the funds without fulfilling your end of the bargain? Such money is not easily acquired. Seeing Wu Mingrui's demeanor shift towards wanting to claim the money while shirking his responsibilities, Tong Mingmi hastily threatened him. Brother Mingmi, do not be hasty. Please have a seat. Wu Mingrui, having just received over 7 billion dragon currency, was in high spirits and dismissed Tong Mingmi's threats. He approached Tong Mingmi, affectionately patting him on the shoulder. Brother Mingmi, as commanders, we both understand that in battle, one must first ascertain the strength of the opponent. While Li Wu commands merely 30,000 soldiers, our combined forces exceed his by a considerable margin. Let us not forget that he possesses over 100 tanks and the models of those tanks. Once Tong Mingmi sat down, Wu Mingrui began to explain, but paused mid-sentence, casting a peculiar glance at Tong Mingmi when he spoke of the tank models. Realizing Wu Mingrui's abrupt halt and the strange look directed at him, Tong Mingmi understood the underlying reason. It was not just Wu Mingrui who found it perplexing. He too, along with his allies from the Eagle Nation, could not fathom how Li Wu had quietly amassed such a formidable array of third-generation tanks from the Eagle Nation's active service. It was precisely due to this confusion that Tong Mingmi suddenly mandated the entire army to switch to Eagle Nation S equipment, supported by a generous allocation of 20 billion Eagle dollars. Originally, one might assume that with the backing of the mighty Eagle Nation, there would be no necessity for collaboration with Wu Mingrui. However, the complexities of certain matters transcend mere support from the most formidable nation on the blue planet. Take, for instance, weaponry. Although the 20,000 soldiers of Tong Mingmi discarded their obsolete equipment in favor of the comprehensive armaments provided by the Eagle Nation, this merely constituted light weaponry. Beyond those rifles and similar arms, they secured a considerable number of individual anti-tank missiles, yet not a single heavy weapon, such as tanks, was acquired. The clandestine transportation of such heavy artillery on a grand scale into a major power's territory is simply unfeasible. Should other nations discover the Eagle Nation brazenly supplying heavy weaponry to the warlords of Yushur country, it would incite a tremendous uproar across the blue planet. and other great powers would not remain passive observers. This predicament compelled him to seek collaboration with Wu Mingrue. General Wu, I possess a substantial stockpile of individual anti-tank missiles. While Li Wu's tanks are formidable, we are not without our opportunities, especially since our numbers surpass his. Please, share any lingering concerns you may have. Haha, Brother Mingmi. I knew you would not engage in a battle without confidence. You can counter Li Wu's tanks with individual anti-tank missiles, but such a strategy will undoubtedly incur significant casualties. Ultimately, our troop strength will not retain its advantage, so I must ascertain whether Li Wu's soldiers possess formidable combat capabilities. This knowledge will better inform our strategy for the impending conflict. Do you harbor a plan? Tong Mingmi inquired, a hint of skepticism gracing his brow as he listened to Wu Mingrue. Before your arrival, Li Wu contacted me, requesting passage to the Dragon Country's border to retrieve 300 piglets. I consented, Wu Mingrue replied, resuming his seat with a relaxed demeanor. What? Borrowing passage to collect piglets? Impossible. After seizing territory, Li Wu promptly returned all the piglets to the Dragon Country. Do you genuinely believe his current request? Tong Mingmi exclaimed, slapping the armrest of his chair and leaning forward with narrowed eyes. I do not believe it. Yet what relevance does that hold for me? I will permit only 100 of his soldiers to enter my territory for the retrieval. Do you not perceive this as an excellent opportunity to gauge the strength of his troops? You intend to eliminate those 100 soldiers? Tong Mingmi seemed to grasp Wu Mingrue's intent, his previously displeased expression transforming into a smile. I have already arranged their route. They will traverse the boundary of our respective territories. At that moment, we can encircle them and assess the capabilities of Li Wu's soldiers. What are your thoughts on this plan? Excellent. Haha, let's proceed with this scheme. Or shall we execute it? Tong Mingmi clapped his hands on the armrest, rising with a hearty laugh. Approximately this afternoon. Very well, I shall return to prepare. Today, we must ensure that these 100 do not return, Tong Mingmi declared as he turned and strode toward the exit. Hee, it seems that earning this money is quite effortless. Tong Mingmi, do you have someone backing you? Am I without support? When you and Li Wu are mutually exhausted, that will be my moment to act. Observing the departing figure of Tong Mingmi, Wu Mingrue laughed heartily. Just as Wu Mingrue was reveling in his triumph, his phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Li Wu, who had called him not long ago. General Li, what brings you to call me again so soon? Is there something on your mind? Wu Mingrue inquired knowingly after answering the phone. I will provide you with 100 million Longwa currency, and this afternoon, I will send someone to pick them up. Li Wu stated directly, without any superfluous words. Very well. Transfer the funds to my account, and I assure you that your people will have a clear path according to the route I provide, Wu Mingrue responded. Understood, Li Wu replied before ending the call. Chapter 294. Termination of Action. Li Jiang, I hereby appoint you as the captain of this operation. You are to lead them in bringing back the 300 individuals and the equipment intact. Do you have confidence? Li Wu stood before the 100 fully armed soldiers, surveying them back and forth, before stepping up to the first soldier in the front row, locking his gaze onto the soldier's eyes, and in a commanding voice, asked. Yes, replied the soldier facing Li Wu, his voice resonant and unwavering, devoid of unnecessary words. Excellent. Indeed, you are members of the Li family army, and confidence is commendable. However, we must bear in mind that we are delving into enemy territory. Although Wu Mingrue has no justifiable reason to attack our 100-man team, we must remain vigilant. At that time, I will relocate all our heavy equipment and a significant portion of our brothers to Qingyang County to deter Wu Mingrue and ensure absolute safety. You must exercise utmost caution and return to me unscathed. Do you understand? Li Wu's expression softened into one of appreciation as he patted the soldier named Li Jiang on the shoulder, though a hint of concern laced his words. Rest assured, master. Though our number is small, not a single one among us is a novice. We have 50 elite special operations experts and 50 battle-hardened veterans. Even if Wu Mingrue were to attack, we are not easy prey. Have faith in us, brothers, right? Li Jiang's face radiated confidence as he turned to address the others behind him. Indeed, master, you need not worry. We shall fulfill our mission. The soldiers echoed in unison. Good. I await your return, and when you do, there shall be collective commendation for you, Li Wu replied with a smile. Well then, master. We shall take our leave, Li Jiang said, exchanging a greeting with Li Wu before leading the way towards the several military trucks parked nearby. Why do I have an ominous premonition? Could it be that Wu Mingrue truly dares to take action? That cannot be. Eliminating these 100 men would have no bearing on my strength and would only provoke my ire, leading to an unending feud. He has no reason to act thus. Waving goodbye to the departing soldiers with a smile, as the last military truck vanished from sight, Li Wu felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids, his heart inexplicably racing with a sense of foreboding, a feeling that even he, who never placed stock in intuition, could not shake off. Is something amiss that I have overlooked? Lacking a clear cause for his unease, Li Wu furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "Come here. Master, what is your command?" Upon hearing Li Wu's call, a soldier jogged over, saluted, and then inquired, "Have you clarified the situation regarding the entire army's transition to American equipment?" "Master, I need to call the reconnaissance battalion for that information." "All right, then immediately contact the reconnaissance battalion commander and inquire about the specifics." "Yes, sir," the soldier responded, pulling out his phone to make the call. "The head of the household, the commander of the reconnaissance battalion, wishes to speak with you." As the call connected, a soldier spoke briefly before turning and handing the phone to Li Wu, who eagerly inquired, "Has the matter of Tong Mingmi been clarified?" "Indeed, head of the household. I have just received news and was about to call you to report. Tong Mingmi has received support from the Eagle Country, which is why he has abruptly equipped his entire army." "What? The Eagle Country? How can this be?" Li Wu was incredulous. "Tong Mingmi is merely an insignificant warlord. Why would the mightiest nation on Blue Star lend him their support?" Upon hearing the explanation on the other end of the line, Li Wu's disbelief was palpable. To the average person, Tong Mingmi, commanding over 20,000 ragtag soldiers, seemed formidable. Yet before the Eagle Country, a superpower, he was but a small fry. How could these two disparate forces possibly collude? Head of the household, not only does Tong Mingmi have backing from the Eagle Country, but Wu Mingrue has also established ties with the Bear Country, recently acquiring some weaponry in secret. Wu Mingrue, the Bear Country? What on earth is happening? Li Wu murmured, absorbing the reconnaissance commander's words. "This might not concern us." "How so?" "Head of the household, with Tong Mingmi backed by the Eagle Country and Wu Mingrue by the Bear Country, who supports us?" "You mean?" Although the reconnaissance commander had only partially articulated his thought, Li Wu grasped the implication immediately. "Yes, the Eagle Country likely believes we have the support of the Dragon Country. While the Jadestone Country is not a critical battleground, wherever the Dragon Country is present, the Eagle Country cannot refrain from intervening. Moreover, our possession of numerous Eagle Country supplies has undoubtedly disturbed certain individuals, prompting them to support Tong Mingmi with an abundance of equipment. The armaments received by Tong Mingmi consisted primarily of light weapons and some anti-tank missiles. While they pose a certain threat to our armored units, it was inconceivable for him alone to defeat us. Thus, this morning, Tong Mingmi sought out Wu Mingrue and upon his return, dispatched 2 battalions to Mingyuan County." "What? 2 battalions have gone to Mingyuan County? This is outrageous. Is he planning an ambush?" Upon hearing the reconnaissance commander's alarming news, Li Wu's realization dawned, and he erupted in anger. Mingyuan County bordered his own Xinjiang County and Wu Mingrue's Taoshui County. It was clear that Tong Mingmi's 2 battalions were undoubtedly targeting his 100 men. Furthermore, given the circumstances, it was highly probable that Wu Mingrue had reached some form of agreement with Tong Mingmi. If that were the case, Li Jiang and his men would be in grave danger. It appeared that this operation must be terminated. Previously, he had believed Wu Mingrue would not dare to act, unaware of the Eagle Country's and Bear Country's involvement, which had led him to assume Wu Mingrue would refrain from targeting his people. The transparent me, previously underestimated, now found himself emboldened by the backing of a superpower. The audacity of these 2 individuals had multiplied exponentially. What was there that they would not dare to undertake? With a superpower support, did they truly believe they could provoke our Li family army? Immediately, I ordered the Lu E Regiment to set out and annihilate the 2 battalions of the Transparent Me. How dare they attempt to ambush me? They would surely meet their demise. Li Wu muttered to himself, then, after a moment of contemplation, turned to the soldier beside him and issued a command, simultaneously ending the call and returning the phone to the soldier. "Yes, family head," the soldier replied, accepting the phone, saluting respectfully before swiftly departing. A shift in circumstances had occurred. The operation was to be halted. Once the soldier had left, Li Wu retrieved his own phone and dialed a number, directly instructing on the other end as soon as the call connected. Chapter 295. The representative of a great nation applause echoed through the spacious courtyard of the Li family villa, where around 30 to 40 members of the Li family, along with over 100 village residents, were seated in neatly arranged chairs, captivated by the splendid performances of the actors on stage. At the most thrilling moments, they could not help but applaud and cheer enthusiastically. "Aunt, what do you think? Are they singing well? In the front row of seats, Li Yongjin, with a beaming smile, looked at Li Shufan, who appeared much improved from the previous day, and inquired cheerfully. They are quite good. It has been many years since I last heard opera. The last time was over 2 decades ago when a junior in the village invited a troupe to celebrate her mother's birthday. This troupe is far superior to theirs. Li Shufan replied, her face bright with praise. However, as she reminisced about the last time she heard opera, a hint of melancholy crossed her expression. The greatest misfortune of her life, she reflected, was having 2 sons who were truly disappointing. And these performers were brought over by Xiaowei from Xing City overnight. They are much more professional than the usual local troops, Li Yongjin explained, his gaze unintentionally drifting towards Li Xiaowei, who sat at the far end of the front row. Truly, heaven has blessed us with such a prodigious talent in our family. The Li family is indeed fortunate, Li Shufan remarked. Following Li Yongjin's gaze and looking at Li Xiaowei, who appeared somewhat drowsy, with a sense of pride. Don't fall asleep. How can you sleep through all this noise? Your aunt is watching you, teased Yun Lingxian, who sat beside Li Xiaowei, nudging him gently in the side. Is my aunt watching me? Startled by the nudge, Li Xiaowei quickly regained his focus and glanced towards the center of the front row, where he saw Li Shufan and Li Yongjin smiling at him, prompting an embarrassed smile in return. The opera was initially engaging, but as time passed, he found himself growing drowsy, compounded by an early start to his day, which made him susceptible to sleep. If you're tired, why not go take a nap? The meal is finished, and there's nothing else to do, Yun Lingxian suggested, noticing Li Xiaowei's lingering drowsiness. No need, it's the middle of the day. If I sleep now, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Li Xiaowei stubbornly declined. All right then, as you wish, Yun Lingxian responded with a shrug, turning her attention back to the stage. Just as Li Xiaowei was preparing to immerse himself in the cultural performance once more, his phone, nestled in his pocket, vibrated unexpectedly, accompanied by a familiar tune. A call is coming in, he said, pulling out his phone to check. I'll go take this call, he informed Yun Lingxian. Go ahead. It's not like you enjoy watching this anyway. She waved him off. Once Yun Lingxian finished speaking, Li Xiaowei quickly walked back to his villa, pondering. What has happened with Li Wu? This morning, I received a call, and how is it that I'm being called again so soon? Upon entering the room and answering the call, Li Rue swiftly inquired. Patriarch, there has been a change in plans. We must temporarily set aside the matter of picking people up. We may be in trouble. Trouble? What do you mean? Upon hearing Li Wu mention potential trouble, Li Rue furrowed his brow and eagerly pressed for details. The Eagle Nation has set its sights on us. What? The Eagle Nation? Listening to Li Wu's words, Li Rue momentarily faltered. Although he possessed wealth, he had little connection with such a superpower. How could they possibly find themselves entangled with such a colossal nation? Our weaponry. And, subsequently, Li Wu voiced all his speculations in a rush. So, are we inexplicably becoming representatives of the Dragon Nation and the Jadestone Nation? Once Li Wu finished speaking, Li Rue finally grasped the situation and responded with a resigned expression. Indeed, currently, 3 major powers are each supporting a local faction. Although we are not one of them, they perceive us as such. What should we do? Those 300 individuals must be brought over. This is crucial for the functionality of the satellite navigation system. The representative of the Eagle Nation, Tong Mingmi, also needs to be dealt with. Li Rue retorted impatiently after Li Wu finished speaking. The safest way to successfully bring over those 300 individuals is to eliminate Wu Mingrue. Weren't you saying that Wu Mingrue's territory consists of rugged mountains and ditches, making it difficult to engage in combat? It is not impossible, but doing so would likely incur significant casualties. After all, that terrain is not conducive to tank operations. No, the casualties absolutely cannot be excessive. Those soldiers are like family to us. Upon hearing Li Wu suggest the possibility of substantial losses, Li Rue instantly became reluctant. Although these soldiers are biologically engineered, they are individuals who are entirely loyal to us, and aside from their unwavering loyalty, they're not markedly different from ordinary people. Li Rue, of course, wished to minimize their losses. To capture Wu Mingrue with the least casualties, it is essential to possess more artillery, armed helicopters, and even missiles. While our artillery is relatively abundant among these warlords, it still falls short of what is necessary to achieve the objective with minimal casualties. Li Wu, tell me how many artillery pieces and armed helicopters are required to take down Wu Mingrue with the least amount of casualties? Li Rue inquired eagerly as Li Wu began to outline the necessary quantities. As he spoke, Li Rue's consciousness drifted into the arms merchant system and began browsing. 200 artillery pieces of various sizes, 20 armed helicopters, incendiary bombs. Only then can we effectively eliminate Wu Mingrue and Tong Mingmi with minimal losses. All right, I will provide you with 1,000 units of 155mm heavy artillery and 100 heavy armed helicopters. Whatever you require, I shall procure for you. Li Wu responded without hesitation, also increasing the quantities several-fold. Is that for real? Chieftain, if you could procure such an abundance of weaponry for me, I could reduce Tong Mingmi to mere ashes within a day, and within 3 days, compel Wu Mingrue to surrender unconditionally. As Li Rue articulated the staggering quantity of arms, a palpable disbelief resonated in Li Wu's voice. Such a vast arsenal was beyond the reach of even most nations. Tomorrow, I shall journey to Rubber Country. Ensure that you dispatch someone to receive me. While I am unable to provide you with aircraft and naval vessels this time, I will furnish you with any other weapons you require. Once you have completed the construction of the airport and military dock, rest assured that aircraft and warships will also be at your disposal. Li Rue dismissed Li Wu's inquiry, resolutely expressing his intentions. Very well, Chieftain, I eagerly await your arrival. Li Wu replied, his voice brimming with excitement. With the promised equipment from a chieftain, he believed that the entire Blue Star Army could rank among the foremost in the world. Chapter 296, A True Man? The following day, at the break of dawn, Li Rue, along with his parents and Yuling Xian, concocted an excuse. He then set off in a Range Rover accompanied by 4 bodyguards, heading directly toward Star City. Originally, Li Rue had envisioned attending his cousin's wedding before embarking on a journey to the Magic City to procure and deploy a nuclear submarine, with the intention of obliterating the mastermind behind the assassin website, Kratos. However, circumstances had shifted, as he needed to ensure the safe passage of the 300 individuals waiting at the border of Yunnan province to the territory controlled by Li Wu. Furthermore, the transparent Rice had garnered support from the Eagle Nation and was conspiring with another warlord, prompting him to revise his plans significantly. Fortunately, he possessed access to an arms marketplace. With sufficient funds, any weapon could be acquired. Despite the unexpected changes, he remained confident that reaching the Jadestone country would resolve all issues. He doubted any warlord could withstand the simultaneous firing of over 1,155mm heavy artillery pieces. Boss, we've arrived at the airport. Lost in thought, Li Rue had inadvertently fallen asleep in the car. He was roused by the familiar voice of Li Yi. At 11:30, just in time. Let's go, Li Yi called out. With a groggy blink, Li Rue checked his phone and noted that there was still about an hour until the pre-scheduled flight departure. After parking the vehicle in the airport lot, the 5 of them, empty-handed, proceeded towards the departure level. Li Rue had not intended to stay long, so he had not packed much luggage. Besides, he was affluent enough to procure whatever he needed. Boss, look at all those people over there. Are they here to greet a celebrity? As they entered the departure level, Li Yi pointed toward the crowd of over 200 young girls, fervently waving signs and shouting. Observing the exuberant fans, Li Rue felt no surprise. He had encountered and heard of such starstruck individuals before. Let us move on. They are merely a group of underdeveloped minds. Nothing remarkable, Li Rue remarked, glancing briefly at the girls before returning his gaze ahead. Agreeing, Li Yi nodded and followed Li Rue towards the security checkpoint. Wow, so handsome. Kuwen. My Kuwen. Kuwen. You are so beautiful. I love you, Kuwen. As Li Rue and his companions approached the throng of fervent fans, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, causing the previously spacious area to become congested. Boss, what do we do now? As the girls surged towards Li Rue like a flood of earth, Li instinctively pulled Li Rue behind him. Turning to Li Rue, he sought his counsel. If it had been a group of burly men, Li would have dealt with them with a single punch, but faced with this assembly of girls, all barely 18 or 19, he was at a loss. A single blow from him would surely reduce these young souls to mere pulp. With the airplane set to depart in 50 minutes, and the need to board half an hour prior, there was no time to squander. Push them aside, Li Rue said, his brow furrowed. Understood, boss, Li replied, extending his robust arms to shove the girls crowding around him to the side. As he exerted force, several girls felt an immense pressure from behind, causing them to tip forward uncontrollably. Hey, what are you doing? One girl exclaimed, turning to see who was pushing her. As she glanced back, she was met with the imposing figure of a man standing at least 2 meters tall, built like an ox, staring at her with an impassive expression. Behind this giant were 3 equally formidable men, prompting her to swallow her words abruptly. Seeing the space he had just cleared quickly refilled with girls, Li Yi turned back to Li Rui in exasperation. Without hesitation, Li Rui nodded at Li Yi. "Everyone step aside," Li Yi bellowed, his voice booming. A chorus of startled gasps erupted from the hundreds of girls, their eardrums throbbing from the sheer volume, as they instinctively covered their ears. Once they regained some composure, they turned to see the source of the voice. "What are you doing? How can you be so rude to these lovely ladies?" At that moment, a soft, effeminate voice pierced the air, and a strikingly handsome, slender man maneuvered through the throng of girls towards Li Yi and the others. The sickening quality of that voice stirred a reaction in Li Rui, who was curious to see the person behind such an ambiguous tone. He gestured for Li Yi to step aside, allowing him a clearer view of the individual whose voice defied categorization. "Wow, my Su Kunkin is truly a man. Even in the face of those fearsome figures, he stands up for us. Truly our idol, a real man. Yes, Kunkin, a true man." The more than 200 girls present, witnessing their idol fearlessly confronting the four muscular men, were utterly captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they shouted in adoration. Seeing his fans so enamored, Su Kunkin could not help but display a hint of pride. "Step aside. Your actions have delayed my boarding, and the consequences are yours to bear." As Li Rui spoke, his brow furrowed deeply while he regarded the androgynous figure before him, a man exuding a nauseating fragrance, standing less than 2 meters away. "Sir, I can overlook your rudeness towards me, but you must apologize to these ladies." Su Kunkin feigned a serious expression as he gazed at Li Rui, secretly reveling in the opportunity to enhance his image in front of his fans. He was utterly unconcerned about offending this individual accompanied by 4 towering bodyguards, perceiving him merely as a nouveau riche with perhaps a few million to his name. After all, his own company ranked among the top 3 in the entertainment industry. And what if I refuse to apologize? What will you do about it? Li Rui's eyes narrowed, a smile gracing his lips, though a flicker of anger ignited within him. Chapter 297. Defamation. Li Rui had always harbored a dislike for men devoid of masculine vigor, struggling to comprehend why certain girls were drawn to such types. If the men of Longwo were all of this ilk, the entire nation would surely be doomed. "You lack grace, you. The crowd began recording, intending to broadcast his disgrace online. Su Kunkin, realizing that Li Rui was impervious to his tactics, sought to utter something threatening but found himself at a loss. As he fumbled for words, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes, and he addressed the 200 girls present. "Boss, should we take action?" Upon hearing this, Li Yi's eyes widened with intent, yet he hesitated, remembering Li Rui's presence. He then inquired for guidance. "There's no need. Let them record. We shall send each of them a lawyer's letter later," Li Rui replied, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back and a stoic expression. Aside from Li Yi's earlier shout, Li Rui had done nothing. If these individuals truly sought to defame him, he suggested pursuing legal action against each one. "Look at his arrogant demeanor. Everyone capture this moment. I too shall record and post it online," Su Kunkin proclaimed, pulling out his phone to take multiple pictures of Li Rui. "I have already posted it online. If you do not apologize, I will not remove it," he declared with a smirk, manipulating his phone for a moment before raising his head triumphantly at Li Rui. "I have posted it as well." "So have I." In response, dozens of girls raised their phones and chimed in. "Li Yi, call the headquarters and gather evidence. Let no one who defames me online go unpunished. We shall sue them all." Ignoring the insipid figure before him, Li Rui turned to Li Yi to give his orders. "Understood, boss," Li Yi affirmed, promptly dialing the phone. Hearing Li Rui's words, a woman in her 40s, who had been following Su Kunkin, suddenly furrowed her brow and scrutinized Li Rui closely. A man who could command his subordinates to contact the headquarters must possess a remarkable identity. Provoking such a person merely to garner favor with fans seemed unwise. After studying him for over 10 seconds without recalling who he was, she, as a professional talent agent with connections to prominent figures in Longwa, was surprised by her lack of recognition. Though she didn't know everyone, she usually had some familiarity with notable individuals. This man, however, left her utterly perplexed. Convinced he was boasting, she nonetheless decided to reveal a fragment of her background, hoping that if he had significant connections, he would show her some respect upon learning of her agency. "Good day, sir," the woman said, stepping out from behind, Su Kunkin with a smile, extending her hand in greeting. Li Rui regarded the sudden appearance of this woman with a blank expression, showing no desire to engage with her. "Greetings, I am Yao Cici, the agent of Koen Koen. May I inquire about your esteemed surname?" Noticing that Li Rui showed no inclination to acknowledge her presence, Yao Cece maintained a cheerful demeanor and continued to introduce herself. Li Rui cast a casual glance at the woman before him, opting to disregard her entirely. He then lifted his gaze towards a group of girls behind him, spotting a dozen airport staff members in uniforms hastily approaching. Had it not been for the sight of the staff, he would have already instructed Li Yi to clear a path, as his patience was wearing thin. Sir, our Kuan is a leading star of Starlight Infinity Company. You should step aside. As the older woman persisted in her chatter, Li Rui could no longer contain his anger and shouted, Do you truly disregard Starlight Infinity? Our company is not to be trifled with. With her smile evaporated, Yao Cece's expression turned cold as she threatened him. Boss, I've already coordinated with the group. They will gather evidence and will not let any slander against the boss go unpunished. At that moment, Li Yi hung up the phone and approached Li Rui to report. Upon hearing Li Yi's update, Li Rui merely nodded, his face impassive. What is happening here? The group of uniformed personnel arrived, led by a middle-aged man who stopped short of Li Rui, panting as he inquired. You arrived just in time. They are hurling insults and even wish to resort to violence. Su Kuan interjected, preemptively blaming Li Rui and his companions. What is the matter? The middle-aged man's expression turned serious as he directed his question to Li Rui. The flight is set to depart in over 40 minutes, and I do not wish to squander time. Li Rui replied evasively, retrieving a business card from his pocket and handing it to the lead airport staff member. The middle-aged man accepted the card with confusion, and upon a mere glance, his pupils constricted and his previously stern demeanor transformed into a broad smile. Chairman Li, please. What are you waiting for? Clear the way for Chairman Li. He beamed, bending slightly while gesturing for Li Rui to proceed, then turned to his staff with a serious tone, commanding them to act accordingly. In truth, he had already surmised the situation before arriving, having witnessed similar incidents during his many years at the airport. However, given Su Kuan's affiliation with Starlight Infinity Entertainment Company, he intended to show some deference. But now, realizing that the young man before him was far more influential than Starlight Infinity, being the chairman of Tongfei Group, he understood precisely how to proceed. As a dozen staff members clad in uniforms ushered over 200 girls into an arena, a pathway was cleared. Li Rui, maintaining an expression of indifference, cast a fleeting glance at Su Kuan before hastily advancing with Li Yi and the others, eager to catch their flight, intending to settle accounts with this enigmatic figure at a later time. Who is he? It was only at this moment that Su Kuan grasped that the individual he had dismissed as a nouveau riche was of an extraordinary status. He then turned to his agent and inquired, If you ask me, whom should I inquire? Kuan, you really shouldn't have done that today. It seems you may have stirred up significant trouble, replied Yao Cece, observing Li Rui's retreating figure with a troubled expression and deeply furrowed brows. Excuse me, may I be so bold as to ask who that person is? Yao Cece first responded to Su Kuan with a grave countenance, then, regaining her composure, approached the middle-aged staff member who was still gazing at Li Rui's silhouette and posed her question. That's not possible. The middle-aged man glanced at Yao Cece, scrutinizing her from head to toe before responding with an impassive demeanor. He is merely the agent of a celebrity. Usually, he might extend some courtesy due to the reputation of Starlight Unlimited, but now that they have offended the chairman of Tongfei Group, he will no longer afford her any favor. Watching the middle-aged man utter just 2 words before turning away, Yao Cece's face flushed with anger, yet she felt utterly helpless. Just then, a melodious voice reached the ears of Su Kuan and Yao Cece, prompting them to turn in the direction of the sound. Do you know that person from earlier? Yao Cece noted that Song Xing was fixated on the almost vanishing figure, and, suspecting that Song Xing might be acquainted with him, she eagerly inquired. Chapter 298, Grave Consequences. Sister Yao, he is. Last time, my boss and I performed at that gentleman's cousin's wedding, and I have met him before. Song Xing hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke up. What? You and your boss performed at his cousin's wedding? Yao Cece and Su Kuan exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. Who is Song Xing's boss? It is none other than the top-tier celebrity, Huang Xiaoming, who owns his entertainment company and is undoubtedly affluent. A mere wedding, not a grand television program. What kind of individual could afford to invite him? This situation leaves only one possibility. The other party possesses not only wealth, but also extraordinary status. Upon realizing this, Yao Cece and Su Kuan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of despair. Although Su Kuan is also a first-tier star, he is significantly overshadowed by a senior like Huang Xiaoming, who has his own entertainment company. Now, Having drawn the ire of someone whom even Huang Xiaoming must respect, how could he possibly expect a favorable outcome? Zing, could you elaborate? How did your boss accept that gentleman's invitation? Yao Cixi, her face etched with despair, still clung to a final thread of hope. Perhaps it was merely a matter of lucrative compensation that led Huang Xiaoming to attend. Although the likelihood of this scenario was slim, she desperately wished for such improbable circumstances to unfold. If that individual were simply affluent, perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. It was young Master Chun who invited my boss, Song Ziying replied softly. Young Master Chun? Which young Master Chun? Su Kunkin murmured to himself, seemingly unable to recall, his expression one of confusion as he turned to Song Ziying. In contrast to Su Kunkin's bewilderment, Yao Cixi's eyes widened in horror. Although she had already deduced the identity of the young Master Chen mentioned by Song Ziying, she was reluctant to voice it. The status of that individual was far too elevated. If even he had to show respect to someone, how could she expect to escape unscathed after offending him? Chen Xiao, the young master of the Chen group, Song Ziying explained, as Su Kunkin remained puzzled. Boom! The moment Song Ziying's words fell, it was as if a thunderclap resounded in Su Kunkin's mind, shaking him to his core. In an instant, his body trembled uncontrollably. The name Chen Xiao is not uncommon in the Dragon Country, with countless individuals bearing that name. Yet, the owner of this name happens to be the very one from the Chun group, capable of crushing him with a mere flick of his hand. Having offended someone whom even Chen Xiao must regard with deference left him paralyzed with fear. At that moment, Su Kunkin was not the only one gripped by terror. Yao Cixi felt an equal measure of dread. She had long since surmised who young Master Chen truly was. Yet she harbored a lingering flicker of hope within her heart, which was now shattered by Song Ziying's words. Unable to contain the terror surging within her, her legs buckled, and she fell backward. Sister Yao, are you all right? Song Ziying swiftly caught Yao Cixi, her voice laced with concern. I. Yao Cixi stammered, repeating the word I several times, but ultimately seemed devoid of strength, unable to utter another syllable. Being a veteran of the entertainment industry, Yao Cixi possessed far more insight than Su Kunkin. To them, the Chun group represented more than just a significant capital. Offending such a colossal entity could lead to dire consequences. While the company might navigate the situation considering Su Kunkin's status as a leading star, the Chun Group's connection to Xinguang Wuxin Limited was far deeper. They were shareholders. The Chun Group held an 8% stake in Xinguang Wuxin Limited, although this percentage did not afford them decision-making power. The major shareholders rarely dared to disregard the Chun Group. It was not difficult to surmise that if Chen Xiao were to learn of Su Kunkin's transgressions, he might very well direct the Chun Group to orchestrate Kunkin's outright banishment from the industry, effectively ending her career as his manager. Kunkin, you have truly stirred up a significant dilemma. Let us return to Modu immediately and discuss this matter with the boss. There may still be a chance for redemption. Yao Cixi said, now somewhat composed, standing upright and grasping Su Kunkin's arm urgently. Sister Yao, but we still need to participate in the Imagine Life program, right? Perhaps we should wait until after this event, Su Kunkin replied, reluctant to return right away, fully aware of the trouble he had caused. After all, Imagine Life was a popular show, and to miss such a splendid opportunity to showcase himself would be a tremendous loss. Participate in what program? If you do not resolve this issue, you will most likely face a ban. You do not comprehend the terrifying nature of these major entities. To them, you are merely a profitable instrument. They will not jeopardize their relationship with Chen Xiao for your sake. Moreover, that individual may be even more formidable than Chen Xiao. Yao Cixi, seeing Su Kunkin's ignorance of the gravity of the situation, laid the stakes bare before him. Is it truly that serious? Su Kunkin exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. It could potentially escalate even further. We must leave now, Yao Cixi urged, pulling Su Kunkin to hasten their departure. Wait, Sister Yao. I just posted on Weibo. Should I delete it first? Su Kunkin suddenly recalled that he had filmed a video of that individual and shared it on social media. Realizing the remarkable prowess of that individual, the thought of their embellished words being discovered filled me with trepidation, for I knew I would face dire consequences. With this thought in mind, I turned to Yao Cixi and implored, delete it. Delete it. What are you waiting for? Hurry and erase it. Hearing Su Kunkin's urgent tone, Yao Cixi slapped her forehead, suddenly recalling the gravity of the situation. In her haste, she began to stomp her feet anxiously while loudly urging, I will delete it right now, just a moment. As she spoke, Su Kunkin scrambled to grasp her phone, frantically navigating through the screen. Meanwhile, Over 200 girls who had been closely observing the unfolding drama gaped in disbelief at their idol's frantic demeanor. Among them, those who had previously shared videos of Li Rue on social media were particularly distressed, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They now comprehended that the individual in question was undoubtedly a formidable figure, a personage far beyond their idol's reach. With this realization, these young women hastily retrieved their phones, fervently beginning to delete their posts from Moments and Weibo. Chapter 299. The enormous legs of a superstar Zing. That individual appears to be quite youthful. Have you considered? At that moment, a charming girl in her early 20s emerged from behind Song Zing, gazing at the departing figures of Yao Cixi and Su Kunken. A playful smile gracing her lips as she inquired of Song Zing. Yi Xiaoying, what nonsense are you spouting? Mr. Li is already in a relationship. If you keep saying such things, I might just ignore you. Upon hearing her friend and manager Yi Xiaoying's words, Song Zing understood the unspoken implications. She stomped her foot, pouted her lips, and feigned anger. So what if he has a girlfriend? He is not married yet. As long as he is not tied down, there is still a chance for you, right? Yi Xiaoying remarked with a mischievous glint in her eyes, nudging Song Zing playfully with her shoulder. Oh, come on, Mr. Li is someone even Master Chun has to show respect to. You have no idea how I felt when I saw Mr. Li's serious expression. My heart nearly stopped. Being his girlfriend might not be a long-term affair. Song Zing rolled her eyes at Yi Xiaoying, then clutched her chest, feigning a look of fright. Zing, I am your true friend and your manager. Of course, I must consider your future. With a powerful figure like him backing you, your path ahead will surely be smooth sailing. Yi Xiaoying wore an expression of earnest concern as she addressed Song Zing. I know. Xiaoying is the best to me. Even if I'm not worthy, I shall accept it. Song Zing grasped Yi Xiaoying's arm, swaying it back and forth, resembling a playful child. All right, stop shaking. You made me dizzy. Zing, who exactly is Mr. Li? Just because his cousin is getting married. Master Chen personally invited him to perform. What kind of person possesses such clout? Yi Xiaoying pressed down on Song Zing's hand, which was still flailing, and then curiously asked. Not only did they invite the boss, but also a full 10 top-tier stars. Song Zing recounted the illustrious celebrities who had performed that day to Yi Xiaoying. What? Zing, who is this Mr. Li? After hearing the names of 9 celebrities from Song Zing, Yi Xiaoying's eyes widened in astonishment, and she inquired with even greater curiosity. Mr. Li is the chairman of the Tongfei Group. The chairman of Tongfei Group? I knew you wouldn't know. Just take a look. With that, Song Zing directly presented her phone to Yi Xiaoying's view. Wow, my goodness. Zing, are you really not considering this? If you manage to win over Chairman Li, securing any resources you desire in the entertainment industry would be effortlessly within your grasp. This is a colossal opportunity. You truly should give it some thought. Yi Xiaoying examined the information on the phone, her expression one of disbelief, before expressing her regret to Song Zing. You can forget it. When Mr. Li is serious, he is even more intimidating than my father. Even if he were single, it would still be impossible. All right, enough of this chatter. Let us hurry along, or we'll be late. Song Zing rolled her eyes at Yi Xiaoying and urged her to move. Indeed, the program holds paramount importance, and securing a temporary guest is a rare opportunity. By the way, Zing, since you are aware of Chairman Li's true identity, why haven't you informed Yao Cixi and Su Kunken? After taking a few steps forward, Yi Xiaoying suddenly halted, her curiosity evident as she inquired of Song Zing. Xiaoying, are we particularly close to Su Kunken? We merely participated in a program together. Moreover, I have never been fond of him, and Mr. Li did not disclose his identity to me directly. I discovered it through my own research online. For some I hardly know, why risk offending Mr. Li? Indeed, you are right, Zing. I never would have guessed that the seemingly naive you would display such astuteness in matters of significance. Quite impressive. Once Song Zing finished explaining, Yi Xiaoying gave her a thumbs up, a broad smile illuminating her face in admiration. Xiaoying, you're the one who is naive. I am quite clever. Just watch my 9 white bone claw. With hands on her hips, Song Zing lifted her chin, embodying the demeanor of the most intelligent person in the world. After a moment, she lowered her hands and, with fingers poised like claws, playfully scratched at Yi Xiaoying's waist. Ah, stop it. That tickles. Haha, Zing, you are such a silly goose. You cannot catch me. Moments later, Yi Xiaoying wriggled free from Song Zing's playful grip, sprinting a few steps ahead before turning back to make a silly face and sticking out her tongue. Chief, have you all arrived? Following an unexpected incident at the airport, Li Rue and his companions encountered no further complications. after flying from Baiwa Airport to the capital of Rubber Nation. They transferred and traveled to the border with Yusher Nation and Ottawa. Upon arriving at a shallow river, they finally called Li Wu. Yes, we are now opposite Ottawa. Please send someone to pick us up. Understood. I already have a brother waiting on the other side. I will send him over immediately, Li Wu replied before hanging up. Seeing Li Wu in the call, Li Rue also stowed his phone back into his pocket. Boss, charging you 1,000 Longwa currency for a 20-kilometer ride is quite reasonable. Look, it is already pitch dark. It is only my goodwill that brings you here. Generally, people like you, attempting to sneak across, would not find anyone willing to help. At that moment, Li Rue and his companions were seated in a dilapidated van, where a dark-skinned, slender, middle-aged man sat in the driver's seat. Speaking in somewhat halting Longwa language to Li Rue, who had just hung up the phone, Li E, give him 100. Ignoring the obvious extortion from the wiry man, Li Rue instructed Li E, who sat in front of him. 100? Are you trying to dismiss me as a beggar? I know the head of the inspection bureau here, and believe me, one call and you will not get through today, the middle-aged man growled threateningly, quickly stuffing the 100 yuan into his pocket after receiving it from Li E. Despite the presence of 4 imposing men towering over him, he remained undaunted, for he understood that those seeking to cross borders clandestinely were most afraid of complications. He was also acutely aware that if the head of the inspection bureau were to discover the presence of unfamiliar faces attempting to evade the law, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to extort a hefty sum. This knowledge emboldened him to brazenly extort this group of individuals who exuded an aura of intimidation. Get out of the car, he commanded, as he disregarded the gaunt man, stepping out first. Just wait. I will call the head of the inspection bureau right now, the gaunt man threatened, pulling out his phone in response to being ignored by Li Rue. Chapter 300, I want money, boss, should we? Li E, who had disembarked from the vehicle with Li Rue, glanced back at the dilapidated van and made a throat-cutting gesture before whispering his inquiry. Li Rue did not respond, gently shaking his head while his gaze remained fixed across the shallow river. Although this emaciated man was extorting him, which was exceedingly despicable, it did not warrant a death sentence. Li Rue had not yet descended to the level of taking a life over such a trivial matter. Seeing Li Rue's refusal, Li turned his attention once more to the gaunt man, who was simultaneously dialing a number and exiting the vehicle. With a disdainful snort, he crossed his arms and positioned himself behind Li Rue. Just wait, I've already made the call. If you refuse to part with this trivial sum of 1,000 yuan, soon it will be far more than that. Given Director Xiong's unscrupulous nature, you won't be leaving here without at least 100,000. Are you regretting your decision now? It's too late for that. The inspection bureau is quite nearby, and it won't take Director Xiong long to arrive. Even if you wish to flee now, it would be too late. Once Director Xiong has his windfall, I expect to receive my share, ha ha ha. After concluding his call, the gaunt man strode over to Li Rue and his companions, oblivious to their disregard for him, and continued his tirade. Enough of this nonsense. Li Rue's expression turned icy as he reprimanded the incessant chatter. What did you say? The gaunt man, being a native of the rubber country, had no trouble communicating in the dragon language under normal circumstances, but he was momentarily befuddled by the unfamiliar phrase. I said to be silent. Li stepped forward, abandoning his previous stance, and approached the gaunt man. As he spoke, he delivered a resounding slap to the man's cheek. The gaunt man screamed, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string. Ouch, my teeth! He wailed. Stop screaming like a ghost, or I swear I'll stomp you to death. Seeing the gaunt man wailing in agony, Li Yi advanced menacingly, threatening him. As Li Yi's fierce demeanor became apparent, the gaunt man truly felt fear for the first time, pressing his hands against his bleeding mouth in a desperate attempt to stifle his cries. He could only pray for Director Xiong to arrive promptly, vowing to make these individuals pay for their insolence. Boss, they're here. Moments later, several lights illuminated the opposite side of the shallow river, slowly approaching Li Rue and his companions. Li Rue nodded in acknowledgement, his silence conveying understanding. As the lights drew nearer, Li Rue discerned a massive silhouette moving into the shallow river. Boss, it's an armored vehicle, Li Yi exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the 2 armored vehicles, now only a few meters away. No man is indifferent to weaponry, ever since returning from the Jade Country to the Dragon Nation. Li Yi had not encountered such coveted instruments of destruction. The sight of them now ignited an uncontrollable exhilaration within him. Li Rue observed the 2 armored vehicles traversing the river, yet he felt no thrill. He merely acknowledged them with a faint response. After all, As the proprietor of an arms shop, he was accustomed to a vast array of weaponry, planes, missiles, aircraft carriers, everything one might desire. Faced with these armored vehicles, which appeared to ordinary people as formidable weapons of mass destruction, he felt nothing extraordinary. Nearby, a gaunt man lay on the ground, hands covering his mouth. Upon witnessing the two armored vehicles approach from across the river and overhearing the dialogue between Li Yi and Li Rue, even his not-so-bright mind grasped the situation. These vehicles were there to retrieve the group. As this realization dawned upon him, beads of sweat began to form densely on his forehead, and a look of terror flickered in his eyes. The deployment of two armored vehicles for a mere pickup could only indicate the involvement of warlords from the country of Jade. These warlords were ruthless, and as a common man who typically profited from extorting illegal immigrants, how could he dare to offend them, even within the Rubber Nation? Should the warlord from the country of Jade desire his demise, it would only pose a minor inconvenience. How could he not be terrified? He wished he could slap himself in frustration. For a meager sum of money, he was risking his life. "Chief, I am Li Jiao, sent by the master to escort you," a voice declared, breaking his train of thought. In less than a minute, the two armored vehicles halted before Li Rue. The door of the first vehicle swung open, and a young man clad in military attire disembarked. He approached Li Rue with a few strides and rendered a crisp military salute before speaking. "Thank you for your efforts. Let us depart," Li Rue said, gently patting Li Jiang's shoulder in a courteous manner. Just as Li Rue was about to enter the armored vehicle under Li Jiang's guidance, a piercing light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, followed by the thunderous roar of an approaching vehicle. He halted his movement, turning his gaze toward the source of the light, already suspecting that the arrival was indeed the individual referred to earlier by the gaunt man, the director of the inspection bureau. Two vehicles came to a stop not far from Li Rue and his companions, and several individuals disembarked. "Old Mai, who is attempting to smuggle?" A stern voice boomed. Director Xiong, it's a misunderstanding. There is no one attempting to smuggle." The gaunt man, upon hearing the authoritative shout, felt no sense of relief. Instead, he was filled with urgency. He scrambled to his feet and hurriedly called out toward the source of the voice. He was acutely aware of Director Xiong's character, knowing him to be someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Now, facing an imposing force, Director Xiong would undoubtedly not dare to act recklessly. If only he could delay just a moment longer, the group would depart, allowing him to preserve his life. But with Director Xiong's arrival, his very existence was now in jeopardy, and this thought filled him with anxiety. "Old Mai, you didn't say that in our previous conversation. Are you trying to deceive me?" A robust man, approximately in his 40s, observed a lean, dark-skinned individual rushing towards him, insisting that it was all a misunderstanding. The man immediately furrowed his brow, his expression one of displeasure as he barked a reprimand. He had come with the intention of extorting a significant sum. Now, the assertion of a misunderstanding implied that such plans would be thwarted, igniting his fury. "Director Xiong, this is truly a misunderstanding. I will explain later," the lean man implored as he reached the formidable figure, glancing back at Li Rue and his companions before leaning in to whisper in the man's ear. "Damn you, what is your explanation worth? I want money. Lao Mai, have you accepted their bribes?" The robust man erupted in a tirade, only to suddenly recall something, his gaze turning sinister as he regarded the lean man. "Director Xiong, I am wronged. I have not taken a single cent. This is indeed a misunderstanding. Director Xiong, look at my face," the lean man pleaded, pointing to his swollen, bruised visage, his expression one of bitter anguish. Chapter 301. Forge Unparalleled Strength. Is this what they did? Director Xiong queried softly, his mouth agape as he pointed toward the indistinct figures of Li Rue and his companions. It was only now that he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. This group might indeed possess significant influence. For how else could they stand so brazenly in his presence without fleeing? "They have two armored vehicles," the lean, dark-skinned man interjected, covering his mouth with his palm as he discreetly cautioned. "What? Armored vehicles?" Director Xiong momentarily froze, his eyes widening as he instinctively turned towards the blinding sources of light. Through the dazzling glare, he discerned the silhouette of a colossal steel beast. With heightened focus, he vaguely perceived what appeared to be a large-caliber machine gun mounted atop the armored vehicle. Good heavens, it truly is an armored vehicle. How could I have been foolish enough to approach them with the intent to extort? Was I courting death? With only a handful of subordinates and a few pitiful handguns, did I really think I could intimidate those who possessed armored vehicles? A single barrage from that machine gun could reduce us to mere pulp. The thought sent a wave of weakness through Director Xiong's legs, nearly causing him to collapse. Old my, do I have a grudge against you? Are you trying to get me killed? He cursed vehemently, directing his ire towards the dark-skinned man before delivering a slap across his face, followed by a kick to his abdomen. After these acts of aggression, Director Xiong turned on his heel and fled towards his car, his courage to confront the group evaporating. Despite his title as a director in the Rubber Nation, he understood that in such chaotic circumstances, even the government and military might not be effective. One must tread carefully. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Not far away, Li Rue observed the so-called Inspection Bureau director, who had arrived with bluster but departed like a hunted animal, his expression remaining notably unperturbed. He had anticipated this outcome. In the territory of Li Wu, he felt no fear. This was his source of confidence. Li, do you understand why I came here? Li Rue suddenly inquired, addressing his companion after the two vehicles had departed and the dark-skinned man had driven off in his dilapidated van. Not really, boss, Li replied honestly, taken aback by Li Rue's unexpected question. Li, no matter how wealthy an individual or family may be, without corresponding military strength to safeguard them, they are akin to a moon's reflection in water, a mere illusion. When confronted with true power, they can only be slaughtered. Do you agree with my assessment? Li Rue asked with a smile. Indeed, boss. On the surface, this world may appear to be governed by rules, but in reality, it is the might of the fist that prevails. Without formidable strength, one cannot protect what they cherish. Li responded without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the principle of strength prevails, a truth universally acknowledged. Thus, regardless of the expenditure, I am resolute in transforming the Li family branch of the Jadestone Nation into the foremost armed force on Blue Star, sparing no expense in this pursuit. With a smile, Li Rue addressed Li before turning introspectively and, having concluded his thoughts, gracefully entered the armored vehicle. Patriarch, it has been far too long. I've missed you dearly, exclaimed Li Wu at the entrance of a grand villa, as he approached the descending Li Rue with palpable excitement and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. Ah, you miss me? I suspect it is the allure of weaponry that truly captivates you. Li Rue jested, playfully tapping Li Wu's chest. Indeed, Patriarch. 1,155 millimeters howitzers and 100 armed helicopters, Li Wu replied, chuckling while rubbing his fingers together, resembling an avid connoisseur of wealth. Rest assured, since I am here, you shall not be lacking in armaments. What of Wu Ming Rue and Tong Mingmi today? Any movements? Li Rue, still smiling, inquired with an air of seriousness regarding their two most formidable adversaries. Patriarch, Tong Mingmi deployed 2 battalions intending to ambush our forces, but we executed a counter-ambush, eliminating 1,000 of their troops. Presently, they are gathering heavy forces in Mingyuan County. Wu Mingrue has yet to make a move, but I'm certain he will act within the next couple of days, Li Wu reported, his demeanor shifting to match Li Rue's gravity. Very well, let us proceed. A day spent in flight has left me weary, and my stomach is quite empty. Let me first satisfy my hunger. Li Rue responded to Li Wu's mention of Tong Mingmi's troop assembly, his expression relaxed and unconcerned. The presence of wealth implies an abundance of weaponry and personnel. And even if Tong Mingmi has the support of the Eagle Nation, what of it? Unless the Eagle Nation intervenes directly, he feels no trepidation. And even then, should the situation become dire, he could respond in kind. Indeed, let us dine first. The meal has long been prepared, Li Wu suggested, extending his hand to guide the way. Li Wu, you seem to be living quite well. Where did you procure this 20-year-old Matai? Li Rue inquired, savoring the exquisite dishes and familiar wine packaging at the dining table. Patriarch, since we eradicated those electric explosive zones and repatriated personnel from the Dragon Nation, our reputation has soared, coupled with our robust support from merchants from other nations to establish their ventures here. A number of traders from the Dragon Nation have set up factories in our region, and this wine was a gift from one such individual, Li Wu explained, rising to refill Li Rue's glass. Isn't this akin to accepting bribes? Li Wu, you are setting a troubling precedent. Li Rue savored another sip of the 20-year-old Matai, lifting his gaze to Li Wu with a smile. Tribal leader, I am merely ensuring their peace of mind. If I do not accept this wine, they will not feel secure in operating their factory, Li Wu explained, equally grinning. That is a valid point. Now that we have feasted and imbibed, it is time to address serious matters. Having stretched lazily, Li Rue inquired of Li Wu, who had returned to his seat, what weapons do you require? Speak freely. Boss, Did you not promise me 1,000 units of 155 millimeters heavy artillery and 100 armed helicopters? You are not having second thoughts, are you? Upon hearing Li Rui's inquiry about his needs, Li Wu assumed there was hesitation and appeared visibly anxious. I am asking if there are any additional weapons you desire beyond those, Li Rui replied, rolling his eyes at Li Wu's misunderstanding. He, the tribal leader, is magnanimous. In that case, I shall not hold back. With Li Rui's assurance of additional armaments, Li Wu's tension dissipated, and he began to laugh heartily while rubbing his hands together. Please do tell. Chapter 302. Extravagant purchases. I require grenades, the more the better. Infantry rocket launchers, the more the better. Flamethrowers, the more the better. Landmines. Modular rocket artillery, small reconnaissance drones, small shuttles, multi-role combat drones, various types of missiles for drones. Chief, that concludes my list, or at least, that is the gist of it. After a full 5 minutes of fervent enumeration, Li Wu finally ceased his fervent recounting, rubbing his palms together with eager anticipation as he gazed expectantly at Li Rui. Li Rui, however, appeared utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Li Wu. While he could recall a few items from the initial part of Li Wu's lengthy discourse, the latter part had completely slipped his mind. Perhaps you could compile a list for me? Li Rui awkwardly smiled and suggested to Li Wu. Very well, I shall prepare a list now, Li Wu replied. Question Li Hui a hissing full glassy. I'm feeling rather fatigued. I shall retire for the night. Once you've compiled the list, simply hand it over to Li Yi. Li Rui said, stretching languidly, yawning, and rising to his feet. All right, Chief, you may rest easy for now. Someone, please escort the chief to his quarters. How delightful. The following morning, Li Rui awoke from his luxurious slumber, stretching and twisting his neck, murmuring contentedly to himself. After a day spent traversing by plane and automobile, his body felt as if it were on the verge of disassembling. However, a night of restful sleep had rejuvenated him, allowing him to feel invigorated once again. Li Yi, get dressed, Li Rui called out towards the door. Boss, you're awake. Is there anything you need? Upon hearing Li Rui's call, Li Yi entered the room and, seeing Li Rui already dressed, inquired with a smile. Did Li Wu provide you with a list of weapons? Indeed, I placed it in the drawer of the bedside table, Li Yi replied, gesturing toward a nightstand beside Li Rui. Following Li Yi's indication, Li Rui turned, bent down, and opened the drawer of the nightstand. He retrieved a sheet of white paper filled with writing, settled back onto the bed, and began to examine it earnestly. As he perused the nearly 100 items detailing various weapons, Li Rui found himself at a loss. Not only had he never seen many of these items, but some he had never even heard of. Their functions were entirely beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. As long as Li Wu understood how to utilize them, that sufficed. His task was simply to refer to the list and procure the items from the arms marketplace. With this thought in mind, Li Rui focused his consciousness on the system's arms marketplace within his mind, commencing the purchasing process as per the list. The host has purchased 1,000 units of 155 millimeters towed artillery, totaling 10 billion long kingdom coins, which has now been deducted from the host's bank card. The host has purchased 100 armed helicopters, with a total value of 10 billion long kingdom coins, now deducted from the host's bank card. The host has purchased 1,000 military trucks, amounting to 5 billion long kingdom coins, which has been deducted from the host's bank card. The host has purchased multi-role combat drones. In the subsequent half hour, Li Rui, adhering to his checklist, embarked on a grand shopping spree, acquiring items worth billions with remarkable ease, as if he were merely purchasing cabbage. Once he completed his purchases, he exited the arms mall and glanced at the final item on his list, which had also been successfully acquired, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. However, a sudden realization struck him. There was still one significant item he had yet to procure. Just as he intended to leave to find Li Wu, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, reminding him of the formidable asset he had overlooked. Having already acquired such an extensive array of weaponry that day, he decided it would be prudent to purchase it altogether. After muttering to himself, Li Rui's consciousness returned to the arms mall. Host has purchased the Ocean Black Hole strategic nuclear submarine, totaling 10 billion long kingdom currency, which has now been deducted from the host's bank card. Host has purchased 14 Blue Storm 3 intercontinental missiles, totaling 2 billion, which has also been deducted from the host's bank card. Having completed the acquisition of the strategic nuclear submarine and the intercontinental missiles, Li Rui nodded in satisfaction. The combination of these two assets constituted a truly formidable arsenal, capable of matching the superweapons of the Eagle Sauce Nation. Host, may I inquire if all purchased weapons are to be deployed now? At that moment, the system's voice resonated, prompting Li Rue. Not yet, Li Rue promptly declined. With such an extensive array of weaponry, one must find an appropriate location for storage. How vast a space would be necessary, I cannot ascertain. But this location is undoubtedly unsuitable. As for the strategic nuclear submarine, there was no rush, with 10 days remaining. It could be deployed once the positioning satellite navigation was finalized. Ah, indeed, the weapons are acquired, but what are the personnel to wield them? Li Rue thought to himself, smacking his forehead in realization of his oversight. Such an immense stockpile of armaments could not possibly be managed by Li Wu's mere 20,000 troops. While Li Wu commanded 10,000 soldiers from the heavy armored composite brigade, the remaining 10,000, though seasoned, would require extensive training to effectively utilize these advanced weapons. Time was of the essence, as war loomed ever closer, necessitating the procurement of additional soldiers adept in various weaponry. System, could you calculate the approximate number of personnel required to operate these weapons? Li Rue, being wholly ignorant of the specifics, directly inquired of the system. Host, approximately 10,000 personnel will be required. The system promptly calculated following Li Rue's query. 10,000? Are you certain of this calculation? Li Rue responded incredulously, astonished at the notion that such an arsenal necessitated a workforce of 10,000. Host, this is indeed the minimum configuration. The 155mm towed artillery requires at least 5 personnel per unit. For 1,000 guns, that amounts to 5,000 individuals, with 1,000 military trucks requiring another 1,000, and 100 armed helicopters needing pilots and support staff. All right, I will purchase them. Just tell me how much this contingent of 10,000 will cost. Upon hearing the system's lengthy discourse on data, Li Rue hurriedly interjected, recognizing his own lack of understanding. After all, the system was the expert, so he decided to heed its guidance. 20 billion long kingdom coins, the system succinctly proclaimed, presenting a price that made Li Rue's heart ache momentarily. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, having already spent several hundred billion, what is another 200 billion? The system confirmed, the host has purchased 10,000 soldiers equipped with various weaponry, totaling 20 billion, which has now been deducted from the host's bank card. Upon receiving this notification, Li Rue could not suppress a pained expression, as he had lost track of how much he had spent that day. A rough calculation revealed the expenditure to be in the realm of several hundred billion. With this thought, he retrieved his phone and opened the message to check his bank balance. 19.8 billion? Goodness, has it dwindled so swiftly? Chapter 303. A night of poverty. Gazing at the balance on his bank card, Li Rue felt a surge of despair. He had once possessed over 180 billion. But after purchasing the satellite navigation system for 70 billion, he was left with just over 110 billion. Today, he spent another 50 billion on various weaponry, 20 billion for the corresponding soldiers, and an additional 20 billion on nuclear submarines and intercontinental missiles. In total, a staggering 90 billion had vanished. Thus, Li Rue found himself with a mere 19.8 billion, a sensation akin to having fallen into poverty overnight. Wait a moment, system. The soldiers to operate the nuclear submarines won't require my purchase, will they? Li Rue's expression darkened as he cautiously inquired of the system. No, host. Large surface vessels come equipped with operational personnel, the system clarified. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Rue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it didn't cost him any more, he was already feeling impoverished. Any further financial demands would surely provoke his ire. Remarkably, the system exhibited a certain humanity. Inexpensive items did not necessitate accompanying personnel, while costly ones did. With everything in order, it was time to seek out Li Wu. Li Rue mused to himself as he rose and made his way toward the door. Patriarch, you're up. I was just about to call you for breakfast. Li Rue heard the familiar voice of Li Wu as he opened the door. Breakfast? I was eager to show you the weapons first. Since you mentioned breakfast, let's eat first, Li Rue replied with a smile. Weapons? Were they? Li Wu asked, his eagerness palpable. Weren't we going to have breakfast? Let's eat first. Li Rue teased him further. Patriarch, why the rush for breakfast? Where are the weapons? Let me see them quickly, Li Wu said with a solicitous grin. Find a spacious, unoccupied area, Li Rue instructed, avoiding a direct answer to Li Wu's inquiry. There's no need to search. How about our training ground? It's absolutely large enough and devoid of outsiders, just a few kilometers away, Li Wu promptly suggested upon hearing Li Rui's direction. Very well, let us proceed, Li Rui replied, a cheerful demeanor on his face as he walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. Although the expenditure pained him, the thought of his Li family army, soon becoming exponentially stronger, brought him immense joy. Patriarch, is this space sufficiently large? After 20 minutes, Li Wu pointed to a vast expanse of open land that stretched beyond the horizon. Indeed, it is spacious enough. There are no outsiders around, correct? Li Rui nodded in affirmation and inquired. Rest assured, Patriarch, this is our Li family army's training ground. No one dares to intrude here, as bullets do not discriminate. Those who wish to avoid death stay away. I have also dispatched personnel to patrol, and there are indeed no outsiders, Li Wu assured him. Nodding at Li Wu's guarantee, Li Rui then communicated with the system in his mind. Deploy all weapons and personnel, excluding the nuclear submarines. Acknowledged. All weapons and personnel have been successfully deployed within a radius of 3 kilometers. Please take note, esteemed host. Just as the system's voice faded, the once expansive open space was suddenly filled with a myriad of weapons and 10,000 soldiers. Astonished, Li Wu's eyes widened, and he began to dance with excitement at the sight of the weapons that had materialized before him. His lack of surprise at the sudden appearance of such diverse armaments could be attributed to his own nature as a biological entity. All the weapons you desired are here, along with 10,000 soldiers to operate them. The rest is up to you, Li Rui remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. Observing Li Wu's ecstatic display, rest assured, clan leader, with these weapons, I shall vanquish Tong Mingmi by tomorrow, and Wu Mingrui within 3 days. Ha! The Li family army shall be invincible, Li Wu confidently declared, thumping his chest. Very well, summon someone to manage this. Let us return for breakfast, Li Rui replied, his stomach rumbling audibly. Indeed, clan leader, while we now possess ample weaponry, our numbers remain somewhat lacking. As we grow stronger and expand our territory, the need for vigilance will only increase. Although we claim to have a military force of over 30,000, the more than 10,000 who surrendered from Min Kailai are merely a disorganized rabble. I cannot place my trust in them. At best, they can serve as security personnel. Thus, our infantry numbers in the Li family army remain insufficient, Li Wu expressed, his earlier exuberance replaced by a solemn demeanor. Upon hearing Li Wu's concerns, Li Rui winced, realizing that this would incur additional expenses. Fortunately, he had the means to address it, although he currently found himself in a precarious financial situation with only 19.8 billion at his disposal, hardly enough to procure many soldiers. Li Wu, to speak frankly, I lack the funds. If I were wealthy, I could procure soldiers for you, Li Rui admitted, spreading his hands in exasperation. Clan leader, I have the funds. The 100 billion you entrusted to me remains untouched. I can transfer it to you right now, Li Wu replied with a grin. That money was meant for your development. If you give it to me, how will you progress? Li Rui countered. Clan leader, have you forgotten about the Xiang family? Even if I return this 100 billion to you, I still have several hundred billion left. More than sufficient, Li Wu chuckled. Ah, I had indeed overlooked that. Very well, transfer the funds. How many soldiers do you require? Li Rui inquired, tapping his forehead in realization. 20,000. Just 2 fingers worth will suffice, Li Wu indicated. All right, proceed with the transfer, Li Rui instructed. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Li Wu promptly retrieved his phone to initiate the transaction. Moments later, Li Rui's phone pinged with a notification of 100 billion being credited. Host has purchased 20,000 advanced biological soldiers, totaling a cost of 40 billion Dragon Kingdom currency. The amount has been deducted from the host bank card. Shall the soldiers be deployed now? Upon receiving the notification of funds deposited in his bank, Li Rui swiftly accessed the arms marketplace to procure soldiers. As soon as his command was uttered, a vast expanse nearby transformed, revealing a multitude of soldiers materializing seemingly out of thin air. I must acquire weapons, Li Rui muttered to himself, rolling his eyes at the sight of the soldiers clad in mere rudimentary attire. Subsequently, he proceeded to purchase 20,000 sets of high-end individual combat gear, priced at 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins per set, culminating in an expenditure of 2 billion coins. No wonder the military is a veritable money pit. It is utterly exorbitant, he remarked, glancing at his bank balance, which displayed 778 billion coins, shaking his head in bemusement. And this is merely the army. The truly costly endeavors of the Navy and Air Force have yet to commence. Wu Mingrui, will you or will you not deploy troops? My 2 battalions, totaling 1,000 men, have been entirely wiped out. How did Li Wu know I intended to ambush him? Tong Mingmi slammed the table, casting a dubious gaze upon Wu Mingrue. Chapter 304. The entire army advances, Brother Mingmi. Please refrain from regarding me with such a gaze. Li Wu's intentions are not particularly difficult to ascertain. The mobilization of over 1,000 troops is not something that can easily escape the notice of a vigilant observer. Gulme, let us sip some tea to ease the tension, Wu Mingrue said as he leisurely poured 2 cups from the teapot on the table. After placing the pot down, he nudged a cup of steaming tea towards Tong Mingmi with 2 fingers and smiled serenely. Oomph. General Wu, we are speaking of a full 1,000 men, none of whom return alive. I have no disposition for tea at present. I intend to confront Li Wu directly. Do not forget about the 10 billion eagle dollars. This money, Tong Mingmi retorted with a cold snort. After a moment of silence, he realized that without Wu Mingrue's support, he was powerless to act against him. Thus, he subtly alluded to the Eagle Nation behind him, the threat implicit in his words. Brother Mingmi, as commanders, we must never succumb to haste. Impatience only clouds our judgment. Since I, Wu Mingrue, have accepted your funds, I assure you that I will exert my efforts. Moreover, I cannot stand idly by while Li Wu seeks to extinguish you. Surely you understand the principle of mutual survival, Wu Mingrue replied, his demeanor unperturbed by Tong Mingmi's threat. He picked up the cup of hot tea, gently blew on it, and after lowering the cup, met Tong Mingmi's gaze. Very well, when does General Wu intend to mobilize? Tong Mingmi asked, gritting his teeth, his eyes flickering with anger. Yet he found himself at a loss against Wu Mingrue. Although he often invoked the Eagle Nation's name for leverage, he was acutely aware that they could only provide light weaponry and financial support. The notion of relying on them for direct assistance was sheer folly. Excelente. Before the troops march, provisions must be arranged. This battle will not be easily won. Grant me 3 days to prepare, and I shall deploy, Wu Mingrue remarked, relishing a sip of the slightly cooled tea. He set the cup down and looked at Tong Mingmi. 3 days? No one can guarantee that Li Wu will not strike during that time. 3 days is far too long, Tong Mingmi countered. Then it cannot be helped. You know my territory is vast and my soldiers widely dispersed. Gathering them will inevitably require some time. Wu Mingrue shrugged, crossing his legs casually. Fine, 3 days it is. Recognizing that he was likely being outmaneuvered by Wu Mingrue, Tong Mingmi felt a sense of resignation, clinging to a final shred of hope as he acquiesced. Brother Mingmi, are you departing so soon? Would you not care to dine before taking your leave? Wu Mingrue inquired with a sincere smile, observing Tong Mingmi rise in anger. The food here does not suit my palate. I shall return to dine at my own place, Tong Mingmi replied, casting a sidelong glance at the feigned smile of Wu Mingrue. Though anger simmered within him, he dared not show it, resorting instead to sardonic remarks. Very well, my fare is indeed simple and unrefined. I can understand why it does not appeal to you. However, this tea is truly delightful. Will you not indulge? Wu Mingrue gestured towards the cup of tea on the table with a smile. As Wu Mingrue once again extended an invitation to drink tea, Tong Mingmi, aware that direct confrontation was not yet prudent, hesitated for a moment before bending down to grasp the teacup. Puffed. How bitter. What kind of tea is this? How can it be so bitter? With the tea barely touching his lips, Tong Mingmi spat it out, then pointed at the teacup, his eyes ablaze as he questioned Wu Mingrue. I forgot to mention, this is bitter tea. The more bitter it is, the more exquisite it becomes. Observing Tong Mingmi's flustered expression, Wu Mingrue laughed unabashedly. You. Tong Mingmi raised a finger to Wu Mingrue, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But recalling that he was still on Wu Mingrue's territory, he swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips. With a haughty snort, he turned and departed in haste. Watching Tong Mingmi's retreating figure, Wu Mingrue could not contain his laughter. Manipulating a military rival of his own caliber brought him an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. I will certainly deploy my forces, but the timing is uncertain. It could be in 3 days, 5 days, or even 7 days. After several minutes of raucous laughter, Wu Mingrue, brimming with self-satisfaction, began to converse with himself, only to erupt into laughter once more. Although Li Wu had halted the planned incursion, and the scheme to eliminate his 100 men had failed, his ultimate objective had been achieved. Li Wu and Tong Mingmi were at odds. Now, he merely needed to wait for them to inflict mutual destruction, after which he could reap the benefits. The thought of deploying his forces now? Preposterous. Chief, all those brothers are elite, each one a fine soldier. In less than half a day, everything is already organized. We can march at any time. When shall we strike, Tong Mingmi? After lunch, Li Rui and Li Wu sat facing each other, sipping tea and discussing the future development of the Li family army. At that moment, a soldier entered and whispered a report to Li Wu. After waving the soldier away, Li Wu eagerly turned to Li Rui and inquired, "Do not ask me about this. You are the head of the Li family and you must decide for yourself." "Very well. I suggest we mobilize today and eliminate Tong Mingmi by nightfall." Does he truly believe that with the support of the Eagle Sauce Nation, he can contend with the Li family army? Today, let him see just how many eyes the king of horses possesses. Do not underestimate the situation, Li Rui chuckled, shaking his head at Li Wu's overconfident demeanor. "Chief, given the current strength of our Li family army, we can easily crush a minor player like Tong Mingmi. Even without counting the over 10,000 disorganized troops from Sensai, we still have a solid 50,000 elite soldiers, along with an abundance of advanced weaponry. Even if Tong Mingmi had 20,000 men, or even 10 or 20 times that, the Li family army would not falter." "Very well. I shall await your good news. I will return to my room for some rest." Observing Li Wu, whose excitement resembled that of a child, with his tail almost wagging to the heavens, Li Rui chuckled and shook his head. As he rose to ascend the stairs for a respite, he found little interest remaining in this battle of stark disparity. It seemed he had bestowed an advantage upon Li Wu. If victory remained elusive, he would simply send Li Wu home to cultivate sweet potatoes. "Chief, await my favorable tidings," Li Wu called out, watching Li Rui's silhouette as he ascended the stairs. Once Li Rui had vanished from sight, Li Wu's smile faded. Without turning, he solemnly commanded, "Housemaster, what orders do you have?" A soldier clad in military attire approached swiftly, saluting before inquiring. "Notify all units. The entire army shall advance." "Understood." Chapter 305. Surrender. A resounding crash echoed through the opulent meeting room as a delicate ceramic cup was violently smashed against the floor. "Damn it, Wu Mingrui, that scoundrel. I knew I couldn't trust him. I should have abandoned all hope." Tong Mingmi sat on an exquisite sofa, his anger palpable as he hurled the cup to the ground, cursing vehemently. "General, if Wu Mingrui does not send troops, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to contend with Li Wu's army." A silver-haired elder, approximately 60 years of age, stepped forward cautiously to offer his counsel. "Do you really need to state the obvious? Can you contribute anything of substance? What shall we do now?" Tong Mingmi rose, fixing the elder with a piercing glare for several seconds before unleashing his ire. "General, since Wu Mingrui is unreliable, perhaps we should reach out to the Americans. After all, we have been serving their interests. They would not likely stand idly by," the elder suggested hesitantly, inwardly chastising himself for speaking out of turn. He typically played the role of a steward and had little authority or insight to offer. This exchange revealed Tong Mingmi's mounting desperation. Otherwise, he would not seek advice from a mere steward. "Damn it, your input is utterly superfluous. To the Americans, I am but a trivial pawn. Why would they care about my fate? Li Wu may command a formidable array of tanks, but I possess 400 anti-tank missiles. I have my own chances of victory. Let us engage. Who is afraid of whom?" After casting a fierce glare at the elder, Tong Mingmi lowered his head, as if speaking to himself or perhaps directing his words toward the elder. "General, there is movement from Li Wu. Reports indicate that a substantial number of soldiers from the Li family army are advancing toward us." At that moment, a soldier burst through the doors of the meeting hall, hastening to stand before Tong Mingmi, breathless and anxious. "What? Li Wu is mobilizing against us. How many troops are approaching? How many tanks do they have?" Tong Mingmi's heart sank at the soldier's report, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. "The number of soldiers is unclear, and the tank count is also unknown." "Damn it! How can you not know? What use are you?" Tong Mingmi, seething with rage, seized the teacup from the table and hurled it at the soldier. The cup made solid contact with the soldier's body, causing him to wince in pain. Though anger simmered within him, the soldier dared not react, bowing his head in silence due to the stark disparity in their statuses. "What are you still doing here? Get out!" Tong Mingmi bellowed when the soldier remained rooted to the spot, silent. "Yes, sir," the soldier replied promptly, turning to make his exit. What to do? What to do? Right? I still have the anti-tank missiles. Let's fight." Who is afraid of whom? Tong Mingmi paced anxiously, swallowing hard, and finally, as if rallying his own spirits, he muttered to himself, "Boom! Boom!" At this moment, Tong Mingmi heard a series of explosions, though the sound were not particularly loud, indicating that the source of the detonations was quite distant. Nevertheless, his heart tightened, for the direction of the noise was tied to matters of life and death. Incoming! Incoming! Tong Mingmi shouted towards the door, his expression transforming dramatically. General, the soldier who had just departed pushed the door open and rushed back in. What is happening? Is the source of the explosions the armory? Tong Mingmi asked, his face pale and incredulous. General, I don't know. Should we contact the armory? The soldier hesitantly responded, having also heard the explosions but fearing Tong Mingmi's wrath should he express any doubts. Yes, contact the armory. It was only upon the soldier's reminder that Tong Mingmi realized the urgency, pulling out his phone to make the call. I can't get through. Damn it, it's all over. As the call failed, Tong Mingmi's legs weakened, and he sank onto the sofa. The man-portable anti-tank missiles are all there. How can we fight now? He muttered, lost in despair. At that moment, the phone that Tong Mingmi had carelessly tossed aside suddenly rang. Startled by the ringtone, he instinctively glanced at the screen, which displayed the number of the officer in charge of the armory. Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, Tong Mingmi lunged for the phone, pressing the answer button with unprecedented speed. What was that explosion about? He asked impatiently as soon as the call connected. General, we were bombed by an aircraft. A frail voice responded from the other end. What? Bombed by an aircraft? How is that possible? Tong Mingmi was left dumbfounded by the revelation. The term bombed by an aircraft was utterly foreign to him as a warlord. In a place where one could reign supreme with merely a rifle and a mountain cannon, he had never even seen a military aircraft beyond civilian helicopters. The notion that his armory had been bombed was simply unfathomable. General, it was a drone, large drones carrying missiles, about 5 or 6 of them. Our armory is completely destroyed. What about the man-portable anti-tank missiles? Tong Mingmi gasped, his breath quickening. Without those missiles, how could he possibly fend off Li Wu's tanks? With mere rifles? That was nothing but a fool's dream. They're all gone. Every weapon is lost. General, what should we do? General, the voice on the phone continued to inquire. But Tong Mingmi remained frozen, like a statue, utterly oblivious to the questions being posed. It's over. All the weapons are gone. What do we fight with now? After a full 2 or 3 minutes, the awakened Tong Mingmi, his eyes devoid of spirit, murmured softly to himself. Wu Mingrue, this is what you have forced me to do. Relay the order to the entire army. Lay down your arms. A deep-seated hatred lingered in Tong Mingmi's gaze as he clenched his teeth and uttered these words. After pondering for several seconds, he turned to the soldier, standing with his head bowed beside him, and issued his command. The head of the family, you are indeed astute, recognizing the utility of the road for the takeoff and landing of drones. We have just received word that Tong Mingmi's armory has been bombed. He is now like a toothless tiger, or rather, best, a toothless dog, he chuckled. Inside a combat command vehicle, a middle-aged officer in military attire, in his 30s, gave a thumbs up to Li Wu and laughed heartily. A dog? I would say it is more akin to a mouse, a dead mouse. Li Wu replied coldly with a smirk. Chapter 306. A twofold victory master. The threat posed by Tong Mingmi has diminished significantly. I believe we need not exercise excessive caution. Let the tanks lead the way and advance directly. I estimate that within a day, we shall secure the 6 counties under Tong Mingmi's control. Indeed, command the entire army to advance at full speed. By tomorrow morning, I expect to hear news of our complete takeover of Tong Mingmi's territory. Understood. We shall accomplish the task, the middle-aged officer replied, picking up the walkie-talkie to issue orders for a full-scale assault to the various units. Report. Important news has arrived from the front lines, the middle-aged officer stated as he hung up the walkie-talkie. Just as he was about to converse with Li Wu, the communication officer suddenly turned and exclaimed loudly. What important news? Li Wu and the middle-aged officer exchanged glances, curiosity evident in their expressions. Tong Mingmi's troops have raised the white flag. They have laid down their arms and surrendered. The communication officer reported excitedly. What? They surrendered just like that? The middle-aged officer's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had issued orders for a full offensive, and now they had surrendered? There were still 20,000 of them. How could they not resist at all? Well, it's not entirely surprising. In a battle with no chance of victory, surrendering is a predictable outcome. Wouldn't you agree? Tong Mingmi is indeed a clever individual, Li Wu mused, initially sharing the middle-aged officer's disbelief, but soon coming to the realization that surrender was an anticipated action. Refusing to surrender would not alter the outcome. Perhaps surrendering could spare their lives. Tong Mingmi's decision to capitulate is a rational choice for anyone in his position. Master. Does this mean we have won the war without losing a single soldier? We have merely utilized a few drones and missiles. This battle has been quite effortless. The middle-aged officer remarked with a grin. Yes, with Tong Mingmi resolved, we still have Wu Mingrue to contend with. His forces are larger, and the terrain is more treacherous, presenting a more challenging conflict ahead. However, with the weaponry at our disposal, even if Wu Mingrue's troops were doubled and the terrain even more formidable, I am confident that the Li army will not find it excessively difficult to defeat him. Isn't he situated in a mountainous area? With 1,155mm heavy artillery pieces. No mountain could withstand our bombardment, the middle-aged officer declared proudly. Well, since you are so confident, how about you command this battle? Li Wu suggested with a smile. Master, you would entrust the command of a war involving tens of thousands to me? Do you truly have such faith in my abilities? The middle-aged officer inquired with a hint of a smile. Come now, we are brothers. I know your capabilities well. Besides, this is inherently an asymmetric conflict. If you cannot secure victory, I shall inform the clan leader to send you back to the Dragon Kingdom to cultivate sweet potatoes. Li Wu chuckled heartily. Very well. In that case, I shall take command. If I fail to win this battle, I shall present my head to you, the middle-aged officer replied, standing up to salute Li Wu, filled with confidence. If you lose, there's no need for you to come see me. You can explain it to the clan leader yourself. Li Wu gestured dismissively, a smile playing on his lips. That's absolutely impossible. Head of the family, I have a splendid idea. What do you think? The middle-aged officer's eyes gleamed as he chuckled, addressing Li Wu. Go on, Li Wu urged. Head of the family, didn't Tong Mingmi surrender? He has 20,000 men under his command. If we recruit them, along with Min Kailai's 12,000, our Li family army would be significantly augmented. However, we don't need such a large force. Having so many in the Li family army could pose a risk. Instead, why not put them to good use? Since Tong Mingmi is surrendering, let him present a token of allegiance. What do you think of this idea? The middle-aged officer awaited Li Wu's response with eager anticipation. Are you suggesting that we send Tong Mingmi's men to the front lines? Precisely. Although Tong Mingmi's 20,000 are nothing but a disorganized rabble, lacking military discipline, they are still equipped with a full arsenal of Eagle Country weaponry. If we send them against Wu Mingrue, it could certainly create considerable trouble for him, while also depleting Tong Mingmi's forces. When the time comes, recruiting them will be far easier. It's two birds with one stone. That would merely send Tong Mingmi's men to their doom. Are you not concerned he might turn on us? Li Wu remarked, his expression remaining calm and composed. Head of the family, you don't seem overly worried. We all understand that a warlord like Tong Mingmi only values his own life. The fates of his subordinates pale in comparison. Very well, you are now the overall commander of this war. The decision is yours. I shall report back to the clan leader, Li Wu said, rising to leave the command vehicle. As he stepped outside, he suddenly smiled faintly, whispering to himself. Now I understand why the clan leader prefers to delegate responsibilities. What? Tong Mingmi has surrendered? How is that possible? Has it really only been half a day? Just tell me he has surrendered? Wu Mingrue shouted in disbelief, fury radiating from him. In Wu Mingrue's residence, a soldier stood with his head bowed before him, enduring the storm of anger without uttering a word of protest, merely accepting the barrage of curses from Wu Mingrue. I told you to speak. Tong Mingmi has surrendered? How many of his men have died? And how many of mine? Wu Mingrue kicked the soldier, his eyes ablaze with rage. General, Tong Mingmi's armory was destroyed, which led to his surrender without engaging in battle with Li Wu. Not a single man from Li Wu's side was lost, the soldier reported, suppressing the pain in his abdomen, rising quickly and speaking with a trembling voice. Damn it, Tong Mingmi, I knew you were worthless, but I never expected you to be this pathetic. Curse be you, Wu Mingrue exclaimed, kicking over a chair beside him in his fury. At this moment, Wu Mingrue was devoid of the previous air of confidence that he had so masterfully maintained. Instead, he was engulfed by a profound and escalating rage. His prior strategies lay in disarray, with Tong Mingrue's capitulation and not a single loss incurred by Li Wu. In such circumstances, he was now faced with Li Wu's formidable army of 30,000, bolstered by an additional 20,000 from Tong Mingru, thereby eliminating any numerical advantage he once held. Furthermore, with Li Wu commanding over 100 tanks, his prospects against Li Wu appeared bleak. Even with the substantial supply of individual anti-tank rocket launchers and 200 anti-tank missiles provided by the Bear Country, the only course left was to fortify his defenses. He still possessed the advantage of natural terrain. It would not be a simple endeavor for Li Wu to assault him with tanks. After a moment of fury subsided, a composed Wu Mingrue pondered briefly before muttering to himself. He then retrieved a mobile phone and initiated a call. As soon as the line connected, he promptly instructed the assembly of defensive fortifications. Tong Mingru has surrendered? Li Huinqirid, Astonished. Chapter 307. Deployment of Nuclear Submarines Indeed, Chief. I previously claimed it would take an entire day to defeat Tong Mingmi. It turned out that just a few drones and a handful of missiles compelled this warlord, commanding an army of 20,000 soldiers, to surrender. Ha ha, Li Wu exclaimed, filled with exuberance. I must admit, this outcome was rather unexpected. It appears I had overestimated these warlords. They can manage to bully ordinary folk or secure victories when the odds favor them, but against a regular army, they are utterly defenseless. Even superior equipment cannot alter that reality, Li Rue remarked disdainfully, shaking his head. Chief Tong Mingmi, a warlord who has basked in wealth and power his entire life, harbors a profound fear of death. With the destruction of his armory, he has lost his support, making his surrender quite understandable. Very well, this could expedite our resolution of Wu Mingrue and facilitate the retrieval of those 300 men, allowing me to return home promptly, for there are numerous matters awaiting my attention. Listening to Li Wu's explanation, Li Rue felt little interest. He was not particularly invested in these warlords. His desire was solely to conclude these affairs swiftly and return home, especially with his cousin's wedding approaching. Agreed. I shall capture Wu Mingrue within 3 days. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound of hundreds of explosions reverberated across a towering, steep mountain. Accompanying the cacophony of detonations was the sight of rampant flames. Commander, how can we continue this fight? They possess at least several hundred heavy artillery pieces, and our position has been utterly decimated. We are powerless against them, unable to strike back. Surrender is the only option. At this rate, none of our brothers will survive. Amidst the chaos atop the mountain, within a seemingly robust bunker, a young soldier, covered in mud and blood, reported anxiously to a middle-aged man in a green military uniform, whose mouth hung agape in shock. "Be brothers. How many of us remain?" The middle-aged man, jolted back to reality by the young soldier's voice, trembled as he stuttered his question, listening to the relentless explosions outside the bunker. "We had over 3,000 men, but I fear only a few hundred are left. The bombardment has raged for more than 20 minutes, and hardly any bunkers remain intact. They have all been reduced to rubble." The young soldier's voice cracked with fear as he spoke. "Damn it, over 20 minutes, and we've lost more than 2,000 men. What is the point of fighting? With so many heavy guns, even the mountains offer no protection. Surrender, I say. Inform the brothers to raise white flags and capitulate. General, we have lost the Gao Tuling position. General, Changyang County has fallen. General, Sangnan County has succumbed. General, get out all of you." Wu Mingrue furiously swept the teapot and teacups off the table, then lifted a chair and slammed it down on the coffee table. In a mere day, 7 of the 15 counties under his command had fallen, including the Gao Tuling position, which he had held in high hopes. Without this formidable natural barrier, what could he possibly use to resist Li Wu's armored forces? Even if such natural fortifications existed in a few places, it would not alter the outcome. The defense at Gaodu Ridge fell within half an hour, which sufficiently illustrates that these so-called natural defenses were of no consequence to Li Wu. He had previously heard reports from the front lines stating that Li Wu possessed over 1,000 heavy artillery pieces and various drones. He truly could not fathom how Li Wu could command such military strength. This was a power that should belong only to great nations like the United States, the Dragon Kingdom, or the Bear Nation. I, Wu Mingrue, have navigated the realm of Yushur country for decades, commanding respect even from its court. Yet, here I find myself defeated. Who exactly is Li Wu? I am reluctant to accept this defeat. I am unwilling to concede. Wu Mingrue swayed his body, shouting in frustration, but then lost his balance and fell to the ground. 2 days swiftly passed. On that morning, Li Rue awoke naturally and made his way to breakfast. Just as he was halfway through his meal, Li Wu burst into the room, brimming with excitement. "Patriarch, do you want to hear some good news?" he exclaimed, taking a seat opposite Li Rue with a broad smile. "Go ahead," Li Rue replied nonchalantly, scooping a spoonful of century egg and lean meat congee. "Wu Mingrue is dead, killed by our drone missiles," Li Wu said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Li Rue. "Oh, splendid. Did we seize his entire territory?" Li Rue set down his spoon, took a napkin from the table to wipe his mouth, and then looked up at Li Wu, inquiring. "Patriarch, are you really this composed? Shouldn't you be more excited?" Li Wu asked, perplexed by Li Rue's calm demeanor upon hearing of Wu Mingrue's demise. "It's merely a warlord. His death is inconsequential. My primary concern now is whether those 300 men can be brought over promptly," Li Rue replied, rolling his eyes at Li Wu. "Indeed, Our Li family army aims to rival superpowers like the United States in the future. Eliminating a minor warlord hardly warrants celebration. Li Wu nodded in agreement after Li Rui finished speaking. Patriarch, it may take another day to take over the territory. We should be able to bring those 300 men over tomorrow. Li Wu recalled Li Rui's earlier question and responded. Good. Ensure their safety. There must be no slip-ups. The mission must be accomplished. The next day, Li Wu dispatched personnel to retrieve the 300 individuals associated with the satellite navigation system from the border of Cayenne province. They arrived at Li Wu's villa by noon, and after settling them in, he reported back to Li Rui. Everything is in place. We are merely lacking a nuclear submarine. Li Wu chuckled as he concluded his report, eliciting an excited laugh from Li Rui. A nuclear submarine? Patriarch, am I hearing things? Li Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard the term nuclear submarine from Li Rui's lips, and he began to doubt his senses, digging at his ears in astonishment. You heard me correctly. It is indeed a nuclear submarine, a vessel capable of annihilating a medium to large-sized nation. Do you desire one? Li Huing kidded, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Li Wu. Yes, I want it. Clan leader, please grant me this wish, Li Wu responded, his voice trembling with excitement. Akin to a man who had not laid eyes on a woman in 2 decades, suddenly confronted by a stunning beauty. His complexion flushed as he addressed Li Rui. Look at your pitiful demeanor, Li Rui remarked, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he cast a sidelong glance at Li Wu. System. Deploy the nuclear submarine. Chapter 308. The life-saving talisman host. The nuclear submarine has been deployed within a radius of 500 miles in the ocean. Please contact us promptly. As the words of Li Rui echoed in his mind, the system's voice soon followed, and before him, a small black suitcase materialized on the tea table. Ah, a nuclear submarine. My family has finally acquired such a formidable weapon. Henceforth, we shall have a firm foothold in Blue Star. Hearing the system announce the deployment of the submarine, Li Rui could not contain his excitement, laughing heartily as he spoke to himself. At that moment, approximately 400 to 500 kilometers away from Li Rui, a massive, pitch-black vessel suddenly emerged from the depths of the ocean. This colossal entity lingered for merely a few seconds before gradually submerging into the vast sea. Patriarch, observing Li Rui's sudden outburst of laughter and his remarks about acquiring such a formidable weapon, Li Wu's expression mirrored his excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation as they fixed upon Li Rui. Indeed, our family now possesses a nuclear submarine capable of launching submarine-launched intercontinental missiles. How magnificent! Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Li Wu abruptly sprang to his feet, stomping and twirling in a jubilant dance, exclaiming with exuberance. Seeing Li Wu in such a state, Li Hui mireli shuklad, equali ishilaratad. This is a nuclear submarine. With such a weapon in our family's possession, we can engage in conversations with anyone in Blue Star with unwavering confidence. This truly serves as a life-saving talisman. As long as our family avoids self-destructive actions, we can rest assured. Patriarch, what is this? As Li Wu continued to twirl in excitement, he finally noticed the black suitcase on the tea table. He quickly composed himself and, pointing at it curiously, inquired of Li Rui. What is this? I have no idea, Li Rui shrugged, glancing down at the black suitcase that Li Wu was pointing to, then looking back at Li Wu with an open-handed gesture, indicating his ignorance. Let us open it and see, Li Rui suggested as he reached for the black suitcase and unlatched it. Upon opening the suitcase, 2 devices resembling antique mobile phones came into view. Picking one up, Li Rui scrutinized the instrument from every angle, attempting to decipher its purpose for a good 2 to 3 minutes. Despite his efforts, he could not comprehend what it was, though he surmised that it was likely akin to a mobile phone. Patriarch, is this a satellite phone? Li Wu ventured, pointing at the device in Li Rui's hand, his tone uncertain. He had seen ordinary satellite phones before, but this one bore a distinct difference that left him unsure. Noticing Li Wu's hesitance, Li Rui too felt the uncertainty, but decided to consult the system for clarification. System, what is this? Li Huiming Dalin Kirid, the host. This is a dedicated satellite phone for contacting the nuclear submarine, capable of evading all interception devices on Blue Star, the system replied succinctly. Indeed, it is a satellite phone, immune to eavesdropping. How considerate of the system. Upon hearing this response, Li Rui exited the system and quietly mused to himself. In truth, he could establish contact with those aboard the submarine through the system without needing the satellite phone. However, Li Wu and the others could not. Perhaps the system took this factor into consideration, equipping them with a satellite phone. How thoughtful. Patriarch, is this the satellite phone for contacting the submarine? Yes. Isn't there a manual? It should contain the method for contacting the submarine. Take a look, Li Rue said, pointing to a white sheet of paper within the black briefcase, addressing Li Wu. Following Li Rue's gesture, Li Wu indeed discovered a white sheet, subsequently picking it up and studying it intently. A few minutes later, Li Wu picked up the satellite phone and began pressing buttons repeatedly. Patriarch, the call has connected, Li Wu exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face as he looked at Li Rue. Hello, is this the boss? A young and robust voice came through the satellite phone. Give it to me, Li Rue said, extending his hand towards Li Wu. I am Li Rue, he stated as he took the satellite phone from Li Wu. Hello, boss. My name is Li Ting. I am 30 years old, and I'm the captain of this nuclear submarine. May I ask what instructions you have? As soon as Li Rue finished speaking, the person on the other end introduced himself. Li Ting, how many operational personnel are aboard your submarine? Is the supply sufficient? Li Rue eagerly inquired after Li Ting completed his introduction. Boss, including myself, there are a total of 130 personnel, and the supplies can sustain everyone for 2 years. 2 years, quite good. Could you provide details about this nuclear submarine? Li Rue chuckled lightly before handing the satellite phone back to Li Wu. He was already familiar with the basic data of the submarine, but he wished for Li Wu to learn more, as he would eventually be responsible for its management. For the next several minutes, Li Ting elaborated on various intricate details regarding the submarine, some of which Li Rue was unaware of. Li Wu, this nuclear submarine is entrusted to you. We will acquire even more formidable weaponry in the future. The Li family army is the foundation of our clan, and you must manage it well. Understood? After Li Ting hung up the satellite phone, Li Rue rose and addressed Li Wu. Patriarch, rest assured, I will diligently manage the Li family army, Li Wu replied, also standing and saluting Li Rue with unwavering determination. Patriarch, are you preparing to return to Long Country? Li Wu suddenly asked upon seeing Li Rue nod with a smile. Yes, I have resolved matters here and must return. There are affairs at home awaiting my attention. Shall we not play a little longer? I have quite a number of beautiful women here. Whatever type of woman you desire, Chief, I can procure for you. Initially, Li Wu felt a pang of reluctance, but as their conversation progressed, he revealed a knowing smile that only men understand when he glanced at Li Rue. Get lost. Li Rue playfully scolded him with a laugh. Please make the arrangements. I will set off shortly. Yes, Chief, Li Wu replied and promptly departed to organize things. Ding. The system detected that the population under the host's family management has surpassed 5 million, rewarding the host with 200 billion Dragon Country coins, which have now been credited to the host's bank account. At that moment, Li Rue suddenly recalled the system's notification sound. 200 billion? He murmured to himself, his mouth slightly agape. It seems that whatever I lack, the system provides. Now, with over 700 billion, I was merely short on funds, and unexpectedly, I have received this reward of 200 billion Dragon Country coins from the system. Chapter 309. Consequences beyond your endurance originally. Li Wu controlled a territory encompassing 6 counties with a population exceeding 1 million. Now, having seized the 6 counties from Tongming Mi and the 15 counties from Wu Ming Rue, his dominion has expanded to over 5 million inhabitants, a development that seems entirely reasonable. However, he remained oblivious to how the system triggered rewards. Thus, he did not concern himself with the matter, never anticipating such a delightful surprise. System Father, I truly adore you. Li Rue exclaimed in his mind with excitement upon receiving a notification of 200 billion in his account. Yet, the system, akin to a soulless program, naturally did not respond to Li Rue's futile expressions of affection. Tribe leader, all is prepared, Li Wu announced as he approached Li Rue a few minutes later. Very well, it is time to return. I shall visit again when the opportunity arises, Li Rue replied, having already processed the thrill of the immense fortune he had just acquired. His demeanor now composed. As Li Rue embarked on his journey back to Longhua, far away in Modu, Chen Xiu had just returned to the opulent headquarters of the Chen Group. He had scarcely settled into his luxurious office chair, ready to indulge in a moment of respite, when his phone began to ring. Lu Haifeng? Why is he calling me again? He pulled out his phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, recognized it was Lu Haifeng, who had contacted him just a few days prior. Chen Xiu frowned, pondering the reason behind this call. Mr. Lu, last time you called, you had something to discuss, but did not elaborate. Why are you calling again today? Chen Xiu inquired directly as soon as the call connected. Although Starlight Unlimited Company is regarded as a major player in the entertainment industry, it pales in comparison to the Chun Group. Moreover, the Chun Group holds shares in Starlight Unlimited, so Chen Xiao, weary from his recent travels, did not feel inclined to engage in excessive pleasantries with Lu Haifeng, the company's owner. Young Master Chun, indeed, I have matters I wish to discuss with you in person. When I called you a few days ago, you mentioned you were out of town. I learned you have returned today, so I thought to inquire whether you were back in Modu. I hope I am not intruding, came the steady voice from the other end of the line. I am currently at the Chun Group headquarters. If you have something to discuss, just come over. Chen Xiao replied, after a moment of silence. Very well, I shall come right away, Lu Haifeng responded before promptly ending the call. Staring at the phone, which now displayed the call ended notification, Chen Xiao furrowed his brow for a moment before tossing the device onto his desk. He interlaced his fingers behind his head, propped his feet atop the desk, activated the massage function on his chair, and closed his eyes to enjoy the soothing massage while quietly contemplating. He couldn't fathom why Lu Haifeng would seek him out. Knock, knock. Half an hour later, just as Chen Xiao was on the verge of drifting off, he was suddenly roused by a knock at the door of his office. Guomin. Chen Xiao, startled awake by the sound of knocking, sat up, rubbed his face with both hands, and finally called out, Young Master Chun. As soon as Chen Xiao's voice fell, the office door swung open, and a middle-aged, balding man in his 40s entered, smiling as he addressed Chen Xiao. Mr. Lu, please take a seat. Chen Xiao rose and moved to the sofa, sitting down before gesturing towards Lu Haifeng to join him. Would you care for some tea? After Lu Haifeng settled onto the sofa, Chen Xiao picked up an exquisite teapot and poured himself a cup, then glanced at Lu Haifeng, inquiring. No, I wouldn't dare let young Master Chun serve me tea. Lu Haifeng replied with a flattering smile, repeatedly waving his hands in refusal. What brings you here? Speak freely. Noticing Lu Haifeng's refusal, Chen Xiao took a gentle sip of his tea before asking. Well, I heard, young Master Chun, that you previously engaged 10 top-tier celebrities for a performance for someone. Lu Haifeng looked at Chen Xiao, pausing mid-sentence. This was because Chen Xiao had already furrowed his brow deeply, and Lu Haifeng could detect a flicker of anger in his eyes, prompting him to halt his words. Are you investigating me? Chen Xiao's voice was frigid, imbued with palpable discontent. Although it was no secret that he had hired 10 top stars for a performance, the knowledge of it was not widespread. Lu Haifeng's sudden inquiry about this matter, given their usual lack of connection, inevitably made Chen Xiao feel as though he was under scrutiny. No, absolutely not. Young Master Chun, please don't misunderstand. The situation is as follows. Seeing Chen Xiao's demeanor, Lu Haifeng immediately panicked, waving his hands and hastily beginning his explanation. 5 minutes later, Lu Haifeng concluded his narrative. So you're saying that one of your company's artists offended my brother, Li Rui? Upon learning about the incident at the airport, Chen Xiao's eyes glinted coldly as he inquired with an even icier tone. Li Rui? It was only at this moment that Lu Haifeng realized the name of the person whom Su Kunkin had offended. Young Master Chun, who is this Li Rui? I've never heard of him. Lu Haifeng cautiously asked, trying to recall any details. Lu Haifeng, my brother Li Rui is not just any wealthy heir. He is my brother, Chen Xiao. Offending him is tantamount to offending me, and that Su Kunkin must pay the price. Chen Xiao scoffed, shedding the last vestiges of his earlier politeness as he directly addressed Lu Haifeng. Young Master Chun, is there truly no room for negotiation on this matter? After all, Su Kunkin is a first-tier star that our company has heavily invested in. Countless resources and funds have been spent. Could we not give the young man another chance? Seeing Chen Xiao in such a state, Lu Haifeng realized that Chen Xiao was genuinely upset. However, considering that Su Kunkin was currently a sensation, bringing in billions in revenue for the company each year, he was reluctant to relinquish this lucrative asset. Thus, he steeled himself and pleaded on his behalf. Lu Haifeng, I shall state this unequivocally. If you wish to protect Su Kunkin, that is your affair, yet the consequences may well exceed your capacity to bear. Should you wrong my brother Li Rui, it is not merely the Chun family that will oppose you. The Shi family, the Huangfu family, the Hua family, the Sun family, and the Meng family will also stand united against you. I wonder how formidable you believe yourself to be to withstand the combined might of our 6 illustrious clans. As Lu Haifeng continued to advocate for the star, Chen Xiao abruptly slammed his palm on the tea table, rising to his feet. With narrowed eyes, he looked down upon Lu Haifeng and declared, Young Master Chun, what is the meaning of this? Upon hearing that even the Shi, Huangfu, Hua, Sun, and Meng families were prepared to support Li Rui, Lu Haifeng was rendered speechless. He had initially thought that this individual merely had a connection with Chen Xiu, which emboldened him to intercede. Had he known that this person was also linked to the other 5 prominent families in Magic City, he would not have dared to plead for such a favor, regardless of the fortune Su Kunkin could generate for him. Considering that the Chun family holds shares in Starlight Infinite, I shall offer you a word of caution, Chen Xiu stated. Speak, young Master Chun. The Xiong family. The Xiong family? Are they not already doomed? Lu Haifeng muttered to himself, and as the words left his lips, his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 310. 10 years in exile. Do you comprehend now? You, Lu Haifeng, dare to compare yourself to the Xiong family? Chen Xiu scoffed, his expression laced with derision as he regarded Lu Haifeng. Just days prior, the Xiong family had crumbled into disarray, and he had received news that their estates in the Jadestone Nation had been reduced to mere rubble. At the moment he heard this shocking revelation, he was left utterly astounded. He could not fathom whom the Xiong family had offended to provoke such a swift downfall of a family of their stature. While it was not uncommon for families within the Dragon Nation to deal with the Xiong family, the capability to deploy military force abroad to obliterate the Xiong estates was beyond his comprehension. Subsequently, he learned of Chu Jiang and Sun Xiaochuan's affairs, and through Huang Xiaoming, he grasped the discord between the sons of Chu Jiang, Sun Xiaochuan, and Li Rue. After thorough investigation, he surmised that the Xiong family's demise was inextricably linked to Li Rue. Upon reaching this conclusion, Chen Xiu found himself in a state of unrest. He had always believed that the Li family was merely a commercial dynasty with the potential to evolve into a titan. Little did he anticipate that this family could wield military power overseas, a notion that seemed almost preposterous. In the Dragon Nation, wealth alone could not summon a single soldier. A family possessing both substantial wealth and the capacity to command military forces abroad, such an entity was unparalleled within the Dragon Nation. After confiding his suspicions to the elder, the old man spent an entire sleepless night. The following day, he convened with the patriarchs of Ashur, Huangfu, Hua, Sun, and Meng families for a discussion that spanned over 2 hours. Ultimately, they resolved to seize every opportunity to ally with the Li family. This inclination had long been present, given the immense potential of the Tong Fei group. Now, armed with the knowledge that the Li family not only thrived in the Dragon Nation, but also possessed formidable, enigmatic military forces abroad, their regard for the Li family soared. Thus, after deliberation, the 6 families unanimously decided that they would go to any lengths to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Li family. It was for this reason that Chen Xiu conveyed to Lu Haifeng the threat of a united front against him. These words were not mere exaggeration. Eliminating Lu Haifeng would undoubtedly please the Li family, and the 6 families would not hesitate to act. Young Master Chun, please, let us pretend I was never here. From this day forth, I will not arrange any performances for Su Kunkin. His contract still has 10 years remaining, and the penalty for breach exceeds 1 billion. Unless someone is prepared to pay that sum, he will not have any opportunity to appear before the public for the next decade. As Chen Xiu's disdainful remark hung in the air, Lu Haifeng's eyes, already wide with shock, now glimmered with palpable dread. Beads of sweat erupted on his forehead, and after swallowing hard, he nervously attempted to wipe the perspiration from his brow with his expensive suit, stuttering as he addressed Chen Xiu. At that moment, Lu Haifeng wished he could slap himself repeatedly, for the clever facade he typically maintained had faltered spectacularly this time. Fully aware of the profound relationship between Chen Xiu and that individual, one could hardly fathom the recklessness with which he sought to plead for Su Kunkin, the proverbial golden goose. Should fortune falter, he risked sacrificing his entire company. Despite its prominence as one of the leading enterprises in the entertainment industry, it paled in comparison to the power of venerable families. Moreover, with the combined might of the 6 major clans, offending them could extinguish his existence as effortlessly as crushing an ant. A decade of obscurity? Insufficient. After all, he was a first-tier star. Although he lacked the means to cover a breach of contract amounting to 10 billion, he possessed enough wealth to lead a life of indulgence. In this context, how can my brother Li Rue find solace? Listening to Lu Haifeng's words, Chen Xiu fell into a contemplative silence for several seconds, narrowing his eyes before addressing Lu Haifeng. So, what is your implication, young Master Chen? Lu Haifeng inquired cautiously. I desire for him to possess nothing. Chen Xiu's eyes, previously narrowed, suddenly widened, radiating a chilling intensity. Witnessing Chen Xiu's demeanor, Lu Haifeng trembled involuntarily. As his employer, You likely have an understanding of his financial standing, correct? Indeed, indeed. He possesses approximately 70 to 80 million Dragon Kingdom currency, Lu Haifeng replied. Very well, reduce the penalty to 1 billion. And then, do you comprehend? After a minute, Chen Xiu straightened his posture, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Lu Haifeng. Understood, understood, young Master Chen, I shall certainly comply, Lu Haifeng stammered, swallowing hard. Now, proceed swiftly to resolve this matter. Otherwise, should the elders discover, you may find yourself in a predicament far worse than mine. You are aware of their ruthlessness, which far exceeds my own. Yes, yes, I shall take care of it immediately, Lu Haifeng responded, rising hastily to exit the office. As Lu Haifeng rushed out, Chen Xiu lifted the now tepid tea, consuming it in a single gulp before placing the cup on the table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface as he lapsed into silent contemplation. At the headquarters of Starshine Unlimited, a resounding bang echoed as Lu Haifeng forcefully kicked open the office door. The staff members outside, engrossed in their tasks, exchanged bewildered glances. Curiosity piqued as they speculated on what might provoke their generally amiable boss to such fury. Summon Yao Cixi and Su Kunken to my office. Lu Haifeng's thunderous roar reverberated through the office, startling the employees who had been engaged in hushed discussions. Boss, did you call for us? Minutes later, Yao Cixi, accompanied by Su Kunken, arrived at the office door. Noticing Lu Haifeng's grim expression as he sat in his chair, Yao Cixi felt a sense of foreboding and hesitantly knocked on the ajar office door. Enter, Lu Haifeng said, glancing up at Yao Cixi with indifference. Close the door. He continued as Yao Cixi and Su Kunken stepped into the office, one after the other. Please take a seat. After Yao Cixi gently closed the office door, Lu Haifeng gestured toward the sofa directly in front of the desk. Once Yao Cixi and the apprehensive Su Kunken had carefully seated themselves, Lu Haifeng fell into a profound silence. Time ticked away, and soon 5 or 6 minutes had elapsed. In this hushed atmosphere, both Yao Cixi and Su Kunken felt an increasing weight of mental pressure, their breaths becoming involuntarily more rapid. Boss, is it about that matter? After another 2 minutes, Yao Cixi could no longer contain herself. Taking a deep breath, she exchanged a glance filled with unease with Su Kunken before cautiously posing her question to Lu Haifeng. In response to Yao Cixi's inquiry, Lu Haifeng offered no words. Instead, he opened the drawer of his desk, retrieved a pack of cigarettes, drew one out, lit it, and began to smoke in silence. Chapter 311. The lawyer's letter. As Lu Haifeng finished his cigarette, extinguishing the ember in the ashtray, he raised his gaze to survey Yao Cixi and Su Kunken. Yao Cixi, you're no longer a novice. You have spent over a decade in this company, mentoring several artists. How could you be foolish enough to reach this point? Pray tell, how could you be so naive? After all these years, have you only learned how to offend others? Have you lived like a dog all this time? With each word, Lu Haifeng's agitation escalated until, with a resounding slap on the desk, he rose to his feet, fixating his glare on Yao Cixi. It was no wonder he was seething. These two imbeciles had nearly brought him to ruin. Boss, I. At the sound of Lu Haifeng's hand colliding with the desk, Yao Cixi's already taut nerves snapped, causing her body to involuntarily jerk. Instinctively, she glanced up at Lu Haifeng, and upon witnessing his menacing demeanor, her eyes reddened with fear, her voice faltering. And you, Su Kunken, are you possessed of a pig's brain? Instead of cherishing your status as a star, you choose to offend others? Do you even comprehend the backgrounds of those you antagonize? How dare you cross them? Damn it! As Lu Haifeng berated Su Kunken with fury, he seized the ashtray from the desk and hurled it at him. The ashtray struck Su Kunken's shoulder, the suddenness of the incident eliciting an involuntary scream from him. Having debuted at the pinnacle of his career, he was accustomed to respect from all employees and artists, even the boss treating him with deference. Now, not only was he being scolded, but he was also being assaulted with an ashtray, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. Only then did he truly grasp the gravity of the situation. Boss, did you not go to see young Master Chen? What did he say? Observing Lu Haifeng's demeanor, Yao Cixi, despite having anticipated the response, clung to a shred of hope as she inquired. As a professional manager, her fate was intertwined with that of her artists. Their triumphs were her own, and their failures hers to bear. In previous years, none of the artists she had represented had achieved success, leaving her income languishing at the bottom of the industry. Now, with Su Kunken, who brought in millions annually, she was desperate not to relinquish this opportunity. You wish to know what young Master Chen said? Very well, I shall divulge it. Lu Haifeng, If you dare to protect Su Kunkin today, I will ensure you cannot continue in this industry. Those are young Master Chen's exact words. Yao Cece, tell me, what should I do? With a cold scoff, Lu Haifeng leaned over the desk, his hands braced upon it, fixing his steely gaze upon Yao Cece. Both Yao Cece and Su Kunkin gasped in unison upon hearing Lu Haifeng's words. If young Master Chen had indeed uttered such sentiments to the boss, then the situation truly left no room for negotiation. Boss, please, I understand my mistakes. I can offer an apology. I can host a banquet to make amends. Su Kunkin rose, his voice tinged with tears. Where have you been all this time? It is too late for words now. I must tell you plainly. The brilliance of starlight can no longer protect you. I present you with two choices. First, in accordance with our contract, you shall remain with the company for a decade, during which I shall not arrange any activities for you. You should understand what this entails. Second, considering your contributions over the years, the penalty for breaching the contract can be reduced from 1 billion to 100 million. Once the contract is terminated, you may join Brilliant Starlight, where they will surely welcome you. With the connections of Ren Hua, the owner, you will be secured. Choose one of these options for yourself. 100 million? Boss, I do not possess such a sum. Su Kunkin realized he faced the prospect of being buried for a decade or paying a hefty penalty. The latter weighed heavily upon him, as he had only earned over 80 million in recent years, leaving him unable to gather the required amount. Don't overstep your bounds. This company is not solely mine, and 100 million is already the lowest price. Otherwise, prepare to be sidelined. In 10 years, who knows how many will remember you. Su Kunkin returned to his chair, coldly scoffing at him. But I only have 85 million, boss. Can we negotiate for a lower amount? Do you think I'm selling cabbages? There is no room for bargaining. You may borrow the 15 million. It is a mere trifle. If you cannot gather this money, then brace yourself for obscurity. Boss, I am willing to contribute the 15 million. May I leave with Kunkin? Suddenly, Yao Cece, who had been silent, bit her lip and stood to address Lu Haifeng. She had contemplated this decision numerous times before arriving at it. This 15 million represented her entire savings. Yet after weighing the pros and cons, she chose this path. Without Su Kunkin, her income would plummet back to the days of earning mere hundreds of thousands annually, a stark contrast to the millions she had grown accustomed to. Still, she believed that by continuing as Su Kunkin's manager, she would soon recoup that amount. Very well, Lu Haifeng replied after a thoughtful pause. Thank you, boss. With Lu Haifeng's approval, Yao Cece quickly expressed her gratitude. Transfer the funds to this bank card, and you may take the contract. Lu Haifeng then retrieved his wallet and tossed a bank card onto the desk. Yao Cece approached, picked up the card, and exchanged a glance with Su Kunkin before proceeding to operate her phone. The boss, the money has been transferred. 2 minutes later, Yao Cece approached Lu Haifeng and returned the bank card. Very well, there is no need to call me boss anymore. You're no longer employees of my company. I wish you both a prosperous future. Lu Haifeng felt his phone vibrating within his pocket. Upon checking, he confirmed that 100 million had just been deposited into his account. At that moment, he concealed his displeasure and smiled. Although he had lost Su Kunkin, a lucrative asset, he had also freed himself from a significant burden. In comparison, the joy of shedding this troublesome weight far outweighed the sorrow of losing a cash cow. Even though we are no longer your employees, we are still old acquaintances. I hope you will continue to look out for us, Yao Cece said politely to Lu Haifeng. After all, Lu Haifeng was a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, and she understood the importance of maintaining a cordial relationship as long as she remained in this field. Yes, indeed, please do take care of us. Su Kunkin, feeling Yao Cece tugging at his arm, snapped back to reality and quickly addressed Lu Haifeng. Very well, you may leave, Lu Haifeng replied dismissively, signaling it was time for them to depart. These two were destined for obscurity. There was no need for excessive courtesy. Boss, we have just received a lawyer's letter from Tongfei Group. Just as Yao Cece, still holding on to Su Kunkin, was about to say something more while approaching Lu Haifeng's office door, a sudden knock interrupted them, followed by a woman's voice calling out. Chapter 312. No pain, no gain. As Lu Haifeng's gaze shifted toward the door of the office, he murmured to himself, wait, Li Rui, Tongfei Group? Good heavens. Suddenly, an exclamation escaped his lips. It dawned on him why he felt a sense of familiarity when Chan Xiu mentioned Li Rui's name. He had indeed heard it before. To his astonishment, the individual in question was the chairman of Tongfei Group. Lu had come across news regarding Tongfei Group and had encountered the name Li Rui once or twice. Yao Cece and Su Kunkin exchanged curious glances, intrigued by Lu Haifeng's sudden change in demeanor. Come in quickly. Lu Haifeng called out loudly toward the entrance. Boss, we've just received the lawyer's letter from Tongfei Group. A young woman, approximately 25 or 26, entered the room holding 2 sheets of paper densely covered in text. Bring it here. Let me see. Lu Haifeng beckoned eagerly, his anticipation palpable as he wondered if his assumptions would be confirmed. The young woman stepped forward, extending the white sheets toward Lu Haifeng, her expression somewhat peculiar as she glanced at Yao Cixi and Su Kunkin standing nearby. Chuckling heartily after examining the papers for several seconds, Lu Haifeng suddenly burst into laughter. Yao Cixi and Su Kunkin exchanged bewildered looks. Had they misheard? Wasn't this a lawyer's letter? Why was Lu Haifeng so elated? Mr. Lu, Kunkin and I have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Yao Cixi interjected, eager to find Suicai, Xingguang Entertainment Company, to promote Su Kunkin and recover the money lost earlier. Her mind not inclined to linger on Lu Haifeng's inexplicable amusement. Please, go ahead, Lu Haifeng replied, suppressing his laughter as he waved off the young woman who had delivered the lawyer's letter. No rush, you should take this with you, he added as she exited, closing the office door behind her. With a faint smile, Lu Haifeng neatly stacked the 2 sheets of paper and casually handed them to Yao Cixi. Upon receiving the white papers, Yao Cixi looked perplexed. She had just heard that this was a lawyer's letter. This is meant for you, or more precisely, for Su Kunkin. Lu Haifeng teased, observing the confusion on both Yao Cixi and Su Kunkin's faces. Tongfei Group. Defamation against Chairman Li Rue. As Lu Haifeng spoke, Yao Cixi, still skeptical, reluctantly reached for the lawyer's letter. After only a few seconds of serious scrutiny, her eyes widened in disbelief as she involuntarily read aloud some shocking information. It was then that she comprehended the gravity of the situation. The person they had offended at the airport that day was none other than the chairman of Tongfei Group. Yao Cixi, Su Kunkun, have you now realized who you have offended? Truly, one reaps what one sows. It would be wise for you to depart quickly. I wish to sever all ties with you. Observing Yao Cixi's distressed countenance, Lu Haifeng showed no mercy and issued an expulsion order. Mr. Lu, could you enlighten me about which prominent family the Tongfei Group belongs to? I seem to have never heard of it. Yao Cixi brazenly inquired, disregarding Lu Haifeng's dismissal. She was eager to uncover the significance of this Tongfei Group. Have you not heard of the immensely popular super batteries that have been all the rage these past few months? Every manufacturer of new energy vehicles is clamoring to secure a super battery produced by Tongfei Group. Surely, you must have heard of it? Lu Haifeng unexpectedly took the time to explain to Yao Cixi. Witnessing the panic-stricken expressions of these two fools who nearly brought him to ruin filled him with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Is it that company? Although Yao Cixi still had little impression of the recently ascendant Tongfei Group, she was well aware of the significance of super batteries and understood that a company capable of producing such a product was certainly no minor player. Now, leave immediately. Do not bring trouble to my company. Noting Yao Cixi's despondent demeanor and Su Kunkin's vacant expression, Lu Haifeng's patience waned. He stepped forward and physically urged them toward the exit. Wait, take your contract with you. As Yao Cixi and Su Kunkin shuffled toward the door like puppets, Lu Haifeng suddenly called out. He quickly returned to his desk and rummaged through a drawer. After a few moments, he emerged with a substantial contract and handed it to Yao Cixi. The loss of a performer is typically disheartening. Yet if it allows me to evade a grave misfortune, then it is truly a small price to pay. After witnessing Yao Cixi and Su Kunkin disappear from view, Lu Haifeng took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a long plume of smoke with a hearty laugh. Settling back into his office chair and puffing away, Lu Haifeng instinctively sought an ashtray as he neared the end of his cigarette, only to remember that he had used it to strike Su Kunkin earlier, and it was now lost to him. He extinguished the cigarette on his expensive desk and pulled out his phone to make a call. Mr. Lu, is the sun truly rising from the west today? A deep voice from a middle-aged man greeted him upon connection. Mr. Run, I have good news to share. Lu Haifeng replied with a knowing smile. Good news? Just speak plainly. We know each other well enough, Mr. Ren responded. Mr. Run, my company has terminated its contract with Su Kunkin. Would you consider that good news? What? You have terminated your contract with Su Kunkin? How is this possible? Su Kunkin is currently a prominent star, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a golden goose. How could you possibly let him go? Mr. Run, let me be frank with you. Su Kunkin has offended someone. Do you understand? Offended someone? Who? Chen Xiao from a Chen Group. Chen Xiao? Lu Haifeng. With such a lucrative asset as Su Kunkin, merely fearing Chen Xiao is insufficient. If old Master Chun himself were to intervene, I might consider giving some face. But Chinxiu, if you do not want such a valuable asset, then I, Sitsai Star, shall gladly take him. Suddenly, a triumphant laugh echoed from the other end of the phone. Renhua, I truly do not know whether to commend your cleverness or to deride your foolishness. With your intellect, were it not for the Far Ocean Group as your backing, you would not even be qualified to contend with me. Hearing the arrogant laughter from the other end of the line, Lu Haifeng snorted coldly and disdainfully remarked, Lu Haifeng, what do you mean by that? On the other end, Renhua seemed as if someone had suddenly grasped him by the throat. The laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by an irate inquiry. If it were merely Chan Xiao's intent, would I so readily terminate the contract with Su Kunkin? Do not forget that Xinguang Wuxian also holds shares in the Chun Group. Chapter 3:13. Ferrari SF90, what do you mean? Is this the intention of Elder Chun? Renhua inquired hesitantly. This is not only the stance of the Chun family, but also that of the Shi, Huangfu, Hua, Sun, and Meng families. If I weren't concerned about you jeopardizing matters, I wouldn't even bother informing you, you fool. These 6 families have joined forces, and even the Yuan Hai group behind you must tread carefully. Weigh the implications for yourself, Lu Haifeng declared before abruptly ending the call. At the very moment Lu Haifeng hung up, Renhua, situated a few kilometers away at the headquarters of Starry Infinite Limited, stared at his phone in disbelief. His mouth agape. The 6 families Lu mentioned each hold considerable influence, and their alliance represents the pinnacle of commercial power within the Dragon Nation. He found it utterly perplexing that a mere star could provoke such a formidable coalition, leaving him in disbelief. Better to believe it than to dismiss it. Su Kun, what a pity, he muttered to himself, shaking his head after a moment of contemplation. A prominent first-tier celebrity may indeed be a lucrative asset, yet the risk of offending 6 powerful families far outweighs any potential gain. Yao Jia, what's the matter with you? Su Kunkin asked curiously, observing Yao Cici's dazed demeanor as they exited the company and stepped into the plaza in front of the building. Kunkin, quickly, check the Tung Fei group. Yao Cici exclaimed, startled by Su Kunkin's voice, and urgently urged him. All right, Yao Jia, don't panic. I'll look it up right now, he responded, pulling out his phone to conduct a search. A moment later, Su Kunkin glanced at the multitude of information about the Tung Fei group displayed on his screen. Without delay, he handed the phone to Yao Cici. It's over, it's all over, Yao Cici murmured, her complexion paling as she meticulously examined the details on the phone. After more than a minute, her hands fell limply at her sides, and her gaze became vacant. Yao Jia, what is happening to you? Su Kunkin, sensing her distress, grew anxious himself. Being young, he felt utterly a loss in such a situation. Wait, we still have a chance. Call General Run. We might still have an opportunity. Kunkin, I remember you mentioned you have the contact information for General Ren of Brilliant Starlight, right? Yao Cici's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, akin to a drowning person spotting a lifeline, as she grasped Su Kunkin's arm and shook it vigorously. Yes, I have it. General Ren once gave me a business card. I saved his number, Su Kunkin replied, relieved. That's wonderful. I'll call him right away, Yao Cici exclaimed as she heard the save number for Renhua on the phone. Yao Cici released Su Kunkin's arm and picked up the mobile phone that Su Kunkin had just given her, perusing through the contacts. After a minute or so, she located her target, adjusted her somewhat disheveled attire, and donned a professional fade of a smile before dialing the number. Hello, Mr. Run. She greeted with the softest of tones as soon as the call connected. Who are you? Renhua inquired, perplexed by the unfamiliar female voice on the line. Mr. Run, I am Su Kunkin's agent. Su Kunkin has long admired your esteemed company and wishes to join. Get lost. Before Yao Cici could complete her sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from the other end, followed by the call disconnecting, as indicated on her phone. At this, both Yao Cici and Su Kunkin exchanged a glance, their expressions swiftly morphing into despair. Why did I have to offend that person? How foolish I have been. Su Kunkin suddenly slapped his own face in regret. Under normal circumstances, Yao Cici would have rushed forward to comfort him. But at this moment, she found herself devoid of the desire to intervene. She wished she could deliver a few slaps to herself for having waded into this murky water. With that 15 million, her life would have been worry-free. But now the money was gone, and Su Kunkin was rendered useless. How was she to recover that sum? Suddenly, Yao Cici pulled out the lawyer's letter she had previously stowed away in her handbag, thrusting it into Su Kunkin's hand before turning away and striding forward. Sister Yao, why are you leaving? What am I to do? Su Kunkin called out in desperation as Yao Cici hurried away. Get lost. Su Kun, that 15 million is a loan from me. If you do not repay it within a month, I will release those photos of yours online. Yao Cece spun around, glaring at Su Kunkin from several meters away, her voice laced with fury. Photos? What photos? You will find out if you don't repay me, she retorted, clutching her bag and storming off, leaving Su Kunkin alone in the square, utterly bewildered. The comfort of Long Country was unparalleled. The next morning, at the Shanshui No. 1 villa, Li Rue threw off the covers, stretched lazily, and closed his eyes in sheer delight. After bidding farewell to Li Wu the previous day, Li Rue had traveled to Rubber Country, boarded a plane, and after a layover, arrived in Long Country, taking a car to reach his destination. After nearly 10 hours, he finally returned to the Shanshui villa, which he had not visited for some time, around 10 p.m. Following a delectable meal prepared by a biotic chef, Li Rue fell into a deep slumber until dawn. His cousin was about to get married. What gift should he present? Dressed and freshly groomed, Li Rue sat at the dining table enjoying his breakfast when he suddenly paused, resting his chin on his fingers, lost in thought. His decision to avoid a direct return to Lijiao village was influenced not only by the late hour of his arrival the previous night, but also by the consideration of selecting a wedding gift for his cousin. After all, Xing City, being a metropolis, undoubtedly offers a greater variety of gifts compared to Chunning County. However, Li Rue was not particularly well-versed in the desires of young women. He was aware that women often appreciate handbags. Yet, gifting a bag for his cousin's wedding seemed rather inappropriate. Perhaps I should consult Lu Yifan. He is likely to possess more insight. At that moment, Li Rue recalled that it had been some time since he last saw Lu Yifan, and he muttered to himself, "What is old Lu up to?" He took out his phone and dialed Lu Yifan's number. As soon as the call connected, Li Rue greeted him with a smile. "Oldly? I'm occupied with matters concerning the group. What prompted you to call me? Busy with group affairs? Has your father entrusted you with involvement in the group's operations?" Li Rue inquired with curiosity. "Indeed. Thanks to your connections, the old man has begun to regard me with newfound respect. He is currently grooming me as the primary heir." Lu Yifan replied with a hint of pride. "Well, congratulations. A diamond will shine no matter where it is. This is a testament to your own efforts," Li Rue responded. "Old Li, I'm quite aware of my own worth. Without you, the old man would not hold me in such high regard. But enough about that. Do you have something specific you need?" "Yes, I do have a matter to discuss. My cousin is getting married in a few days, and I'm uncertain about what gift to present. Do you have any suggestions?" Li Rue stated, not wishing to elaborate further on his call's purpose. "Old Li, what do you think I do? If you seek my advice, I would certainly recommend that you purchase a car, a Ferrari SF90. I happen to have a red one available in my store, which would be quite suitable for a young lady. How does that sound?" Chapter 314. Old acquaintance, a sports car? That could work. How much? We are all brothers here. Why discuss money? Just let me know, and I will have someone deliver it to you shortly. No, a sports car costs at least several million, and I cannot accept it without payment. Upon hearing that Lu Yifan intended to gift him a sports car, Li Rue immediately declined without hesitation. A sports car is no trivial matter. Something worth several million is beyond what an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. One cannot simply accept it freely. "Old Li, do you realize what it means that we secured the super batteries produced by Tongfei Group? The sales of electric vehicles from Feiqi Group have surged by several times. You have pulled Feiqi Group back from the brink of disaster. Don't even mention a few million. If I were to accept a single penny from you, the old man would surely lash me with a whip. As your brother, you cannot put me in such a predicament." Listening to Lu Yifan's exaggerated words on the phone, Li Rue couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, there was some truth in what Lu Yifan said. From what he had gathered over the past few days, automobile manufacturers that could procure batteries from Tongfei Group had no trouble selling their electric vehicles. "All right then, have the car delivered to my villa." Since Lu Yifan had gone this far, Li Rue found it difficult to refuse. Upon reflection, it was merely a few million, a sum that, for them, was not much different from gifting a few dozen yuan to an average person. There was no need to stand on ceremony. After all, without his connections, it would have been nearly impossible for Feiqi Group to secure the super batteries from Tongfei Group so easily. After a brief exchange with Lu Yifan, Li Rue hung up the phone. An hour later, while idly scrolling through his phone in the living room, Li Rue suddenly heard a report from Li Yi. "Boss, 2 people have arrived outside, claiming to deliver the car." "That was quick. Let us go take a look," Li Rue murmured to himself, rising to head outside. At that moment, in the open space outside the villa, a middle-aged man and a young woman stood quietly. Compared to the middle-aged man's relatively calm demeanor, the young woman appeared somewhat anxious and uneasy. "Wang Lily, don't be nervous. You've met Mr. Li before. What is there to be anxious about? Your task this time is to familiarize yourself with Mr. Li. Don't let me down. Otherwise, how can I trust you with the position of sales manager? Manager Wang. I don't think I'm fit for the sales manager role. Perhaps it's best to forget about it. You won't need to handle anything else at the store. Just oversee the sales department, which mainly involves holding meetings with them. What is so difficult about that? This is the boss's directive, so don't refuse. Manager Wang. Let us not dwell on this. Mr. Li is about to arrive. Maintain your best composure to greet him. Understood? Seeing that Wang Lili was about to protest further, Wang Zhongtian's expression turned serious as he interrupted her directly. Upon observing Wang Zhongtian's serious demeanor, Wang Lili could only nod slightly, lowering her head and refraining from further conversation. Internally, she was quite anxious. Earlier, Wang Zhongtian had informed her that she was to deliver a vehicle to a prominent figure. Only after her curious inquiries did she learn that this distinguished individual was the very person who had purchased a McLaren P1 and 10 Range Rovers during her internship. To be regarded as a significant person by Wang Zhongtian was a daunting notion for an ordinary individual like her. Thus, filled with trepidation, she had previously inquired about this person's identity, yet Wang Zhongtian had maintained an air of mystery and disclosed nothing. Consequently, throughout the journey, her heart was heavy with apprehension, especially upon entering the grand Shanshuilian and beholding the magnificent No. 1 villa, which intensified her nervousness and led to the earlier moment of admonishment from Manager Wang. Just as Wang Lili was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Wang Zhongtian's voice nearby. Instinctively looking up, she saw a young man accompanied by a burly figure emerging for the colossal villa. Mr. Li, she murmured, recognizing the silhouette she had not seen for several months. Although they had only met once, she held a profound impression of this Mr. Li, for he was indeed the benefactor who had altered the course of her destiny. Chairman Li, Wang Zhongtian exclaimed with a broad smile, rising onto his toes and waving both hands at the approaching Li Rui. Hearing Manager Wang refer to the gentleman as Chairman, Li left Wang Lili slightly astonished. Yet, it seemed she quickly comprehended the situation, and her expression returned to its usual composure. It was hardly surprising that someone capable of affording such luxury vehicles and residing in such an opulent villa would be a chairman of a corporation, thus earning Wang Zhongtian's respect. Manager Wang, Li Rui called out with a smile as he approached Wang Zhongtian. Ah, Chairman Li, I have brought you the car you requested. Please inspect it, Wang Zhongtian said, initially donning a sycophantic smile before gesturing toward a red supercar parked not far behind him. Li Rui glanced in the direction indicated by Manager Wang and spotted a dark red supercar. Very well, lead me to it, he replied, nodding in approval after a cursory examination of the vehicle. Lily, please take Chairman Li to view the car, Wang Zhongtian instructed, turning to Wang Lili. Certainly, Mr. Li. Chairman Li, this way please, Wang Lili responded, offering a charming smile as she gestured for Li Rui to follow. It was only then that Li Rui noticed the attractive young woman before him, finding her visage somewhat familiar. I am Wang Lili, Chairman Li. I was the one who facilitated the purchase of the McLaren P1. Wang Lili smiled, reminding him as she noticed his puzzled expression. Ah, it's you. No wonder you seemed familiar, Li Rui exclaimed, suddenly enlightened by her reminder. The captivating woman, who indulged lavishly in her newfound system for the first time, left a profound impression on him. Chairman Li, shall we proceed to view the car? With a sense of joy at being remembered by Li Rui, Wang Lili found herself at a loss for words and thus redirected the conversation toward sports cars. Indeed, let us go, Li Rui replied, gesturing for Wang Lili to lead the way. Chairman Li, here are the keys to the car. After walking a short distance, they arrived in front of a deep red supercar, where Wang Lili produced a beautifully crafted red car key and handed it to Li Rui. Chapter 315. Returning home, Li Rui nodded, casually taking the car key and pressing the unlock button, causing the lights of the dark red supercar to illuminate. With practiced ease, he opened the car door, took a brief glance inside, and then closed it again. Quite beautiful. My cousin should appreciate it, he remarked with a faint smile, directed at Wang Lili as he turned away from the car. Understanding the implications of Li Rui's words, that this vehicle was a gift for his cousin, Wang Lili couldn't help but reveal a flicker of envy in her eyes. Although it may not rival the McLaren P1, its price exceeded $5 million, and Mr. Li had the audacity to purchase it as a present. You have worked hard. Would you care to come in for a cup of tea? Li Rui, beaming with a warm smile, politely invited Wang Lili and Wang Zhongtian. Oh, no need, Chairman Li, Wang Zhongtian replied, fully aware of his own standing as a seasoned businessman. Our task is complete, and we must return. There is much to attend to at the store. Very well, I shall not insist then. I appreciate your efforts in making this trip, Li Rui said graciously. It is no trouble at all. Serving Chairman Li is our honor, Wang Zhongtian responded, placing a hand over his chest as he bowed slightly. Witnessing this exchange, Wang Lili was left speechless, thinking to herself how adeptly manager Wang flattered those in higher positions. Li Yi, at that moment, Li Rui suddenly beckoned to Li Yi, who was standing behind him. Upon hearing his name, Li Yi instantly understood, lowering his head to place his ear beside Li Rui's lips. Yes, Li Yi replied affirmatively after Li Rui whispered to him. And then he swiftly made his way towards the villa. Chairman Li, shall we take our leave? Wang Zhongtian inquired, casting a glance at Wang Lili. Wait a moment. I have something for you. Li Rui responded with a calm smile. Upon hearing his words, Wang Zhongtian and Wang Lili exchanged glances again, and in mutual understanding. They remained silent, standing still. When faced with such a prominent figure, both Wang Lili and Wang Zhongtian were compelled to tread carefully. Boss, I brought the items. Li Yi returned shortly after, carrying a paper bag. Li Rui acknowledged, taking the bag and reaching inside to retrieve several stacks of red bills. After a moment, he handed the now empty bag back to Li Yi. This amounts to 40,000 yuan. I appreciate your efforts in coming here, Li Rui stated, handing 20,000 yuan each to Wang Lili and Wang Zhongtian. Staring at the 2,000 yuan notes in her hands, Wang Lili found herself in a daze, feeling utterly bewildered. In her confusion, she could only look helplessly at Wang Zhongtian for guidance. Chairman Li, this seems rather inappropriate. Wang Zhongtian lowered his gaze to the 20,000 yuan in his hand, then raised his head and stammered. What's wrong? Do you find it insufficient? Li Rui feigned displeasure as he replied. No. Serving Chairman Li is indeed an honor, and this is also the boss's instruction. If the boss learns of this, I will be reprimanded. Seeing Li Rui's displeased expression, Wang Zhongtian hastily waved his hand. Just take it. If old Lu scolds you, let him speak to me. That's settled then. You all should return swiftly. All right. Well, thank you, Chairman Li, Wang Zhongtian reluctantly conceded, realizing Li Rui was insistent on giving him the money. Thank you, Chairman Li, Wang Lili echoed, imitating Wang Zhongtian as gratitude. You may leave now, Li Rui stated, turning and heading toward the villa with Li Yi. Manager Wang, what is Mr. Li's true status? You refer to him as Chairman Li. Does he own a very large company? As she watched Li Rui's retreating figure, Wang Lili glanced down at the 20,000 yuan in her hand, a flicker of joy crossing her eyes, as she curiously inquired of Wang Zhongtian. A large company? It is far more than that. It is an enormous enterprise, destined to become a colossal corporation with boundless potential. Lily, you are indeed fortunate to have connections with Chairman Li, for otherwise, such opportunities would not come your way. Wang Zhongtian cheerfully stuffed 2 stacks of red bills into his pockets. His previous reluctance vanished, replaced by sheer delight. He then looked at Wang Lili with a hint of envy. Wang Lili displayed a look of confusion at Wang Zhongtian's words. Not understanding, the Mr. Li you speak of is the chairman of Tongfei Group. The ultra-popular super batteries are produced by their company. The reason you were selected as a candidate for the sales manager position is precisely because Chairman Li has a slight acquaintance with you. There are many more seasoned employees in the store. How could it possibly be your turn? Noticing Wang Lili's perplexed expression, Wang Zhongtian directly clarified. But I have only met Mr. Li once, Wang Lili exclaimed, realizing the implications behind Wang Zhongtian's explanation. Yet, some aspects still eluded her understanding, prompting her to question him further. Chairman Li has spoken on your behalf. Do you recall? According to the boss, selecting you may not necessarily please Chairman Li, but at the very least, he would not harbor any disdain. If one day Chairman Li visits the store to purchase a car and sees your promotion, even a glimmer of happiness from him would be a sufficient reason for your selection as sales manager. Wang Lili's confusion deepened upon hearing Wang Zhongtian's elucidation. All right, you'll come to understand in due time. A figure such as Chairman Li possesses the capacity to alter the fate of an ordinary individual with a mere gesture or a single utterance. You, my dear, are one of the fortunate. With that said, Wang Zhongtian refrained from offering any further explanations to Wang Lili and proceeded towards the black sedan parked nearby. Sister, since our cousin Yuhan is getting married, will you be returning home today? I'll be at the villa for now. I plan to head back shortly. Upon returning to the villa, Li Rui retrieved his phone and called Li Xiaoshuang. As soon as the call connected, he inquired directly, Are you going back? Yes, but Yi needs to attend kindergarten, so I won't be able to return for a couple of days. Very well, then I shall return alone. All right, do take care on the road. After concluding the call with his sister, Li Rue gathered Li Yi and the others to prepare for their return to Li family village. After a brief tidying up within mere minutes, the group set off in a Land Rover driven by Li Yi, while Li Rue commandeered the recently delivered Ferrari SF90, heading straight towards Chunning County. Chapter 316. Laughing like a fool 3 hours later, Li Rue arrived in his dark red supercar, coming to a halt in the spacious courtyard of the Li family villa. Stepping out of the vehicle, he spotted his cousin, Li Wenlong, seated in front of his own villa, lost in a silly grin as he gazed at his phone. This sight puzzled Li Rue. How was it that his usually busy cousin, who had been swamped with work, suddenly had time to play on his phone in broad daylight? With curiosity piqued, Li Rue ambled towards Li Wenlong, covering the distance of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. What could be so amusing? Why are you smiling so broadly? He inquired, leaning down beside Li Wenlong, whose face was radiant with joy. Ruye, what did you come back? You approached so quietly, you startled me. Li Wenlong exclaimed, startled by Li Rue's sudden appearance. After recognizing him, his expression shifted from surprise to delight, followed by a hint of reproach. I just got back. It's not that I walked quietly. You were so absorbed in your phone that you didn't notice me. Are you perhaps in a relationship? Li Huiteazid, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. No, Ruege, don't say such things. I'm not. I don't have anyone. Li Banlor Stamarat, his face betraying a hint of fluster as he instinctively concealed the phone behind him. Witnessing this, Li Rue's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. Could it be? Have you actually fallen in love? Haha, this is splendid news. Tell me, who is the lucky girl? Where's she from? I really haven't tea. You're jumping to conclusions. I was merely watching a variety show, Li Wenlong replied, compelled to clarify as Li Rue pressed on. How could I possibly believe that? Since when have you been interested in variety shows? Li Rue crossed his arms, his fingers tapping his chin in skepticism. Truly, I'll show you. The show is called The Life I Want to Live. It's quite entertaining, Li Wenlong insisted, unlocking his phone and presenting the screen to Li Rue. Indeed, it was a variety show. Then what were you grinning about just now? You looked positively infatuated, Li Rue remarked, rolling his eyes as he scrutinized the screen. Who says one can't laugh while watching variety shows? Li Banlon Raturta. Rue go. You've returned, yet you haven't sought out Sister Ling Xian? If she finds out that the first thing you did upon returning wasn't to see her, she might be heartbroken. He feigned a look of deep sorrow. Enough of that, you little rascal. Wasn't your company exceedingly busy recently? How come you now have time to play on your phone? Li Hui she did play fully. Before handing the phone back to Li Wenlong, his curiosity still lingering. Rue go. I'm not trying to criticize you, but have you ever cared about the massive project at the Semiconductor Industrial Park? The industrial park has been completely finished, which naturally means our company's workload has diminished. With my brother and the others around, they have been quite busy, allowing me to find a moment to rest. As Li Wenlong explained, he reached out to reclaim his phone. Upon hearing this, Li Rue nodded in understanding. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had he seen this young lady somewhere before? Just as Li Wenlong's fingers brushed the phone in an attempt to take it back, Li Rue caught a glimpse of a charming young girl featured in the variety show playing on the screen, someone he felt an odd sense of familiarity with. At Li Rue's remark, Li Wenlong's body instinctively stiffened. This moment of awkwardness did not escape Li Rue's notice, piquing his curiosity even further. Wenlong, what is the name of this young lady? Have I seen her before? Withdrawing the phone he was about to hand over, Li Rue examined the video intently. Moments later, a smile crept across his face as he inquired of Li Wenlong. She is called Song Zing. She performed at Wei Guang's wedding last time. Li Wenlong stammered, his face flushing as he realized that Li Rue had indeed recognized her. Haha, I knew it. You were grinning like a lovesick fool over there. It seems you fancy her, don't you? Li Rue laughed heartily, noticing how red Li Wenlong's face had become. Li Wenlong struggled to articulate a response, his palms clenched tightly. Look at you, what's the big deal? It's just liking a woman. You're nearly 21. Isn't it perfectly normal? It's not like it's early romance. Are you afraid your father will disapprove? Li Rue continued to tease him. And no. All right, enough of this banter. Just tell me, do you like Song Ziying? Li Rue waved his hand dismissively and asked directly. Brother Rue, she is a star eye. Li Wenlong began, but his voice trailed off, and he lowered his head, suddenly looking dejected. What's wrong? So what if she is a star? You're not feeling inferior, are you? Li Rue asked, exasperation evident in his tone as he slapped his forehead. She is a star, and I haven't even attended university. Li Wenlong looked up at Li Rue, disappointment evident in his eyes. Wenlong, you're usually quite clever. Why do you become so foolish when it comes to women? Given our family's current standing, it doesn't matter if she is an unknown starlet or top diva. Our lineage is more than worthy of her. If she has your affections, that would be her good fortune. Do you understand? As Li Rue spoke, a hint of pride crept onto his face. This assertion wasn't mere bravado. With the Li family's current stature, it wouldn't be surprising if even the most renowned divas would not hesitate to marry into their family if invited. To celebrities, ordinary people are often perceived as distant and unattainable figures. To true magnates, however, they are merely performers in a grand spectacle. Upon hearing Li Rue's words, Li Wenlong felt a sudden tremor within him. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. With brother Rue by their side, the Li family had transformed from its former self. As a member of the Li family, he was no longer the man who possessed nothing. Despite a fa ade of nonchalance, was plagued by insecurities. Now, he was not only affluent, but also backed by a formidable family legacy. Perhaps it was time to take a chance. Did he truly deserve her? Surely, only a woman unworthy of a Li family scion would exist. There could be no woman beyond his reach. As Li Wenlong raised his head, his eyes brimming with anticipation, he inquired of Li Rue. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Rue responded with commanding confidence. Very well, brother Rue, I shall pursue her. I will make her my wife. With Li Rue's affirmation, the previously despondent expression on Li Wenlong's face transformed into one of vibrant enthusiasm. Haha, splendid. This is the spirit we need. The young lady is indeed quite lovely. She would enhance the lineage of your offspring nicely, Li Rue commented, before glancing at Li Wenlong's phone and handing it back to him. Brother Rue, do I sense a hint of insinuation about my appearance? Li Wenlong, who had been radiating enthusiasm, paused momentarily after hearing Li Rue's remark, then pouted slightly, casting a mournful glance at Li Rue. Chapter 317. A special call. This is what you said, not me, he. Well, I won't ramble on with you here. I'll obtain the contact details of that girl for you. It will be up to you to make the effort. If she doesn't take a liking to you, then I am afraid I cannot assist, Li Rue remarked, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Noticing that Li Wenlong remained silent, gazing at him with an expression of exasperation, Li Rue chuckled, waved goodbye, and turned to walk towards his villa. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Upon entering the grand hall of his villa, Li Rue called out loudly. After several seconds of silence, no response came. Are my parents not home? Li Rue murmured in confusion, then proceeded directly upstairs. Lingxian, I'm back. As he reached the upper floor, Li Rue exclaimed with a beaming smile, hearing the familiar voice. Yun Lingxian, who was munching on snacks while watching television, quickly set down her food, disregarding her slippers, and dashed towards the source of the sound. Ouch, you nearly knocked me over. Li Rue feigned an injured expression as he caught the rushing Yun Lingxian in his arms. Get lost. With your physique, even a pig wouldn't be able to knock you over. Yun Lingxian playfully punched Li Rue in the chest while pouting. Just because a pig can't knock me over doesn't mean you can't. Li Rue teased, gripping her little fist with a smile as he looked down at her, his expression turning mischievous. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am fatter than a pig? She retorted, where am I fat? I'll bite you to death. Upon hearing Li Rue's playful banter, Yun Lingxian opened her mouth and playfully bit down on Li Rue's shoulder. Hey, you're like a dog, let go. Li Rue grimaced in pain, looking at her with a pained expression. Not letting go, unless you admit your mistake, she mumbled, still holding on. All right, I admit my fault. Is that sufficient? Li Rue pretended to relent. That's more like it. Hearing his concession, Yun Lingxian released her grip, looking quite pleased with herself. Seriously, like a dog. Or my parents? Li Rue shot a glance at the smug Yun Lingxian, then curiously inquired about their whereabouts. They went to a charity event at the town's invitation. Yun Lingxian replied truthfully. Oh, I see. As he processed her words, a mischievous grin spread across Li Rue's face. What are you planning? Sensing his familiar impish grin, Yun Lingxian instinctively shuddered, taking a step back. Hee, don't you know what I'm planning? I've been cooped up for days, and with my parents out, dear wife, shall we take a break? Li Rue said with a sly smile, rubbing his hands together as he moved closer to her. I don't want to. Yun Lingxian squealed, turning to flee. Hee, let us see where you can run. As she dashed several meters away, Li Rue grinned and chased after her. Ah, go away. Go away. Bang. The door was forcefully slammed shut by Li Rue. 3 hours later, with a slightly labored breath and a satisfied expression, he leaned against the headboard, gazing at the motionless Yun Lingxian beside him, feeling quite pleased. Lingxian, rest well. I shall make a phone call, he murmured softly after patting her back. Noticing her lack of response, merely waving her hand weakly, Li Rue chuckled, donned his clothes, and exited the bedroom. Upon reaching the living room, he swiftly approached the television and crouched down, rummaging through a drawer. He recalled that the celebrities had given him their business cards, which he had carelessly placed in the drawer beneath the TV cabinet. After a brief search, he unearthed the card of Huang Xiaoming among a collection of various cards and examined it closely, muttering to himself. Following the phone number inscribed on the card, he dialed. The cameras were set. The actors were ready. Costumes and props were all in place. All right, let us begin shooting. Inside a building reminiscent of an ancient palace, Huang Xiaoming, adorned in a dragon robe and a specially crafted makeup, sat imposingly on the dragon throne. Surrounding him were dozens of men and women clad in various ancient costumes, alongside several cameras and a multitude of crew members. It was evident that they were in the midst of filming. Impudence. This small nation dares to provoke our great Yin Huang? I shall dispatch troops and annihilate them completely. Who among you can rid me of these Japanese? As the director called for the start of the scene, Huang Xiaoming seamlessly slipped into character, earnestly delivering his performance. Boss. Phone. Just as Huang Xiaoming and the ensemble of actors were immersed in their roles, a sudden female voice pierced through the atmosphere. Damn it, who is it? Who? An elderly man, around 60 with graying hair, rose angrily from his seat in front of a monitor, cursing as he turned toward the source of the voice. Boss. Your call. A young girl in her early 20s stood at the door, trembling under the fiery gaze of the elder, her eyes pleading for help as she glanced at Huang Xiaoming. Hu Dao, please do not be angry. She is young and inexperienced. I shall handle it, Huang Xiaoming said, furrowing his brows as he approached the frightened girl, attempting to placate the irate elder. Upon hearing Huang Xiaoming's words, the elder's fury subsided slightly. He nodded at Huang Xiaoming, then huffed disdainfully at the girl before turning back to his chair. What is the matter with you? Do you not realize I am filming? Huang Xiaoming questioned the young girl, his expression reflecting his displeasure. Boss, is that Mr. Li's number? Did you not tell me that whenever that number calls, regardless of what you are doing, I must inform you? The young girl said with a look of distress. What? It's Mr. Li's call? How could he be calling me? Upon finishing her words, Huang Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief. It is indeed his call. Look, the girl said, handing the phone directly to Huang Xiaoming. Huang Xiaoming swiftly took the phone, his expression shifting from joy to regret as he glanced at the missed call displayed on the screen. Why didn't you hand it to me sooner? If I miss Mr. Li's call, he might hold it against me, and that would be disastrous. All right, I will make a call. No one is to disturb me, Huang Xiaoming declared, swiftly removing the bothersome crown from his head and hurrying out in his voluminous robe. Witnessing this scene, the staff present were left in stunned silence, particularly the elderly man with gray hair, who was utterly flabbergasted. Whose call could it be that prompted Huang Xiaoming, typically the epitome of dedication, to act in such a manner? Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. I was filming and did not receive your call, Huang Xiaoming said breathlessly as he hopped onto the production vehicle, immediately dialing back to Li Rue. As soon as the call connected, he promptly offered his apologies. It's all right. I called mainly to inquire about the young girl you brought last time. Is she still in good condition? Chapter 318. A decision against conscience. Mr. Li, you. Upon hearing Li Rue's sudden inquiry, Huang Xiaoming's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a peculiar expression. He had contemplated various reasons for Mr. Li's visit. It could involve a performance request, or perhaps a family member seeking his autograph. He never anticipated that Mr. Li would inquire about whether Song Xing was still pure. The reason he immediately guessed that Mr. Li was inquiring about Song Xing was that she was the only young and beautiful girl he had accompanied during his previous visit to Li family village. It was not difficult to deduce that Li Rue's question pertained to her. It's not as you think. It's my younger brother who is quite fond of her, and I merely wish to gain a simple understanding of the girl, Huang Xiaoming stammered, prompting a bemused expression from Li Rue. Being a man himself, Li Rue quickly realized that Huang Xiaoming had misunderstood his intentions and hurried to clarify. Today's Li family is not what it used to be. Not just anyone can marry into it. While Li Rue may overlook identity and background, character and purity are non-negotiable requirements. After all, this girl named Song Xing is from the entertainment industry, a realm notorious for its chaos. It is widely acknowledged that for a beautiful girl to remain unsullied amidst such turmoil is a rare occurrence. However, this young lady appeared somewhat naive, and, given her tender age, it was reasonable to assume her time in the industry had been brief. Thus, she might not yet resemble those seasoned actresses who, having been in the industry for years, would do anything for advancement or resources, making her likelihood of remaining untainted considerably higher. A younger brother? I see. Mr. Lee, Xing is currently 19 years old. She was discovered by a talent scout from my company at the age of 16 and has since been nurtured. I assure you, she is indeed pure. That is good to hear. Please provide me with her contact number. Li Rue responded, visibly relieved upon hearing Huang Xiaoming's assurance about Song Xing's purity. His tone now more relaxed. Mr. Li, Xing is presently in Star City. Would you like me to have her come to meet you? Come and meet me? For what purpose? I am truly bewildered. My youngest uncle's son, my cousin Li Wenlong, has taken a liking to the girl named Song Xing. I am inquiring on his behalf. Do you understand? In a mere moment, Li Rue grasped the situation. Huang Xiaoming did not believe him and still thought he was interested in the young lady himself. Unable to suppress his frustration, Li Rue rolled his eyes. Did he really appear to be a lecher? Is it true? Well, Mr. Li, perhaps I misunderstood you, Huang Xiaoming chuckled. Realizing that the person who fancied Song Xing was indeed his cousin Li Wenlong and not a figment of imagination. Feeling embarrassed, he could only laugh heartily to mask his discomfort. Although he felt quite awkward internally, he simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Li Rue is indeed in a relationship, a fact he is well aware of. The decision to have Song Xing seek out Li Rue was one that caused him internal conflict for at least a fleeting moment. After all, he holds a certain fondness for the young lady, valuing her significantly. Otherwise, he would not have taken her along for performances. However, considering that the individual in question is Mr. Li, the chairman of the conglomerate, he realized that with Mr. Li's endorsement, Song Xing would navigate the entertainment industry with remarkable ease, gaining access to invaluable resources. Thus, despite his moral struggle, he made a decision that went against his conscience within mere seconds. Now hearing that there is indeed a cousin of Mr. Li who is fond of Song Xing signifies that she would not need to compromise herself. Huang Xiaoming exhaled a sigh of relief. Go on, tell me your phone number. All right, Song Xing's number is 188. Awakened by Li Rue's inquiry, Huang Xiaoming quickly recited a long string of digits. I've noted the number. By the way, what's the girl's family background? Li Rue responded affirmatively, suddenly realizing he was unfamiliar with the girl's familial circumstances, prompting further questions. Song Xing hails from an ordinary rural family, with grandparents, parents, and a younger brother. Is that all? Yes, that's all. Well, I appreciate your help today. Perhaps I can treat you to a meal another time, Li Rue said politely. Not at all, it's my pleasure. I should be the one inviting Mr. Li to dinner, Huang Xiaoming replied in kind, exchanging pleasantries until Li Rue ended the call, allowing Huang Xiaoming to slowly set down his phone. No wonder I've had the feeling that something good was about to happen. It seems this was waiting for me all along. He approached a nearby chair and sat down heavily, casually placing his phone on the table. After a moment of silence, he suddenly burst into laughter. The fact that Mr. Li's cousin is enamored with Song Xing, who is also an artist under his management, is fortuitous. Over the past 2 years, he has treated this charming and lovely girl as a key talent, consistently directing various resources her way, ensuring she has not been neglected in the slightest. If Song Xing were to truly marry into the Li family, it would mean he has secured a connection with the Li lineage. Contemplating this, he could not help but laugh uncontrollably. Indeed, I must inform Xing about this matter. We cannot allow her to jeopardize the situation. Huang Xiaoming suddenly ceased his laughter. Muttering to himself, he picked up his phone once more and began dialing. A few seconds later, the call was connected. Boss, is there something you need? Came a melodious voice from the other end. Xing, is it convenient for you to talk now? Yes, it's convenient, boss. Xiaoying and I are resting at the hotel. Please go ahead. The thing is, even if you do not have feelings for that boy, you must never offend him. The consequences are something neither of us can afford to bear. Do you understand? 1 minute later, Huang Xiaoming conveyed the entirety of Li Rue's request for a phone number and the matter of Li Wenlong's affection for Song Xing directly into his phone, even taking a moment to offer a reminder regarding Song Xing. This left Song Xing at a loss for words, stammering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Xing, over the past 2 or 3 years, you must have come to understand that achieving prominence in the entertainment industry without a solid foundation is exceedingly arduous. Despite your commendable attributes, your appearance, vocal talent, and even your acting prowess, you are acutely aware that you hail from an ordinary rural background. The path to success in this realm is still fraught with challenges. Even with my support, I cannot guarantee that you will travel far. Now that this opportunity has presented itself, I hope you reflect on it thoughtfully. Ultimately, the decision lies with you, and I will not impose my will upon you. Yes, boss, I understand. With that, Song Zing fell into a contemplative silence. Please hand the phone to Yi Xiaoying. I have matters to discuss with her. Recognizing that Song Zing had nothing further to say, Huang Xiaoming understood that he had said enough. The next steps rested solely on her shoulders. After all, his ambition to connect with the Li family depended on Song Zing, and he could not compel her to undertake actions against her wishes, lest he jeopardize his chance at forming that crucial alliance and inadvertently create a formidable adversary. All right, boss. Hello, boss, this is Yi Xiaoying. What can I do for you? Moments later, a vibrant voice, youthful yet distinct from Song Zing's, resonated through the phone. Chapter 319. The submarine rises. Has there been any recent activity involving Ziying? Huang Xiaoming inquired directly. Besides attending a program a few days later, she was set to accompany director Huang for dinner that evening. He had a new drama about to commence filming and mentioned the possibility of Ziying auditioning for the role of the female fourth lead, hence the dinner discussion. Director Huang? Dinner? Ziying absolutely must not drink. Do you understand? Huang Xiaoming murmured to himself, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, he continued, I understand your concerns, boss. We will be going with 4 or 5 others. There should be no issue. Forget about this dinner, he decided, as Yi Xiaoying finished her sentence. After a brief silence of several seconds, he added, Boss, we have already made arrangements with Director Huang. If we cancel, it will surely offend him, and that would not be good. Let me make myself clear. You must not attend. Regardless of whether Director Huang is merely a marginally recognized filmmaker or a top-tier director, this dinner is not to be attended. From this moment forth, Ziying must not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Boss, are you implying? From now on, cancel all of Ziying's dinner engagements and drinking gatherings. You are to accompany her at all times, ensuring her absolute safety. Do you understand? Why, yes, I understand, Yi Xiaoying stammered, though she was still somewhat perplexed. Very well, let it be so. From now on, any matters concerning Ziying must be reported to me immediately. Do you comprehend? Yes, was Yi Xiaoying's response before Huang Xiaoming ended the call. In a lavishly decorated hotel room in Star City, after hanging up the phone, Song Ziying turned curiously to her friend, who had already settled back onto the sofa. What did the boss say to you just now? Yi Xiaoying asked, leaning forward to place the phone on the coffee table before taking a seat beside Song Ziying. She grasped Ziying's shoulders and leaned in with an inquisitive expression. Xiaoying, what exactly did he say? Ziying's hesitant demeanor only heightened Yi Xiaoying's urgency. Huang Xiaoming had been exceedingly unusual on the phone, igniting her curiosity about their conversation. The boss mentioned. Reluctantly, Song Ziying recounted the details of her conversation with Huang Xiaoming to her friend, who also served as her manager. Are you saying that Mr. Li's cousin, the one from the airport, has feelings for you? Once Ziying concluded her account, Yi Xiaoying's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Ziying nodded resignedly. Oh my, this is fantastic. Ziying, this is truly a stroke of luck. You mentioned that Mr. Li had a girlfriend and was rather intimidating, so you couldn't rely on him. However, this cousin of Mr. Li is certainly a suitable match. Mr. Li, though still in his youth, has a cousin who is undeniably younger. Such a prospect seems fitting for you. Should you become the wife of Mr. Li's cousin, it would be akin to securing a formidable ally. With the Tongfei Group as your backing, achieving fame would be nearly effortless. Lahin Manianjadi, Yishing Ipresit Her Amusement. Have you lost your mind, Yi Xiaoying? I have never even laid eyes on that person. I know not whether he is tall or short, stout or slender. You expect me to seek his favor? If you wish to, go ahead. As Yi Xiaoying leaned against her, laughing like a lunatic, Song Ziying pushed her away, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Ziying, this is an unparalleled opportunity that others would covet. Are you truly not considering it? Yi Xiaoying inched closer to Song Ziying, a mischievous grin adorning her face. If you wish to consider it, then do so yourself. My only concern is not to offend him. While I, too, desire to achieve something and provide a better life for my family, I cannot bring myself to sell out. Song Ziying pouted, feigning anger. Huh, am I not familiar with you? I was merely jesting. But on a serious note, what if he happens to be handsome? Would you reconsider? Handsome? Ah, you hesitated. It seems our Ziying is not entirely indifferent to men. Thus, Mr. Li's cousin may indeed have a chance. Now, we can only hope he is a handsome one. Get lost, Xiaoying. You should find yourself a man first. With that, Song Ziying and Yi Xiaoying resumed their playful banter. Zhao, Yi, how many pests have surfaced in the past few days? Have they all been dealt with? After ending a call with Huang Xiaoming, Li Rui dialed Zhao Yi's number to inquire about the recent happenings concerning dark web assassins. Boss, there were over a dozen pests. All exterminated, Zhao Yi succinctly reported. Can we get in touch with that Kratos fellow? Yes, boss. What do you need him for? Zhao Yi asked, puzzled. I've spent a considerable sum to deal with him. Let's see if we can recoup some funds. Li Rui articulated his thoughts clearly, revealing his intentions. Having invested hundreds of billions to eliminate Kratos and his network of assassins, he was eager to reclaim some of that expenditure. Although he understood that persuading someone thousands of kilometers away to part with money would be exceedingly challenging, he thought it worth a try to simply make contact. Boss, that might be a bit difficult unless you can instill a sense of life-threatening urgency in him. Give it a shot. If that fails, reach out to Li Wu. This matter needs resolution. Understood. In Hezhou, in the Republic of Libya, lies a desolate expanse of desert over 40 kilometers from Shalama City. In this desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, a surprising array of buildings stands, with a dozen structures unexpectedly rising amidst the barren landscape. At this moment, within the most opulent of these edifices, a hall reminiscent of a bar. A balding Caucasian man in his 50s, after unleashing a torrent of curses into his phone, abruptly ended the call. Boss, who has offended you? Inquired a burly African man in his 40s, casually embracing a blonde beauty with one arm while holding a cigar in the other. His curiosity piqued by the balding man's ire. It's nothing, just a scam call. Damn it. Are these fraudsters trying to pull one over on me? If it weren't for the fact that he is from the Dragon Country, a place I cannot even venture to, I would have taken matters into my own hands. The balding man retorted, fiercely pinching the voluptuous figure of the woman beside him. From the Dragon Country? Boss, speaking of that, there is indeed something I need to discuss with you. What is it? Several assassins who have taken on tasks from our website have vanished, including 5 of our own men. Their targets were in the Dragon Country. Oh, is that so? Have you uncovered the reason? The balding man asked, astonishment etched across his features. Not yet. It is quite challenging to gather information from the Dragon Country. Very well, let's not dwell on this matter for now. We should refrain from sending our people there. Earning money in that region has always been a daunting task. The balding man instructed the African man after a moment of contemplation. Understood. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, in the depths of the ocean, a colossal submarine slowly ascended from the inky abyss. As it approached within mere meters of the surface, it gradually opened its missile launch bay. Chapter 320. Mushroom Cloud. As the missile launch bay opened, a colossal missile was slowly ejected. As the 13-meter-long missile completely detached from the nuclear submarine, a multitude of bubbles erupted from the surrounding seawater. With a thunderous roar, the intercontinental missile, measuring 3 meters in diameter and 13 meters in length, boasting a range of 15,000 kilometers, surged forth from the ocean, creating towering waves. At a height of over 10 meters above the sea, it suddenly unleashed a deafening sound accompanied by a brilliant flash, soaring rapidly into the sky. In a secret base of the Dragon Nation, a report was made to the director. The early warning radar has detected an unreported intercontinental missile ascending in the Indian Ocean. What? An intercontinental missile is in flight? A submarine-launched intercontinental missile? How is that possible? Can we determine its target location? Director, it is currently impossible to ascertain. The missile has just launched and requires continuous tracking. Track it with full force. Notify all missile units to enter a state of high readiness. Activate all radars, and ensure that the nuclear missiles on standby are fueled and ready for launch. I will immediately report to the Council of Elders. Understood, Director. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Sauce Nation, the situation was no less chaotic. What? An intercontinental missile? How can this be? We have received no reports from any nation regarding the launch of an intercontinental missile. Damn it. Who is responsible for this? Do they intend to incite a world war? Command all standby intercontinental missiles to prepare for launch. In the Bear Nation, they closely monitored the missile's trajectory. Could it be that a world war was poised to erupt once more? As the most powerful individuals across the globe were thrown into disarray by the emergence of this intercontinental missile in the remote reaches of Shalama City in Ria by state, the atmosphere was quite the opposite. Boss, I must admit defeat. It hasn't even been half an hour. A large African man emerged from a room, approaching Kritasov with a look of discontent. I warned you to exercise restraint. Look at me. I merely indulged in a bit of fun. No need for anything serious. Kritasov remarked, a cigar clenched between his teeth, a mischievous grin on his face. Boss, are you not interested in these girls? Hee, in a couple of days. A few Japanese girls, all virgins, will be delivered here. Don't you want to give it a try? Japanese girls? All virgins? Save 2 for me. Kritasov's eyes narrowed, revealing an intrigued smile as he spoke to the African man. Haha, sure, no problem. Come on, the people downstairs just called, saying that the equipment we ordered has arrived. Let's go check it out. With this equipment, capturing that gold mine will undoubtedly pose no significant challenge, Kritasov concluded, striding purposefully outside. As the two descended the stairs and arrived at the open space, Kratos pointed towards the 5 or 6 military trucks parked on the ground, addressing the muscular black man beside him. These weapons cost me a staggering 300 million eagle dollars. Although parting with such a sum pains me, the value of these arms is undoubtedly exceptional. With a hearty laugh, the black man swiftly approached the trucks. What's the matter? Why are you standing there? Just as Kratos took a few steps forward, he noticed that the black man had halted, his gaze lifted towards the sky, standing motionless. Curiously, Kratos inquired, "What is it?" "Boss, I think I see God. What madness is this?" Kratos responded, bemused by the inexplicable words of his companion, instinctively following his gaze upward. "My goodness, it truly is God." Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud ascended above this small nation in Africa. My heavens, what is that? A resident of Shalima City, laboring at a height, looked up just in time to witness the towering mushroom cloud piercing the sky. Staring in disbelief, he gasped and pointed at the immense cloud, exclaiming to a fellow worker beside him, "What is that?" Instinctively, his colleague also looked up, astonished. Goodness! This as he too was captivated by the sight of the rising mushroom cloud, unable to articulate his shock. As the two men stood in awe, a visible shock wave surged towards them. The area swept by the wave experienced violent tremors, as if besieged by a fierce tempest. The scant glass throughout the city shattered under the force of the blast. An hour later, as the dust began to settle, anyone gazing down from above would discover that the once desolate expanse, dotted with a mere dozen buildings, now bore a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter. Centered around this chasm, a radius of over 35 kilometers had been leveled to the ground, reducing any structures, trees, and even stones within that vicinity to mere dust. In the Dragon Kingdom, a clandestine base. Who launched this missile? The Eagle Nation? The Bear Nation? What could possibly justify the use of such a weapon against a small nation's barren landscape? Director, can we lower the state of emergency now? Wait a moment. Understood. In the Eagle Nation, at the Black Palace. Mr. President, although it turned out to be a false alarm, who exactly fired this missile? And what could be their motive for launching it? Have you considered that, Mr. President? The missile boasts a range exceeding 10,000 kilometers and is categorized as a submarine-launched intercontinental ballistic missile. This advanced technology, aside from our esteemed nation, is possessed only by the Russian Bear and the Dragon Country. However, what motives do they have to deploy such a precious weapon? Let the CIA conduct a thorough investigation. Very well, Mr. President. In the ensuing hours, news outlets across the globe reported on this intercontinental missile directed at the small nation in Black Africa. As all media outlets were engrossed in disseminating this sensational news, and the public speculated which major power had launched it and the intentions behind such an act, the great powers of the world maintained an enigmatic silence. Boss, the target has been neutralized. There are no assassin websites to be found on the dark web. Li Rue communicated over the phone with Zhao Yi, who excitedly reported the update. Indeed. Well done. We have finally eradicated this source of trouble. However, you must not let your guard down. In a few days, a wedding will be held at home, and we cannot afford any mishaps. Do you understand? Understood. We will ensure absolute certainty. Chapter 321. Dream Fulfillment the following morning. As Li Rue descended the stairs with Yun Lingxian, preparing to enjoy breakfast, they spotted Li Yuhuan approaching their villa, accompanied by Deng Changyu. Brother Rue, sister-in-law. Li Yuhuan called out with a smile from a distance of several meters. Despite it not being the first time she had addressed her this way, Yun Lingxian felt a tinge of shyness and smiled back at Li Yuhuan with a nod. Yuhuan, have you had breakfast yet? Would you like to join us? Li Ru greeted calmly. Brother Rue, Deng Changyu said with a cheerful expression as they drew near. Li Rue returned the gesture with a nod. We've already had breakfast. Brother Rue. Today, Changyu is heading home, so we came to say goodbye, Li Yuhuan said, her smile sweet as she spoke. Ah, I see. With your wedding just days away, it is indeed time to prepare, Li Rue acknowledged with a nod of understanding. Brother Rue, I'll be heading home now. Bye-bye. Deng Changyu waved as he said farewell. Wait a moment, Yuhuan. I bought you a wedding gift. Would you like to see it first? Just as Li Rue was about to respond to Deng Changyu, he suddenly remembered the gift he had prepared for his cousin and spoke up. A gift? Brother Rue, what is it? Li Yuhuan asked with eager anticipation in her eyes. A car. Huh? What kind of car? Li Yuhuan and Deng Changyu exchanged excited glances before turning back to Li Ruei with curiosity. A sports car, the dark red one parked outside. Li Ruei pointed towards the villa courtyard. Ah, that sports car is for me? Li Yuhuan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had noticed the stunning dark red sports car when they arrived, but thought it was a new purchase by Li Ruei. While she found it beautiful, she didn't pay it much mind, as sports cars were not a rarity in this area. Now, hearing that the car was a gift for her, the impact on her psyche was profoundly different. What young person doesn't adore supercars? She too was captivated and longed to own one. Yes, it is indeed a gift for you. Ling Xian, why don't you go ahead and have breakfast? I'll take my cousin to see the car, Li Ruei said, first nodding to Li Yuhuan, then addressing Yun Ling Xian. All right, you two go ahead, she replied. Let us go, Li Ruei said, pointing outside as he took the lead. Wow, it's so beautiful. Brother Ruei, is this car really a gift for me? Upon reaching the courtyard, Li Yuhuan caressed the dark red sports car, pressing her cheek against its cool surface, her face radiating unreserved delight. After a moment, she looked up at Li Ruei for confirmation. It is indeed your wedding gift. Here are the keys, Li Ruei said, pulling a set of dark red car keys from his pocket and handing them directly to Li Yuhuan. Ah, Brother Ruei, I love you. You are the best. With unrestrained enthusiasm, Li Yuhuan seized the car keys, her movements exuberant as she danced in delight. Ultimately, she wrapped her arms around Li Ruei's, pouting playfully as she leaned towards his face. Stop. Go check your car, Li Ruei said, pushing her head away with a look of disdain. Hearing his words, Li Yuhuan released her embrace, gazing at him with a hint of melancholy, though it quickly transformed into a radiant smile. She then turned, pressed the car key, and upon seeing the headlights flash, impatiently opened the door and hopped inside. If it were any other member of the Li family, perhaps they would not exhibit such exuberance. After all, this was merely a sports car worth a few million, something they could afford given their income. However, Li Yuhan's family was different. Li Yonghu had only 2 children, Li Yuhan and her brother Li Tai, who was still studying. As a girl, Li Yuhan was not particularly interested in business, so she merely assisted in the family hospital alongside Deng Changyu, managing tasks within her capabilities. Although Li Ruei paid her a generous salary of tens of thousands, it paled in comparison to the tens of millions earned by her cousins over the year. As for Li Tai, still in school, he had no opportunity to engage in business, which meant that the family's income was not particularly high, rendering such an extravagant sports car unattainable. Thus, it was understandable why Li Yuhan was so exhilarated. Changyu, come take a look. 2 minutes later, Li Yuhan exited the car and waved excitedly at Deng Changyu. He had been listening to the conversation between Li Ruei and Li Yuhan, and upon learning that the sports car was a gift for her, he felt a mix of happiness for her and jealousy. Being an ardent enthusiast of high-performance vehicles, he had been thrilled just to capture a photograph of Li Ruei's venomous GT. Here I come. At the sound of Li Yuhan's call, Deng Changyu instinctively glanced at Li Ruei, who nodded in affirmation before responding to Li Yuhan. Isn't it beautiful? As he approached, Li Yuhan caressed the car's sleek surface, eagerly asking Deng Changyu for his opinion. Absolutely stunning, he replied, seemingly entranced, his eyes fixated on the glossy, dark red exterior that reflected images with pristine clarity. Do you want to give it a try? Li Yuhan teased, playfully shaking the red car key between her fingers. Can I? Deng Changyu hesitated, aware that the car was a gift from Li Ruei to Li Yuhan. He felt reluctant to take the initiative without permission. What is stopping you? Haven't you always wanted to drive a sports car? This is your chance, she urged playfully, but it's a gift from Brother Ruei to you. Since it was gifted to me, I can make the decision. Besides, Brother Ruei wouldn't mind, Li Yuhan insisted, shoving the keys into Deng Changyu's hands. Brother Ruei, may I let Changyu take this car for a spin? Upon seeing Deng Changyu hesitantly clutching the car keys, Li Yuhan turned to Li Ruei, who stood nearby, and inquired. This car is a gift for you. The decision lies in your hands. I shall return home for breakfast. With that, Li Ruei pivoted and made his way back to his villa. Did you hear that? Give it a try, Li Yuhan said, beaming at Deng Changyu. A mere 15 minutes later, the vibrant red sports car that had just exited Li's village came roaring back. How was it? Li Yuhan asked, grasping Deng Changyu's hand as he stepped out of the vehicle, a smile gracing her lips. It truly is a magnificent sports car. Splendid, Deng Changyu exclaimed, his fists clenched in exhilaration. How about you drive it back? Li Yuhan suggested, her arms wrapped around Deng Changyu's, gazing up at him with anticipation. Drive it back for me? He responded, intrigued. Indeed, I wish for you to come and pick me up in this splendid car, she declared, her face radiating happiness. Very well. I shall drive this car to come and marry you, Deng Changyu mused, contemplating her intent to use the sports car as their wedding vehicle. After a moment's reflection, he decided against further refusals. All right then, return safely. I shall await your arrival. Chapter 322. A chance encounter with a former colleague after embracing Li Yuhan for a brief moment. Deng Changyu placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before driving off in the striking red Ferrari SF90, leaving Li's village behind. As he journeyed towards Jialing City, he reveled in the exhilarating experience of handling a supercar he had once deemed unattainable. His gratitude towards Li Rue, his girlfriend's cousin, deepened. Not only had he gifted Deng a car, but he had also facilitated a remarkable career transformation for him, elevating him from a mere outpatient doctor to a position with an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands, a figure he had never dared to dream of before. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. Moreover, he had been appointed as the director of a hospital. Although it was ostensibly just a village hospital, he understood the true prowess of its medical staff. Each doctor was among the finest in the Dragon Nation. Should the top 10 hospitals in the country become aware of their talents, they would undoubtedly pay a premium to entice them away. The journey of 270 kilometers, which would typically require over 3 hours, took Deng only 2.5 hours this time, and he soon arrived at his residential community. Amid the envious gazes of the security personnel, he parked the dazzling supercar in its designated space and picked up the gifts prepared by Li Yuhan, making his way towards the elevator. Deng Changyu, is that your car? I thought you drove a BMW 3 Series? A familiar female voice called out from behind him as he took a few steps forward. Turning instinctively, he recognized a woman in her 30s, one of his former colleagues from the hospital. Dr. Wu, are you off today? Deng smiled, inquiring. I'm on leave today. But why did you suddenly resign? And what's with the supercar? My resignation was due to a more suitable opportunity, Deng explained. As for the supercar, well, it belongs to my girlfriend. You found a new girlfriend? Deng, Li Yuhan seems quite remarkable. Did you break up with her? Doctor Wu looked at him with a peculiar expression. Realizing her misunderstanding, Deng hastily clarified, Oh, please don't get the wrong idea. I'm not being supported by a wealthy woman. The car truly belongs to my girlfriend, Li Yuhan. What? I mean, it's not that I don't believe you, but I know Li Yuhan. She comes from an ordinary background. How could she possibly afford a Ferrari SF90? Dr. Wu, you may not know this, but while Yuhan is indeed an ordinary girl, her family is quite extraordinary, particularly her cousin. He gifted her this car. In just a few days, Yuhan and I are getting married, and she asked me to drive it back as our wedding car, Deng elaborated, noticing her skepticism. What? This car was a gift from Li Yuhan's cousin? But Deng, this car costs several million. What kind of person has that kind of wealth? Surely not just tens of millions? Dr. Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression resembling that of someone who had encountered the supernatural. Tens of millions? Upon resigning, I ventured to the hospital invested in by Yuhan's cousin, a staggering 500 million Longwa coins. 500 million. So, are you also working there as an outpatient doctor? How much does Dr. Li Yuhan's cousin pay you? Dr. Wu exclaimed, and after a brief moment of surprise, she cautiously probed further. No, I am the director, with an annual salary of 800,000. Hiss. Dr. Wu gasped, her face reflecting disbelief, which swiftly transformed into envy. Whether or not what Deng Changyu claimed was true, the luxury sports car parked before her was a tangible reality, instilling in her a strong belief in his words. Deng Changyu, after resigning, the doctors at the hospital said you were foolish. If they were to learn that you are now the head of a prestigious hospital with a salary of 800,000, they would undoubtedly slap their own faces in disbelief. Let them talk. It won't cost me anything, Dr. Wu. I won't keep you any longer. I'll head home now. We can chat another time. Having exchanged enough words, Deng Changyu decided he had little left to discuss with his former colleague, and thus took his leave. All right, let us talk again when we have the time. Nodding at Dr. Wu, Deng Changyu turned to depart. After taking the elevator to his doorstep, he retrieved his keys and opened the door. Mom, I'm back, he shouted as he stepped inside, still not fully aware of the room's condition. Son, you've returned, came the joyful response from Deng's mother. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted his mother rising from the sofa, briskly approaching him. Simultaneously, Deng Changyu noticed 3 men and 3 women seated on the couch. Mom, why are my cousin and sister-in-law here? You didn't mention it, he queried, puzzled, as his mother happily accepted the gift he held. When you called, they hadn't arrived yet, and I forgot to mention it. I invited them over since you were about to get married. Your elder brother recently purchased a new car, reportedly costing over 1.5 million. I thought it would be fitting for you to borrow his car as your wedding vehicle, Deng's mother explained softly. A wedding vehicle? Deng Changyu murmured, then turned to follow his mother into the living room, where she placed the gift. Elder brother, sister-in-law. Second brother, he greeted the trio on the sofa with a smile as he walked. Changyu, congratulations on your impending marriage. While the other five merely nodded in acknowledgement. The eldest among them, a bespectacled man in his 40s clad in a suit, addressed Deng Changyu directly. Thank you, elder brother, Deng Changyu replied politely. Changyu, I heard from San Yang that you resigned from your position at the hospital? The suited man adjusted his glasses and looked at Deng Changyu with a gentle smile. Yes, I resigned quite some time ago, Deng Changyu replied, pulling a chair to sit across from the middle-aged man. Why resign from a stable position when the hospital may not offer high wages, yet provide the sense of security and respect? It is rather impulsive of you to decide not to continue, remarked the middle-aged man, adopting a pretentious demeanor as he lifted a cup of tea to his lips, savoring it with narrowed eyes. Listening to this cousin's condescending remarks, Deng Changyu silently cursed, wondering if he could not refrain from such arrogance. At that moment, Deng's mother had finished arranging the gifts and walked from the bedroom into the living room, positioning herself behind Deng Changyu. Chapter 323. Suppressing the Li family, what are you up to now? Would you be interested in working in my company? We sell health supplements, although our scale is modest. The profits are substantial. Just last month, one of my employees earned 20,000 yuan. Given your medical background, you would undoubtedly excel in this role. While others start with a salary of 1,000, I can offer you 2,000. What do you think? Noticing Deng Changyu's silence, the middle-aged man set down his teacup, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at him. Listening to his cousin's words, Deng Changyu felt a surge of disdain within. Selling health products? It seemed more like a scheme to dupe the elderly, and offering himself a salary of 2,000 was rather self-important. Brother, I already have a job as the director at the hospital in my girlfriend's village, Deng Changyu explained, a hint of exasperation in his voice, while instinctively glancing at his mother behind him. His mother was smiling at his cousin, but it was not a mere friendly smile. It bore the hallmarks of a cunning triumph. Seeing this, Deng Changyu's suspicions were confirmed. He was well aware of his cousin's character, especially in recent years, as he had made a fortune by deceiving the elderly with health products, often boasting among relatives. I thought you might have misspoken, Changyu. There is hardly a hospital in the village, just a clinic at most. Surely you're not exaggerating, remarked another man in his 30s, who had been silent until now. Brother, it's true. There really is a hospital in my girlfriend's village, Deng Changyu asserted. Changyu, we understand that men care about their pride, but there is no need for such embellishment among family. If your claims are proven false, it would be quite embarrassing, said a younger man in his late 20s, clearly skeptical of Deng Changyu's words. Enough, Changyu is still young. It's natural to want to save face. Let us refrain from further comments. Changyu, I'll take your word for it that you're the director, but what can one earn as a director in a rural setting? Look here. The key to my Porsche 911, worth 1.5 million, is merely a fraction of my annual income. Why not consider joining me? The middle-aged man boasted, tossing a set of keys onto the table, his pride unmistakable. No, thank you, brother. He is an outstanding student. There is no way he would settle for a job at your company, interjected a fashionable middle-aged woman beside him, her tone dripping with sarcasm and impatience. You promised to buy me that gold bracelet, so let us not waste time here. Slap. We men are speaking. When did it become your turn to interrupt? As soon as the words of the middle-aged woman fell, the middle-aged man abruptly struck her cheek with a backhand, then menacingly remarked, You dare to hit me? The woman, somewhat incredulous, replied, How could you hit me? What of it? All the gold and silver jewelry you were was earned through the menial work of my company. Speak another word, and I shall strike you again. Do you believe me? Faced with her husband's formidable demeanor, the woman could only cover her cheek and lower her head in silence. Did you see that, Changyu? Women must be kept in line to be obedient, the middle-aged man chuckled, turning to the astonished Deng Changyu. At that moment, Changyu was utterly stunned. Although he had not interacted much with his cousin and his wife, he recalled that the cousin seemed to fear his wife. Yet what had just transpired? The wife had been slapped without uttering a word in response. Was this the allure of wealth? Could it be that with financial success, even the most formidable of wives could transform into docile lambs? Changyu, I have an idea I wish to discuss with you. Noticing Changyu's mouth agape and his silence, the middle-aged man continued cheerfully, unfazed by any embarrassment. Brother, what is this idea? Changyu asked. As someone who has experienced marriage, let me tell you, if you wish to be the head of the household after marriage, you must establish your position on the wedding day. What do you mean? Changyu inquired. I believe you should make a strong impression on your girlfriend's family on the wedding day, to keep them in check. Only in this way will your future be more agreeable. What do you think? At the middle-aged man's words, Chang Yu trembled, nearly toppling from his seat. Make an impression on them? You must be joking. I have no desire to provoke them, Chang Yu screamed inwardly. Imagine this. I could hire 2 or 3 dozen thugs, all dressed in black suits, standing there. It would surely frighten your girlfriend's family into submission. The middle-aged man continued enthusiastically, despite Chang Yu's silence. As the cousin tread further down this reckless path, Chang Yu was at a loss for words. Even if you had 200 or 300 people, how would that intimidate the Li family? Were it not for my suspicion that my mother aimed to leverage the Li family's influence to reign in this ostentatious cousin, I would have spoken up long ago. Well, since you were silent, I shall take it as your agreement. On the day of the wedding, I will arrange everything, and this Porsche 911 shall be lent to you as the wedding car. I am quite generous, am I not? The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Brother, I already have a wedding car, Chang Yu suddenly interjected. The Ferrari SF90 I drove back is specifically requested by Li Yuhan to be the wedding vehicle. What nonsense are you speaking, son? Where did you get a wedding car? Suddenly, Deng's mother, who had been silent until now, asked Chang Yu with a hint of urgency. She was already aware of some details regarding the Li family and understood that her own family had climbed to a higher social stratum. Thus, if her son were to arrive in a subpar vehicle to propose marriage, it might inadvertently offend the Li family. Although she had sent her ostentatious nephew to the Li residence for the proposal as a means to showcase her son-in-law's family background and to belittle this nephew, the intention to utilize his luxury vehicle as the wedding car was also quite genuine. Upon hearing her son mention that he had secured a wedding car, she immediately became agitated. What? You have a wedding car? What kind of car is it? Is it that dilapidated BMW 3 Series of yours? Long Yu, I must say, you're only getting married once in your life, and you dare to use such a shabby vehicle? My 5,911 is 100 times better than your old car. Before Deng Changyu could respond to his mother's remarks, a middle-aged man, equally flustered, interjected. He was thinking that this was a splendid opportunity for display and could not afford to let it slip away without the chance to show off. Purchasing this car would lose all its significance. Brother, it's not the BMW 3 Series. It's a Ferrari SF90, Deng Changyu said, as he retrieved the red car key and gently placed down the coffee table in front of him. Chapter 324. I am a bit dizzy with money goodness. A Ferrari? As the keys to the luxurious vehicle were placed on the coffee table by Deng Changyu, the 3 women seated on the sofa simultaneously gasped in astonishment. A Ferrari SF90? This car is worth 5 to 6 million. Changyu, you must be jesting. This vehicle is surely rented. I assentee it. We are all family here. Is this really necessary? The middle-aged man initially wore a look of disbelief, his expression shifting to one of discernment as he regarded Deng Changyu, as if to say, I see through your pretentiousness. When he purchased his own car, he had perused the details of the Ferrari SF90 online, yet due to its exorbitant price, he had merely glanced at it. The cost of this stunning supercar far exceeded his budget, but he held a deep admiration for such exquisite machinery. Thus he remembered the price vividly. Upon hearing Deng Changyu mention the name Ferrari SF90, he immediately recalled its cost, which led him to doubt that his cousin could possibly afford it. Although his uncle was a physician and earned a decent income compared to the average individual, acquiring a supercar priced at 5 to 6 million was simply out of reach. Brother, I assure you, I did not rent this car, Deng Changyu said. Sensing his elder cousin's skepticism, he anticipated this disbelief, were he in his cousin's position. He too would find it hard to believe he could own such a supercar. However, he could not divulge that the car belonged to his girlfriend, Li Yuhan. To convince his cousin of this fact, he would need to reveal the Li family's circumstances, which would undoubtedly undermine his mother's desire to show off and diminish his cousin's pride, placing him in a precarious situation. Enough with the disbelief. Not only your elder brother, but your second and third brothers also doubt you. Renting a decent car for a wedding is entirely reasonable. There is no need to keep it a secret. Yes, your second brother is right. Changyu, how much did you pay to rent this car? Is it parked downstairs? Shall we go take a look? I have a great fondness for this vehicle. Perhaps I could take it for a spin? No. Third brother, this car cannot be driven. Deng Changyu promptly refused, knowing that the car was a gift from Li Rue to Li Yuhan, while he could manage to drive it himself. Allowing anyone else to do so could invite complications. Regardless of whether Li Yuhan would mind, the thought of Li Rue discovering it would surely cause discontent, and thus he dared not let anyone else take the wheel. You are being overly stingy. It's merely a rented vehicle. Enough. The price of this car is 5 to 6 million, and the rental fee is certainly not insignificant. If it were to be damaged, You could not possibly afford the costs. It is only natural for Chanyu to refuse you the keys. However, there should be no harm in us taking a look at it, right? Fine. Looking is acceptable. Deng Chanyu nodded in agreement with the middle-aged man. All right, let us descend and have a look. With that, the middle-aged man rose from his seat and made his way towards the door, prompting the others to stand and follow suit. Son, what on earth is this car about? Did you rent it? Why didn't you tell me? At that moment, Deng Changyu also stood up, preparing to follow the others to the elevator. His mother, Deng Ma, seized him by the arm, glancing at the few individuals who had already exited the living room, before quietly inquiring, Mom, how could I possibly rent such a supercar? This car was a gift from Yuhan's cousin. I merely brought it back to serve as a wedding vehicle, Deng Changyu explained in a hushed tone. Her cousin gifted it to her? I just heard your elder brother mention that this car costs around 5 to 6 million. Her cousin is quite generous, isn't he? Deng Ma's eyes widened in astonishment, her face radiating joy. A car gifted to one's daughter-in-law essentially becomes a vehicle for one's own son. Her daughter-in-law's cousin is, after all, her son's cousin. The thought of having such a magnanimous and impressive cousin thrilled her beyond control. Mom, Rue Gu is the chairman of the Tongfei Group. Just based on the super batteries and supercharging piles produced by their company, they can earn hundreds of billions a year, even with insufficient production capacity. If their capacity were adequate, making 200 billion in a year wouldn't be an extraordinary feat. Moreover, Tongfei Group is constructing a semiconductor industrial park, which is significantly larger than the new energy industrial park. Since Tongfei Group dares to invest so much in such a grand-scale industrial park, they must possess robust core technologies. Otherwise, such a massive investment would be impossible. The high-end semiconductor industry is one of the most lacking sectors in our dragon country. I estimate that once this industrial park is completed, it could conservatively rake in 1 to 200 billion a year. If there are breakthroughs in chip technology, earning several hundred billion annually would not be a difficult task. So, Mom, you tell me, what does a few million for this car mean to Rue Ge? Deng Changyu concluded. Several hundred billion? My goodness. At that moment, the smile that had graced Deng Ma's face vanished. Her eyes widened from their previously squinted state to a full-blown gaze of disbelief. Mom, what's wrong? Noticing his mother's sudden shock, Deng Changyu quickly supported her as she swayed, anxiously asking, Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit dizzy from the money. Several hundred billion? How long would it take to spend that? Deng Ma stood upright, closed her eyes, and rubbed her temples with 2 fingers. After a moment, she opened her eyes, staring blankly at Deng Changyu as she spoke. Changyu, what are you doing? The elevator has arrived. Why are you still here? At that moment, the voice of his elder cousin urged them. Brother, I'm coming right away. Deng Changyu called back loudly. Mom, no matter how wealthy Rue Ge is, he is still Rue Ge. There is no need for you to be so agitated. Come on, brother is urging us. Your wife's cousin is also your cousin. ISNT, with your cousin's immense wealth, even a mere trickle from his fingers would suffice for a lifetime of comfort. By the way, how much are they paying you as the director in the village? An annual salary of 800,000, Deng Changyu replied quietly. Hee 800,000? Hee. This is far more impressive than your father. Truly, you are my son. Hee. As she squinted her eyes and covered her mouth with her hands, Mother Deng let out a soft, excited laugh. All right, Mother, you may continue to chuckle here. I shall take my leave now, Deng Changyu remarked with a roll of his eyes, withdrawing his hand from supporting his mother and making his way towards the door. Wait for me. I wish to catch a glimpse of that car worth 5 or 6 million. Upon seeing Deng Changyu turn to leave, Mother Deng ceased her quiet laughter and hurriedly followed him out. Wow, whose car is that in our neighborhood? It's absolutely stunning. After descending the elevator with a few cousins and sisters-in-law, Deng Changyu heard a loud exclamation of admiration as they approached the parking area. Following the direction of the voice, he noticed a group of people gathered around his parked vehicle, engrossed in animated discussion, with many of them capturing the moment on their phones. Chapter 325. Finally wealthy again, Changyu. Is the car you rented parked over there? The middle-aged man gestured towards the crowd. Yes, Deng Changyu nodded in affirmation. Cool, me. Let's take a closer look, the middle-aged man replied, leading the way. Make way, do not block the path. As they approached the crowd, the middle-aged man shouted. The onlookers, hearing the call to clear a path, assumed the car owner had arrived and quickly parted for him. How splendid, truly splendid, with the crowd yielding a passage. The middle-aged man proudly approached the striking red Ferrari SF90, admiring it closely. This car isn't yours, is it? Damn, if it's not your car. What are you shouting for? A young man in his 20s, sporting a crew cut, noticed how the middle-aged man's face was nearly pressed against the car and deduced he was not the owner. Angered by the man's audacity to demand space, he confronted him. If it's not my car, could it possibly be yours? This vehicle is rented by my cousin. Naturally, I am entitled to admire it first. Who do you think you are? Your cousin rented it? This car is obviously brand new. Who rents such a fresh vehicle? You're just a country bumpkin. The crew-cut youth retaliated, refusing to back down. A country bumpkin? Look here, a key to a Porsche 911. You're the real bumpkin, the middle-aged man declared, brandishing the car key triumphantly. You, the crew-cut youth, taken aback by the sight of the Porsche 911 key, was momentarily at a loss for words. Filled with indignation, he pointed at the middle-aged man, glared, and walked away. Brother, what happened? Deng Changyu, who had been trailing behind, hurried over to inquire about the commotion. Nothing, just a country bumpkin, the middle-aged man waved dismissively, clearly unconcerned by the earlier altercation. Brother, I am considering using this car as my wedding vehicle. What do you think? Noticing his cousin's indifference to the previous incident, Deng Changyu shifted the topic to his wedding plans. Using it is fine. The Ferrari SF90 is indeed superior to my Porsche 911. Unfortunately, it is rented, unlike my own car which I purchased. Since you have rented it, you might as well utilize it for your wedding, the middle-aged man replied, initially gazing thoughtfully at the beautiful red sports car, then gesturing towards a white Porsche 911 nearby with a proud expression. Well then, I shall take my leave after admiring the car. On the day before your wedding, I will bring a crew to ensure everything is perfectly arranged. Brother, since we are already here, why not join me for a meal before leaving? Deng Changyu suggested, momentarily caught off guard by his cousin's sudden intent to depart. After a moment, he began to persuade him. No longer. I have no appetite today. Let's dine another day. Sanyang, the wedding car, along with the people, amounts to a total of 20,000 yuan. Just send it to my phone, and I shall take my leave for now. We can postpone the meal. With that said, without waiting for Aunt Deng's reply, the middle-aged man turned and headed toward the white Porsche 911. His initial intention was merely to showcase himself today, but now overshadowed by the Ferrari SF90 rented by Deng Changyu, he found no desire to dine. The others, seeing this, greeted Deng Changyu and Aunt Deng before following suit. Son, this car is truly magnificent. Today, it has managed to quell your cousin's arrogance. For years, he and his mother have flaunted themselves in front of me at every opportunity. You cannot imagine the discomfort it has caused me. Discomfort that I must conceal behind a smiling facade. With a gleeful expression, Aunt Deng remarked, I am genuinely eager to witness his reaction upon encountering the family of Yuhan. Mother, the Yuhan family is not to be trifled with, as you well know. If cousin calls for assistance and stirs up trouble, the consequences would be beyond our capacity to bear. Noticing his mother's proud grin, Deng Changyu's face was marred with concern. He understood that the Li family was not merely wealthy. Should they provoke their ire, it could lead to dire consequences. Despite his cousin's penchant for ostentation and veiled jabs, they remained relatives, and Deng Changyu was unwilling to engage in actions that could bring harm. No worries, your elder brother is no fool. When your wedding procession arrives at Li family village, and he sees those grand villas, he will comprehend the situation. At most, it will serve to humble him, reminding him that there are always greater heights and people beyond his reach. After all, he may earn over $1 million a year, but that alone shouldn't make him overly arrogant. Listening to his mother's reasoning, Deng Changyu's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, as long as his elder brother was not foolish, upon encountering those towering, muscular men, he would certainly refrain from any reckless actions. As time passed, the day before Li Yuhan's wedding arrived. On that noon, Li Rui was discussing the details of his cousin Li Yuhan's wedding with his Uncle Ba when he suddenly received a phone call. After exchanging pleasantries with Uncle Ba, Li Rui stepped aside to answer the call. Boss, the assets of the Xiang family have all been liquidated, totaling 195.6 billion. Shall I transfer the amount to your bank card now? 195.6 billion? How could it be so much? Li Rui exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the figure quoted by the caller. It was known that although the Xiang family's assets were valued at around 200 billion, that was merely an estimation. Converting it into cash would certainly involve substantial discounts. He had long been prepared for an 80 or even 70 return, considering it a windfall. Yet, he had not anticipated that the assets would sell for nearly their full value. This revelation left Li Rui utterly amazed. The assets belonging to the Xiang family are predominantly acquired by the esteemed Chun, Shi, Huangfu, Sun, and Ming families from the vibrant metropolis. They refrained from negotiating the price and dispensed the funds promptly. Chun family? Shi family. Li Rui furrowed his brow, murmuring softly to himself. He began to comprehend that the Li family's elimination of the Xiang family was likely known to all 6 families. Given the circumstances, it appeared these families sought to curry favor with him, extending their goodwill. It is important to note that purchasing the Xiang family's assets at their original price would require each of the 6 families to contribute approximately 30 billion, an amount substantial enough to be a significant burden, even for a conglomerate as formidable as the Chun Group. Having reached a conclusion, he instructed the individual on the other end of the line to transfer the funds to his card before promptly ending the call. Moments later, a notification of the transaction arrived on his phone. 473, 4 billion. Huh, I finally have money again. Aircraft carriers, Blade-class cruisers. Soon enough, I shall gather them all. Whispering the balance of his bank card, Li Rue chuckled to himself. Chapter 326. Paving the way for Li Tai Dad. I'm back. At that moment, Li Rue heard a familiar voice calling out. Turning in the direction of the sound, he saw his cousin, Li Tai. Oh, Rue go. You're here too? Li Tai exclaimed joyfully as he approached Li Rue. Haha, I'm discussing your sister's wedding with Uncle Ba. Have you taken a leave of absence to come back? Li Rue asked with a smile as he walked towards Li Tai. Yes, I took a 3-day leave. Li Tai replied with a silly grin, watching Li Rue draw closer. Son, didn't I tell you not to come back? You mentioned that it's difficult to get leave from school. What are you doing here? What if this affects your studies? At this moment, Li Yonghu, who had been sitting nearby, finally shook off his surprise at his son's sudden return and anxiously inquired about the 3-day leave. He had spoken with his son over the phone earlier, and Li Tai had informed him that their school was different from ordinary institutions, making leave hard to come by. He had advised his son not to return, and Li Tai had said nothing, leading him to believe that his son would not come back. Little did he know, today would bring such a surprise. He had high hopes for his son, and if his studies were affected due to this leave, it would be an unfortunate loss. Dad, I only have one sister. No matter how difficult it is to get leave, I had to come back. I explained everything to my teacher, and he approved my leave, but I must return within 3 days. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Li Tai hurriedly reassured his father upon seeing his anxious expression. Really, it's nothing? Dad, you can rest assured. If necessary, I'll catch up on my studies over the weekend. It won't affect my education, Li Tai assured him once more. All right, as long as it's fine. Son, you're now studying at the National Defense Science and Technology University. You must strive to excel, aspire to be a general, contribute to the country, and bring honor to our family, understand? Seeing Li Tai's repeated assurances, Li Yonghu finally let out a sigh of relief. Understood, Dad. Soba. Little Tai is no longer a child. He knows his own limits, so you can relax. That's true. He is 19 now, a grown man. Son, you haven't had lunch yet, right? Your mother is at the back of the village. I'll go call her to come back and cook for you. Li Yonghu said affectionately to Li Tai. Sure, I haven't seen my mom in a long time. Li Tai nodded in agreement. Having not seen each other for several months, Li Tai had indeed grown stronger. The National Defense Science and Technology University, as expected, was not a place that merely trained soldiers. Watching Li Yonghu's departing figure, Li Rue lightly slapped Li Tai on the shoulder and smiled. Hey, Rue, you wouldn't believe it. The food at my school is at least 10 times better than what we have at our county high school. If it weren't for the daily running, I'd definitely have gained weight, Li Tai chuckled foolishly. The National Defense Science and Technology University is where the nation cultivates talent. It's incomparable to our county high school. By the way, what subjects are you primarily studying at school now? Li Rue suddenly changed the subject and asked Li Tai. Brother Rue, why do you ask this? Li Tai instinctively inquired, perplexed by Li Rue's sudden question regarding his academic pursuits. If I ask, you should respond. There is no need for so many questions, Li Rue replied sternly, evading Li Tai's curiosity. His inquiry was not without purpose. Previously, he had come across the advanced technology of high bypass ratio turbofan engines, and he immediately pondered whether he could leverage this military technology to pave a path for Li Tai at the National University of Defense Technology. However, a myriad of subsequent matters had caused him to forget this notion until he encountered Li Tai again, prompting him to spontaneously inquire about the subject of Li Tai's studies. Brother Rue, I primarily study engineering technology at school, Li Tai said hastily, retracting his neck in apprehension at Li Rue's stern demeanor and refrained from asking further questions. Engineering technology? Be more specific. There is mechanical engineering, electronic engineering, computer science, aerospace engineering. You study all of this? Li Hui probed. In the second year, we will be divided into specializations based on our grades, Li Tai explained. All right, as long as there is aerospace engineering. Xiao, Tai. If I could help you write a paper on high bypass ratio turbofan engines, Do you think it will be beneficial for you? Li Rui's expression softened into a smile as he spoke to Li Tai. High bypass ratio turbofan engine. Brother Rui, what does that mean? Li Tai looked at Li Rui with a bewildered expression. Have a seat. Standing is tiring, Li Rui calmly suggested as he found a chair to sit down. In contrast to Li Rui's relaxed demeanor, Li Tai felt a surge of anxiety. He had already attended several classes on aircraft engines at the National University of Defense Technology and understood that the most pressing need in Longwa was indeed high bypass ratio turbofan engines. The Kunping transport aircraft, for instance, was limited to a maximum payload of only 66 tons due to the inadequacy of its 15-ton thrust high bypass ratio engine. Hearing Brother Rui mention the high bypass ratio engine stirred a flicker of hope within him. Although his speculation was unfounded, he unconditionally believed in Brother Rui, perceiving him as omnipotent. Brother Rui, what exactly is this high bypass ratio turbofan engine you speak of? Li Tai asked, hastily taking a seat opposite Li Rui, his eagerness palpable. I possess mature technology for a single-engine thrust of 26 tons in high bypass ratio turbofan engines, Li Rui declared. What? Brother Rui, did you just say that? Li Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. If I can arrange for someone to guide you in writing a high-quality paper on high bypass ratio turbofan engines, do you think your school would regard you with newfound respect? Li Rui replied, sidestepping the question. Heavens, Brother Rui, you possess such technology? Do you realize what this means? The high bypass engine used in the Kunping 20 only generates 15 tons of thrust, with a weight of 26 tons and a thrust ratio of 1:7. This signifies that our great nation can possess a transport aircraft with a capacity nearing 120 tons. In this regard, we have indeed caught up with the United States. Oh my, Rui, I feel utterly overwhelmed, exclaimed Li Tai with a frenzied demeanor, rising to his feet and gesturing animatedly. Can we not aspire to greater heights? Did you not hear my earlier inquiry? Allow me to reiterate. Would it be of any assistance to you if I were to have someone guide you in composing a high-quality thesis on the subject of high bypass ratio turbofan engines? Chapter 327. Li Rui's troubles indeed. There's an abundance of it. Rui, Ge. If I can grasp even a fraction of the intricacies of this 26-ton thrust engine and compose a paper to submit to my professor, it would signify a monumental breakthrough in military technology. By the time I graduate, I could at least aspire to the rank of a major, or perhaps even a lieutenant colonel, paving a smooth path for my future. Oh, heavens, Rui, Ge, you truly aren't deceiving me, are you? You genuinely possess such expertise? Once your sister concludes her wedding, I will send someone to reach out to you, and you can learn diligently from them in Star City. Observing Li Tai, whose excitement resembled that of a frenzied individual. Li Rui once again responded with ambiguity. By the way, are you allowed to leave the campus? Li Rui suddenly recalled that the National University of Defense Technology is no ordinary institution. It is not a place one can simply exit at will. He thus inquired again of Li Tai. We are permitted to take leave once every Sunday, but we must return to campus by 5 p.m. each day. Upon hearing Li Rui's question, Li Tai's exuberance slightly subsided, and he answered earnestly. That is reassuring. Little Tai, I hold great expectations for both you and Xiao Ru. You two are the brightest scholars in our Li family. I envision you becoming a general in the future, and Xiao Ru as a prominent official. Only then can our Li family truly rise. Yes, Rui Ge. I shall certainly become a general and bring glory to the Li family, Li Tai vowed with unwavering determination. Very well, I shall take my leave now. After conversing with Uncle Ba for over an hour, I need to rest, Li Rui remarked as he stood up, preparing to head home. Rui Ge, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Li Tai suddenly called out, halting Li Rui in his tracks. What is it? Li Rui turned around, puzzled, and inquired of Li Tai. It concerns my cousin, Xiao Ru. Li Tai began, but hesitated mid-sentence, closing his mouth. What is the matter? What has happened to Xiao Ru? Li Rui's brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized Li Tai. Rui Ge, my cousin Xiao Ru has encountered some difficulties. Recognizing that he could no longer remain silent under Li Rui's probing gaze, Li Tai reluctantly continued. What sort of difficulties? Li Rui's expression grew even more tense. It is as follows. Li Tai then recounted the troubles that had befallen Li Ru since her enrollment in university. The gist of his account was that, due to her striking beauty, Li Ru was designated as one of the top 10 campus flowers upon her arrival at university. Consequently, she became the object of fervent admiration from numerous suitors, including several affluent second-generation heirs, who relentlessly pursued her despite her repeated rejections. On the other hand, some female students, envious of Li Ru's beauty and outstanding academic performance, noticed her wearing garments that cost thousands, while her daily expenditures were relatively modest, not surpassing those of average students. Thus, these girls resorted to spreading rumors that Li Ru was being financially supported by someone. After Li Tai finished speaking, Li Rue remained silent, his face darkened with concern. Xiaoru's cousin insisted that I refrain from speaking with you, claiming she could handle matters herself. However, being a girl, I fear she might fall prey to unfortunate circumstances. After a brief silence, I observed Li Rue's countenance darkening, his silence palpable. Li Tai cautiously interjected, "If she forbids you from speaking, will you remain silent? What kind of brother are you? Are you not aware of the nature of those affluent, second-generation individuals? What lengths would they not go to for their desires? And those slanderous, deceitful women, do we, the Li family, allow ourselves to be defamed by them? This matter cannot simply be overlooked. When I reach Xingqing, I shall personally deal with them." Li Rue let out a cold snort, his expression as grim as could be. "Brother Rue, I was wrong. From now on, I shall inform you immediately of any matters concerning our cousin," Li Tai said softly, casting his gaze downward, aware of Li Rue's displeasure. "Very well, I shall forgive you this time. But should you dare to conceal anything from me again?" Li Rue's admonition trailed off. Yet the threat in his eyes was unmistakable. I understand. I will never dare to hide anything from you again, Brother Rue." Li Tai nodded vigorously, as if trying to convince himself. Li Rue acknowledged, then turned to head home. Upon returning, Li Rue sought out an unoccupied room and dialed Zhao Yi's number. He instructed him to investigate the backgrounds of the affluent individuals pursuing Li Ru and to identify those who spread the rumors. Li Rue had no intention of letting any of the rumor-mongers escape unscathed. He aimed to gather evidence and send them all lawyers' letters. As for the wealthy suitors, if their pursuit was sincere, a mere warning would suffice. However, should anyone attempt to employ unscrupulous methods, they would face dire consequences. The following day, as dawn broke in Jialing City, within the neighborhood where Deng Changyu resided, a middle-aged man boasted, "Changyu, what do you think of the individuals your brother has arranged for you? They will surely elevate your standing. With these 20 men at your back, can you imagine the trembling of your girlfriend's family? If only I had such a spectacle at my wedding, your sister-in-law would not have overshadowed me for over a decade." He gestured proudly towards the 20 men in cheap black suits standing behind him, addressing the impeccably dressed Deng Changyu in a brand-new blue suit. "Brother, are these truly the people you found from the underworld?" Deng Changyu asked hesitantly, observing the group of individuals who appeared disheveled and lacked any imposing presence. He understood that even if his elder brother gathered 200 or even 2,000 people, it would hardly intimidate the Li family. He had never aspired to exert authority over them, but the sight of these 20 individuals, varying in age and height, dressed in nothing more than inexpensive black suits, gave him pause. They barely resembled the typical underworld figures he had anticipated. "What's wrong? Do you not trust me?" The middle-aged man handed me 20,000 yuan, and so early in the morning, we were set to depart. In order to gather these individuals and the several vehicles, I have already incurred several thousand yuan in expenses. He pointed at the 20 people and 6 or 7 cars behind him, his expression displeased as he addressed Deng Changyu. No, my friend. How could I possibly doubt you? Look at the time. It is nearly right. Shall we set off now? We must return in time for lunch." Deng Changyu replied with a conciliatory smile. "Very well, let us be on our way," the middle-aged man said, visibly relieved that Deng Changyu did not press further about the origins of the 20 individuals. He then maintained his usual demeanor. "All right, I will lead the way," Deng Changyu declared, before striding towards the already adorned red Ferrari SF90 parked nearby. Chapter 328. Is this going to be my downfall? 3 hours later, 9 cars adorned with auspicious symbols halted at the entrance of Li Family Village. Subsequently, Deng Changyu emerged first from the crimson Ferrari SF90. "Changyu, why did you stop? Have we arrived?" "Elder brother, I have something to discuss with you," Deng Changyu replied as he approached the Porsche 911, glancing back at his elder cousin with a look of concern. "What is it?" "Elder brother, please speak to those individuals and have them come merely for show. We must not provoke any trouble," he cautioned as he stood beside the Porsche 911. Although he was aware that the 20 individuals had witnessed the bodyguards from the Li family, making the likelihood of a disturbance negligible, he still harbored apprehensions. Who could tell if any of them had indulged in drink the previous night? If something were to transpire, he would be unable to contain the fallout. Rest assured, while these individuals may be rough around the edges, they possess a sense of professionalism. They will deliver what they have been paid for. "Very well, let us proceed into the village," Deng Changyu acquiesced, reassured by his cousin's confidence, and re-entered the Ferrari SF90. As the convoy entered the narrow village road of Lee Family Village, the middle-aged man seated in the Porsche 911, who had initially been brimming with excitement at the thought of how the rustic villagers would react to his luxurious car and 20 black-clad subordinates, suddenly fell silent, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Is this a rural area?" he muttered under his breath, surveying the village road that was no wider than a provincial highway. Raising his gaze, he noticed in the distance a grand structure resembling a power supply building, adorned with two massive flags. Lee Family. He instinctively read the characters emblazoned on the flags, his body shuddering as if struck by a thunderclap. Having emerged from a rural background himself, he had not seen that particular building or those flags before, yet he could surmise their significance. This was undoubtedly an ancestral hall. Moreover, it was an impressively grand ancestral hall. Gazing at the scale of the ancient-style edifice from afar, he calculated an astonishing value in his mind. This had to be worth at least several million. In that moment, a realization struck him. His cousin's girlfriend bore the surname Lee. Could it be that this building belonged to her family's ancestral hall? If that were the case, how could his cousin's girlfriend's family be as ordinary as Sanyang had suggested? He had been foolish to think he could impose his will on a family capable of investing millions in an ancestral hall. Such a family must surely harbor influential figures. Earning over $1 million a year, he considered himself quite successful among common folk. Yet in the presence of true power, he felt like nothing more than a small grasshopper. As his anxiety deepened, the middle-aged man instinctively moved his foot toward the brake. As the soles of his feet were about to touch the brake, the middle-aged man noticed that the red supercar driven by Deng Changyu had already halted before a throng of onlookers. Unbeknownst to him, the convoy had arrived at the entrance of Lee Family Village. Realizing that it was too late to flee, the middle-aged man reluctantly brought his Porsche 911 to a stop behind the Ferrari SF90. Gong, Xiao, Hui. Upon opening the car door, Deng Changyu disembarked and greeted the younger generation of the Li family one by one. "You arrived quite early, didn't you?" "It's barely a little past 9, Li Rui remarked, glancing at the time on his phone as he stepped forward and patted Deng Changyu on the shoulder with a smile. "Rui, today is a momentous occasion for me. I rose with the dawn and must return home for lunch later," Deng Changyu replied, his face radiating joy. "Indeed, time is of the essence. Let's not linger further. I shall have someone set off some firecrackers, and you may proceed with your vehicles," Li Rui responded. "Understood, Rui," Deng Changyu affirmed, and as soon as his words fell, Li Rui gestured to someone behind him. Moments later, the air was filled with the crackling sound of firecrackers. 5 minutes later, the firecrackers ceased, and Deng Changyu, leading the way, drove the red supercar into Li Family Village, subsequently entering the estate of the Li family. "Big brother, it's time to get out," Deng Changyu announced as he stepped out of the car. After waiting a moment and noticing that the Porsche 911 parked behind the red Ferrari remained still, he approached and tapped on the glass, calling out. As soon as his words were uttered, the window of the Porsche 911 slowly descended. Chang, you are you? Are you certain you haven't come to the wrong place? Is this your girlfriend's home?" Upon the window's opening, Deng Changyu saw his cousin, trembling with a cigarette in hand, exhaling smoke while looking at him in sheer bewilderment. Observing his usually spirited older brother in such a state, Deng Changyu was momentarily taken aback and, after a brief pause, struggled to suppress a laugh. "How could I possibly mistake my girlfriend's home, big brother? Please step out," Deng Changyu urged, stifling his amusement. "With so many villas and those luxury cars, is all of this truly your girlfriend's?" "Indeed, that one belongs to Uncle Li Yuhan, that one to the second uncle and the third uncles." Deng Changyu pointed to 8 grand villas, introducing each one in turn. "All those cars belong to Yuhan's cousins. Can this still be considered an ordinary family?" "Changyu, I merely have a penchant for showing off. But it couldn't possibly be to this extent. Sanyang, she's gonna be the end of me," the middle-aged man lamented, his face contorted in despair, nearly on the verge of tears. "Big brother, my mother last spoke with you about Yuhan's family situation half a year ago, when they were indeed an ordinary rural family. I assure you, my mother did not deceive you." Despite the mirth bubbling within him, Deng Changyu maintained a facade of calm, explaining to his bewildered cousin, "How could this possibly be? All right, my dear brother, we shall discuss this matter in due course. Today marks the momentous occasion of my wedding, and the pressing matters take precedence. Please come down quickly." Upon seeing that my cousin remained incredulous, Deng Changyu refrained from further explanation. With his younger cousin urging him on, the middle-aged man hesitantly opened the car door and stepped out. As he entered the villa's courtyard, he became acutely aware of the presence of numerous villagers from Li family village. It was then that he noticed the throng of imposing figures clad in black, distinctly different from ordinary villagers. Each of these men towered over the average person, their physiques reminiscent of powerful bulls, unmistakably suggesting they were no ordinary individuals. Just a fleeting glance was enough to weaken the middle-aged man's legs, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. Chapter 329. An absurd farce. Changyu. Who are those people? Your girlfriend's family isn't involved in illicit activities, is it? If my cousin just learned that his girlfriend's family is wealthy and was merely frightened, then he must be utterly terrified now. How could he have thought to intimidate this family with such connections? What on earth is he thinking? This is akin to courting disaster. Just look at their physique. Any one of them could easily overpower him. Clearly, his girlfriend's family is not only affluent, but also associated with formidable figures. Brother, please don't speak carelessly. Those men are bodyguards, not involved in any underworld dealings. If Rue hears you, it could lead to serious trouble. I understand. It was thoughtless of me, the middle-aged man said, hastily covering his mouth. Although he was unaware of who Rue was, he recognized that this was a person he could not afford to offend. All right, brother, let them all come down. Rue and the others have arrived. Changyu urged the eldest cousin as he noticed Li Rue and his companions entering through the villa's grand gate. Okay, I'll summon them, the middle-aged man replied, quickly heading towards the parked cars to tap on the windows. Moments later, 7 vehicles sluggishly opened their doors, and 20 men clad in black suits, along with the second and third cousins, timidly emerged. Seeing this, Changyu couldn't help but smirk, clearly aware that the eldest cousin's hired men, along with the second and third cousins, had also grasped the gravity of the situation. Brother, everyone has disembarked, right? Changyu approached the returning eldest cousin, smiling as he inquired. Yes, they have all come down. Well, Rue, what should we do next? Changyu first responded to the eldest cousin, then turned to the approaching Li Rue with a grin. There is nothing much to be done. Our family doesn't have such rigid protocols. Uncle and grandfather are waiting for you inside. Just go and serve tea, Li Rue said, gesturing towards his uncle's villa. All right, Rue, let us proceed, Changyu replied. Seeing Li Rue nod, he followed closely behind Li Rue as they made their way to his father-in-law's villa. Boss, I just received a call. Over 200 of our brothers have taken down more than 80 members of the Shark Gang and seized 5 streets. At that moment, a rather dim-witted voice echoed in the air. Li Rue, hearing what sounded like a line from a movie, turned to look at the source of the voice. Before him stood a short man in a black suit and sunglasses, barely 6 meters tall. The sight of this group, all dressed in black suits and sunglasses, struck Li Rue as peculiar from the outset. This hardly resembled a wedding procession. It felt more like a scene from a film featuring some underworld boss. Had he not known that Changyu was merely a doctor, he might have mistaken this gathering for a conclave of high-profile mobsters. However, considering these individuals were brought by Deng Changyu, it was possible they had unique customs surrounding marriage. Thus, Li Rue did not pay them much mind. Yet, when he suddenly heard one of them speak of eliminating a certain number of people and mention the Crocodile Gang, Li Rue found himself bewildered. What on earth are you babbling about? As Li Rue remained perplexed, a middle-aged man following Deng Changyu suddenly shot forward like an arrow, hurriedly covering the mouth of a shorter man before reproaching him with urgency. What are you covering my mouth for? Wasn't our rehearsal conducted in this manner? The shorter man struggled fiercely to free himself from the middle-aged man's grip, voicing his confusion. You, damn it, Zhang Rong. Who did you bring? Surely this isn't some fool? The middle-aged man cursed at the shorter man before turning to angrily confront a man in a black suit standing at the forefront of the group. Boss Deng, this. The man in black stammered, unable to articulate his response under the middle-aged man's scrutiny. Zhang Rong, you brought a fool to deceive me. Don't expect to receive the final payment. Deng Aming, what do you mean? Are you trying to renege on the payment? We agreed on 20 individuals at 200 each, totaling 8,000. You cannot back out, or I will not let this go. Zhang Rong, initially embarrassed by his associate's inappropriate behavior, felt his demeanor shift dramatically upon hearing Deng Aming's refusal to pay. You, Deng Aming. Listening to Zhang Rong's words, cast a furtive glance at the increasingly displeased Deng Changyu, and in a fit of anger, pointed at Zhang Rong, speechless. Observing the nonsensical exchange among those present, Li Rue furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly discontent. From their dialogue, he could vaguely discern something amiss. Though the specifics eluded him, he was aware that today marked a joyous occasion for his cousin, and no one was permitted to disrupt the celebration. Changyu, Let them stay in the car. You go in by yourself, Li Rui remarked coldly, turning to Deng Changyu. Understood, Brother Rui. Initially stricken with discomfort due to his elder cousin's underhanded dealings with his mother, Deng Changyu snapped back to attention upon hearing Li Rui's command and quickly responded. Elders, please wait in the car. Having addressed Li Rui, Deng Changyu then turned to his elder cousin, Deng Aming. Deng Aming, stiffened by Li Rui's cold dismissal and perspiring nervously, felt as if a great weight had been lifted when he heard Deng Changyu's words. Without looking back, he hastily made his way to the Porsche 911, followed closely by the other men in black suits. Wait for me, wait for me. The others swiftly returned to the car within mere seconds, but it took the short man a few moments to realize that his companions had already boarded. He then turned, extending his arms as he blindly made his way towards the vehicle. Meanwhile, Deng Anming, already inside the car, gazed through the window at this peculiar sight, utterly astonished. Internally, he cursed. Is he truly blind? All right, Changyu, let us depart. We must not keep Uncle Ba and Yuhan waiting, Li Rui urged, observing that all the men in black suits had entered the car, signaling the end of this absurd farce. Very well, Brother Rui, let us go, Deng Changyu replied, following closely behind Li Rui as they proceeded towards the villa of his father-in-law. Chapter 330. The teachers subsequently. Deng Changyu entered the villa and proceeded to serve tea to the elders of the Li family, including Li Yonghu and Li Yongjin. Following the local wedding customs of Chunning County, a series of intricate rituals were completed, culminating in the arrival of Li Yuhan, clad in ceremonial attire, who was escorted to a red Ferrari. As Deng Changyu's convoy, along with 5 or 6 wedding cars from the Li family, departed from Li family village, Li Rui cast a distant glance before returning to his own villa with Yun Lingxian. Despite the fervent invitations extended by Deng Changyu and Li Yuhan for Li Rui to join the banquet at the Deng residence, he declined, citing fatigue and a lack of sleep as his reasons. The journey of over 270 kilometers was neither particularly long nor short, requiring approximately 3 hours by car. Li Rui had grown increasingly indolent, preferring to recline even at home rather than stand. The thought of enduring a 3-hour ride merely to attend a feast was unappealing to him, especially since his cousin Li Yuhan would soon return to work in Li family village. 2 days swiftly passed. On that morning, 4 men of varying ages arrived at the villa of Li Rui. You've arrived. Please introduce yourselves, Li Rui said, adjusting his attire as he addressed the 4 men. Boss, my name is Chen Ru, and I am 46 years old. I am Zhong Wei, 40 years old. Zhou Zhuquan, 35 years old. Duan Baolan, 34 years old. The 4 men introduced themselves in turn. Yes, you are all aware of the purpose for which I have summoned you, correct? After the introductions, Li Rui acknowledged them with a nod and inquired. Indeed, the boss has tasked us with educating the student. Chen Ru, the eldest, replied first. I hope you will guide him in composing a high-quality paper on high-bypass turbofan engines, allowing him to fully grasp the underlying principles. Do you have confidence in this? Li Rui surveyed the 4 men, his expression calm as he posed the question. Boss, we can accomplish this. Is there a timeline we should adhere to? Chen Ru asked once more. The sooner, the better. Li Rui contemplated briefly before responding. Boss, we need to assess the student's foundational knowledge. Very well. You may inquire about it yourselves once he arrives, Li Rui said, looking up at Li Tai, who was approaching him. Brother Rui, you wanted to see me? I need to head back to school after breakfast, Li Tai said, quickening his pace as he noticed Li Rui's gaze. A few seconds later, as he was still several meters away, he called out loudly, Have you forgotten about what we discussed a couple of days ago? Li Rui smiled at Li Tai and asked, What matter? The matter? Brother Rui, you mean? Li Tai, initially puzzled, suddenly appeared to recall something, his eyes brightening as he inquired. Yes, these 4 individuals are your teachers. Li Rui indicated the 4 men beside him. Teachers? They are the ones who mastered the technology of high-bypass turbofan engines with a thrust capacity of 26 tons? Li Tai clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement as he tremulously questioned Li Rui. Indeed, learn from them diligently. As long as you can grasp even a fragment of knowledge and apply it to compose a high-quality thesis, facilitating breakthroughs in the aviation engines of Longhua, I firmly believe your future path will be significantly smoother. I'm at a loss for words. My gratitude is boundless. Receiving affirmation from Li Rui, Li Tai beamed with joy, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless. His exhilaration stemmed from his deeper understanding than Li Rui of the monumental significance of developing aviation engines that could potentially elevate Longhua to parity with Yingjiang. Although he recognized that mastering all the intricate knowledge surrounding aviation engines was beyond his reach, acquiring even a few enlightening insights and publishing some papers would allow him to traverse a path in this military academy that would take others decades to navigate. How could this not invigorate him? Don't speak if you have nothing to say, you rascal. I am your brother. There's no need for thanks. Li Rui feigned annoyance as he addressed Li Tai. Rui Gu is right. Observing Li Tai's fidgeting hands and his frequent glances towards Chun Ru and the others, Li Rui instantly grasped his intent. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. He likely has many inquiries for you as well, Li Rui remarked, turning to Chun Ru and his companions. Understood, boss, Chun Ru replied before directing his attention to Li Tai. Hello. I would like to assess your understanding of the fundamental concepts of aviation engines. May I inquire? Of course. Please feel free to ask any questions, teacher. Li Tai responded with a radiant smile. Currently, what challenges exist globally regarding high bypass ratio engines? What are the advantages and disadvantages of such engines? 3 minutes later, Chen Ru ceased his questioning, quietly observing the slightly dazed Li Tai. Speak up. Share whatever you know. Li Rui encouraged as he noted Li Tai's open mouth and silence. Teacher. The advantages of high bypass ratio engines are fuel efficiency and reduced noise. Li Tai replied with an awkward smile. Is that all? Li Rui exclaimed in disbelief, having heard Chen Ru pose no fewer than 20 questions. That's all. The school hasn't covered more of this knowledge yet, Li Tai said, lowering his gaze in embarrassment. How long do you think it will take him to produce a high-quality thesis? After hearing Li Tai's response, Li Rui shrugged helplessly at Chen Ru and inquired, Boss, he possesses almost no knowledge in this area. To craft a high-quality paper, he must focus on a specific knowledge point for in-depth study. I suggest he delve into the material science related to turbofan engine blades, dedicating 4 days each month. In approximately 3 months, he should be able to draft a commendable materials science thesis. Chen Ru contemplated before responding. Materials science related to blades? Chen Ru, if he manages to write a thesis on the materials science of turbofan engine blades, could it create a sensation in Longhua? Boss, the materials technology we possess for turbofan engine blades is on par with that of Yingjiang. And in terms of fatigue resistance, it even surpasses theirs, being 3 to 4 times better than that of Longhua. This heat-resistant and fatigue-resistant metal can be employed in various military weaponry. Once this material science paper is published, it is bound to create a sensation throughout the Dragon Nation and even the entire Blue Planet. Upon hearing Chun Ru's words, not only did Li Taixing tremble with excitement, but even Li Rui's face flushed with exhilaration. He had not previously considered that an advanced aircraft engine could be more than just an engine. It embodies dozens, if not hundreds, of sophisticated technologies and materials. As Chen Ru mentioned, the metallic composition of the fan blades can also be utilized in numerous military applications. Thus, it appears that this novel material represents more than merely a transport aircraft that doubles its capacity. It signifies something far more crucial for the Dragon Nation. Did you hear that? You better learn well. If you fail to accomplish your task in 3 months, just wait and see how I deal with you. Li Rui admonished Li Tai after the initial excitement had subsided. Chapter 331. The wealthy cousin brother Rui. I assure you I will complete the task, Li Tai said, standing upright and saluting Li Rui with a commendable military gesture, his voice resolute. All right, go have breakfast. I will return you to Star City later and take care of Xiao Ru's matters, Li Rui replied, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, Li Tai acknowledged, turning swiftly to race towards his family's villa. An hour later, 5 vividly colored supercars and 2 Range Rovers gracefully departed from Li family village. Brother Rui, this car is truly magnificent, exclaimed Li Tai from the passenger seat of the purple Viper GT, extending his hand out to relish the rush of wind. Though I have seen this car before, it is my first time riding in it. The experience is vastly different from merely observing it from the outside. Do you like it? Absolutely. Elitoi nodded vigorously. If you achieve a commendable rank in your school exams, I might gift you one. Really? Brother Rui. Li Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to gaze at Li Rui. Well, have I ever deceived you? It's merely a few tens of millions for a supercar. Do you truly believe I cannot afford it? That's fantastic. I will surely aim for a top rank, Li Tai vowed enthusiastically. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Our school is quite unique, and I doubt you would be able to drive a multi-million-dollar supercar there, Li Rui remarked, noticing the sudden shift in Li Tai's expression from excitement to a frown. Hee, it's not that I wouldn't buy you one. It's your own reluctance. However, you promised to strive for a good rank, and that commitment must remain intact. Li Rue chuckled heartily. Li Rue was well aware of the peculiarities of the school Li Tai attended and understood that it was unlikely for him to drive such an extravagant vehicle there. Enough with the long face. During the holidays, I can lend you this car, provided you acquire your driver's license first, Li Rue added, observing Li Tai's still sulking moments later. Taken aback by Li Rue's words, Li Tai suddenly remembered his lack of a driver's license. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that obtaining one would not be too difficult. The thought of driving his cousin's multi-million-dollar supercar during the holidays brought a smile back to his face. All right, Brother Rue, I shall alight here, Li Tai announced 3 hours later, as they neared the Dragon Country National Defense Science and Technology University, approximately 1 kilometer away. Due to the unique nature of his school, Li Tai wished to avoid drawing attention to his ability to ride in such an opulent vehicle, understanding that sometimes excessive flamboyance can be detrimental. Very well, you may disembark here. I will be staying at the Xiangshui Lolian Villa for the next few days. You're welcome to visit. Although I suspect you will be quite busy, Li Rue replied with a smile, turning his head to Li Tai. Then I shall take my leave, Li Tai said, casting a wistful glance at Li Rue before opening the car door and stepping out. As Li Tai's figure faded from view, the door of a parked Range Rover swung open, and Shinru along with 3 companions stepped out, vanishing into the throngs of people. Observing their departure, Li Rue, under the gaze of an ever-growing crowd of onlookers, drove his purple Viper GT towards Xiangshui Lulan. After indulging in a refreshing 2-hour swim in the villa's pool and relishing a sumptuous meal prepared by gourmet bio chef, he succumbed to slumber under the soothing massage of a beautiful maid clad in high heels and stockings. Upon awakening, he glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already 5:30 p.m. Surely, calling Xiao Ru at this hour wouldn't disturb her, he mused. With that thought, Li Rue retrieved his phone and dialed her number. Within Xiangnan University, vibrant young women and energetic young men strolled in groups across the playground. Xiao Ru, tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we go out for some fun? A short-haired girl in a trio of 18 or 19-year-olds cheerfully inquired of the girl in the middle, Li Ru. Xiao Tong, I wish to stay in the dormitory to review my studies. Li Ru hesitated before responding to the short-haired girl. Xiao Ru, after months of classes, you haven't taken a break. While diligent study is commendable, one must balance work and relaxation. Studying day in and day out will only lead to exhaustion, chimed in another girl beside Li Ru, who had long hair and a slightly plump figure, rolling her eyes at the mention of more study. Li Ru struggled to articulate her thoughts, acutely aware, as her classmate Xia Qiuyi pointed out, that she had not ventured out even once during the semester. The reasons for this were multifaceted, not solely due to her desire to study, but also involving other, less easily articulated concerns. Xiao Ru, are you perhaps afraid of Lu Shang, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinhao? Honestly, you should just report them to the teacher. Their incessant harassment has made you reluctant to enjoy campus life. You can't keep avoiding them. After all, you have more than 3 years left in university. The short-haired girl surmised, having quickly discerned Li Ru's predicament. What she revealed was hardly a secret. Li Ru's beauty and academic prowess had made her a target of admiration among many male students, with the aforementioned trio being particularly relentless in their pursuits, often crossing the line of propriety. Despite Li Ru's numerous rejections, they persisted in their unwelcome advances, a fact well known throughout Xiangnan University. Xiao Tong, what good would telling a teacher do? They haven't harmed me. It's not something the teachers can address, Li Ru replied, a look of resignation on her face. What then? Will you remain confined within the campus throughout your university years? These 3 believe their affluent backgrounds grant them license to pursue any attractive girl. It's utterly disgraceful, the short-haired girl continued, indignation lacing her tone. Ah, Li Ru sighed softly, feeling the weight of her circumstances. Xiao, I must say, the garments you are wearing are quite exquisite in both style and quality. They must not come at a modest price. During my recent outing, I encountered a similar piece that was priced at 7,000 or 8,000. Is your family truly an ordinary one? I suggest you invite your family to handle this matter, as it is not ideal for you to continually evade them and refrain from leaving the campus, the slightly plump girl advised with a furrowed brow. Qiuyu, my family is genuinely ordinary. My father is no longer with us, and these clothes were a gift from a cousin of mine, Li Ru replied, her spirits dampened by the girl's words. If that is the case, your cousin must be quite affluent, Then, perhaps you could ask him to speak with Lu Sheng and his companions, urging them to cease their harassment. Though this was not the first time Li Ru mentioned that her cousin gifted her those clothes, it was the first occasion the girl inquired about him. For she understood that this cousin might be the only one capable of alleviating Li Ru's significant troubles. Chapter 332. The vulgar man, my cousin, is quite busy. Perhaps it's best to let it go, Li Ru stated without hesitation. Although she was aware that Rue Gu possessed the capability to assist her in resolving this predicament, she preferred not to burden him with every issue, for he had already extended his help on numerous occasions. Where are you three lovely ladies headed? Are you off to the cafeteria for a meal? Let us go together. At that moment, a teasing male voice emerged from behind Li Ru and her two friends. Upon hearing this voice, Li Ru's brow furrowed instantly. Xiao Tong, Qiu Yi, let us hurry, Li Ru said, grasping her friend's hands and hastening her steps forward. Why are you walking so fast, Li Ru? Didn't you hear what I said? The annoying voice called out again, now laced with evident anger. Li Ru shivered slightly at the sound, but continued to walk briskly. Stop, you wretched girl! A loud curse echoed, and a handsome young man, approximately 20 years old, hurriedly caught up to Li Ru, blocking her path with outstretched arms. Lu Sheng, what do you want? Li Ru looked up at the attractive young man, her eyes flickering with a hint of fear. However, feeling the sudden firm grip of her friend's hands, she mustered her courage and confronted Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was indeed not unattractive, but had she not already heard of his notorious reputation as a third-year student, she might not have felt such disdain toward him. What do I want? Hey, I want nothing at all. I simply wish to share a meal with you. Li Ruteni, how many days have I pursued you? How many times have I invited you to dine? Is it so hard for you to grant me this courtesy? Lu Sheng initially displayed a lewd grin, but then his expression darkened as he questioned Li Ru. Lu Sheng, you know very well what kind of person you are. I could never be your girlfriend, nor will I ever dine with you. You should abandon this idea and stop harassing me, Li Ru retorted, her eyes reddening as she shouted at him, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the persistent harassment. Onlookers, couples scattered across the playground, paused to witness the unfolding scene. Don't get too cocky. The woman I desire has never eluded me. Li Ru, you must be my girlfriend. As long as I am at this school, you shall be my girlfriend. Do you understand? Lu Sheng, during your 3 years in college, how many girls have you harmed? Haven T, at least 5 or 6 had to terminate pregnancies because of you. You should give up on this notion, Li Ru replied, tears welling in her eyes. That was all consensual. I even compensated them. It was a transaction. Do you understand? Be my girlfriend for a year, and I'll pay you too. You are incredibly oppressive, Li Ru stammered, releasing her friend's hands as she pointed at Lu Sheng, beginning to cry. Li Ru, what are you pretending for? Are the clothes you wear within your financial means? Look at your usual diet. Even pigs eat better than you. Do you truly have the wealth to afford garments that cost thousands? They all say that these were purchased for you by someone else after you spent the night with them. If others can do it, why can't I? I can also offer you money. Lu Sheng, your behavior is utterly outrageous. We must inform the teacher. At this moment, a slightly plump girl named Yu Qiuye, who had been standing quietly with her head down, mustered her courage and stepped forward to warn Lu Sheng. You vile wretch, who do you think you are? Do you believe I won't have someone take care of you? Lu Sheng threatened Yu Qiuye with a fierce expression. Faced with Lu Sheng's menacing demeanor, Yu Qiuye instinctively took a step back, her face betraying a look of terror. She knew all too well that this individual was not merely a bully. He was capable of severe actions. She had heard of a girl who, dissatisfied with the breakup fee Lu Sheng provided, threatened and harassed him, only to end up being assaulted by Lu Sheng's associates, with photos and videos later circulated online. Ultimately, that girl transferred schools and vanished from sight. Oh dear, Lu Sheng, look at you. What distinguishes you from Bandit? Chasing after girls is not done this way. See what you've done. You've terrified my dear friend to tears. At that moment, a male voice interjected, contrasting Lu Sheng's blatant arrogance with a gentler tone. The crowd instinctively turned to the source of the voice, revealing a young man dressed in traditional attire, his long hair tied back, elegantly wielding a feather fan, reminiscent of a character from a historical drama. As he gracefully approached Li Ru and the others. Get lost, Zhou Yang. Do you truly think you are Zhuge Kongming? Your surname is Zhou, not Zhuge. Spare me your pretentiousness. If I weren't a male attracted to females, you'd soon learn the meaning of pain. Lu Sheng spat disdainfully upon seeing this rival. Such a crude individual, spitting indiscriminately. I refuse to engage with you, Zhou Yang said dismissively, gently waving his feather fan. Come on, let's settle this. What era are we in? Still parading around in Hanfu. Let's see if I can teach you a lesson today, you pretentious fool. Lu Sheng retorted as he rolled up his sleeves in provocation. Umph. I am a scholar and shall not stoop to your level, you uncouth brute. As the president of the Hanfu Society, what is wrong with wearing traditional attire? It is entirely reasonable. I look splendid in it. How could a rustic like you comprehend true fashion? You. Lu Sheng seethed at being labeled an uncouth brute, but dare not strike back. For he recognized that Zhou Yang's background was not inferior to his own. Should a confrontation ensue, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from his father. Li Ru lifted her gaze, momentarily acknowledging Zhou Yang, who had temporarily extricated her from a predicament. Yet, not a flicker of joy stirred within her heart. She was acutely aware that this gentleman clad in traditional attire, whose eloquence exuded the essence of a cultured scholar, concealed a predatory nature beneath his facade. As the president of the Hanfu Society, he had clandestinely ensnared countless girls enamored with traditional garments. If Lu Sheng was akin to a bandit, coercing the beautiful girls he desired through intimidation and temptation, then Zhou Yang was a different breed altogether, enchanting girls into willingly becoming his playthings. How many could resist a dashing, gentle, affluent, and cultured young man? Yet this allure was but a veneer. In stark contrast to Lu Sheng's crude methods, Zhou Yang's manipulation was undeniably more sophisticated. As he would claim, his actions could hardly be deemed as trifling with emotions. At most, they were merely expressions of his affections. Nevertheless, it was common knowledge that the number of girls he had cast aside could be counted by both hands and feet combined. Chapter 333. I must inform Brother Rui how lively it is. Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, have you come harass my girlfriend again? Xiaoru, have these two been bothering you once more? At this moment, another boy, who stood less than 7 meters tall, yet weighed no less than 180 jin, squeezed through the crowd of onlookers and approached Li Ru with an unmistakable swagger. Meng Jinghao, I'm not your girlfriend. Stop spouting nonsense. Li Ru raised her hand to wipe away her tears haphazardly, her eyes red with anger as she directed her ire towards the overweight boy. You foolish fatso. Have you taken a good look at yourself? How dare you claim to be Li Ru's boyfriend? It's utterly laughable. Originally, Lu Sheng was infuriated by Zhou Yang, but facing Zhou Yang's stable demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words. Frustrated and lacking an outlet for his anger, he suddenly spotted another rival emerge, his eyes lighting up as he found a target for his scorn, directly taunting Meng Jinghao. Lu Sheng, who are you insulting? Do you truly believe you are superior to me in any way? Even if you have the looks, it is merely a facade, a wretched shell. You know all too well how filthy you are inside. Li Ru, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I can ensure these two frogs will never disturb you again. I'll even provide you with 30,000 Longwa coins each month as pocket money. What do you think? Consider it carefully. This offer is quite generous, and everyone knows the kind of person you are, so stop pretending to be innocent. Meng Jinghao first retorted Lu Sheng, and before Lu Sheng could respond, he turned to Li Ru and continued speaking. While listening to Meng Jinghao's exceedingly insulting words, Li Ru remained silent, her eyes reddening once more as she began to sob quietly. Xiaoru, don't cry. Let us go find a teacher, urged the short-haired girl, Ai Xiaotong, as she gently tugged at Li Ru's arm, speaking softly with her head bowed. Xiaoru, let us go, added Yu Qiuyue, pulling at Li Ru's sleeve, echoing the sentiment with a lowered voice. You filthy bitches, how dare you? Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao shouted in unison, clearly having overheard Ai Xiaotong's intention to seek out a teacher. You dare to find a teacher? I'll have people make you regret it. Lu Sheng threatened, pointing at Yu Qiuyue and Ai Xiaotong with arrogance. Lu Sheng, you're utterly lawless. This is criminal behavior, Ai Xiaotong exclaimed in terror. Criminal? Tell me what is illegal. If something unfortunate befalls you, that is not my concern. It's merely your bad luck. Mind your own business. And you won't have any trouble. Lu Sheng, you have gone too far. I will inform my brother. Sobbing quietly, Li Ru managed to say, how ridiculous. Who do you think your brother is? Inform him? My father's company is worth billions. My pocket money for a semester exceeds several million. I drive a supercar worth 5 million and reside in a luxurious villa. What can your brother possibly do? Inform him? As Lu Sheng spoke, he seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the world, erupting into an unrestrained fit of laughter before the eyes of the gathered crowd. Li Ru, though Lu Sheng may not be the finest character, what he says bears some truth. What good does it do to inform your brother? If he comes, the only outcome will be a beating, Zhou Yang remarked with a gentle wave of his fan, addressing Li Ru with a calm smile. Why not consider me as your brother? I will protect you and even provide you with a monthly allowance of 40,000 Longwu coins. What do you think? How dare you, Zhou Yang? I offer 30,000, and you counter with 40,000? Do you think I am without means? Interjected Meng Jinghao, who stood nearby, feeling that Zhou Yang was clearly trying to overshadow him. As someone of equal standing, if not superior in wealth, Meng Jinghao retorted defiantly. I'll raise it to 60,000. I'll offer 70,000. Zhou Yang had just begun to speak when he was interrupted by Meng Jinghao's assertive voice. I'll give 80,000. I'll offer 90,000, Meng Jinghao proclaimed, tilting his head with an air of arrogance. I'll give 60,000. 50,000. Meng Jinghao blinked in surprise, murmuring under his breath, only to realize something was amiss and looked up quizzically at Zhou Yang. Noticing Zhou Yang's peculiar expression directed behind him, Meng Jinghao instinctively glanced back. Director Wu, he exclaimed, is this an auction? Who is hosting it? I would advise against my attendance. A middle-aged man, around 50 years old, stood not far from Meng Jinghao, his face stern as he scoffed. Director Wu, you jest. Meng Jinghao replied with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the notorious reputation of Director Wu. What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be eating? Director Wu first directed a cold snort at Meng Jinghao, then surveyed the surrounding students with a frosty gaze. Upon hearing his words, the crowd of onlookers dispersed in a hurry. Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, Meng Jinghao, this is a school, and you cannot act recklessly here, Director Wu cautioned, his voice cold as he watched the retreating figures of the three. Understood, Director Wu, they replied languidly. As Li Ru observed Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao being sent away by Director Wu, she barely managed to suppress her tears. Li Ru, are you all right? At that moment, a bespectacled woman in her 30s, exuding an aura reminiscent of a youthful intellectual, rushed over from a distance. Upon reaching within several meters of Li Ru, she anxiously inquired. Teacher Lu, I'm fine. Li Ru replied, wiping her tears as she recognized her counselor approaching. These three are becoming increasingly lawless, Director Wu remarked in frustration, watching the trio part ways in the distance. Director Wu, you must intervene. Li Ru is an exemplary student, the top scholar in the arts of our Xiangnan province. She cannot be harmed by them. Teacher Lu first offered a gentle word of comfort to Li Ru, then lifted her head to address Director Wu, who had turned to look back. Teacher Lu, you are aware that the backgrounds of those three individuals are quite remarkable. Unless they commit some egregious act, I have no means to deal with them. I can only send them away, Director Wu sighed, shaking his head. Is there truly no other recourse? Teacher Lu inquired, her voice tinged with reluctance. In matters such as this, one must consult a person of considerable influence to speak with the elders of those three, urging them to discipline their charges. Otherwise, there are no alternatives. A person of influence? Where might we find such a figure? I must inform Li Ru, who had been standing nearby and wiping away her tears, suddenly exclaimed as she pulled out her phone and lowered her head. Chapter 334. A reasonable scale. Who is Brother Rue? Teacher Lu inquired, raising her gaze in confusion towards Li Ru. Teacher Lu, Brother Rue is my cousin. Li Ru quietly replied, taking a moment to collect herself. But the parents of Lu Sheng and his companions are all prosperous business tycoons, with assets in the tens of billions. Your cousin. Teacher Lu's words trailed off, her hands clenched tightly, and her expression conveyed a blend of hesitation and unspoken concern as she regarded Li Ru. Teacher Lu, my cousin also runs a company, Li Ru patiently clarified, noting Lu's evident skepticism regarding Brother Rue's capability to handle the matter at hand. A company, you say? Lu Sheng and his friend's parents also own businesses, and their scales are considerable. What kind of company does your cousin run? How substantial is it? Director Wu, who had been listening intently to their exchange, interjected curiously. Director Wu, my cousin is involved in the new energy vehicle sector, and the scale is fairly reasonable. Li Ru hesitated momentarily before divulging some details about Brother Rue. As for why she refrained from mentioning that her cousin is the chairman of the rapidly ascending and highly promising Tongfei Group, it was simply because she understood that if everyone were to discover she was the cousin of the Tongfei Group as chairman, her university experience would be far from tranquil. Without needing much contemplation, she realized that those who would seek to curry favor with her would be numerous, overwhelming her with attention and making it difficult for her to find peace. Thus, she chose to provide only a vague introduction to Brother Rue's situation. True to her nature, She had no desire to trouble Brother Rue further. He had already done more than enough for her. Back in high school, he not only stood up for her, but also rewarded her with 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins after she achieved high scores. Moreover, when the family was constructing a villa, he lent them money for the project. Although termed a loan, it was well understood that he would never really demand repayment. Brother Rue had been tremendously supportive, and she did not wish to burden him with every little issue. However, the current predicament necessitated informing him, as she was on the verge of breaking down under the harassment from the three individuals, and even her university friends were being threatened. Thus, she resolved to share the matter with Brother Rue. New energy vehicles? Director Wu murmured instinctively. It is well known that companies engaged in the new energy vehicle sector are far from small enterprises. This burgeoning industry is dominated by financially robust corporations. Given the background of Lu Sheng and his peers, Li Ru's assertion that her cousin's company was reasonably scaled indicated that it could not be obscure. Though curiosity lingered in his mind, seeing Li Ru's reluctance to elaborate, Director Wu chose not to press further. He held great regard for this top liberal arts student from Xiangnan province, yet he felt powerless in the face of the privileged offspring of major corporations. At that moment, he could only hope that Li Ru's cousin would be able to protect her. At that moment, Li Ru's phone suddenly rang without warning. Selling rice dumplings, selling rice dumplings. Here the dumplings are round and round. The unexpected ringtone startled both Director Wu and Teacher Lu, who stood nearby. Observing the slightly agape mouths of Director Wu and Teacher Lu, Li Ru felt her cheeks flush. She then glanced down to see that the caller was none other than her brother Rue. Without a moment's hesitation to ponder further, Li Ru turned with delight and swiftly answered the call. Xiaoru, how have you been at school lately? Upon connection, Li Rue's cheerful voice resonated through the line. Brother Rue, I'm doing quite well, thank you. Why did you call me today? Is there something on your mind? Though she had long contemplated sharing her troubles with Brother Rue, his sudden inquiry left her at a loss for words. Doing well? But why does your voice sound off? Have you been crying? The tone of Li Rue's voice shifted, becoming serious. With his acute hearing, he immediately discerned something amiss. Despite Li Ru's attempts to conceal it, he could tell she had clearly been in tears not long ago. His heart ached for his cousin, who had grown up without a father, and now learning that she had been crying ignited a fire of concern within him. He instinctively surmised that this incident must be connected to the several individuals Li Tai had mentioned who were troubling Li Ru. Faced with Li Rue's earnest inquiries, Li Ru felt flustered and stammered, unsure of how to respond. She dared not lie to him. Xiao Tai told me you could confide in him. Why can't you share with me? Am I not your brother as well? And no, Brother Rue, I just didn't want to burden you, Li Ru nervously explained in a hushed voice. Not wanting to burden me? Then who do you intend to trouble? I am your brother. If you have problems and don't inform me, how do you expect to resolve them? In the future, you must tell me immediately if something like this occurs, understood? Hearing the quiver of tears in Li Ru's voice softened Li Rue's previously stern tone. Understood, Brother Rue. Li Ruteni raplia souffli. Now, tell me what happened. Why were you crying? After Li Ru finished speaking, Li Rue asked calmly once more. Brother Rue, just a moment ago. Li Ru then quietly recounted the events that had transpired. Ha. After listening to Li Ru's account, Li Rue inexplicably burst into laughter. I'll come to your school shortly. After laughing for over 10 seconds, he finally calmed down and spoke in a neutral tone. All right, Brother Rue, Li Ru said before ending the call. Xiaoru, is that your cousin? He is coming to our school? The short-haired girl, AI Xiaotong, stepped forward eagerly, grasping Li Ru's arm with sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. Now, this predicament is no longer solely Li Ru's trouble. Previously, Lu Sheng had threatened her, and as an ordinary girl, she is filled with profound fear. At this moment, AI Xiaodong is brimming with anticipation for the arrival of Li Ru's cousin, who may be the only one capable of resolving the significant issue posed by Lu Sheng. Yes, Xiaodong, Chuyan, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. However, do not be afraid. Once my brother arrives, no one will be able to bully us. I will not allow Lu Sheng to harm you. Li Ru reassured her two friends, her eyes radiating confidence as she spoke with unwavering assurance. Chapter 335. It seems to be 80 million. A faint understanding passed between AI Xiaodong and Yu Qiuyue as they exchanged glances, subsequently nodding in agreement. Their hopes now rested entirely upon their cousin Li Ru, whom they had yet to meet. Li Ru, please exercise caution. If anything occurs at school, do not hesitate to call me. If it happens outside, ensure you report it to the authorities immediately. Understood? I understand, Teacher Lu. As long as my brother is here, I shall remain safe. Li Ru replied sweetly, observing the lingering concern on Teacher Lu's face. Very well. Your confidence in your brother brings me peace of mind. Director Wu and I shall head to dinner now. Would you care to join us? No, thank you, Teacher Lu. Please go ahead. I will wait at the school gate for my brother. With a smile, Teacher Lu nodded and, alongside Director Wu, proceeded toward the cafeteria. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Thank you. Director Wu, Li Ru called out, her voice echoing as she watched them depart. Xiaoru, are you not joining us for dinner? Once Teacher Lu and Director Wu had walked away, AI Xiaodong quietly inquired. No, I will not. Then Xiao Yue, and I shall dine first and find you afterward. That won't do. Let us forego the cafeteria today. I insist on treating both of you, Li Ru declared, playfully tugging at their arms with a charming smile. You wish to treat us? Is that appropriate? Yu Qiuyue hesitated. To be precise, it is my brother who will be treating you. No, that is not acceptable. We do not know your brother. Yu Qiuyue firmly rejected, waving her hands. Come on, it is merely one meal. My brother is quite affluent, Li Ru insisted, leading her two friends toward the school gate. Xiaoru, when is your brother arriving? Yu Qiuyue asked, as she rubbed her aching legs after standing for several minutes at the school entrance. He should be here shortly, Li Ru replied with a beaming smile, scanning the surroundings. Qiuyue, your health seems quite fragile. You ought to exercise more. Look at me. I am perfectly fine, AI Xiaotong remarked, twirling with vitality. Uft, you are the fragile one. Just as the three girls stood at the school gate, awaiting Li Rue while engaging in light conversation, Lu Sheng, Zhou Liang, and Meng Jinghao emerged one after another. Though they were not particularly fond of one another, their similar backgrounds and shared interests connected them. They not only reveled in the company of girls, but also made it a tradition to dine lavishly every Friday. Today was no exception. After a brief tidying up, the trio exited the school, intending to retrieve their beloved sports cars from the parking lot across the street. Isn't that Li Ru? What is she doing outside the school? The first to spot Li Ru was Lu Sheng, who, with a sly grin, murmured to himself, his eyes glinting mischievously. As the saying goes, the more unattainable something is, the more one desires it. For the academically gifted and beautiful Li Ru, he had long yearned for her. Despite his persistent pursuits, Li Ru had not yielded, prompting him to contemplate employing unconventional methods. However, her continuous absence from school left him at an impasse. Now, upon finally witnessing her step beyond the school gates, a flurry of clever ideas surged through his mind. Lu Sheng, with a sly grin, seemed to be concocting some dubious scheme. Observing Lu Sheng halt in his tracks, Zhou Liang, who was trailing behind, noticed the unsettling smile on his face and couldn't resist a mocking remark. Lu Sheng, hearing Zhou Liang's taunts, merely scoffed. His thoughts were solely consumed with how to win over Li Ru, leaving no room for banter with this pretentious individual. Li Ruteni, what is she doing out here? Zhou Liang, sensing something amiss with Lu Sheng's unusual silence, glanced in the direction Lu Sheng had been staring and immediately spotted the eagerly awaiting Li Ru. Li Ru, exclaimed Meng Jinghao, who was bringing up the rear, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her. Get lost, you fat fool, and you pretentious brat. Don't ruin my chance. Or else, don't blame me if I have to knock your teeth out. Lu Sheng, momentarily distracted by Meng Jinghao's outburst, shot back an angry threat aimed at both him and Zhou Liang. Rude. Whoever captures the beauty does so by their own merit, Zhou Liang retorted as he strode confidently towards Li Ru. Lu Sheng, who do you think you are? If you keep making noise in front of me, I might just sit on you. Meng Jinghao replied defiantly without waiting for Lu Sheng's response, and he too jogged towards Li Ru. Damn it! Lu Sheng cursed under his breath, his anger boiling as he hastened to follow suit. She's coming, she's coming, Li Ru exclaimed excitedly, stretching her neck in anticipation. What is it? Yu Chia, who had been staring at the ground, instinctively lifted her head to gaze in the direction Li Ru was looking. Xiaoru, is that your cousin? AI Xiaodong asked, also looking around but unable to distinguish who among the throngs of people at the school gate was Li Ru's cousin. My cousin drove here, Li Ru replied. Which car? The purple one. Li Ru pointed toward a striking, extravagant purple sports car several hundred meters away, her face beaming with delight. What? The owner of that sports car is your cousin, AI Xiaotong exclaimed, her eyes widening as she followed Li Ru's gesture. Instantly, she recognized the unique purple sports car, astonished not only by its beauty, but also by the fact that its driver was Li Ru's cousin. As a university student, she had seen sport cars before. Although she couldn't identify the brand of this particular model, she was well aware that it was anything but inexpensive. Those who can afford such extravagant supercars are either extraordinarily wealthy or of noble lineage. Hence, Everything that Li Ru previously mentioned must indeed be true. Yes, that car belongs to my brother, Li Ru affirmed, nodding her head like a chick pecking at grain. Do you have any idea how much your cousin's car costs? Yu Chiue inquired, her eyes nearly widening at the sight of the approaching purple supercar. It is hardly surprising that she reacted this way. Faced with such a stunning and striking vehicle, no young university student in their late teens or early 20s could possibly resist. The hundreds of students who had previously been rushing about now stood transfixed, completely captivated. I think it's around 80 million, Li Ru replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Wow. Chapter 336. Whispers abound as Yu Chiuye and AI Xiaodong gasped in awe at the sight of the 80 million yuan supercar. It came to a halt not far from the three young women. Xiaoru, Li Rue called out, lowering the car window and waving at her. Brother, Li Ru exclaimed joyfully, hastening towards a striking purple Viper GT. Upon reaching the driver's side window, she called out sweetly once more, Brother, just finished class? Haven't eaten yet? Li Rue smiled at her and inquired, Is that so? Are you expecting me to treat you to a meal? A radiant smile spread across Li Ru's face. Get in the car, Li Rue said indulgently. That is, brother, I have two classmates with me, Li Ru replied, initially excited, but then recalling her two good friends, her head bowed slightly in embarrassment. Listening to Li Ru's words, Li Rue noticed the short-haired girl and the slightly plump girl who had followed her over. Hello, he greeted AI Xiaodong and Yu Chiuye, who stood behind Li Ru. Why yes. Hello. The two girls responded nervously in unison. This was indeed an 80 million yuan supercar, a vehicle they had only heard of. Even the ostentatious Lu Sheng and his companions drove cars worth merely in the millions. Faced with such an extravagant owner, how could these girls from ordinary families not feel anxious? Where would you like to eat? Do you have any good places in mind? Li Rue asked, flashing a friendly smile at the nervous girls before turning to the trio. AI Xiaotong and Yu Chiuye instinctively glanced at Li Ru, their nerves mounting. They hardly dared to suggest a place to dine. Brother, why don't you decide? I'm not familiar with this area, Li Ru replied hesitantly. Despite attending school here for several months, this was her first true venture outside the campus, leaving her utterly unaware of where to find good food nearby. All right, let me check the map, Li Rue said, pulling out his phone to search. Moments later, he found a suitable destination. There's a nice restaurant not far from here. Let us go to this one, he said, showing his phone to the three girls. Sure, Li Ru replied sweetly after a brief glance, having no prior experience to judge the restaurant's quality. In contrast, AI Xiaodong and Yu Chiuye exchanged glances filled with surprise and excitement at the name of the hotel displayed on Li Rue's phone. This hotel was renowned for being the priciest in the vicinity of their school, without competition. They had heard that the average expenditure per person was at least 3,000 yuan, a sum that was utterly unattainable for them as university students from modest backgrounds, living on just over 1,000 yuan a month. Even among many university students, a common aspiration is to indulge in a lavish meal at a prestigious hotel once they graduate and earn their own money. The momentary surprise of the two young women quickly dissipated. The average expenditure of 3,000 yuan is a distant dream for ordinary students. Yet for the cousin of a classmate who can afford an 80 million yuan supercar, it is merely an everyday expense. Noticing Li Ru's agreement, Li Rue turned his gaze towards Yu Chiuye and AI Xiaodong. The two, realizing that Li Rue was inquiring about their opinions, promptly nodded in eager assent. With their approval, Li Rue extended his hand out of the window, signaling to someone behind. Li Yi, seated in a Range Rover, noticed this and quickly exited the vehicle, jogging over. Boss, what can I do for you? He inquired. Call a cab for them, to the deep-sea fishing port hotel, Li Rue instructed. Understood, Li replied, scanning the surroundings for a taxi. I'm sorry, this car can only accommodate 2 passengers, so you'll need to take a taxi. Li Rue explained to Yu Chiuye and AI Xiaodong. It's fine, we can take a taxi. AI Xiaodong, still awestruck by Li Yi's imposing physique, responded, waving her hands dismissively after being roused by Li Rue's voice. Yu Chiuye nodded in agreement. Even if they could fit, they would hesitate to ride in such an expensive vehicle. After all, an 80 million yuan supercar is not something one would risk damaging. Boss, the taxi has arrived, Li Yi announced, having hailed one. You may get in now. Li Rue nodded at Li Yi and then addressed Yu Chiuye and AI Xiaotong. All right, the two replied, turning towards the waiting taxi. Are you not taking my car? Li Rue asked with a smile, observing Li Ru hesitantly watching her friends who had already entered the taxi. Brother, Li Ru began, her expression a mixture of uncertainty. Go on, it's not far, just a few minutes, he encouraged. Li Ru responded cheerfully. then hurried toward the taxi. This car is indeed stunning, but can only hold a few people, Li Rue mused softly to himself, glancing around the interior of the venomous GT before shaking his head. As the purple venomous GT departed, the crowd of several hundred watching university students began to murmur among themselves. Isn't that Li Rue? One innocent-looking girl questioned, uncertainly addressing her friend. It must be true. Look at the designer clothes she wears, none of which are under several thousand yuan. I heard the most expensive one costs tens of thousands. How could she afford that unless she is being kept? Replied a flamboyantly dressed girl, arms crossed, disdainfully observing the fading purple supercar. Beneath the surface allure, the enchanting girl's gaze betrayed a profound envy. I detest individuals who play the role of a virtuous figure while engaging in deceitful behavior. I just captured numerous photographs. Watch as I post them on our school's forum. What does it matter if one excels academically? If one's character is lacking, high grades hold little value. The captivating girl withdrew her gaze from the purple sports car, her eyes reflecting a sense of resentment. She then took out her phone, operating it while bitterly muttering to herself. She considered herself not unattractive, yet no affluent heir showed any interest in pursuing her, not even for a fleeting dalliance. This fueled her intense animosity towards Li Rue, who had the fortune of associating with such a wealthy individual. Do not jump to conclusions. Li Rue may not have entered that person's car, and they might merely be acquaintances. It is also possible that the individual is Li Rue's boyfriend. Chapter 337. How do you wish for them to meet their demise? How could that wealthy individual possibly be Li Rue's boyfriend? It is evident that she's being kept by him. Do not concern yourself with it. I'm determined to post it. Amidst hundreds of students, some engaged in fervent discussions, others whispering quietly, and many uploading recently captured photographs accompanied by text to the internet, Lu Sheng, Zhou Liang, and Meng Jinghao, who had been in a state of shock, gradually regained their composure. Zhou Liang, weren't you just walking quite briskly? Why aren't you going now? Are you afraid? Lu Sheng, the first to snap back to reality, taunted Zhou Liang. Lu Sheng, what qualifications do you possess to criticize me? Why don't you go instead? Aren't you intimidated by the sight of someone driving that venomous GT? That car is worth 80 million. Can you truly afford it? Zhou Liang retorted. Is it merely an 80 million supercar? If I genuinely wish to purchase one, I could easily ask my father, and he would undoubtedly oblige. Lu Sheng replied defiantly, tilting his head. Who can outdo you in boasting? Your father's cash on hand amounts to no more than 500 million. Do you honestly believe he would buy you an 80 million supercar? Perhaps in your dreams, came a sarcastic response. Enough of your bickering. That individual not only drives an 80 million supercar, but is also accompanied by formidable bodyguards. His status is certainly extraordinary. Do not invite trouble upon yourselves. The one keeping Li Rue is likely that man. It seems I am not fated to enjoy the company of such a beauty, Meng Jinghao interjected, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Are you frightened, you fat fool? As Meng Jinghao's words hung in the air, Lu Sheng gazed at him in astonishment. Should you dare to call me fat fool again, I shall sit upon you until you can no longer breathe. Do you believe me? There are plenty of beautiful women in school. Why cling to a single tree? It is not worth courting major trouble over one woman. Noticing Lu Sheng instinctively retreat at his threat, Meng Jinghao felt a sense of satisfaction and continued, Meng Jinghao, I share your opinion. We are affluent. What kind of woman cannot we have? We do not know the identity of that man, but he is unlikely to be inferior to us. I shall refrain from this trouble. I am withdrawing from the pursuit of Li Rue. With that, Zhou Liang turned to leave. I too shall withdraw. Meng Jinghao softly echoed, following suit towards the parking lot across from the school. Wait, if you both withdraw, then Li Rue is mine. Lu Sheng, taken aback by the sudden retreat of his rivals, gaped at their departing figures and shouted, If you can manage that man, then Li Rue shall indeed be yours. Meng Jinghao replied without turning back. Lu Sheng, watching the retreating backs of Meng Jinghao and Zhou Liang, felt a mix of disbelief and dismay. Without these two rivals, even if he were to win Li Rue's affection, much of the thrill would be lost. It must be noted that Lu Sheng was not a fool. He understood, just as well as Zhou Liang and Meng Jinghao, that the man's identity was formidable, and he too did not wish to invite complications. Lu Sheng, possessing a strong-willed character, was reluctant to admit his fear of the individual who owned an extravagant sports car worth 80 million. However, deep down, he had already begun to waver. Perhaps that young man was merely a nouveau riche. Lu Sheng mused himself as he made his way toward the parking lot across from the school. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Feel free to order, Li Rue said, placing the menu on the revolving table in the private dining room of the Deep-Sea Fisherman's Grand Hotel and gently pushing it towards Li Ru. Li Ru nodded, picking up the menu to peruse it alongside her companions, Yu Qiuyue and AI Xiaotong. Xiaotong, why don't you choose something? After a minute of flipping through the menu, Li Ru swallowed hard and handed it to AI Xiaotong. No, I can't decide. You all order. I'll eat whatever, AI Xiaotong replied, pushing the menu back towards Li Ru. Qiuyue, I can't choose either. Li Ru, why don't you make the selection? Yu Qiuyue interjected before Li Ru could finish, declining the offer. Each dish on the menu could consume their living expenses for nearly a month. They dared not order anything. Brother, perhaps you should order, Li Ru suggested, lowering her head in contemplation before passing the menu to Li Rue. It was difficult for her, raised with frugality, to select a dish costing several hundred. Even though the Li family's circumstances had dramatically improved, her ingrained habit of saving was not easily altered. All right, I'll take care of it, Li Rue chuckled, understanding that the three girls were apprehensive about ordering such expensive dishes. Excuse me, Li Rue called out, waving to the server who stood at the door without taking the menu from Li Ru. Are you ready to order, sir? The waitress approached, smiling as she bent slightly. Please serve me your 20 best-selling dishes, Li Rue instructed. Ah, sir, you mean 20 of your best-selling dishes? The waitress echoed in astonishment. Yes, please expedite the service. Li Rue affirmed with a nod. Certainly, sir. I'll place the order right away, the waitress responded cheerfully before hastening out. The estimated cost for 20 top dishes would be around 30 to 40,000, nearly matching her daily sales target, making her quite elated. As for whether the guests could finish the food, she paid little mind. After all, those dining at their establishment were either affluent or wealthy and were not short on funds. Brother, we definitely want to finish 20 dishes. Shouldn't we order less? Li Ru expressed her concern upon realizing the impracticality of consuming so much food. You rarely get the chance to dine out at school. Today, I'm treating you. So indulge a little. It's just 20 dishes. You know I can afford it, Li Rue replied with a gentle smile. Well, considering that this sum of money is rather insignificant for my dear brother Rue, Li Ru finally nodded in agreement. Have you all had your fill? An hour later, having long set aside their bowls and chopsticks, Li Rue gazed at Li Ru and her two companions as they dabbed their mouths with napkins and patted their slightly bulging bellies, before smilingly inquiring, We're satiated, brother, Li Ru replied, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Since you're satisfied, let's discuss the matter at hand, Li Rue said, his smile fading. Brother, the three wealthy heirs are Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao, correct? Lu Sheng, a native of Jiangsheng, is the son of Lu Mingshu and Ma Ruyan. Xinghue Department Store. Zhou Yang, the son of Zhou Shan, and his mother. Li Rue retrieved his mobile phone and meticulously recited the information displayed on the screen, pausing only after 2 full minutes. Xiaoru, how do you wish for them to meet their demise? Li Rue inquired, his expression unchanging as he regarded Li Ru, who was covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise. Chapter 338. A sister like a mother, a brother like a father. Ah, brother. Upon hearing Li Rue's sudden inquiry, Li Ru's mouth agape, she was utterly astonished. Although she was aware that Li Rue had come today to stand up for her, to deal with Lu Sheng and his accomplices, the chilling words he uttered, asking how she wished for them to die, left her momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by disbelief. At the same time, Yu Qie and AI Xiaotong, who had just been discreetly observing with wide eyes, were equally taken aback, their astonishment surpassing even that of Li Ru. They both knew that Li Rue had only recently learned of Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao. Their shock stemmed from the sheer incredibility of how he could conduct such a thorough investigation into the backgrounds of these individuals in such a brief span of time, a feat reminiscent of the drama series they had watched, leaving them, girls from ordinary families, utterly bewildered. Moreover, the audacity with which Li Rue could address Li Ru, inquiring how she wished for those three to meet their end after uncovering their backgrounds, further deepened their astonishment. What manner of person is he, to possess the confidence to utter such words? This question echoed relentlessly in their minds. These three have harassed you for months, causing you to fear leaving the school gates. And yet you do not desire vengeance? Speak, for as long as you articulate the outcome you wish to see, I can make it happen. After downing a glass of water from the table, Li Rue, noticing Li Ru's hesitation to respond, set the cup down and inquired calmly, Brother, as long as those three cease their harassment and do not harm my friends, the rest is up to you, Li Ru finally murmured after a moment's contemplation. Although she harbored a deep-seated disdain for Lu Sheng and his cohorts, She could not bring herself to voice a desire for their demise. Very well. Then I shall ensure that they never dare to disturb you again. It is too late today. Tomorrow I shall return to discuss matters with them. Li Rue replied with a gentle smile. All right, brother. Now that we have dined sufficiently, allow me to escort you back, Li Rue announced as he rose to his feet, addressing the three young women. Li Rue nodded in agreement and stood as well. Waitstaff, upon seeing Li Rue's nod, Li Rue called out towards the entrance. Boss. As Li Rue's words fell, a female server entered, carrying a tab. The bill, please. The total is 48,060. After rounding down, it amounts to 48,000 yuan. The server presented a lengthy receipt to Li Rue. He did not scrutinize the bill closely, but instead scanned the QR code with his phone. Let us depart, Li Rue said after retrieving his phone, addressing the already standing Li Rue and her companions. Brother, did we really spend 48,000 yuan on just one meal? Li Rue exclaimed, pointing at the table, which had only a modest selection of dishes, her eyes wide with shock. What is wrong? Are you reluctant? Money that goes unspent is merely a pile of worthless paper, just a few tens of thousands. In the future, whenever you wish to dine, feel free to come. How about I treat you to a membership? Li Rue said with a fond gaze at Li Rue. Perhaps it is best to refrain. I would feel heartbroken to spend tens of thousands on a single meal, Li Rue replied, shaking her head in refusal. Ah, I knew you would be reluctant. Here's the deal. During holidays, you can bring your friends to my villa. The meals prepared by the chef at my villa are certainly on par with those of this hotel. Li Rue took a few steps to Li Rue's side, ruffled her hair affectionately, and smiled. Is that true? That sounds wonderful, Li Rue exclaimed, for she was well aware that her cousin's grand villa even had a swimming pool. You may visit my villa whenever you wish. It's merely a house. Once you graduate, I shall gift you one of your own, Li Rue said with a broad smile as he let go of her head. After the waiter opened the door to the private room, he prepared to step outside. Listening to Li Rue's words, Li Rue displayed a visage of pure happiness. This joy did not stem solely from Li Rue's promise of a house, but rather from the paternal affection she felt from him, having grown up without a father. In this moment, with Li Rue's tender care, she experienced the warmth of being cherished. By the way, brother, there are still many dishes left uneaten. Perhaps. Just as Li Rue was about to step out of the private room, Li Rue suddenly pointed at the half-full table and called out to his back. Do you wish to take it home? Your school doesn't have a refrigerator. It would spoil. Li Rue immediately understood her intention and turned back to ask in confusion. Brother, if I take it back, I assure you it won't last a meal before my classmates devour it, Li Rue replied with a sweet smile. As long as your classmates don't mind, feel free to do as you wish. Waiter, could you please pack it up for her? Li Wei Shujijid nonchalantly. Brother, the dishes at this hotel are something many classmates would love but cannot afford. A single dish could consume a month's worth of living expenses. Who would ever turn their nose up at it? If they do, I shall eat it myself, hee. 5 minutes later, Li Rue emerged from the private room with Li Rue and her two friends, all of whom wore radiant smiles while carrying numerous packed boxes. The group of four took the elevator down to the hotel lobby. As they exited, Li Rue noticed the elevator next to them opening simultaneously. Then, a portly young man staggered out from the elevator. Meng Jinghao, with 5 or 6 takeout boxes in hand, Ai Xiaotong, upon seeing the stout young man, widened her eyes and instinctively called out softly. Meng Jinghao. Though Ai Xiaotong's voice was not loud, it was perfectly clear to Li Rue at such a close distance. Is this the person who has been harassing and bothering Li Rue? Li Rue's brow furrowed, and a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. Who called me? After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Meng Jinghao was preparing to return home. As he stepped out of the elevator, casually using a toothpick to clean his teeth, he suddenly heard a faint voice calling his name from behind. Instinctively, he turned around and inquired, Oh, Li Rue? At that moment, he immediately recognized Li Rue among the 3 women and 1 man behind him. Upon hearing Meng Jinghao's call, Li Rue instinctively took a step back, her anxiety palpable. Although Meng Jinghao was not as overtly threatening as Lu Sheng, he had persistently harassed her for several months, evoking a primal fear within her towards this bothersome figure. Li Rue observed Li Rue's reaction, and the flicker of anger in his eyes swiftly ignited into a fierce blaze. Li Rue, is she someone you can call? Li Rue stepped forward, fixating his cold gaze on Meng Jinghao. Chapter 339. Together in death, brother, please don't misunderstand. Li Rue and I are merely classmates. Meng Jinghao, startled by Li Rue's chilling voice, shifted his gaze from Li Rue to Li Rue. recognizing him as the man who had recently driven that extravagant 80 million sports car. He surmised that this individual intended to trouble him, prompting a hurried explanation. I've heard you wish for Li Ru to be your girlfriend? Li Rui di regarda among Jinshu's rumblings, narrowing his eyes as the icy demeanor melted away, replaced by a beaming smile directed at Meng Jinghao. Brother, truly, you are mistaken. Li Ru and I are indeed just classmates. There may have been some misunderstandings in the past, but I now realize she is your woman. I assure you, I shall no longer disturb her. By the way, who is your father, and what is his position? My father is Meng Xiaolong, who runs a reasonably sized snack company. Meng Jinghao was no fool, although the man before him had transformed from a visage of frost to one radiating warmth. He understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Uncertain of Li Rui's true nature, he sought to avoid confrontation, maintaining a smile as he divulged his father's background, hoping to invoke a sense of caution in Li Rui. How dare you harass a member of the Li family? Li Rui suddenly bellowed, delivering a kick to Meng Jinghao's protruding belly. Bang! Meng Jinghao was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling several meters away like a deflated ball. This unexpected turn of events caught the attention of patrons dining in the hotel's lobby. It hurts. Ugh. Clutching his abdomen, Meng Jinghao cried out in agony, only to succumb to nausea, expelling the contents of his stomach onto the floor. Disgusted by the sight of Meng Jinghao's foul mess, Li Rui's expression soured. Faced with such a filthy individual, he felt no desire to engage further. Striking him would only tarnish his hands. Pulling out his phone, Li Rui dialed Li Yi, uttering a brief command before hanging up upon his arrival at the hotel lobby. Why did you hit me? I, Meng Jinghao, am not someone to be trifled with. After a moment, having regained some composure thanks to his thick skin, Meng Jinghao rose, wiping the remnants of his vomit from his mouth with his sleeve before weakly threatening Li Rui. It's merely a woman. I assenti it. You don't seem to be lacking in wealth. With enough money, any woman can be yours. Is it truly worth making an enemy over a single woman? Besides, I have not wronged her in any way. Noticing that Li Rui did not even spare him a glance, Meng Jinghao abandoned his threats, his expression faltering as he implored. Brother, we are both young men. I understand the fiery passions that accompany beauty. Let this kick be forgotten. I shall not hold it against you. Upon observing the individual before him, Meng Jinghao realized that this person regarded himself as entirely invisible. Not only did he exhibit no fear of Meng's verbal threats, but he also possessed the audacity to deliver a kick that sent Meng sprawling several meters away. The turmoil in his abdomen made it clear to him that even 10 of his own kind would be no match for the man standing before him. With the thought of a wise man avoiding immediate losses in mind, he resolved to concede for the time being. Gazing at the plump figure before him, who appeared to be 5 or 6 years younger, and who spoke with an air of seasoned bravado, Li Rui felt a mix of amusement and irritation. You fat fool. I am her brother. Who gave you the audacity to harass and threaten my sister, Li Rui? What? Li Rui is your sister? Meng Jinghao, stunned, momentarily forgot the searing pain in his stomach, his expression one of disbelief. When he had chosen his target at school, he had done so with careful consideration. Although Li Rui's attire cost several thousand yuan, her family's ordinary lifestyle, which barely surpassed that of a typical household, coupled with the rumors circulating in school, had emboldened him to pursue this beautiful and academically gifted girl. Now, confronted with the revelation that this individual, who could afford an 80 million yuan supercar, claimed to be Li Rui's brother, how could he not be astonished? Realizing that both Li Rui and Li Rui shared the same surname, a sense of dread washed over Meng Jinghao. If this was indeed her brother, the man before him would not let him off so easily. The kick he had just received had momentarily transported him to a realm he wished to avoid, reminiscent of his long-deceased great-grandmother. He had no desire to relive such an experience. Boss, just as Meng Jinghao lamented his failure to grasp the situation and prepared to confront Li Rui, a robust voice called out from behind him. Instinctively turning around, he was met by the sight of 4 formidable figures, akin to tidal waves, advancing towards him. As he beheld these 4 hulking men, resembling great brown bears, Meng Jinghao fell to the ground in dismay. Li Rui, upon hearing the call from Li Yi, looked up to see the 4 men striding purposefully in his direction. Behind them trailed a man clad in a black suit, accompanied by 5 or 6 timid hotel security guards in their uniforms. Boss, I'm the lobby manager of the hotel. What transpired here? The man in the black suit cautiously inquired after surreptitiously surveying the imposing figures of Li Yi and his companions. It's nothing. My brother and I have a matter to discuss. You may attend to your duties, Li Rue replied with a dismissive wave to the lobby manager. Though he understood that the situation was likely far from what Li Rue had described, the manager wisely opted to step aside upon witnessing the sheer size of Li Yi's companions. The security guards, observing the manager's retreat, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They had all secretly resolved that if the manager had ordered them to intervene against such formidable adversaries, they would have promptly shed their uniforms and returned home for a well-deserved rest for what was a meager monthly salary worth in the face of danger. Take him to the car, Li Rue instructed, observing that the lobby manager and several security personnel had stepped aside. Only then did Li Yi gesture towards the 4 individuals. Yes, boss, Li Yi replied, stepping forward to grasp Meng Jinghao, who was sitting on the ground. Oh no, I swear I won't bother classmate Li Rue again. Please, let me go. Meng Jinghao cried out in a manner reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Even with his limited intellect, he comprehended that being taken away by these individuals would lead to dire consequences, prompting him to instinctively scream. Upon hearing the pitiful wails emanating from the rotund figure before him, Li Yi could not help but furrow his brow. He then raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! Ah! Meng Jinghao shrieked, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wait! Zhou Yang and Lu Sheng are also in the hotel. They have harassed classmate Li Rue too. As he felt himself being hoisted off the ground in a state of terror, Meng Jinghao hastily exclaimed in a muffled voice. Realizing he could not escape, he thought to bring a couple more individuals down with him. If he was to meet his end, he would prefer to do so alongside others. This was the most genuine sentiment coursing through Meng Jinghao's mind at that moment. Chapter 340. Clearing the venue. Zhou Yang, Lu Sheng, and Li Rue furrowed their brows, murmuring softly. Initially, they had planned for Li Rue to arrange a meeting the following day to tidy things up, but unexpectedly, everyone had gathered today. This was advantageous, as it spared them another trip. Where were they? They were in room 3 and room 6 on the 3rd floor. Meng Jinghao, feeling his feet firmly planted on the ground, covered his cheek with one hand while grimacing in pain. Li Yi and Li Rue exchanged knowing glances. Without hesitation, Li Yi urged Meng Jinghao, lead us there, as he released his grip on Meng Jinghao's collar. Glancing at Li Yi's fierce demeanor and his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, Meng Jinghao hesitated for a moment before reluctantly moving towards the elevator. Are you the lobby manager? Li Hui inquired, turning to the lobby manager who had been standing nearby, having previously conversed with him. Yes, I am a lobby manager. How may I assist you, sir? The lobby manager, who had been attentively observing the unfolding events, responded promptly upon hearing Li Rue's question. He certainly did not wish to provoke someone of such evident stature. I would like to temporarily utilize your establishment. Name your price. What? Sir, what did you say? The lobby manager displayed an expression of disbelief, looking at Li Rue quizzically. I need you to cease operations and clear the venue immediately. How much will it cost? Name your price. Li Rue stated with a calm demeanor. Clear the venue, sir? That might not be feasible. There are so many guests. The lobby manager looked at Li Rue, visibly troubled. It must be noted that those who dined at their hotel were often members of the middle class or even upper-class elites. Even if the hotel offered complimentary meals to all, it would undoubtedly offend a significant portion of the clientele, a decision far beyond the authority of a mere lobby manager. Call your boss, Li Rue suggested, recognizing that this matter was beyond the lobby manager's purview. Very well, I will call my boss. The lobby manager replied after a moment of contemplation, lowering his head before looking up at Li Rue. With that, the lobby manager turned to one side and retrieved his phone, preparing to make the call. Just as he was about to dial, a man in a security uniform entered the hotel. The man quickly approached the lobby manager and whispered a few words in his ear. The lobby manager's face turned to one of shock as he instinctively glanced at Li Rue, only to swiftly turn his head back. Once the security guard exited, the lobby manager appeared deep in thought before finally dialing a number on his phone. Observing the lobby manager's reaction, Li Rue surmised that the security guard had informed him of the price of his Viper GT, which had elicited such astonishment from the lobby manager. In the entire Star City, there are scarcely a few of the 80 million supercars, and those who can afford such a vehicle are anything but ordinary. As the lobby manager engaged in a phone conversation with the hotel owner, Li Rue diverted his attention and turned to Li Rue. I still have some matters to attend to. Why don't you head back to school first? Li Rue said with a gentle smile, addressing Li Rue and her companions. No, Brother, it's still early. I don't want to go back, Li Ru promptly rejected, lifting her gaze to Li Rue without a moment's hesitation. Today, Brother Rue was here to support her, and while she wished to witness him deal decisively with Lu Sheng and his companions, she feared his impulsiveness might lead to significant repercussions. Naturally, with such concerns in her heart, she was unwilling to agree to return to school at that moment. And you three? Noticing Li Ru's refusal, Li Rue remained unfazed and turned to AI Xiaotong and Yu Chuyue with a smile. We'll return with Xiao Ru. AI Xiaotong and Yu Chuyue exchanged glances before responding in unison. They had already anticipated the unfolding events and were eager to witness Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao, who were typically so domineering at school, being dealt with by their friend as brother. Seeing that all three girls wished to stay, Li Rue maintained his composure and refrained from further comment. He held great expectations for Li Ru. He envisioned her as a pivotal figure within the Li family in the future. However, this incident had revealed a critical flaw in her character. Li Ru was still too timid. Such a disposition would undoubtedly lead to considerable setbacks within the family. Therefore, Li Rue resolved to instill a robust sense of confidence in Li Ru today, utilizing the situation with Lu Sheng and his companions as a means to bolster her self-assurance. He aimed to ensure that his cousin truly recognized that the Li family had evolved significantly, and that she, as a member of the Li family, had transformed as well. Our boss wishes to speak with you. At that moment, the lobby manager, who had just been on the phone, raised one hand holding the phone while pointing with the other towards Li Rue, whispering. Hand it over. Li Rue beckoned to the lobby manager. Upon Li Rue's request, the manager hurriedly approached and handed the phone to him. You must be the hotel owner. Name your price. I'd like to utilize your hotel for some matters. Li Rue said directly, placing the phone to his ear. Haha, my friend, you are indeed straightforward. I am Fong Herong. May I inquire your esteemed surname and place of employment? A robust, hearty voice of a middle-aged man resonated from the other end of the line. Li Rue, Tung Fei Group. Li Rue was well aware that the man was probing into his background, weighing whether it was worth offending dozens, if not hundreds, of guests for his sake. With clarity of mind, he chose not to conceal anything and stated his background outright. Tung Fei Group. Fong Herong's voice suddenly escalated in pitch. As time progressed, the Tung Fei Group became increasingly renowned, and Fong Herong was among those who had heard of its illustrious name on more than one occasion. Thus, upon learning that the voice on the other end of the line belonged to a representative of the Tung Fei Group, he was both astonished and taken aback. Li Rue? Li Rue, are you the esteemed chairman, Li of the Tung Fei Group? Fong Herong murmured softly, then fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly, with an exceedingly faint voice, cautiously inquired, Well, what shall I offer? How about 5 times today's revenue? Li Rue responded nonchalantly, before pausing for over 10 seconds, devoid of any reply from the other side of the line. Feeling a flicker of irritation, Li Rue instinctively furrowed his brow. Chapter 341. Summoning the parents with a slight anger brewing within him, Li Rue instinctively raised his voice. Chairman Li, you misunderstand. I was merely taken aback. Please, do not hesitate to utilize my services without any charge. Simply direct the call to the lobby manager. Realizing the irritation in Li Rue's tone, Fong Herong quickly and cautiously offered an explanation. This was indeed a formidable figure. The thought of offending him sent shivers down her spine. Listening to Fong Herong, Li Rue refrained from further conversation and directly handed his phone to the lobby manager. Based on his calculations, the hotel's daily revenue was around $1 million. Even a 5-fold compensation would amount to merely $5 million, and 10-fold would total $10 million. For someone with over $470 billion in cash, such sums were negligible. Since the hotel owner was unwilling to provide compensation, he saw no merit in wasting time over such trifles. Understood, Chairman, the lobby manager replied, nodding in agreement as he took the phone. Moments later, he hung up and flashed Li Rue an excessively obsequious smile. Chairman Li, I will arrange for the area to be cleared immediately. Please bear with us. Upon receiving a nod from Li Rue, he hurriedly grabbed his walkie-talkie and quickly issued orders. Following the manager's commands, the previously occupied and idle staff sprang into action, approaching each table to speak quietly with the guests. Some patrons, recognizing the unfolding situation and eager to comply, stood and vacated the premises without protest. Others, less accommodating, frowned but eventually rose and made their way to the exit after brief explanations from the hotel personnel. These were all societal elites. None were fools. Though discontent simmered within, they understood that provoking someone capable of compelling the hotel to clear the area was unwise. Even those who considered themselves of high standing realized that offending a person of significant background over a complimentary meal was far from prudent. Thus, within a few minutes, guests at the scattered tables on the first floor began to leave one by one. Once the area was devoid of patrons, Li Rue gestured for a few individuals to join him at a nearby wooden bench. Just as they settled in, the elevator doors opened, and Li Yi and Li Er emerged, each dragging a disheveled man sporting dark circles under his eyes. "Boss, we've brought Lu Sheng and Zhou Liang," Li Yi announced, unceremoniously dropping Lu Sheng onto the ground before looking up to report to Li Rue. Following suit, Li Er tossed Zhou Liang to the floor as well. "Ow, that hurts!" Both Lu Sheng and Zhou Liang cried out in unison. "Who are you? Why did you attack me? Do you have any idea who my father is?" Feeling the searing pain radiating from his eyes and the excruciating ache in his lower back, Lu Sheng cried out in agony while lifting his head to glance at Li Rue, recognizing the man as somewhat familiar yet unable to recall his identity. He decided to assert himself first, boasting about his self-proclaimed impressive background. With a resounding thud, Li Rue disregarded the brash and oblivious Lu Sheng, rising to deliver a forceful kick directly to Lu Sheng's chest as he sat on the ground. The impact sent Lu Sheng sliding across the floor. Groaning in pain while clutching his chest, he emitted a series of anguished cries. Observing this scene, Li Rue remained expressionless, returning to his seat with an air of indifference. Meng Jinghao, who are they? Lying on the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead from the pain. Lu Sheng noticed Meng Jinghao stealthily emerge from the elevator. Realizing that the two burly men he had encountered earlier were brought by Meng Jinghao, he surmised that Meng Jinghao must know their origins. Thus, suppressing his agony, he gritted his teeth and directed a question at Meng Jinghao. As Meng Jinghao cautiously stepped out of the elevator and beheld Lu Sheng's pitiful state, a chill ran down his spine. Preoccupied with how to navigate the predicament he found himself in, he had no inclination to engage with Lu Sheng, whose relationship with him was already tenuous at best. Standing aside, Li Rue cast a sidelong glance at Meng Jinghao, gesturing toward the wall nearby. Upon meeting Li Rue's gaze, Meng Jinghao involuntarily shuddered. The memory of the earlier kick haunted him deeply. Not daring to respond, he obediently approached the wall, facing it and standing still. Once Meng Jinghao was positioned against the wall, Li Rue's expression remained impassive as he turned his attention to Zhou Liang, who was seated on the ground. Self-proclaimed as clever, Zhou Liang quickly grasped Li Rue's intent. With his hands pushing against the floor, he gradually rose and made his way to the wall. Having witnessed how Lu Sheng had been forcefully propelled away, he was acutely aware of the consequences of defying Li Rue's wishes. "You too," Li Rue commanded. Noticing that Zhou Liang was now in position against the wall, while Lu Sheng still lay on the ground, grimacing and intermittently groaning in pain. Frowning, Li Rue pointed at the wall and spoke in an icy tone. "I." Lu Sheng attempted to protest, but caught a glimpse of the cold glint in Li Rue's eyes. Realizing that disobedience would likely lead to further punishment, he begrudgingly crawled towards the wall, enduring the sharp pain in his chest. Just then, another elevator door opened, revealing a stream of over a dozen men and women exiting. These individuals, upon encountering the peculiar scene in the lobby, merely cast curious glances before retracting their attention, proceeding directly toward the hotel entrance. Over the next 10 minutes, more than 100 people trickled out of the elevator. "Chairman Li, the guests have been cleared from the hotel. Do you have any further instructions?" At this moment, the lobby manager approached Li Rue with a beaming smile, exuding a sycophantic demeanor as he inquired. "Enough. You may return to your duties," Li Rue said, dismissing the lobby manager with a wave of his hand. The manager, upon hearing this, smiled and stepped aside. "Lu Sheng, Zhou Liang, Meng Jinghao, how bold you are. Do you think you can pry into matters concerning Xiaoru?" Li Rue's voice was cold as he regarded the three figures facing the wall. At the sound of his voice, they shuddered involuntarily, though only Meng Jinghao grasped the true nature of Li Rue's relationship with Li Ru. Meanwhile, Zhou Liang and Lu Sheng, recalling Li Rue's previous display of wealth with his 80 million supercar, suddenly realized that he was indeed the one closely connected to Li Ru. "Turn around," Li Rue commanded, and the trio slowly complied. Due to the angle, it was only then that Zhou Liang and Lu Sheng noticed the three women seated behind Li Rue's bodyguards, including Li Ru. "So he truly has come to Li Ru's defense," they thought simultaneously, finally understanding why they had been inexplicably confronted. "I shall grant you one opportunity. summon your parents, or have them send someone on your behalf. Today, I intend to represent Li Ru's family and inquire who has given you the audacity to threaten members of the Li family. With that, Li Rue abruptly rose, slamming his palm onto the dining table. The sound of shattering glass and wood echoed as he bellowed at the astonished Lu Sheng and the others. Chapter 342. Severing a leg faced with Li Rue's roar reminiscent of a lion, Lu Sheng, Zhou Liang, and Meng Jinghao, who were typically arrogant at school, now resembled frightened chicks, wide-eyed with terror and reduced to huddling on the ground. Seeing the three merely squatting in fear without uttering a word or making any movements, Li Rue closed his eyes and called out to Li Yi. Instantly comprehending Li Rue's intent, Li Yi approached the trio, cowering in the corner with a sinister grin. Please, don't hit me. I'll call my parents right now. I beg you, spare me. Meng Jinghao stammered, his eyes fixated on Li Yi's imposing figure as it drew closer, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Beads of sweat, forming on his forehead, cascaded down the round cheeks of his face. He recalled the painful kick he had received from Li Rue not long ago, a memory etched vividly in his mind. Given Li Rue's formidable stature, he could easily surmise that a kick from this muscular man would be devastating. Upon hearing Meng Jinghao's intent to call his parents, Li Yi halted in his tracks and glanced up at Li Rue, who opened his eyes, regarded Meng Jinghao for a moment, and then gave a slight nod. As Meng Jinghao steadied himself against the wall, retrieved his phone, and stepped aside to make the call, Li Rue raised his gaze once more at Li Yi. Understanding the silent cue, Li Yi nodded and proceeded toward Zhou Liang and Lu Sheng, who were still crouching by the wall. Please don't. I'll call too. Don't hit me. I'll call my dad right now. We have plenty of money. Just tell me how much you want, and I'll give it to you. Just don't hurt me. The formerly